A sharp pain pierced through his head. Xian Yuanichen was filled with confusion. Hadn't he just been blown up by a bomb on the bus? How could he have appeared here? And where was this place? Gazing at the unfamiliar room before him, he was utterly bewildered. He thought to himself, could it be that I've really transmigrated? The pain in his head grew more intense, and as it did, memories began to merge slowly. He realized that he had transmigrated to a world filled with supernatural abilities and ferocious beasts. Just as he was in shock, a commotion came from outside. Suddenly, a crowd of people poured into the room, startling him. "Ichen is awake. You scared your mother to death." A woman rushed over anxiously, her face full of concern. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Let your mother check. You've lost a lot of weight after being unconscious for several days. It's good that you're awake. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony for the 4 major families," said his father, his voice steady and gentle. Shen Yuanichen felt his head spinning and casually said, "I want to rest for a while. You all can leave first." Hearing this, his mother became anxious. "Ichen just woke up, and you want him to attend the awakening ceremony tomorrow? What do you think, husband?" With that, she pulled his father out of the room. Lying on the bed, Shen Yuanichen pulled out his phone and started browsing the news. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Yesterday, a roar was heard from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, suspected to be a breakthrough of a king-level beast emperor. Coastal cities need to strengthen their defenses. A month ago, a breach occurred in the defense network of Jiang City, allowing a tide of sea beasts to invade and causing a tragedy with tens of thousands of civilian casualties. Currently, Starshine-level expert Gale Sword Yasu is conducting a full investigation. A press conference is scheduled for 9 p.m. tonight. Shenyu, an outstanding graduate of Dragon Capital's Ability University, achieved a breakthrough to platinum level yesterday and officially decided to join the 9 Dragons Guild. The Gonsun family of Kyoto has developed an S+ grade weapon. After skimming through the news, he put down his phone, closed his eyes, and began to carefully process the information in his mind. Gradually, he started to understand this unfamiliar world. While this world shared a similar level of technological development and civilization with Earth, it was known as Blue Star. However, on this Blue Star, there were beasts, supernatural abilities, and unique artifacts. Beasts were terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters that roamed freely, bringing endless disasters to humanity. Meanwhile, supernatural abilities and artifacts were the foundation of humanity's power to resist beast invasions. The confrontation between the two sides had been ongoing for over 1,000 years. Since he had transmigrated, he decided to make the most of this life. Yet, the background of his new identity was somewhat daunting. He was the eldest son of the most prominent of Kyoto's 4 great families. Moreover, it seemed that his ability awakening was only a few days away. He couldn't help but feel some anticipation. What kind of ability would he awaken? These abilities were incredibly diverse. Some allowed transformations into beasts, others controlled wind and fire, and some could heal injuries. Additionally, abilities varied greatly in quality. According to Blue Star's ranking system, abilities were categorized into 9 levels: SSS, SSS, 8B, C, D, E, and F. Most people awaken D or E level abilities and artifacts. Only a few awakened B or C level abilities. As for A level abilities, those individuals were considered chosen ones. S level and above were even rarer, appearing perhaps once every few years or even decades. Abilities were further divided into types such as elemental, enhancement, mental, restorative, natural, and special categories. Artifact awakeners primarily engaged in forging and service-related industries, while ability awakeners bore the responsibility of fighting beasts. Among Kyoto's 4 great families, the Shenyuan family excelled in strength, the Shangwon family specialized in natural abilities, the Gongsun family excelled in artifacts and fire abilities, while the Morong family mastered water abilities. As he pondered, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, a voice called out, "Young Master Ichen, today is the day of the awakening ceremony." Shen Yuanichen thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of ability I'll awaken, fire or ice." Today, the younger generation of the 4 great families had gathered for the awakening ceremony, which was being held at the Shenyuan family estate. "Hey, isn't this Chi Yao, the chubby girl? Why do I feel like you've gotten even fatter?" Shen Yuanichen teased, secretly looking forward to the grand awakening ceremony. "Say that again, I dare you. Are you itching for a beating?" Chi Yao puffed her cheeks in anger, her face filled with discontent. "Enough arguing. This is the awakening stone. Ordinary people awaken their abilities with a crystal ball, but only those with means use an awakening stone," someone explained, their eyes filled with envy. "How much does one awakening stone cost?" Xian Yuani-chen asked curiously. Just 2 million each. The ceremony is starting. Who's going first? All eyes turned to him, anticipating the protagonist's performance. Thinking that the protagonist should naturally go last, Xian Yuani-chen said, "Chubby girl, why don't you go first?" "Get lost, stupid I-chen." Chi Yao huffed angrily, grabbing the awakening stone. She closed her eyes and began to focus. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for her awakening. In an instant, countless flickering points of light in her mind coalesced into a pale blue orb of light. The outside world underwent a sudden transformation. Snowflakes began to fall in the heat of summer, temperatures plummeted, and frost rapidly formed all around, leaving everyone stunned. Even 30 years ago, when someone awakened an SS-level ice ability, there wasn't such a phenomenon. This is incredible. The crowd was in awe, their eyes filled with reverence and anticipation. Chi Yao emerged from her trance, smugly looking at Xian Yuani-chen. "Call me Big Sis, and I'll look out for you from now on. I just awakened an SSS-level ice ability, Extreme Frost Domain. Watch how I deal with you." Her aura was overwhelming, as if she held the entire world in her grasp. Afterward, other members of the family awakened one by one. Some gained A-level abilities, others awakened S-level ones. Morong Kai awakened an S-level Earth ability, his face full of excitement. "Brother I-chen, isn't my ability amazing?" Morong Kai looked at Xian Yuani-chen with anticipation, hoping for his praise. Xian Yuani-chen glanced at the chubby boy, smiling helplessly. Brother's ability will definitely be even stronger. In his heart, he held great expectations. As a transmigrator, he couldn't afford to disappoint. Finally, it was his turn. Xian Yuani-chen silently chanted in his mind, "I'm a transmigrator. If there's no system, at least give me an impressive ability." He took the awakening stone and entered his consciousness. Before him appeared a giant clock. The moment he touched the clock, a melodious chime echoed. "System activation in progress. System activation successful. Beginner's gift package is being distributed. Beginner's gift package distributed successfully. Would you like to claim it now?" Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Xian Yuani-chen felt a surge of joy. As expected, a system was a must-have for transmigrators. This marked his chance to defy fate and ascend to the peak. Returning from the consciousness space to reality, he deliberately said to Chi Yao, "Chi Yao, you chubby girl, my awakened ability is pretty awesome, right? Now call me brother, and I'll make sure no one dares to bully you for the rest of your life. By the way, why didn't I hear any phenomenon during my awakening?" "I-chen, it seemed like time paused during your awakening. It wasn't visible at all," Chi Yao's cold voice responded. "Alright then, my ability is one of the rare SSS-level time-based abilities on Blue Star." Xian Yuan-I-chen looked smug, as if he could already see his glorious future. "Brother I-chen, now that you've awakened an SSS-level time-based ability, will Sister Chi Yao still dare to bully us in the future?" Morong Kai chimed in from the side. Xian Yuan-I-chen became even more pleased. "Of course not. From now on, I'll protect you. As for Chi Yao, I can handle her with one hand." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden chill crept up his back. Turning around, he saw Chi Yao glaring at them. Morong Kai was so frightened that he knelt down. "Sister Chi Yao, this was all Brother I-chen's idea, nothing to do with me." He then bolted off, shouting, "I'm outta here." Xian Yuan-I-chen also wanted to escape but was blocked by Chi Yao. Panicking, he quickly knelt down. "Chi Yao, I was wrong." Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he scrambled to his feet and dashed back to his room like an arrow, muttering to himself, "This woman is terrifying." Back in his room, he couldn't wait to call out, "System, are you there? Where's my newbie gift pack? Open it for me now." As a blue virtual panel appeared in his mind, he pressed the claim button without hesitation. Newbie gift pack distributed. 200 ability points have been credited. SSS-level time gem is being issued. A pale green gem appeared in his hand. He quickly asked the system, "What's the use of this time gem?" Once the host integrates it into their body, they will unlock a domain. Within the domain's range, time-based abilities will be amplified, the system explained. "By the way, system, what are these 200 ability points for?" Just as he recalled this reward, the system's notification sounded again. Ability points can be earned by defeating ferocious beasts. Consuming ability points upgrades skill levels, which can be viewed on the system panel. Hearing this, Xian Yuan-I-chen felt as if a light bulb went off in his head. He realized that these ability points work just like experience points in an online game. "A classic grind and level up formula, simple but effective," he said with a slight smirk, confidence radiating from his face. He immediately opened his system panel, ready to embark on this new journey to power. With a confident smile, Xianyuan Yichen opened his system panel to face the upcoming challenges. Name, Xianyuan Yichen. Level, Awakened. Ability, Time-based, SSS. Physique, 140 Vitality, plus. Mental Power, 140 Hz, plus. Skills, Blade Technique, Blade Practitioner plus, Time Domain, Beginner plus, Dragon's Roar 9 Heavens Blade, Hidden Dragon Unleashed plus. Available ability points, 200. The information on the system panel was simple and clear, with upgradable elements clearly marked. Xianyuan Yichen's physique and mental power attributes were both at 140, which was already considered exceptional among awakened individuals. After all, most awakened ones had base stats around 100. This was thanks to the original host's rigorous daily training, which had pushed his physique to an impressive level of 140. Blade technique stuck at Blade Practitioner? That doesn't match my identity at all. I've been practicing with blades since I was 10, training day in and day out for 6 years, and I'm still stuck at this level? It's laughable. Xianyuan Yichen muttered to himself. In this world teeming with abilities, awakened individuals not only relied on their powers but also often used weapons to display their strength. While most people leaned towards guns and swords, Xianyuan Yichen had a preference for blades. He believed that his abilities could better complement the power of blade techniques. However, the original host's years of effort had only brought him to an intermediate level, leaving him feeling a bit helpless. After all, blade proficiency was clearly ranked, from blade novice to blade saint. The Xianyuan family was famed for their mastery of the blade, but intermediate level was merely the starting point. The system panel shows I currently have 200 ability points. I can use them to improve my attributes or skills. How should I allocate them to maximize my combat power? After some contemplation, Xianyuan Yichen began seriously considering his allocation strategy. He understood that enhancing his basic attributes was the most urgent priority. Physique and mental power are foundational attributes. Improving them not only strengthens combat techniques but also boosts the control of abilities. Let's start with the basics. Making up his mind, he split the 200 ability points evenly, investing them into physique and mental power. Combat system, allocate the points. Xianyuan Yichen pressed the upgrade buttons on the panel without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, an overwhelming tide of energy. So this is what it feels like to grow stronger? Xianyuan Yichen was thrilled, the sensation of vitality rushing through his veins akin to a dam bursting, brimming with the impact of power. Immediately after, his thoughts became sharper and more focused, as if his mind had been illuminated and his clarity heightened. He turned his gaze to the time gem in his hand, gripping the mysteriously glowing gem tightly as he felt the unyielding power surging within him. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the time domain and the Eye of Time, the system's timely notification chimed in. Upon revisiting the system panel, he noticed significant changes. Physique, 160 Vitality, plus. Mental Power, 160 Hz, plus. It seems both foundational attributes increased by 20 points each, meaning one ability point corresponds to 0.2 Vitality or 0.2 Hz of mental power, Xianyuan Yichen calculated to himself. Although the exchange rate is a bit steep, this is a direct enhancement without any side effects, which is quite rare. It's a shame the newbie pack only had 200 ability points. If I had more, I could continue upgrading. At this moment, his system panel displayed the following. Name, Xianyuan Yichen. Level, Awakened. Ability, Time-based, SSS. Physique, 160 Vitality, plus. Mental Power, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, Blade Technique, Blade Practitioner plus, Time Domain, Beginner plus, Eye of Time, Beginner plus, Dragon's Roar 9 Heavens Blade, Hidden Dragon Unleashed plus. My next step is to upgrade the Time Domain and Eye of Time to higher levels so I can truly harness the power of time. Determination gleamed in Xianyuan Yichen's eyes as he resolved to face future challenges head-on. Eye of Time, upon activation, the Eye of Time allows the user to perceive scenes from the past, present, and future. It grants the ability to foresee specific future events, giving the impression of transcending time itself and glimpsing every thrilling moment to come. Time Domain enables the creation of a domain fully controlled by the caster. Within this domain, the flow and direction of time can be manipulated at will, achieving absolute mastery of time at my command. Xianyuan Yichen was filled with curiosity and anticipation, like an explorer about to uncover a great secret. He couldn't wait to rush to the family training grounds. He was eager to know the true extent of his current strength, his heart ablaze with an unparalleled fighting spirit. Stepping into the training grounds, he was greeted by a bustling scene. All kinds of training equipment were neatly arranged, and the family disciples were sweating profusely as they engaged in their daily training routines. Ichen headed straight to an empty patch of ground, silently calculating in his heart. Today, he intended to thoroughly test his strength and see if he could leave everyone in awe. He took a deep breath, and the blood in his veins surged as he activated the newly unlocked time domain. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled like water, and a transparent domain quietly took shape. The time domain was successfully activated. Ichen's heart trembled as he felt as if he had gained control over everything. The flow of time was now in his hands. With a mere thought, everything around him seemed to slow down as though someone had pressed a slow-motion button. The training disciple's movements became comically exaggerated, causing Ichen's lips to curl into a smile. His heart was filled with delight. This time domain's power was truly exhilarating. Next, he attempted to activate the time eye. A faint light flickered in his eyes as he focused his gaze on a training dummy not far away. Instantly, the dummy's past scenes flashed before him like a fast-forwarding slideshow, the marks left by repeated strikes from family disciples, the decay it suffered in the wind and rain, its subsequent repairs, and even a future moment when it would be completely shattered during intense training. Ichen was secretly thrilled. The predictive capabilities of the time eye were undoubtedly an invaluable weapon in battle, capable of producing astonishing effects in any situation. Following that, Ichen drew the long blade from his waist, striking a formidable starting stance. He was ready to test the changes in his swordsmanship. With a sudden burst of strength from his legs, he moved like lightning toward a row of training dummies. The blade in his hand carried a fierce aura, slashing out in an instant. The sound of rapid slashes filled the air, and the blade's aura was more tangible than ever before, its power significantly enhanced. Deep gashes appeared on the dummies, and in actual combat, these strikes would have been enough to grievously wound any enemy, leaving them in unbearable pain. After a series of tests, Xian Yuanichen gained a clear understanding of his current strength. His heart was now brimming with an even greater desire to grow stronger. He knew that with his powerful abilities and steadily improving skills, he would one day carve out his own legend on this perilous, beast-infested blue star. He would protect his family, safeguard those he cared for, and become an unrivaled legend. Standing in the family training grounds, Ichen gazed at the system panel with a slight frown, pondering silently to himself, even though I just ran some tests, and my time-based abilities and other powers are pretty impressive, I'm still just an awakened. I barely have any worthwhile skills. To truly establish myself on this dangerous blue star, I need to level up quickly and aim to reach bronze rank as soon as possible. He was fully aware that in this world, leveling up meant unlocking more powerful skills, which would lead to a qualitative leap in strength. While he possessed the rare gift of SSS-level time-based abilities, without high-level skills to match, he would undoubtedly feel helpless when facing formidable beasts or tricky situations. Just then, his gaze landed on a familiar figure in the crowd. She had a cascade of white hair that flowed like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the breeze, exuding both grace and elegance. Her delicate face was as fair as snow, her deep, clear eyes seeming to hold the stars and the sea. With a high nose bridge and soft pink lips, she radiated a gentle and refined beauty. She was dressed in a light blue gown made of a sheer, flowing fabric that swayed gently in the wind, resembling rippling water. The hem of the gown was adorned with crystalline embellishments, which shimmered with a cold brilliance under the light, adding an ethereal touch. The ornate headdress she wore was uniquely designed, encrusted with dazzling gemstones that complemented her overall appearance, making her look like a celestial goddess descended to the mortal world. Her entire being exuded an otherworldly aura, one that could only be admired from afar, not desecrated. Surrounding her were several other youths and young women, all equally well dressed. Well, if it isn't the chubby girl. What brings you here for training today? Ichen teased with a playful grin. Say that again, Ichen, I dare you. Chi Yao's brows furrowed, fury blazing in her eyes. I picked out such a lovely outfit and came here excited to see you, and all you can call me is chubby girl? That's outrageous. You're absolutely infuriating, Ichen. Chi Yao fumed, her face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot in frustration. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if the air had suddenly frozen into an icy abyss. Wise men don't fight losing battles. Chi Yao, don't be so angry, alright? Ichen quickly put on a sheepish smile, though his chattering teeth betrayed his fear. Humph, this is my innate talent. Impressive, isn't it? It's the extreme frost domain. I can create a 10-meter radius domain around me, and within it, all my skills are enhanced by 30%. Chi Yao declared proudly, while Ichen, already shivering uncontrollably, could only nod weakly. Chi Yao, could you turn off your domain? It's freezing in here. Chen pleaded. Nope. I hope it freezes you to death, Shi Yao huffed angrily. Shi Yao, who is that? He's quite good-looking, asked a tall girl in a cute dress standing beside Shi Yao. Her large, clear eyes sparkled with curiosity. Him? Just an annoying pest, Shi Yao replied irritably. Do you think I'm really fat? Shi Yao suddenly asked, her tone tinged with worry. Tang Mingxin looked at Shi Yao earnestly and said, not at all. You're absolutely beautiful. That's a relief. Why are you asking so much, Mingxin? Are you falling for someone? Thinking about getting a boyfriend? Teased two other girls nearby. He's from the Xian Yuan family, the one who awakened the SSS-level time-based ability, Shi Yao explained. I've hated him since we were kids. That's the same rank as your SSS-level ice ability, right? Tang Mingxin asked in surprise. It's different. His time-based power is even rarer, Shi Yao clarified. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan had quietly left the area. Back in his room, Chen carefully retrieved a bronze-grade beast core, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. He sat down slowly, holding the core in his palm, and focused his mind, guiding his internal spiritual energy to absorb the core's power. At first, the energy within the beast core trickled into Chen's body like a gentle stream, bringing a slight warmth. As time passed, the influx of energy grew more intense, like a raging river coursing through his meridians. Chen gritted his teeth, channeling his spiritual energy with all his might, directing the overwhelming power to circulate and refine within his body. Gradually, he could clearly feel a subtle change happening within his body. Every cell seemed to greedily absorb the spiritual energy, becoming increasingly full and vibrant. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, Chen's level ascended as if injected with immense power, rapidly climbing, as though on the verge of breaking through its shackles and welcoming a brand new self. Finally, after a stirring surge of spiritual energy, Chen successfully broke through, his level soaring to the bronze rank. He slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within them. At this moment, his entire being was filled with unparalleled power, as if he could shake the heavens and the earth. Xian Yuan Chen felt a surge of excitement within his heart. The time had come, and he could hardly wait to awaken his skill. Just then, something extraordinary happened. His consciousness was pulled by a mysterious force, instantly transporting him into an incredible space. This space resembled a massive library, where countless skill books were neatly arranged on the surrounding shelves. Each book glowed with a peculiar light, as if brimming with endless mysteries and power, captivating any who beheld them. As Xian Yuan Chen curiously surveyed his surroundings, suddenly, one of the skill books seemed to be summoned by an unseen force. It flew swiftly towards him and landed steadily by his side. In the next moment, his consciousness was abruptly pulled out of the mysterious space, leaving behind a trace of surprise and anticipation. Chen hurriedly picked up the skill book and took a closer look. The title of the skill was boldly written on the cover, Time Mirror. The description read, "This skill allows you to create an exact duplicate of a target, including their abilities. The duplicated skills are identical in power to those cast by the original wielder, making it an unrivaled force." His heart brimmed with joy, feeling as though he had unlocked boundless possibilities. Just as Chen was immersed in the excitement of his newly awakened skill, contemplating how to wield this newfound power, a series of rapid knocks suddenly broke the room's silence. Knock, knock, knock. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Who could be looking for him at this hour? He reached out to grasp the doorknob, turned it gently, and slowly opened the door. His eyes shone with curiosity, ready to face the unknown challenge. The figure standing outside the door shocked him to his core. This was no ordinary visitor. Before Chen could even see who it was, a group of individuals in uniform burst in like wolves, their movements swift and decisive. Before he had time to react, they had tied him up tightly. Fear and anger surged within him as he struggled and shouted, "Who are you people? Why are you tying me up?" Yet the group remained unmoved, forcibly dragging him out. Chen was then roughly shoved into a vehicle, which roared to life and sped off in an instant. His heart was filled with confusion and unease, but with his hands bound, he was powerless to resist. He could only endure the bumpy ride, helplessly awaiting his fate. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle finally came to a stop. Chen was dragged out and looked up to see a heavily guarded military camp before him. Flags fluttered in the wind, soldiers hurried about with upright postures and solemn expressions, exuding an intense atmosphere. Xian Yuan Chen furrowed his brows, a mix of helplessness and frustration swirling within him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Let me guess, this is another one of Old Man Lei's ace tricks, isn't it? Always resorting to the same old kidnapping routine. Why not just come straight to me? Must you go through all this drama? It's really enough." As he spoke, He struggled against the ropes binding his hands, but they were tied so tightly that escape was impossible. The soldiers around him remained expressionless, continuing to escort him deeper into the camp. Their stern faces and synchronized steps only amplified the camp's oppressive atmosphere. Moments later, the flap of the main tent was lifted, and Xian Yuan Leze emerged, walking with a steady gait. Despite his advanced age, his tall and commanding presence exuded an undeniable aura of authority. His withered face carried a hint of severity, his deep and piercing gaze seeming to see through everything. Every gesture reflected the dignity of a man accustomed to power. Yi Chen forced a wry smile and playfully addressed Xian Yuan Leze, "Grandfather, you sure know how to make an entrance. I've been tied up and dragged around all this time, and now that I'm finally here, can you at least untie me?" He deliberately shook his tightly bound hands, his expression a mix of innocence and teasing, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Leze. Leze's gaze fell on Yi Chen's bound form, his brow furrowing slightly in apparent dissatisfaction with the scene. However, he remained silent, simply standing there, his presence making the air around them heavier. Xian Yuan Leze nodded with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with approval. He smiled and said, "I heard you've awakened a time-related ability. That's quite the achievement. As expected of my grandson, proving once again that the Xian Yuan family will not be left without successors." The soldiers nearby perked up at these words, their curiosity piqued. They began bombarding Yi Chen with questions. One soldier, full of curiosity, leaned closer and teased, "Young Master Yi Chen, how's that young lady from the Shangguan family doing? We heard she's a real beauty, have you taken a liking to her?" The others chimed in with agreement, their eyes gleaming with gossip, eagerly awaiting Yi Chen's response. Yi Chen scoffed dismissively, "A beauty? She's nothing but a chubby girl. I don't see what's so great about her." As he spoke, his face showed a hint of disdain. "Chubby? Really?" One of the soldiers blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter, his body shaking with mirth. "Young Master Yi Chen, your standards must be sky-high. The Shangguan family's young lady is considered the epitome of beauty in these parts, and here you are calling her chubby. If word of this got out, it would surely drop a few jaws." The other soldiers joined in the laughter, their mirth filling the camp. Yi Chen muttered in annoyance, "She's so fierce, like a lit firecracker, set her off, and she explodes. And she always wears that icy expression, like a walking freezer. Just being near her makes you feel like you're freezing to death. Honestly, who would like someone like that? If anyone does, they must be blind." He shuddered involuntarily, as though recalling her icy demeanor sent chills down his spine. He raised an eyebrow, his expression puzzled, and asked, "Grandfather, you didn't summon me here in such a rush just to talk about gossip, did you? I can't believe you'd go to all this trouble just for that." Xian Yuan Leze chuckled, his eyes glinting with approval. He lightly patted Yi Chen's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. "Of course not, my dear grandson. The general has an important task for you today. You're to receive a military rank. This is a significant honor, a testament to your abilities. From now on, you must perform well and live up to these expectations." After hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly. A mischievous smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he boldly said, "Oh, in that case, I won't ask for much. Grandpa, why don't you just make me a general? I've just awakened my time-based ability, and I'm full of ambition. With the title of general, I'll surely be able to showcase my talents, bring glory to Huaxia, and add honor to the military. Don't you think so?" As he spoke, he winked at Xian Yuan Luoy's, his face full of expectation. Xian Yuan Luoy's glared at Yi Chen with mild irritation, extending a finger to tap his forehead as he sternly replied, "You rascal, what are you thinking? How can you expect to be made a general right away? For now, you'll start with the rank of second lieutenant. If you achieve merits later on, you can naturally rise through the ranks. Military ranks aren't handed out freely, you have to earn them with real skills. Do you understand? Don't just dream of reaching the top in one step." Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xian Yuan Luoy's expression grew serious. He turned and walked to the side, retrieving two wooden swords from a weapon rack. Handing one to Yi Chen, his gaze became scrutinizing, and he said in a deep voice, "Come, Yi Chen. Let me see how well you've practiced. Don't disappoint me." With that, he assumed a ready stance, silently waiting for Yi Chen to take the sword and face him. Yi Chen hurried forward, taking the wooden sword handed over by Xian Yuan Luoy's with both hands. He lightly weighed it, feeling its balance and heft. His expression turned serious, the mischievous smile vanishing as his face became focused and intense. Locking his gaze on Xian Yuan Luoy's, a surge of determination rose within him, ready to demonstrate his skills. With a quick sidestep, Yi Chen gripped the wooden sword tightly and swung it forward without hesitation. His eyes were sharp as lightning, his steps relentless. In an instant, he lunged at Shen Yuan Luai's, raising the wooden sword high, bringing it down with a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at his grandfather. Shen Yuan Luai's remained calm, effortlessly retreating a step to evade the blow. A glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes, though his lips curled into a teasing smile. "Oh, boy, you're striking pretty hard. Are you treating your grandpa as the enemy?" Yi Chen didn't bother to respond. Missing his first strike, he quickly adjusted his stance, twisting his wrist to swing the sword in a graceful arc-changing tactics. He aimed once again, this time slashing towards Shen Yuan Luai's waist. This strike was faster, clearly intended to showcase his abilities before his grandfather. Shen Yuan Luai's lips curved slightly upward. With a sidestep as nimble as a swift swallow, Yi Chen's attack missed again. Seizing the moment when Yi Chen was retracting his blade, Shen Yuan Luai suddenly closed in. Unnoticed until now, a wooden sword appeared in his hand. He lightly tapped Yi Chen's shoulder with it, commenting as he did, "Your speed is good, but your techniques lack refinement. Too many openings." Feeling indignant at the light tap, Yi Chen stepped back a few paces to create some distance. Taking a deep breath, he raised his sword again. This time, he didn't attack recklessly. Instead, he devised a plan in his mind. Each strike flowed into the next, blending feints with genuine attacks so seamlessly that even Shen Yuan Luai's had to focus more intently to counter them. The two exchanged blows, their wooden swords clashing with resounding thuds, as if composing a fierce symphony of battle in the heart of the military camp. The surrounding soldiers gathered, watching the duel between grandfather and grandson with bated breath, not daring to disrupt the mesmerizing contest. After several rounds, sweat beaded on Yi Chen's forehead, and his breathing turned heavier. Yet, the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. His sword danced with ferocious energy, and in his heart, he resolved, today, he must show his grandfather his progress. Even if he couldn't completely best him, he would at least earn his respect. Shen Yuan Luai's effortlessly deflected yet another attack, his brows furrowing slightly. "Your techniques are adequate, but you lack ferocity. Your swordsmanship appears sharp, yet it's missing the ruthlessness required in life-or-death combat. These flashy moves won't cut it." Hearing this, Yi Chen froze for a moment, his movements halting slightly as he pondered his grandfather's words. He knew Shen Yuan Luai's was right. His usual practice involved sparring with wooden dummies or mock duels with comrades in the military. While he had a competitive spirit, he lacked the resolve that came from facing life-and-death situations. With this realization, Yi Chen gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. He raised his sword once more. This time, he abandoned his pursuit of flawless techniques, focusing instead on raw power and speed. Every strike carried an unyielding momentum, as if the opponent before him wasn't his beloved grandfather but a mortal foe intent on taking his life. Whoosh! The wooden sword sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Yi Chen's attacks grew fiercer, the latent ferocity within him fully unleashed. Veins bulged on his forearms, and sweat dripped down his face, but he paid no mind, wholly engrossed in the duel. He wanted to prove through his actions that he was not lacking in ferocity. Shen Yuan Luai's noticed Yi Chen's transformation and nodded inwardly, a pleased smile creeping onto his face. His movements with the wooden sword became more deliberate, guiding Yi Chen's attacks while escalating the intensity of the duel. This was meant to help Yi Chen grasp the essence of combat, true ferocity and the tenacity to survive in the face of danger. The soldiers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but cheer silently for Yi Chen. Their eyes shone with admiration as they witnessed his relentless efforts. They could see just how much this duel meant to him, recognizing it as an invaluable opportunity for growth. The two figures weaved and collided amidst the camp, Yi Chen growing stronger with every clash. The latent ferocity within him had been completely ignited, and it seemed as though even his wooden sword had come alive. Each strike radiated unwavering determination and a will to overcome. Despite this, Shen Yuan Luai's maintained his composure, skillfully countering each attack. Satisfied with Yi Chen's progress but unwilling to let him grow overconfident, he seized an opening. With a sudden burst of strength, his wooden sword struck Yi Chen's blade forcefully, sending a numbing shock through Yi Chen's arm. For a moment, Yi Chen almost lost his grip. In battle, even a moment of carelessness can be fatal. Though ferocity is important, you must always maintain a clear mind, Shen Yuan Luai's words thundered, instantly rekindling Yi Chen's focus and resolve. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen quickly steadied himself. He realized that ferocity alone wasn't enough. Adaptability and an acute awareness of the battlefield were just as critical. Planting his feet firmly, he fixed his gaze on Shen Yuan Luai's, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, carefully observing his grandfather's movements for any hint of an opening. Then, Ichen's eyes gleamed with sudden insight. He noticed a subtle shift in Xianyuan Luai's stance, a minute adjustment of his footing. Trusting his instincts, he surged forward without hesitation. His wooden sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, carrying the force of a tempest as it aimed for Xianyuan Luai's with unrelenting precision. Xianyuan Luai secretly admired Ichen's keen observation. However, he wasn't one to be easily bested. With a slight lean backward, he evaded the strike in an elegant motion. At the same time, his wooden sword deftly flicked upward, targeting Ichen's wrist. Had it been a real blade, Ichen's hand would have suffered serious injury. He patted Ichen's shoulder and said earnestly, "You've trained enough now. It's time for you to gain some real experience. You will go to the Netherworld secret realm with Chi Yao and the chubby boy from the Morong family. That place is fraught with danger, but it's also the perfect place to temper yourself. Be cautious and remember, never act recklessly." Excitement and anticipation flashed in Ichen's eyes as he eagerly nodded. "Grandfather, don't worry. I will be careful. In the Netherworld secret realm, I'll work hard to improve my strength." Xianyuan Luai nodded slightly and continued, "Chi Yao is quite capable and meticulous. You should cooperate and communicate with her more. As for the chubby boy from the Morong family, though he seems carefree, he has his own strengths. The three of you must support one another and advance together. Only then can you carve out your own path in the Netherworld secret realm." Ichen jogged to stand beside his grandfather, Xianyuan Luai, his face full of expectation. Tugging at his grandfather's sleeve, he playfully pleaded, "Grandfather, please let me copy one of your skills. This way, I'll have more confidence when training in the secret realm." Seeing Ichen's eager expression, Xianyuan Luai smiled and nodded. Then, standing in the open area of the military camp, he demonstrated his signature move, Lightning Thousand Birds. As he waved his hands, currents of electricity surged and gathered, crackling around him. The sound of the lightning resembled the chirping of 1,000 birds, an awe-inspiring and shocking display. Ichen's eyes widened as he watched, utterly captivated. He suddenly struck a dramatic pose, fists clenched near his chest, and shouted, "Chidori Nagashi!" Instantly, silence fell, as if all sound had been absorbed, leaving only the thunderous chirping of birds echoing in his ears. Once his grandfather finished demonstrating, Ichen glanced around at the others nearby, his eyes filled with excitement. He shouted, "Who wants to test the power of this skill with me?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Hu, a burly man with a hearty personality, stepped forward, thumping his chest. "Ha, let me take you on." Unfazed by Li Hu's challenge, Ichen immediately activated his time mirage skill. In the blink of an eye, a formidable pure thunder blade manifested on the wooden sword in Ichen's hand, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Ichen charged straight at Li Hu. Realizing the danger, Li Hu quickly summoned his earth flow wall, hoping to shield himself from Ichen's attack. However, to his dismay, the moment the wooden sword made contact, it was charred to ashes by the electric current, utterly ineffective as a defense. Seeing this, Ichen didn't hesitate. He grabbed his grandfather's blade and dashed forward like a streak of lightning, carving a crimson arc through the air. He charged towards a massive boulder with the ferocity of a red dragon. With a deafening chirp and a blinding flash of lightning, the boulder was shattered into pieces, leaving a deep scar on the ground. As the lightning subsided, the earth flow wall was obliterated, fragments scattering in all directions. The ground was crisscrossed with electric webs like a spider's web. Ichen secretly felt proud, thinking, the power of this strike rivals that of a 6-star bronze-level ability user. Grandfather's silver-level combat technique is truly incredible. It's currently the only combat skill I've mastered. 3 hours later, Shangwan Qiao arrived at the Xianyuan estate. Noticing that she had brought quite a lot of items, Ichen teased, "Qiao, why are you carrying so much stuff?" Qiao, curious, asked, "Which secret realm are we heading to?" Ichen confidently replied, "The Netherworld secret realm." "The Netherworld secret realm? Isn't that place terrifying?" Qiao frowned slightly, a trace of unease showing on her face. Ichen deliberately teased her, scared, "My dear Qiao? If you're afraid, you can always head back home." Qiao immediately retorted, unwilling to back down, "Who said I'm scared? Let's go. My ice element ability will make short work of anything in there. By the way, what level is this secret realm?" Ichen replied, "It's a bronze-level secret realm." With their preparations complete, the two boarded a vehicle and set off for the Netherworld secret realm. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance was guarded by members of the Dragon Guard. One of the guards cast a glance at them, and his gaze instantly exuded an overwhelming Sense of oppression. If Zhou Chu's gaze was merely intimidating, the eyes of this officer-level dragon guard were like those of a ferocious beast, sending shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, another dragon guard at the gate loudly announced, "The outer regions are occupied by black iron-level beasts. The central regions are home to peak black iron and bronze-level beasts. The core area is filled with beasts above bronze level, and the innermost zone is the territory of high-rank bronze and silver-level beasts. Everyone, proceed according to your capability. Do not venture into zones beyond your strength." Qi Yao turned to Yichen and asked, "Brother Yichen, do you have a map of this secret realm?" Yichen replied confidently, "Of course. How could we enter this secret realm without being fully prepared?" At that moment, several team captains at the entrance were recruiting teammates. "Does any team need a tank? I have a D-grade enhancement ability. I can tank and deal damage," a burly man shouted. Another called out, "I'm a C-grade mental ability user. I can temporarily disrupt the thought processes of beasts. Any team need that?" Yet another voice chimed in, "Our team needs a high-damage output member. Anyone with a D-grade or higher offensive ability is welcome to join us." Just then, a man with a prominent scar on his face approached Yichen and Qi Yao. He glanced at them and asked, "You two don't seem to have a team yet. Want to join ours? We're short on offensive and defensive ability users." In his team, a young woman dressed in a tight-fitting silver-white battlesuit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure walked up to them. In a sweet voice, she said, "This secret realm is really dangerous. If it's just the two of you, you'll be eaten by ghosts in no time. Want to join us, handsome?" Yichen refused without hesitation, "No need. The two of us are enough." With that, he and Qi Yao headed toward the secret realm. They turned down the Wild Wolf team's invitation. The young woman watched Xin Yuan, Yichen with a hint of malice in her eyes. She turned to the scar-faced man and murmured coldly, "Once inside, kill them. If I can't have him, then he'll have no choice but to die." Such a pity for that handsome face. As Yichen and Qi Yao stepped into the netherworld's secret realm, they were enveloped in a ghostly, eerie atmosphere. Countless spirits drifted aimlessly, making it feel as though they had entered a haunted hellscape. Suddenly, a system notification echoed, breaking the oppressive silence: "Defeat the Black Jade Lion King to obtain the Sharingan." Yichen froze for a moment upon hearing this, then his eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over his face. "Sharingan? It's actually the Sharingan!" Yichen muttered to himself, his heart beating wildly. He understood the immense power of the Sharingan. In the anime he had watched in his past life, each user was stronger than the last. Awakening the Kamui ability would grant the terrifying power to distort space, capable of tearing enemies and their surroundings apart in an instant. Awakening Amaterasu would summon inextinguishable black flames that could turn everything to ash, rendering entire landscapes barren. While others are still struggling in head-on battles with supernatural powers, if I truly awaken these extraordinary abilities, wouldn't that be like directly piloting a Gundam? Yichen's lips curled into an excited smile. In his mind, he was already envisioning himself dominating the world with the Sharingan, and the more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. His entire body trembled slightly from the excitement. As they stepped into a dense rainforest, strange occurrences immediately followed. A creepy sound came from the trees surrounding them, and then, to their shock, blood began to rain from the sky. With the blood rain, leeches fell one after another. Suddenly, Qi Yao felt a sticky sensation on her shoulder and screamed in terror, "Yichen, there's something on me. Get it off, quick." Yichen quickly activated Time Mirror, lightning, 1,000 birds, and a surge of electricity gathered in his hand. Pressing it against the blood-sucking leech, the creature instantly stopped moving. After dealing with the leech, Qi Yao burst into tears and threw herself into Yichen's arms, her voice trembling, "I was so scared." While comforting her, Yichen explained, "These are blood-sucking leeches, extremely vicious. Once they latch onto someone, they won't let go until they've drained all the blood in the person's body. After feeding, their bodies swell up, becoming glossy and tinged with a blood-red hue beneath the skin." As soon as Yichen finished speaking, Qi Yao, fighting back her fear, drew her violet blade and slashed at the leech. The leech exploded in a burst of fresh blood. However, even after falling to the ground, the leech thrashed violently, refusing to die. Qi Yao, furious, cursed, "How dare you suck my blood?" But as soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed in Yichen's arms, fainting from excessive blood loss. Yichen then channeled the power of the Taiching Divine Thunder around his body and gripped his bloodthirsty blade, ready for battle. The leeches, undeterred by danger, swarmed toward him. "Congratulations, host, for killing a black iron-level blood-sucking leech. Plus 3 ability points. With the system's notification ringing in his mind, many of the leeches were electrocuted into submission upon touching the shield formed by the Taiching Divine Thunder, earning each more ability points. After he finished off the remaining leeches with his blade, his ability points had reached 600. Only 200 leeches down, he muttered. When Qiao woke up, Yi Chen asked with concern, "You fainted just now because the leech drained a lot of your blood?" Qiao, slightly nervous, asked, "Did I do anything embarrassing while I was out?" Yi Chen's lips curved into a slight smile as he teased, "Does crying in my arms count?" Qiao's face instantly turned red to the tips of her ears, and with a playful stomp on Yi Chen's foot, she retorted, "You're so annoying." Seeing this, Yi Chen laughed and said, "Looks like you're fine now." Just then, they suddenly heard a rustling sound, as if something was approaching. A ghostly nether cat, a bronze 5-star beast, appeared silently, resembling a snow-white ghost. Its fur was pure white, emitting an eerie glow in the sinister environment. Its eyes, like crimson rubies, glowed with a terrifying blood-red hue. A ferocious beast, the ghostly nether cat. Yi Chen instantly recognized the creature. He knew that while ghostly nether cats were relatively common in the wilderness, they shouldn't have been appearing in the outer areas of this secret realm. Common, however, didn't mean easy to deal with. On the contrary, it indicated their exceptional adaptability, making them incredibly troublesome foes. Their agile movements made it nearly impossible to track their paths. Their razor-sharp claws and teeth could easily tear through flesh, and their terrifying bite force of over 1,000 kilograms made escape impossible once caught. At this moment, the ghostly nether cat stared at them with predatory eyes. Spotting the humans before it, the ghostly nether cat let out a low growl filled with bloodthirsty desire. Without hesitation, it leapt forward at lightning speed, hurtling toward Yi Chen. The fresh scent of blood lingering in the air acted as a catalyst, inflaming the beast's appetite. Its speed surged once more, becoming even more ferocious. Typically, novice ability users facing a ferocious beast for the first time would panic, overwhelmed with fear and confusion, unsure how to respond. Yet, though this was Yi Chen's first time confronting a ghostly nether cat in real life, his expression remained composed, showing no trace of fear. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly nether cat closed the distance to within 3 meters of Yi Chen. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it leapt into the air like a white lightning bolt, tracing a sharp arc mid-flight. Its claws, gleaming coldly like alloy under the dim light, were raised high. The claws locked onto Yi Chen's head as their target, and with all its strength, the beast swung downward. One must understand that a ferocious beast's claws were as hard as alloy. If this strike landed directly, Yi Chen's head would burst apart like an overripe watermelon, brains splattering everywhere. But in this critical moment, Yi Chen remained calm and shouted, "Let this beast sharpen my bloodthirsty blade." As if sensing Yi Chen's impending doom, the ghostly nether cat's ferocious face twisted into an almost human-like expression of excitement. Its crimson eyes gleamed with greed and savagery. However, everything changed in an instant. Yi Chen's eyes blazed like lightning as he swiftly unsheathed his blade. In a flash, a blood-colored phantom streaked through the air like a shooting star, its speed almost imperceptible. The razor-sharp edge of the bloodthirsty blade, carrying immense momentum, slashed precisely at the ghostly nether cat's neck. With a crisp crack, the beast's head was cleanly severed. Blood gushed like a fountain from the beast's severed neck, spraying everywhere. Simultaneously, a clear system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind: killed 1 bronze 5-star ferocious beast. Ability points plus 15. Turning to Qiao, Yi Chen noticed her standing frozen, her body trembling slightly. Unable to resist, he teased, "Qiao, why are you shaking? Don't tell me you're scared to death by this beast?" Qiao's cheeks flushed as she pouted, "Of course not." Her attempt to appear composed was both a bit stubborn and undeniably adorable. Why are these creatures labeled as ferocious beasts? It's no coincidence. Beyond their inherent brutality and instinctual aggression toward other life forms, they exude a unique and terrifying aura of savagery. This aura is mysterious and intimidating. If likened to humans, it resembles the presence of professional killers who are cold-blooded and merciless. Imagine an unarmed civilian facing such a killer. A single icy, emotionless glance from the assassin could accelerate their heartbeat and instill fear. For some, that gaze alone might be enough to leave them trembling, paralyzed by terror. And the ferocious beasts possessed a terrifyingly unique aura. When they locked onto their prey, that savage energy alone could suffocate their targets. If an awakened one were facing such a beast for the first time, they would likely turn pale, their body trembling uncontrollably. Thus, most awakened ones, even those armed with abilities and weapons, would find themselves paralyzed by this aura the moment they stepped onto the battlefield during their first encounter with a ferocious beast. Under the oppressive influence of this malevolent aura, an awakened one's body would feel as if bound by an invisible force. Their muscles would tense, their mind would go blank, and they would struggle to even utilize 30% of their strength. Some might even be so terrified that their body became rigid, unable to move, entirely forgetting their instinct to attack. The weapons in their hands would become nothing more than useless scraps of metal, their trembling hands failing to maintain a firm grip. For this reason, during the days Ichen spent preparing to venture into the secret realm, he repeatedly simulated various scenarios he might encounter in his mind. He was well aware of the fearsome reputation of ferocious beasts and had heard countless tales of awakened ones fleeing in terror upon facing such creatures for the first time. He couldn't help but imagine himself standing before a ferocious beast, wondering whether his own body would succumb to uncontrollable reactions. He pondered deeply, if his legs turned weak, how would he muster the strength to dodge an attack? If his mind was overwhelmed by fear and lost its clarity, how would he wield his abilities or brandish his weapon? Countless such scenarios played out in his mind, allowing him to experience battles with ferocious beasts over and over again in his imagination. Gradually, this mental preparation built up his resistance to the fear of the unknown. Finally, in the secret realm, Ichen encountered a netherworld spirit cat. The cat exuded a chillingly savage aura that, for most first-time awakened ones, would have turned them pale and trembling uncontrollably. But Ichen faced it without the slightest trace of fear. Slowly, he wiped the blood off the blade of his knife, the droplets falling to the ground and vanishing into the soil. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. Though the battle with the netherworld spirit cat had been brief, it had deeply impressed upon him the realization that every successful kill of a ferocious beast was an opportunity to enhance his strength. As long as he obtained enough ability points from the forthcoming battles, his power would grow exponentially, like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil in spring. However, the ability points gained from killing a black iron-grade ferocious beast are far too few. If I want to achieve a qualitative leap, I must quickly make my way to the central region, Ichen muttered under his breath, his eyes revealing a mix of urgency and determination. Originally, with no prior experience battling ferocious beasts, he had cautiously planned to remain in the outer regions for a while longer to acclimate to the rhythm and atmosphere of fighting these creatures. But now, after his encounter with the netherworld spirit cat, he realized that he felt no innate fear of ferocious beasts. In light of this, lingering in the outer regions seemed pointless. Instinctively, he turned to look at Qiao beside him. Her face was still pale, and her delicate body trembled slightly from time to time, clearly not yet recovered from the earlier fright. Ichen thought to himself, with Qiao showing such evident fear of ferocious beasts, if they were to proceed to the more perilous central region, he would first need to help her overcome this fear. With this in mind, Ichen gently patted Qiao on the shoulder, his voice steady and reassuring. Qiao, don't be afraid. I'm here. We'll face this together, and I'll help you gradually adapt. Next time we encounter a ferocious beast, we'll both be able to handle it with ease. Qiao raised her head, looking into Ichen's confident and comforting gaze. A warmth surged within her, and she nodded slightly, responding softly, all right, I trust you, Ichen. Side by side, Ichen and Qiao pressed forward, a tense atmosphere enveloping their surroundings. Their eyes, sharp as hawks, meticulously scanned for suitable ferocious beast prey. Suddenly, a bronze one-star moon wolf leapt into view. Its entire body exuded a chilling aura, its eerie green eyes glowing fiercely in the darkness. Beneath its fur, muscles rippled subtly, as if poised to pounce on its prey at any moment. I can do this, Qiao silently chanted to herself, a fearless determination igniting within her. Without hesitation, she charged at the moon wolf, her violet glow blade clashing violently with its claws, producing a sharp, grating sound. However, the blade's length was clearly insufficient. The moon wolf's sharp claws grazed her arm, and blood gushed out instantly, staining her sleeve red. Qiao! Ichen shouted anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. The blade's too short, use your ability to form an ice sword quickly. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in her arm, Qiao took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She focused entirely on the energy surging within her. Moments later, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and moisture in the air rapidly condensed. With swift movements, Qiao's hands conjured a concentrated burst of icy blue light that radiated from her palms, coalescing into shape. A crystal-clear ice sword materialized in her grasp, its blade gleaming coldly, exuding an intimidating chill. The moon wolf seemed to sense The weapon's formidable power, a flicker of fear flashing through its eyes. Yet, it did not retreat. With a roar, it pounced toward her again. Xiao charged forward to meet the moon wolf, her ice sword slicing through the air in a sharp arc, carrying with it the howling wind. This time, with the advantage of the sword's length, she began to turn the tide of the battle. The ice sword clashed against the moon wolf's claws, sending shards of ice scattering, sparkling like stars under the moonlight. Ichen stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on the fight, ready to intervene at any moment. He knew full well that this was not just a battle to slay the moon wolf but also a critical opportunity for Qiao to conquer her inner fears. With the ice sword in hand, Qiao's momentum surged, engaging the moon wolf in an intense and breathtaking duel. Each of the wolf's attacks was deftly parried, scattering ice shards like snowflakes in a mesmerizing display. However, the wolf's savagery was unrelenting. After being repelled multiple times, it keenly detected the sluggishness in Qiao's movements caused by her earlier injury. Seizing the moment, the wolf suddenly launched itself with explosive force, its four claws propelling it off the ground in a leap. Like a streak of black lightning, it hurtled toward Qiao's throat from an impossible angle. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, and the shadow of death loomed over Qiao. At the critical moment, her instincts took over, and she activated her bronze tier skill. Magic Crystal Ice Mirror. A shimmering ice mirror radiating a frosty aura appeared behind her, its surface rippling like water. Without hesitation, Qiao dove into the mirror. In the blink of an eye, her figure re-emerged, solidifying behind the moon wolf. At that moment, she raised her ice sword high, channeling all her strength into its tip. Die! Qiao roared, the ice sword slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it descended upon the moon wolf's back. The razor-sharp blade tore through its fur and muscle, cleaving deep into its spine. The moon wolf didn't even have time to howl in pain. Its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Qiao panted heavily, her legs giving out as she collapsed to the ground. The relief of surviving a deadly ordeal mingled with the joy of defeating a formidable enemy, filling her heart with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. She gazed at the ice sword in her hand, its glowing light gradually fading, then turned to look at the lifeless moonwolf. A rush of pride surged through her chest. Her cheeks flushed with happiness, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she shouted loudly, "I did it!" As soon as the words left her mouth, she leapt toward Ichen like a joyful fawn, throwing her arms around him in a tight embrace. "Haha, I did it! I killed the beast!" she exclaimed gleefully. It took a while before Qiao realized her own impropriety. Her face reddened slightly as she loosened her hold on Ichen and lowered her head, speaking softly, "I was too excited just now and didn't pay attention." Ichen looked at Qiao, his gaze steady and filled with anticipation. "This battle was a fruitful experience, Qiao. It's time for us to head toward the central region." Qiao nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. "All right. We've gained so much experience along the way, I'm confident I can handle even stronger beasts now." The two quickly packed their belongings, carefully collecting anything useful from the moon wolf's body, and set off toward the heart of the region. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The trees became larger and more luxuriant, their dense canopies blocking out the sky. Occasionally, low, powerful roars echoed in the distance, sending chills down their spines. Ichen remained vigilant, his soft sword in hand. He spoke to Qiao in a low voice, "The beasts in the central region are on a higher level, and some might even live in packs. Don't let your guard down." Qiao gripped her ice sword tightly, her gaze resolute. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Despite her confidence, her heartbeat quickened as the looming danger of the unknown pressed closer, making her uneasy. Just then, a faint rustling came from the grass ahead. Ichen reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Qiao, his muscles tensing as his eagle-sharp eyes locked onto the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, a small white fox emerged from the bushes, its adorable demeanor almost laughable. Its fur was as pure and pristine as fresh snow in winter, and its fluffy tail swayed gently, exuding a playful charm. At that moment, an unexpected voice from the system rang out coldly, "A nine-tailed spirit fox has been detected near the host." The sudden notification left both Qiao and Ichen stunned. A nine-tailed spirit fox? That's an incredibly rare divine beast. How could it appear here, and in such a young form? Ichen questioned, his face full of doubt. He kept his soft sword raised, scanning their surroundings cautiously, wary that this might be a trap set by other beasts. Qiao, however, crouched down, her gaze soft as she looked at the little white fox. She asked gently, "Hey there, little one, why are you all alone here?" The white fox tilted its head, its glossy black eyes curiously studying Qiao and Ichen. Showing no fear, it waddled over to Chiao's feet and rubbed its head against her shoe. It doesn't seem hostile, Chiao said, looking up at Ichen with eyes full of compassion. Her face lit up with joy as she gently picked up the little white fox, bringing it close to her face. She nuzzled its soft fur and said affectionately, "Oh my! You're so cute!" The little fox snuggled obediently in Chiao's arms, its glossy eyes blinking as its 9 tails swayed gently, as if responding to her affection. Chiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She spoke softly to the little fox in her arms, "Sweetheart, do you want to be my spirit beast? I promise to bring you lots and lots of delicious food, spiritual fruits, celestial brews. You name it." The white fox's once lively eyes widened in an instant. At the mention of the delicious food, a greedy gleam appeared in its gaze, fixing intently on Chiao as though it could already see a banquet laid out before it. Ichen couldn't help but laugh at the scene, teasing, so this little white fox is just like you, Chiao, an unapologetic foodie." As soon as the words left his mouth, both Chiao and the white fox turned to glare at him in unison, their expressions conveying identical displeasure. They seemed to silently ask, "Do you think that's funny, Ichen?" In protest, Chiao lightly stomped on Ichen's foot. Not to be outdone, the white fox leapt from Chiao's arms, clinging to Ichen's pant leg with its tiny paws. It let out an adorably fierce growl, as though venting its discontent. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Ichen couldn't help but laugh helplessly. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, my bad. I shouldn't have teased you too. Please, spare me this time," he pleaded, putting on a pitiful expression with his hands clasped together. Only then did Chiao snort in satisfaction. She picked up the white fox again and continued, "Little one, don't pay him any mind. As long as you stick with me, you'll never lack for tasty treats." The white fox seemed to understand her words, wagging its tails excitedly as it nodded in her arms, its eyes brimming with anticipation as though eager to embark on a new adventure. Encirclement and a battle of blood. Suddenly, the sky darkened as storm clouds churned, forming a vortex that seemed intent on swallowing the earth. Ghostly blue flames flickered within the swirling clouds, casting an eerie glow. A bone-chilling wind swept through the forest in an instant. Ichen and Chiao's hair was whipped into a wild mess by the fierce wind, their clothes billowing violently. The icy aura surrounding them seeped into their very bones, causing their joints to ache faintly. Faced with this strange and sudden phenomenon, Ichen reacted swiftly, shouting, "Something's wrong. Brace yourselves." He positioned himself in front of Chiao and the white fox, gripping his bloodthirsty blade tightly. The sword trembled slightly, as if sensing the imminent danger. Chiao held the little fox close, her expression tense though she tried to feign calm. She scanned her surroundings, searching for a way to respond amidst the chaos. The gale whipped her hair into disarray, partially obscuring her vision. Even the white fox had lost its playfulness, curling into a ball in her arms and letting out low whimpers, its white tails wrapping tightly around its body. The storm clouds sank lower, and the howling wind carried with it ghostly wails that sent shivers down their spines. A moment later, a swarm of figures descended like a torrential downpour. It was a horde of hanging ghosts and paper brides, numbering in the hundreds. The air grew thick with a sinister energy, as if the night parade of 100 demons had begun. One of the hanging ghosts swooped down toward Ichen, its body inverted as it dangled in midair. From its gaping mouth shot a long, blood-red tongue, writhing like a grotesque fleshy worm as it darted toward Ichen's neck. In life, it had been executed by hanging. Now, in death, it sought to drag others into the same fate. Ichen reacted with lightning speed, stepping back sharply before gripping his blade with both hands to execute a figure-8 slash. With a burst of strength, his blade traced 2 fierce arcs through the air before striking repeatedly at the ghost. The blade's light flashed, and the air was soon thick with the stench of blood. With a piercing scream, the hanging ghost's body was sliced into several pieces, which fell to the ground with a series of dull thuds before disintegrating like ashes scattered to the wind. All that remained was a pile of blackened residue, akin to the remnants of burned funeral paper. Looking around, the dense swarm of ghosts rushed in from all directions. With a rough estimate, there were probably over 100. No wonder the surrounding air was so thick with an oppressive energy that it felt suffocating. The hanging ghosts had twisted forms, their tongues lolling out, while the paper brides had ghastly pale faces and hollow eyes. Their figures flickered in and out of sight under the eerie light, resembling a horrifying scroll of the night parade of 100 demons. As time passed, strange monsters resembling fish, shrimp, and crabs began to appear one after another. Their bodies were grotesquely pieced together from fish bones, spines, and the hollow shells of shrimp and crabs, assembled without any rhyme or reason, each one unique in form. Some had fish heads, others had shrimp heads with their antennae trembling slightly in the air. Still others carried crab shells, their sideways scuttling adding an extra layer of strangeness. These creatures still bore remnants of unclean flesh, with fish bladders and innards dangling grotesquely from their bodies, swaying with their every movement as if they might fall off at any time. The most horrifying sight was one particular creature that continuously oozed fish eggs from its body. The eggs were plump and numerous, dropping to the ground in an overwhelming cascade that made one's scalp crawl. Xiao felt her stomach churn violently at the sight of these grotesque fish, shrimp, and crabs. A strong wave of nausea hit her. However, before she could react, several spots on the ground suddenly swelled without warning. With a series of loud booms, the raised ground split open, sending dirt and stones tumbling down. From the fissures emerged several bizarre creatures, their bodies covered in insect-like exoskeletons that gleamed a deep brown under the dim light. They were shorter than an average human, but their faces were dominated by large, bulging eyes, even bigger than goose eggs, with a pair of antennae constantly twitching above. Their bodies were muscular, with well-defined chest muscles. For thick, powerful arms supported their sturdy legs, exuding an intimidating aura. At this moment, the horns of battle had sounded, and the bloody night of carnage had only just begun. Xiao immediately recognized them. They were cockroach men. Ordinarily, even cockroaches the size of a finger were enough to make one's skin crawl. But now, in front of her stood such massive cockroach men. The sheer visual impact sent a chilling sensation racing from her feet to her head, as though the entire world was trembling. Ichen quickly stepped in front of Xiao, shielding her behind him with a wild grin at the corner of his mouth. "Ha, looks like it's time to have some real fun today." His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, as if anticipating the bloody feast to come. "Blood and slaughter, that's the melody that gets my heart racing." With those words, he dashed into the horde of beasts alone, like a god of war descending into battle. At first, Xiao hesitated slightly, but as she watched Yi Chen move through the horde of monsters with ruthless efficiency, cutting through them as if he were untouchable, the fear in her heart began to dissipate, replaced by an unexplainable surge of strength. Moments later, she bit her lip, her gaze turning resolute, and she gripped her blade tightly. Following Yi Chen's lead, she threw herself into the bloody massacre, determined not to retreat. Yi Chen moved like a phantom among the horde, his long blade slicing through the air with fierce precision. Each swing of the blade brought with it a spray of blood mist. Suddenly, a massive fish shrimp crab monster swung its claw, assembled from crab pincers, down at him. Yi Chen dodged nimbly, sidestepping the attack, and with one fluid motion, struck at its joint. With a resounding crack, the pincer broke apart, and a thick, dark green liquid sprayed out. But Yi Chen did not back down. Instead, he closed in, driving his blade deep into the creature's fish head-like skull, killing it instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter carnage. Xiao was unwilling to be outdone. With an ice sword in hand, she moved gracefully among the beasts, resembling a sleek and deadly leopard. When a monster lunged at her with a fishbone spear, Xiao sidestepped deftly and drove her ice sword into a gap in its armor, striking a vital spot. The monster let out a guttural roar before collapsing to the ground. Xiao felt a jolt of exhilaration as the thrill of battle coursed through her veins. Yet the beasts kept coming, and the encirclement grew tighter and tighter. Both Yi Chen and Xiao's stamina were rapidly depleting, and the air grew heavy with urgency. At that moment, a cockroach man seized an opportunity to attack Yi Chen from behind. Its forearms struck simultaneously, moving with lightning speed. But Yi Chen sensed the danger immediately. He spun around, raising his blade to block the attack. The immense impact left his arms numb, and he was forced to take several steps back. His heart tightened as he prepared to counterattack. Just then, Xiao dashed toward him, her ice sword aimed straight for the cockroach man's eyes, fearless and resolute. The cockroach man reacted swiftly, swinging one arm to block the attack while another arm lashed out at Xiao. She couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground. Pain contorted her face as worry gripped her heart. Yi Chen's anxiety flared. He unleashed an even greater surge of power, forcing back the surrounding beasts with a whirlwind of ferocity. Like a tempest, he swept through the horde and quickly reached Xiao's side. Helping her up, he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao gritted her teeth and replied stubbornly, "I'm fine. Let's keep fighting." In her eyes burned the fire of determination, a resolve to face the endless darkness alongside Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew there was no room for error now. With Xiao injured and the beasts closing in, even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophe. Ignoring the soreness in his arms from blocking the cockroach man's attack, he steadied his long blade horizontally. It seemed he would have to use his abilities after all. Ah, his physique was still too weak. Temporal mirage, thunderous thousand birds. In an instant, Yi Chen's aura shifted dramatically, and the very air seemed to warp under the weight of his power. Sacred lightning, as agile as serpents, coiled furiously around his bloodthirsty blade. At the same time, Yi Chen muttered in a low voice, "Dragon chant of the Nine Heavens blade, first form, hidden dragon unleashed." As soon as he finished speaking, the seemingly ordinary blade began to tremble violently. Though the vibration was subtle, it carried a rhythmic pulse. Then, a faint dragon's roar, ancient and primal, echoed from deep within the blade's soul, as if heralding the battle to come. Yi Chen swung his blade, and at first glance, the strike seemed unremarkable, no dazzling light, no earth-shaking sound. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that the seemingly mundane blade wind carried threads of an incredibly fine yet unyielding force. This force resembled a great dragon hiding in the depths of the ocean. Though it had yet to reveal its true form, its mere presence distorted the surrounding air. The fish shrimp crab beasts at the forefront had no time to react and were obliterated by the strike. Under the rampage of the sacred lightning, their bodies disintegrated into dust, leaving no trace behind. The cockroach men behind them tried to flee but found themselves trapped, the overwhelming power surrounding them leaving no escape. Yi Chen charged into the swarm of cockroach men, unleashing deafening thunderclaps. Under the onslaught of sacred lightning, their exoskeletons crumbled like paper, shattering into pieces. Their limbs were torn apart by the lightning, scattering through the air. Thick, dark green blood rained down, staining the ground in an eerie, grotesque hue. However, unleashing this powerful ability took a tremendous toll on Yi Chen. His face instantly turned pale as paper, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Finally, the ferocious beasts were dealt with. Both Yi Chen and Xiao's clothes were dyed crimson with the blood of the beasts and their own. The pungent smell of blood lingered in the air, so thick it was nauseating. Yi Chen's legs gave out, and he dropped to one knee. The long blade in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, kicking up a small cloud of dust. He panted heavily, sweat mixed with blood dripping continuously from his forehead and landing on the cracked earth below. Xiao was not much better off. Her face was as pale as paper, and she leaned against the charred trunk of a nearby tree, barely supporting her trembling body. The two exchanged a glance. Their gazes carried a mix of relief for surviving the ordeal and an unspoken bond forged through fighting side by side at the edge of death. "We did it," Yi Chen said hoarsely, his voice tinged with exhaustion but also unmistakable satisfaction. Xiao's lips curved into a faint, weak smile. "Yes, thanks to you." A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the blood-stained leaves scattered on the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. The corpses of the beasts lay strewn about, limbs severed and scattered in chaos. Burn marks from the divine lightning that had scorched the ground during the battle were still visible, charred black. "I wonder if there are any stragglers left," Yi Chen muttered, his brow furrowed as he forced his exhausted body to remain vigilant, scanning the surroundings with caution. He knew all too well that in this perilous secret realm, any moment of carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. Xiao shook her head lightly. "I hope not, but we should still stay alert." After resting for a brief moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up. Though every part of his body protested in pain, his muscles aching and the wounds on his body sending sharp pangs of agony, he gritted his teeth and walked step by step to Xiao's side. "Let me see your wound," he said softly, his voice filled with concern. Xiao rolled up her sleeve to reveal a deep gash on her arm, the flesh torn and blood still seeping out. Yi Chen pulled out a tattered cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the blood around her wound. His movements were so gentle, as if he were handling the most precious treasure. "Bear with it, this might sting a little," he said as he wrapped the cloth tightly around her arm and tied a knot. Watching his focused expression, a warm feeling rose in Xiao's heart, and the pain seemed to lessen slightly. After treating the wound, the two of them looked around at the blood-soaked battlefield, their emotions complicated. "What do we do next?" Xiao asked, her gaze carrying a hint of uncertainty. Yi Chen remained silent for a moment before fixing his resolute gaze on the distant horizon. "We keep moving forward. We can't stop." Xiao nodded slightly, taking a deep breath and forcing herself to summon her strength. "All right, together." Their determination burned like an unyielding fire, lighting the path ahead and preparing them for the unknown challenges to come. Yi Chen and Xiao shared a brief glance, their eyes reflecting both the exhaustion of battle and a profound understanding of each other. Without a word, the two found a relatively safe spot to sit down. Slowly, they allowed their tense nerves and aching bodies to relax, the lingering fatigue from the fight gradually dissipating. Yet, Xian Yuanichen remained calm, even opening his system interface right then and there to assess his current strength. Name, Xian Yuanichen. Level, Bronze 5-star. Ability, Time, SSS. Physique, 160 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 160 Her, plus. Skills, Blade Techniques, Blade Master plus, Time Mirror, Beginner plus, Eye of Time, Beginner plus, Time Domain, Beginner plus, Dragon's Roar Skyblade, Hidden Dragon Dormant plus. Ability points, 40-90. As I expected, my blade techniques have already broken through to Blade Master. Xian Yuanichen's eyes gleamed with delight as he murmured to himself. Even at just the Blade Master level, I feel an unprecedented sense of control. If my blade techniques advance even further, what would that feel like? He checked his reserve of ability points. To his surprise, he had accumulated 4,090 points, enough to enhance his skill levels. With anticipation, Ichen decisively spent 4,000 ability points, elevating his blade techniques to the Great Blade Master realm in one fell swoop. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body. At the same time, his physique and spirit simultaneously climbed to a new high of 240, as the ability points nourished him deeply. He felt like a sharp blade, honed and ready to cut through anything in his path. A flood of intricate blade techniques and combat experience surged into his mind like a tidal wave. These memories weren't superficial, they were deeply ingrained, as if Xian Yuanichen had personally immersed himself in blade mastery for decades. Every move and technique seemed to have fused with his very soul. When the final strand of memory was imprinted, Ichen's aura abruptly transformed. He held the Bloodthirst blade, swinging it in a sharp arc. With a sudden slash, it unleashed its might. In just 1 second, the Bloodthirst blade danced in the air, slashing out 4 fierce arcs of blade energy in succession. Each slash tore through the air with a harsh, whistling sound, as though the very atmosphere was being cleaved apart. Not only had Ichen successfully advanced his blade techniques to the Great Blade Master realm, but he had also comprehended a unique killing move of his own, Illusory Moonlight. This blade art consisted of 3 styles, each possessing the power to destroy everything in its path. The first style, Fleeting Moonlight, unleashed a dazzling flash of the blade, appearing ethereal yet concealing a deadly intent. Like moonlight cascading silently, it struck enemies with devastating precision. The second style, Thousand Blood Slashes, transformed Ichen's blade into countless crimson shadows, raining down like a storm of blades. Wherever it passed, terrifying blade energy wreaked havoc. The most fearsome of all was the third style, Aerial Abyss. When executed, the blade's light would engulf everything, reducing all to nothingness as though devouring even the enemy's soul, consigning them to an eternal abyss of blades. At this moment, Ichen's gaze was firmly fixed on the mysterious core region ahead, his heart filled with irrepressible excitement. The Sharingan he had long yearned for seemed almost within his grasp. The mere thought of acquiring such a powerful ability made his heart race uncontrollably. Side by side, Ichen and Xiao strode toward the core region. Along the way, the dark, winding paths were shrouded in an eerie mist, and occasional low growls from unknown creatures echoed, heightening the sinister atmosphere. Before they had gone far, a horde of alien creatures emerged from the darkness. These beasts, the size of wolves, were wreathed in ghostly green flames and surrounded them with bared fangs and claws. Ichen's eyes narrowed sharply. Without hesitation, he drew the Bloodthirst blade, infusing it with his power. A faint silver glow enveloped the blade, a hallmark of the Blade Master realm's sharpness. He launched the first strike, executing the initial style of Illusory Moonlight. The blade flashed like lightning, instantly cutting down several of the alien creatures, which let out agonized howls. Not to be outdone, Xiao unleashed her own abilities, sending shards of ice shooting from her palms to pierce their enemies with deadly precision. The battle raged on. Out of the corner of his eye, Ichen caught sight of a massive alien creature stealthily circling behind his companion, preparing to launch a fatal strike. His heart burned with urgency. Without a second thought, he unleashed the second form of the Void Moonlight technique, Blood Blade Thousand Strikes. In an instant, countless blood-red blade shadows surged forth like a tide, engulfing the alien in a sea of blades within moments. Bronze 5-star alien slain. Ability points plus 15. As the last agonized scream faded, Ichen and his companions finally dispatched the troublesome aliens. Ichen, his expression calm, raised his hand and meticulously wiped the blood from his blade with a cloth before sheathing it securely. Yet within him, waves of exhilaration and adrenaline surged like a tsunami. When encountering ferocious beasts, Xian Yuan Ichen didn't even need to rely on his abilities. With his superhuman physique and the unparalleled mastery of a blade master, he could easily slay them. As a ferocious beast charged into view, a cold smirk tugged at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. His long blade gleamed with a chilling light as he executed a ferocious, peerless technique. The crimson blade aura slashed through like lightning, felling the beast in an instant without suspense. Seek beasts. Slay them. Earn ability points. Yi Chen repeated this simple and direct goal in his mind endlessly. Each strike was precise and lethal, as if he were fighting for his own cultivation. Amidst relentless battles, Yi Chen gradually uncovered a hidden pattern. The acquisition of ability points was closely tied to the strength of the beasts, far more than he had imagined. For instance, the nether spirit cat and the cockroach man, two entirely different types of beasts, yielded vastly different combat power even at the same tier. A single cockroach man could easily contend with 3 or 4 nether spirit cats. This discovery secretly delighted Yi Chen. Defeating stronger foes would reap richer rewards. However, for Yi Chen, who was single-mindedly focused on growing stronger and forging ahead, this revelation did little to alter his strategy. In his eyes, the beasts before him were merely stepping stones on the path to power. Slay them, and that was that. As they traversed every corner of the mystic realm, the flames of battle burned ever brighter. In the deepest recesses of the mystic realm lay a terrifying behemoth, crouched silently. The black monstrosity's massive body was covered in countless writhing tendrils, twisting eerily in the dim light like living creatures. A particular area of the beast's body was so densely packed with these tendrils that they formed an outline resembling a lion's mane. Within this mane, a giant stone bowl rested, filled with the severed limbs of humans, soaking in a viscous pool of blood. Clearly, there were no survivors. Death had long claimed them. Suddenly, a faint noise disturbed the stillness of the outside world. The sleeping obsidian Black Lion King was instantly awakened. The colossal beast raised its head abruptly, its grotesque face revealed in the dim light. What sent chills down one's spine was the sight of dozens of mouths grotesquely covering its face, jagged teeth unevenly lined, exuding a revolting stench of decay. Its murky, murderous gaze locked onto the faint traces of human presence nearby. Rising to its full height, its massive body extended legs of varying lengths and grotesque shapes. With each movement, its muscles twitched unnervingly, as if ready to strike at any moment. Behind its head, countless tendrils flailed like dancing black ribbons, radiating an endless aura of terror. Roar! Gurr! Wah wah! Dozens of mouths let out a cacophony of roars, shrill, guttural, and hoarse, weaving together into a deafening sonic wave. It was as if a bomb had exploded in the air, leaving ears ringing in its wake. Foolish humans, daring to trespass on my territory once again, the obsidian Black Lion King bellowed in fury within its mind, its aura surging violently. It vowed to annihilate the intruders completely. Summoning nearby beasts, it commanded, "Kill these invaders. Bring me their corpses." After venting its rage, the colossal beast slowly lowered its massive body once more, closed its eyes, and returned to its slumber. Only the trembling air, filled with the aftershock of its presence, and the intensifying scent of blood lingered around it. Hearing the bone-shaking roar, Chi Yao, who stood beside Yi Chen, turned pale instantly. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down her forehead as she stammered, voice trembling, "This roar. It's terrifying. Yi Chen, it seems we've truly disturbed the beasts inside." Yi Chen's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as a hawk's as he stared in the direction of the roar. "Indeed," he said gravely. "From the sound of it, this beast won't be easy to deal with." Almost instinctively, he gripped his long blade tightly. The slight tremor of the blade mirrored the burning passion for combat within him. A companion swallowed hard, their legs trembling slightly. "Maybe we should retreat for now and come up with a better plan? This must be the obsidian Black Lion King we're after. It's definitely a formidable opponent." Yi Chen took a deep breath, his eyes resolute as the flames of determination ignited within him. "The Sharingan I've long yearned for is right before me. Today, I will bring this beast to its knees. It has slain countless innocents here, its end has come." His voice was thunderous, rallying his companions with its booming resolve. "Prepare for battle." Yi Chen's body sank slightly, his posture resembling a predator ready to pounce. Every muscle in his body tensed, exuding an unparalleled combat aura. His sharp gaze gleamed, reflecting his unyielding determination and his hunger for a decisive showdown with the beast. "Let's see just how powerful this so-called fearsome beast truly is," he roared, as though bolstering his own resolve. The very air around them seemed to quiver under his commanding presence. His companions gripped their weapons tightly, bracing themselves for the life-and-death struggle ahead. In an instant, a black tide surged forward, an army of beasts swarmed toward Yi Chen like a flood, hell-bent on tearing him apart. Upon closer inspection, their grotesque forms seemed as though they had crawled out from the depths of a dark underworld, reeking of decay and emitting a nauseating stench. Ichen's piercing gaze scanned the horrific creatures one by one, his brows knitting into a sharp V as alarm bells rang in his mind. Each beast radiated an aura of death and malice, as if heralding the arrival of doom. Above, a brain the size of a tire floated eerily in mid-air. Its surface was riddled with deep grooves, and murky eyeballs rolled unsettlingly within its folds, glowing faintly with a sinister light. Tendrils of flesh writhed like serpents, leaving trails of blood in the air that filled the atmosphere with unease. This was the dreaded and infamous blood brain. On the ground, a grotesque spherical mass rolled forward relentlessly. Upon closer inspection, the sphere was composed of countless beast corpses, their broken limbs and twisted faces telling the horrifying tale of its creation. Even more chilling were the four pale sheets of paper plastered onto its surface, each bearing a blood-red character: sacrifice, mourning, death, and lament. Together, they seemed to proclaim endless sorrow and the arrival of a grim demise. This was none other than the Four Lamentation Sphere. Just as Ichen was cautiously observing his surroundings, a sudden and unexpected incident made his heart tighten. A pitch-black funeral car hurtled towards him without warning, moving at a speed like the call of the Grim Reaper. A massive wreath hung from the front of the vehicle, its pale white ribbons fluttering eerily in the wind. On the white silk tied to the sides of the car were the words "Eternal Glory," exuding an indescribable strangeness. The driver inside the car looked peculiar. From the hollow eye sockets of his skeletal head, it seemed as though a cold gaze was fixated on Ichen. Dressed in a pristine white shirt with white gloves on his hands, he stood out starkly amidst the darkness and bloodshed. The entire vehicle radiated an ominous and ghastly aura. In a split second, Ichen moved like lightning, sidestepping narrowly to avoid the funeral car's deadly impact. Before he could catch his breath, another sudden change erupted within the monstrous horde. A gigantic metallic spider emerged slowly from the shadows. Its body was as large as a car, emitting a chilling metallic sheen that sent shivers down the spine. Its 8 long legs were sharp and menacing, each over 10 meters in length. The edges of the legs were as razor-sharp as blades, and what was even more terrifying was that each leg was covered in sharp, barbed hooks. Ichen's eyes stayed locked on the colossal spider, his heart pounding wildly. He knew this would be an unprecedented and brutal battle, where even the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Clutching the bloodthirsty blade tightly in his hand, his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he charged toward the spider. The blade flashed as he slashed fiercely at one of the spider's legs. Clang! A resounding clash echoed as sparks flew everywhere. Ichen's full-force strike only left a shallow mark on the spider's leg. The colossal spider, enraged, propelled itself forward with its 8 long legs, charging at Ichen furiously. But Ichen remained calm, deftly weaving through the gaps in the spider's relentless attacks. Seizing an opening in the spider's assault, Ichen timed his move perfectly. With a powerful leap, he soared high into the air, his bloodthirsty blade enveloped in the divine lightning of Tai Ching. He drove the blade down toward the spider's body with all his might. Squish! The long blade finally pierced through the spider's body, and black blood gushed out like a torrent. The spider let out an agonized screech, thrashing wildly in an attempt to throw Ichen off. Ichen gripped the blade tightly, unyielding as a mountain. Just then, the surrounding beasts surged forward, seeking to attack him. While he was vulnerable. With a thunderous shout, Ichen unleashed a powerful surge of energy, repelling the beasts around him. Qiao followed closely behind, her longsword dancing like a dragon leaping from the sea. Wherever her blade passed, beasts fell one after another. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering as she fought alongside Ichen, showing no trace of fear. The horn of battle had sounded, and the life and death struggle was about to commence. Suddenly, a bloodbrain dove at Qiao from the sky. She looked up, a glint of frost flashing in her eyes. With a quick sidestep, she gracefully evaded the bloodbrain's attack. Her long sword then struck like lightning, sending several sword auras shooting toward the bloodbrain like raindrops. The bloodbrain nimbly dodged the sword auras and lunged at Qiao again, seemingly unwilling to retreat. Seeing this, Ichen's heart burned with fury. He immediately abandoned the colossal spider and rushed toward Qiao. Swinging his long blade, he unleashed a powerful blade arc that slashed directly at the bloodbrain. The bloodbrain was struck by the blade force, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground with an earth-shaking impact. The horde of beasts continued to swarm, and Ichen and Qiao moved like the wind amidst their ranks. Their bodies were covered in beast blood, yet they showed no sign of fear. At that moment, their gazes grew even more resolute, and their coordination became increasingly seamless. Every strike they delivered claimed the lives of multiple beasts. Under their ferocious counterattacks, the beast horde began to show signs of panic. Some of the beasts started to shrink back, hesitant to charge forward again. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen and Qi Yao launched a final offensive. Though their bodies were drenched in blood, their fighting spirit soared like a rainbow. Spotting the disarray in the beasts' ranks, Yi Chen took a deep breath. The spiritual energy within him surged like a roaring tide, coursing wildly through his body. Illusory moonlight, thousand blood slashes. Yi Chen roared, and in an instant, his long blade erupted with dazzling brilliance. Blood-red blade shadows emerged faintly, exuding a terrifying aura. Countless blood-red blade shadows radiated outward from Yi Chen, sweeping in all directions like a violent storm. The blade shadows were razor-sharp and unimaginably fast, tearing through the air with a shrill zzz sound. A massive beast, too large to dodge in time, was struck by several blade shadows in an instant. Its tough hide, under the terrifying power of the thousand blood slashes, was sliced apart like paper. Its body was instantly severed into multiple pieces, collapsing to the ground with blood splattering everywhere. Beside him, Qi Yao was equally formidable. Channeling divine might, she wielded her sword with a relentless flow of strikes. Her figure moved with graceful agility, weaving through the horde of beasts. Each swing of her sword brought forth a mist of blood, as if she were the harbinger of death. A beast, attempting to ambush her from behind, was swiftly impaled through the skull by her reverse strike, blood gushing out like a fountain. Her cold gaze unwavering, she yanked the sword free and kicked the beast's corpse away before charging at another beast, fully displaying her unparalleled prowess. Under the duo's relentless and ferocious attacks, the beast horde's panic intensified. The once ferocious beasts now displayed fear in their eyes, retreating and colliding with each other in disarray. Sensing the perfect chance, Yi Chen and Qi Yao did not relent. They darted through the beast horde like specters, Yi Chen's long blade cleaving through the chaos, while Qi Yao's sword radiated a chilling gleam, each strike aimed at the beast's vital points. Wherever they went, flesh and blood flew, leaving a gruesome battlefield strewn with beast corpses. The stench of blood permeated the air, lingering over the scene. Suddenly, the obsidian black lion king opened its eyes wide, a cold gleam bursting forth. Its thunderous roar echoed like booming thunder. A bunch of useless trash. Unable to even kill these pathetic humans. Its voice was like a tidal wave, shaking the air around it. It slowly rose to its feet, stepping forward with steady and deliberate movements toward Yi Chen and Qi Yao. Each step seemed to strike the earth's core, causing the ground to tremble slightly and kicking up clouds of dust. The obsidian black Lion King's entire body was as dark as ink, its form shimmering with an eerie, semi-transparent luster. Its face was covered with numerous mouths, each revealing sharp, glinting fangs, with viscous, chilling saliva dripping from between them. Above its head, countless tentacles whipped through the air like wild winds, tracing bizarre arcs in the sky. Its massive body loomed like a small mountain, its thick, powerful legs resembling iron pillars. The winds stirred by its movements carried a potent aura of danger, while its black mist-like aura rolled and expanded, seemingly solid. Yi Chen and Qi Yao were instantly engulfed by a bone-chilling cold. Looking up, they saw the colossal figure of the obsidian black lion king, towering like a mountain, exuding an oppressive force that made their hearts race. Instinctively, the two tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed on the approaching behemoth. The obsidian black lion king halted its steps, its blood-red colossal eyes towering high, gazing down at Yi Chen and Qi Yao with disdain. The dark aura swirling around. Its body grew even more intense. Opening its enormous, bloodthirsty maw, it let out an ear-splitting roar. "Pathetic humans, how dare you trespass upon my domain?" Faced with such a terrifying scene, many ability users had already collapsed to the ground, their legs weak with fear. Yet, Xian Yuan Yi Chen remained unshaken, his expression calm as ever. He leisurely placed his hand on the scabbard of his blade, his fingers tightening slightly, ready to strike at a moment's notice, catching the opponent off guard. Clang! A tremendous sound echoed as a blood-red blade aura surged straight for the obsidian black lion king. If this strike had landed on a bronze-tier beast, it would have been fatal. Yet, the obsidian black lion king was a silver-tiered beast and emerged from the attack completely unscathed. As expected of a silver-tier beast, truly impressive. Yi Chen muttered, his interest thoroughly piqued. The obsidian black lion king trembled slightly after being struck, then unleashed another deafening roar. The world seemed to spin as Yi Chen and Qi Yao were momentarily disoriented for 2 seconds. When they regained their senses, the massive silhouette of the obsidian black lion king had vanished without a trace. Not good. Yi Chen's heart tightened. Years of battle experience sharpened his instincts, and without hesitation, he shouted urgently, "Xiao, watch the surroundings." Before his words had even finished, a chilling wind attacked from behind. Instinctively, Ichen sidestepped and swung his blade in a reverse grip. Clang! Sparks erupted as metal collided. Ichen raised his eyes to see. The obsidian Black Lion King's claws pressed firmly against his blade. Its many gaping maws revealed razor-sharp fangs that gleamed with a chilling glow, while its drool dripped incessantly, emitting a nauseating stench. Ichen! Xiao cried out anxiously, her voice laced with worry. Arctic domain. Though her tone was gentle, it carried unwavering resolve. In an instant, a surge of icy energy radiated outward from her as the center. The ground rapidly froze over with thick layers of ice, spreading toward the obsidian Black Lion King. Sensing the perilous chill, the beast attempted to retreat but found itself firmly trapped by the adhesive ice, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity while the obsidian Black Lion King was preoccupied with Qi Yao, Ichen took a deep breath. His ability surged wildly as he bellowed, "Time Mirage, 1,000 lightning birds." Simultaneously, the Taiching Divine Thunder enveloped his bloodthirsty blade. In a flash, several streaks of blade light, imbued with divine thunder, slashed fiercely at the obsidian Black Lion King's back. With a thunderous boom, the beast roared in agony, its back bathed in lightning and blade energy. The ferocious strike left the obsidian Black Lion King writhing in pain, its furious roars reverberating through the heavens. The dark aura around it surged like a tidal wave. With a sudden stomp, it activated its shadow stealth technique, disappearing into the thick darkness in an instant, leaving Ichen and Qi Yao standing warily on guard, prepared for the next attack. Ichen knew well that this seemingly calm darkness was, in fact, fraught with deadly peril. The obsidian Black Lion King could launch a fatal strike from any corner at any moment. "Qi Yao, stay close. Don't give it an opening," Ichen whispered, lowering his voice as he addressed Qi Yao beside him. The two stood back to back, their bodies turning slowly as they remained alert to every faint sound. In the darkness, the wind howled like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Every noise sent shivers down their spines. Ichen gripped his bloodthirsty blade tightly. The blade trembled slightly, and the residual energy of the Taiching Divine Thunder crackled faintly in the air, as if forewarning the storm to come. Suddenly, a glimmer of shadow caught the corner of Ichen's eye. Without time to think, he instinctively hurled his blade toward the source of movement. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade struck metal in the darkness. "There!" Ichen shouted. "Qi Yao, prepare to attack." At that moment, the obsidian Black Lion King burst forth from the shadows, claws extended, lunging toward them. Its massive body was shrouded in rolling waves of darkness, and the suffocating stench engulfed the area. Ichen swiftly recalled his bloodthirsty blade, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Qi Yao, and the two readied themselves once again. Feeling the oppressive force of the obsidian Black Lion King's looming attack, Ichen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low, commanding tone, "Qi Yao, now." Qi Yao nodded in understanding and instantly unleashed her Arctic domain. The temperature around them plummeted as water vapor in the air condensed rapidly. Countless sharp ice spikes materialized around the obsidian Black Lion King, raining down upon it like a tempest. The beast, ensnared by the ice spikes, found itself unable to evade. Ichen seized the moment, his feet propelling him forward like a phantom. Enveloped in the power of the Taiching Divine Thunder, his bloodthirsty blade slashed down with unrelenting force toward the creature's neck. The obsidian Black Lion King let out an enraged roar, attempting to counterattack, but its movements were hindered by Qi Yao's ice spikes. Hastily, it raised its massive forelimb to block. Clang! Sparks flew as the impact reverberated, the sheer force numbing Ichen's arms, yet he held firm. Within Qi Yao's Arctic domain, the obsidian Black Lion King's mobility was severely restricted. Ichen leaped high into the air, his bloodthirsty blade tracing an arc overhead. Gathering all his strength, he delivered a devastating strike, infused with the terrifying power of the Taiching Divine Thunder, onto the beast's back. Boom! The ground shook with the impact as the obsidian Black Lion King's body trembled violently, unleashing a piercing, anguished cry. The black mist surrounding it began to dissipate, and its massive frame slowly collapsed. The breathtaking scene left everyone holding their breath as victory appeared within reach. However, the obsidian Black Lion King, refusing to concede, struggled back to its feet. Seizing the opportunity, its tail, as thick and powerful as a steel whip, lashed out violently at Ichen. Unable to react in time, Ichen crossed his arms defensively in front of him. With a resounding bang, his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into a distant tree. The tree snapped with a loud crack, scattering debris everywhere. Yi Chen! Xiao cried out, her voice filled with panic and worry. Clutching her ice sword tightly, she was ready to rush forward recklessly. But before she could act, she saw Yi Chen gritting his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a trembling hand. Yi Chen stood upright with difficulty, his gaze steadfast and unyielding. Despite the searing pain accompanying each breath, he maintained a firm grip on his bloodthirsty blade. Though the glow of the Taiching divine thunder on the blade had dimmed, it continued to flicker stubbornly. Xiao, don't act rashly. We'll find a way together, Yi Chen said, his voice weak but resolute. He knew that acting recklessly now would only plunge them into greater peril. Xiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She nodded, and though her ice sword trembled slightly in her grasp, its icy blue glow remained strong. The obsidian Black Lion King, seemingly enraged by Yi Chen's resilience, let out a long, furious howl. Its roar was filled with wrath and defiance. As the sound faded, the dark mist around its body thickened, becoming as dense as ink. Suddenly, the beast crouched low, its front claws pressing against the ground. In a flash, it vanished into the darkness, employing its shadow assault to launch a rapid attack toward Yi Chen and Xiao. Its speed was astonishing, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Quick, dodge! Yi Chen shouted as he swiftly sidestepped. At the same time, Xiao reacted quickly, leaping lightly backward. The obsidian Black Lion King lunged but met only empty air. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the moment while the Black Lion King was slowly rising, Yi Chen and Xiao exchanged a knowing glance and quickly adjusted their strategy. Yi Chen activated his time domain, acceleration, and dashed toward the massive beast. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand radiated a chilling gleam as he raised it high, carving a breathtaking arc in the air. Accompanied by the howling of wind, it slashed fiercely toward the beast's enormous body. At the same time, Yi Chen shouted, Xiao, you faint. I'll end this illusory moonlight burial. In an instant, the Black Lion King's body was torn open by the sharp blade, leaving a horrifying wound. Crimson blood gushed out as its beating heart became faintly visible. At that moment, Xiao, who had been preparing, let out a sharp cry and unleashed her magic mirror ice crystal technique. In the blink of an eye, her figure dissipated like smoke, only to reappear beneath the Black Lion King. The icy sword in her hand glowed with a cold, ghostly light, striking precisely into the exposed heart. The fatal blow caused the Black Lion King's massive body to tremble violently before it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying into the air. Yi Chen and Xiao sat side by side on the open ground next to the fallen Black Lion King, taking a brief rest. After the intense battle, both were utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a commotion came from Yi Chen's backpack. A small, white creature poked its head out and immediately began to retch. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, I almost forgot you were in the backpack, Xiaobai. After a moment, Xiaobai seemed to regain its composure, its eyes lighting up as it excitedly looked toward the depths of the Black Lion King's territory. It began to cry out in excitement. There, in a hidden corner, grew a silver moon frostflower, its entire form as if cast from silver, shimmering softly in the faint light. On nights when the silver moon hung high, it would emit a faint, delicate fragrance that permeated the still night. Meanwhile, on the other side of the territory, a group of 5 hurried along. Within the group, a man with a prominent scar across his face looked worriedly at the woman leading them. Boss, we just heard sounds of fighting from the Black Lion King's territory. Could the celestial herb have been taken by someone else? That's the critical material the employer is after. As he spoke, an arrow suddenly shot toward Yi Chen like a falling star. Yi Chen reacted instantly, raising his bloodthirsty blade to block it. With a crisp clang, the arrow was cleanly severed, its broken halves falling to the ground with soft thuds. Yi Chen's sharp gaze immediately turned toward the direction the arrow had come from, his anger flaring. Raising his hand, he unleashed a fierce blade energy. Wherever the energy swept, trees were felled as though cut by an axe, their trunks severed cleanly. Little brother, no need to get so worked up, a voice called out, tinged with mockery. Yi Chen focused his gaze and roared, It's you. What do you want? The leader of the opposing group wore a sinister smile and spoke leisurely. Isn't it obvious? We're here to take that herb and the spoils from the Black Lion King. He glanced smugly at Yi Chen and Xiao before continuing, Don't even think about running. I saw earlier, you two are already spent. His smirk deepened, as if victory was already in his grasp. Hand over the herb and the spoils, and I'll graciously let you live. Otherwise, you'll learn the meaning of a fate worse then death. The young woman in the group chuckled coquettishly, her laughter as melodious as silver bells, while her provocative figure added an air of charm. Ichen glanced at her disdainfully, instantly recognizing that the group was after the silver moon frostflower. He maintained a calm expression and said, "I have no idea what herb you're talking about." "Cut the act. Pretending to be innocent, huh? Your little tricks won't fool me." The young woman's eyes were full of scorn, her tone dripping with contempt. "Hand over the herb. That herb was ours to begin with, along with the spoils. Surrender everything, and we might spare your lives." "Don't get any funny ideas, you can't escape from here," the scar-faced man sneered, as if he had already cornered Ichen and Qiao. "When did this herb become yours? If you want to kill and rob, just say so. There's no need to make it sound so righteous it's revolting." Ichen retorted angrily, his gaze full of disdain. "Escape? What a joke. If you want to fight, stop wasting time and bring it on." Ichen's eyes were cold and resolute, showing not a hint of fear. He quickly assessed the group. Their leader was only at the silver 1-star level, while the others were at bronze 6-star. With his abilities, he could handle up to 8 opponents of this level with ease. Since the group had murderous intent, Ichen knew he couldn't let them go, they would undoubtedly become a lingering threat. Gripping his bloodthirsty blade tightly, his gaze grew sharper, already locking onto his targets, preparing for the imminent bloodshed. As the tension peaked and both sides were ready to strike, Qiao quietly moved closer to Ichen and whispered, "Ichen, we've just been through a tough battle and haven't recovered yet. We can't engage them head-on. Let's look for an opening to break through and act later." Ichen gave a slight nod, though his eyes never left the 5 adversaries, remaining vigilant. Seeing that Ichen and Qiao showed no signs of surrender, the young woman's expression darkened. She snorted coldly, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? "Don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, she darted forward like a phantom, her soft sword dancing in her hand, its gleaming edge delivering deadly strikes. At the same time, the scar-faced man and the other 3 fanned out to encircle Ichen and Qiao. Ichen's mind raced. In an instant, he activated the magic mirror ice crystal. A surge of bone-chilling cold radiated from him, spreading rapidly. The space around the 5 adversaries was soon engulfed in frost as countless crystal and ice mirrors rose from the ground, surrounding them in layers. Holding his bloodthirsty blade, Ichen moved like a specter through the maze of mirrors, his speed as swift as lightning. Each time he emerged from a mirror, his blade carried a bone-chilling aura and a fierce wind, striking directly at his opponent's vital points. The young woman's brows furrowed, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. She quickly shouted, "Use Earthflow Wall. Block him now." Her sharp, urgent voice carried a mix of fear and determination. The middle-aged, heavy-set man immediately complied, summoning an Earthflow Wall to shield the 5 of them. However, Ichen's movements through the ice mirrors did not falter. With a deafening crash, his bloodthirsty blade, wielding his full strength, struck the wall. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere as a deep, jagged crack appeared in the wall, though it remained standing. Illusory moonlight, 1,000 blood slashes. Let's see how long this wall can hold. Countless blade strikes rained down on the Earthflow Wall. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the collapse of a mountain, the wall finally gave way under the relentless assault, crumbling into debris as a cloud of dust surged outward like a tidal wave. The 5 individuals turned pale as paper at the sight before them, fear overwhelming them as they staggered backward. Their weapons flailed wildly in their hands as they swung frantically at Ichen, hoping to fend off his storm-like onslaught. The young woman, trying to maintain a facade of calm, could not hide the terror in her eyes. Inwardly alarmed, she hastily shouted, her voice trembling slightly, "Don't panic. Attack together. Kill them, and the silver moonfrost will be ours." Her words, though shaken, sought to rally her companion's courage. Ichen's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he moved fluidly through the enemy ranks, his figure nimble and unrestrained. The bloodlust blade in his hand swung left and right, each strike bringing with it a rain of blood. A bronze 6-star warrior, startled by Ichen's ghostly sudden attack, lost his composure. His spear thrust slowed by a fraction of a second. His movements clumsy and disordered. Ichen, quick to react, sidestepped with the lightness of a drifting willow, easily avoiding the spear's attack. He countered instantly, his blade flashing like a silver streak, slicing cleanly across the warrior's neck. The man's eyes widened in terror and disbelief, his hands instinctively clutching the gushing wound as his body toppled like a kite with a broken string. Scarface, witnessing his comrade's gruesome death, turned red-eyed with rage, like a beast provoked. He swung his broadsword with reckless abandon, charging at Ichen with wild ferocity. His moves were broad and desperate, driven by a death-defying madness. Yi Chen dodged gracefully, slipping behind Scarface in a blur. With a powerful kick, he struck Scarface squarely in the back, sending him stumbling forward. Before Scarface could regain his footing, Yi Chen's bloodlust blade slashed across his waist in a swift arc. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, soaking Scarface's clothes in an instant. The young woman, seeing the situation spiral out of control with her side suffering heavy casualties, was consumed by both fear and desperation. She screamed. Green leaf storm. Countless sharp leaves began to swirl toward Yi Chen, accompanied by the green leaf tracking arrows, a barrage of arrow-like projectiles aimed at him. But at that moment, the time domain, stasis activated, freezing everything around them. Yi Chen roared, illusory moonlight slash. His blade gleamed as it struck toward the young woman. Her eyes widened in terror and despair, her body frozen mid-motion, unable to evade the fatal blow. Thud! The dull, deadly sound echoed as the bloodlust blade cleaved through the air like lightning, cutting the young woman cleanly in two. Her body fell slowly, the horrific scene causing the atmosphere to freeze in chilling stillness. The two remaining enemies, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were paralyzed with fear. Their legs gave out beneath them, and they collapsed to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to resist further. Yi Chen showed no mercy, coldly and efficiently ending their lives. Yi Chen exchanged a glance with Qi Yao, a faint smile of relief and weariness passing between them, though their eyes also bore a complex mix of emotions. Qi Yao looked at the bloodied bodies scattered around them, her face pale and her lips trembling. Her voice was shaky with disbelief. Yi Chen, you killed them. Yi Chen stepped closer, gently lifting Qi Yao's chin with his hand to meet her gaze. His voice was low as he said, "It wasn't us who killed them, it was this Black Jade Lion King." His eyes flicked toward the massive, lifeless body of the Black Jade Lion King nearby, his mind calculating silently. All of this had been to protect them. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on slaying the silver tier beast, Black Jade Lion King. Ability points plus 20. Sharingan has been added to the system inventory. Yi Chen appeared unaffected by the message, his thoughts solely on how to make Qi Yao understand. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes as he continued, "Look, these people came here for the silver moonfrost, their intentions malicious and their goal to kill us for the treasure. If we hadn't fought back, the ones lying here would have been us." His voice was steady and firm, like a rock, as he sought to calm Qi Yao. Qi Yao looked up, meeting Yi Chen's gaze. The fear and panic in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a dawning realization. She took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. It's just my first time seeing such a bloody scene. I can't help but feel." Her voice trailed off as she bit her lip gently, silently vowing to become stronger. Yi Chen withdrew his hand, patting Qi Yao's shoulder lightly in reassurance. "There might be many more moments like this in the future. We have to grow stronger, strong enough to protect each other and everything we want to safeguard." His tone was resolute, carrying a sense of determination and hope, as if preparing for the challenges to come. At that moment, Xiaobai poked its head out of the bag, squeaking twice as though reminding them that this place was no longer safe. Qi Yao crouched down, softly stroking Xiaobai's head with a faint, forced smile. "Got it," she murmured. Xiaobai nestled quietly against her, its warm little head nudging her palm, as if offering her endless courage. Qi Yao bent slightly and lifted the hem of her garment, deftly untying a short dagger that shimmered with a faint purple glow from her calf. Standing upright, her expression turned serious as she handed the dagger to Xian Yuan Yi Chen. "This is our Shangwan family's unique skirt dagger. Every girl in the family has one. The situation is urgent, so we'll skip the formalities. But remember, this dagger is only borrowed, not gifted." Xian Yuan Yi Chen looked momentarily puzzled but reached out to accept the dagger. Seeing this, Qi Yao immediately flared up with anger, scolding loudly, "Use both hands. Don't you know any manners?" Yi Chen quickly raised his other hand, using both to securely take the dagger. As he stood beside Qi Yao, he couldn't help but admire her silently. The girl before him, as beautiful as a celestial maiden from a painting, was undoubtedly the most stunning person he had ever seen in his life. After experiencing such a life and death struggle, the two knew they couldn't linger in this perilous secret realm. They swiftly decided to leave. Qi Yao carefully retrieved the silver moonfrost, its faint glow dreamlike. Her eyes filled with reverence, she gently placed it into a specially crafted pouch, then tucked it deep into her backpack to ensure its safety. "Yi Chen, I'm ready. Let's go," Qi Yao said, looking up at Yi Chen. He nodded, his gaze scanning their surroundings with vigilance, his bloodlust blade tightly gripped, ready for any sudden danger. Exiting the secret realm, the warm sunlight bathed them. Yi Chen turned to Qi Yao, his expression serious. I need to return to the barracks. Qi Yao, will you come with me? Qi Yao hesitated, picturing the strict and tense atmosphere of the military camp. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for someone like me to go to the barracks? She asked uncertainly. Yi Chen smiled, his gaze gentle. It's fine. If you want to come, I'll make all the arrangements. Though the barracks have many rules, it's not forbidden for women to enter. Before long, Yi Chen and Qi Yao stepped into the military camp. The neatly arranged tents, the soldiers hurrying back and forth, and the air filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere set the scene. Upon seeing Yi Chen return, the soldiers broke into smiles. One soldier, who was more familiar with Yi Chen, approached and teased, Yi Chen, how was your training in the secret realm this time? Hey, you even brought along your little girlfriend. This young lady from the Shangguan family is truly stunning. Yi Chen's face flushed slightly, and he quickly asked, where's my grandfather? The soldier grinned and replied, the general is in the command tent. Turning to Qi Yao, Yi Chen said softly, I'll go see my grandfather first and report on what happened in the secret realm. Wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Qi Yao nodded obediently. Go ahead. I'll wait for you right here. Yi Chen strode toward the general's tent, his mind racing as he pondered how to report the events of the secret realm to his grandfather. Particularly the fierce battle with the Obsidian Black Lion King and the group that attempted to seize the Silver Moon Autumn Frost. The grandfather and grandson emerged from the tent and walked to an open space. Sunlight poured down, turning the sandy ground golden. The general stood tall, his gaze sharp as a blade. Raising the long knife in his hand, he said in a resonant voice, Come, let me see how much your swordsmanship has improved. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. He cupped his fists respectfully and replied, Yes, grandfather. With that, he swiftly drew a wooden sword. He launched the first attack, stepping forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain. He employed the sword techniques he had grasped during his life and death clashes in the secret realm. His strikes were powerful, each swing of the blade accompanied by a whistling wind that seemed to tear through the air. With a quick turn of his blade, he drew a sharp arc, aiming directly at his grandfather's throat. The general's lips curled slightly in approval, and a glimmer of praise flashed in his eyes. Calm and composed, he shifted his stance and sidestepped the strike. At the same time, his long knife moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, countering with a thrust toward Yi Chen's exposed flank. Yi Chen reacted swiftly, lifting his blade to block the attack. A loud clash rang out as sparks flew, the force of the impact causing both their arms to tremble slightly. The general's piercing gaze scrutinized Yi Chen as his face showed a trace of satisfaction. Not bad, he said. Your swordsmanship has improved significantly. You've accumulated a presence of bloodlust and ferocity, qualities honed through life and death experiences. Rare indeed. His tone then turned stern. However, your movements are too excessive and your speed too slow. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. There's no room for hesitation or inefficiency. Yi Chen nodded slightly, humbly accepting the critique. Grandfather, you are right. Although I gained combat experience fighting beasts and enemies in the secret realm, I still have shortcomings in technique and speed. The general handed his long knife to Yi Chen and said, Come, spar with me again. Use all your strength, and I'll guide you. Taking the blade with both hands, Yi Chen drew a deep breath, readying himself. He adopted a stance, preparing for an even more intense bout of sparring. This time, Yi Chen abandoned unnecessary movements, striving for simplicity and force in every strike. Like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, he charged at his grandfather, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce momentum. The general sidestepped effortlessly to evade the attack, countering with a sweeping horizontal strike. Yi Chen quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the blade. His heart swelled with admiration for his grandfather's lightning-fast reflexes, truly the mark of a seasoned warrior. As they exchanged blows, the general dismantled Yi Chen's techniques while offering loud, precise instructions. Forget about flashy moves, strike directly at the vital points. Speed is key. Use the torque of your waist to drive your arms, so your strikes carry more force. Yi Chen listened intently, as if hearing the voice of enlightenment. He immediately adjusted his power and rhythm, his fighting spirit blazing brighter. After several rounds, Yi Chen's swordsmanship became tighter and more precise, and his speed noticeably improved. Observing this, the general's eyes gleamed with approval. Suddenly, he intensified his assault, his long knife raining down like a storm onto Yi Chen. Under the relentless barrage, Yi Chen dodged left and right, barely keeping up. Yet, he felt an undeniable exhilaration, as though he had finally found his rhythm amidst the flashing blades. At last, the general sheathed his weapon and stood tall. That's more like it, he said, his voice filled with praise. The essence of swordsmanship lies in simplicity and efficiency, executing the greatest impact with the smallest movements. You have talent and are willing to endure hardship. With time, you will undoubtedly reach greater heights. These words, like a potent tonic, invigorated Ichen's fighting spirit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ichen beamed with excitement. He cupped his fists in a respectful salute. Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. I will remember your teachings and practice diligently. When Ichen returned to the tent, Xiao noticed his dusty appearance and the mix of exhaustion and exhilaration on his face. Concerned, she asked, Ichen, how did your sparring with General Xianyuan go? Ichen laughed. I gained a lot. Grandfather's teachings were immensely valuable. Xiao's eyes sparkled. That's wonderful. I hope you grow even stronger in the future. Ichen's gaze shifted eagerly to the general, his eyes alight with determination. Grandfather, I've been thinking, I still lack a blade that truly suits me. Perhaps I could pick another from your armory? The general frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Didn't I already give you the bloodthirster? And now you want another? Scratching his head in embarrassment, Ichen smiled sheepishly. Grandfather, I prefer wielding dual blades. Think about it, with a blade in each hand, my attack range expands, and my strikes become more flexible. On the battlefield, this could greatly enhance my effectiveness. After this experience in the secret realm, I've realized that dual blades suit me best. Moved by Ichen's persistence, the general's eyes softened, revealing a trace of admiration. Alright, since you're so resolute, I'll let you have another blade. But you must train twice as hard to master them. The general studied Ichen for a long moment, as if weighing his request. Finally, a faintly indulgent smile spread across his face. You've got some ideas, haven't you, boy? Fine. Since you're so determined, come with me to the armory and choose one. But let me warn you, the weapons in that armory are treasures. Don't let yourself be dazzled. Hearing this, Ichen's face lit up with joy. He quickly grabbed his grandfather's arm. Thank you, grandfather. I'm sure I'll find the perfect blade. When they arrived at the armory and pushed open the heavy doors, a wave of ancient, solemn energy washed over them. Inside, the armory was filled with an array of weapons, swords, spears, sabers, halberds, all gleaming with a cold metallic light under the dim illumination. Ichen headed straight for the racks of blades, his eyes scanning the rows of sharp weapons. He picked up a blade, unsheathed it, and gave it a few swings, but, finding its weight unsuitable, he placed it back. After testing several blades, his initial excitement began to wane, replaced by a sense of disappointment. Just then, something in the corner caught his eye, a blade covered by a cloth. Drawn by curiosity, he approached and gently lifted the covering. Beneath it lay a uniquely designed blade. The weapon was long and razor-sharp, its surface etched with intricate, mysterious patterns that exuded an air of mystique. Ichen picked up the blade and swung it a few times experimentally. Instantly, he felt an extraordinary sense of ease and connection. This blade seemed to resonate with his very thoughts, its weight was perfect, and when wielded, it emanated an aura of power and precision. Excitedly, he turned to the general and declared, Grandfather, I'll choose this one. Xianyuan Luai stepped forward, carefully examining the blade before giving a slight nod. This blade is called Shadow Shard. It was forged by a master craftsman in his twilight years, pouring all his skill and life into its creation. While it doesn't possess the special powers of the Bloodthirst blade, it is incredibly sharp and exceptionally lightweight, perfect for someone like you who values speed and agility in combat. Since you've chosen it, you must treasure it. Ichen gripped Shadow Shard tightly with both hands, nodding solemnly. Don't worry, grandfather. I will ensure it shines brightly on the battlefield. Xianyuan Luai's expression grew heavier as he gazed at Ichen and Qi Yao. In a deep voice, he said, it's time for both of you to head to Dragon Capital University. This year's special admissions are filled with extraordinary talents. For you, it will be a challenge, but also an opportunity. Ichen froze for a moment before a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Dragon Capital University? I've heard it's the top academy, producing countless prodigies. Grandfather, are you sending us there to further our studies? Xianyuan Luai nodded gravely. Exactly. Although you've made some progress in martial arts, it's far from enough in these turbulent times. Dragon Capital University gathers the best resources, elite mentors, rare martial manuals, and geniuses from all over. There, you'll encounter a broader world and enhance your abilities. From a distance, Xianyuan Luai's keen eyes caught sight of the slender blade hanging at Ichen's waist. A knowing smile crossed his face as he approached and pointed to the blade. Ichen, seeing that sash blade reminds me of many memories. You must protect Qi Yao well. In the future, you should be her gentle sheath, not a lethal blade. Yi Chen looked puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. Grandfather, what do you mean? A blade is meant to kill enemies, how can protecting and killing be any different? Xian Yuan Lui's laughed heartily, his voice booming as he patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Child, you're still young and haven't grasped the full picture. A blade can kill enemies and bring temporary peace, but to be a sheath is to provide lasting protection, warmth, and reassurance. Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. Scenes of his time with Qi Yao flashed through his mind. In the secret realm, they had fought side by side, facing off against the Obsidian Black Lion King and greedy plunderers, supporting each other amidst the chaos of battle. Yet in daily life, he realized, he had never considered that protection could hold such profound meaning. He looked at Xian Yuan Lui's again, a newfound determination in his gaze. Grandfather, I think I understand now. From now on, I won't let Qi Yao suffer any grievances. I'll protect her in every way I can. But on the battlefield, this blade will not hesitate for even a moment. At that moment, Qi Yao approached from a distance, a few books in her hands and a gentle smile on her face. What are you two talking about? Yi Chen stepped forward, taking the books from her hands with a grin. Grandfather was just teaching me how to protect you. Qi Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at him playfully. You're always teasing me. Xian Yuan Lui's watched the young pair before him, his heart filled with satisfaction. In these chaotic times, he knew how precious such pure emotions were. Suddenly, the space around them rippled with temporal distortions. Xian Yuan Lui's turned his attention and smiled. What wind has blown Elder Chen here? Ah, it's all because of your grandson awakening as the second-time related ability user in Huaxia, isn't it? A small smile tugged at Xian Yuan Lui's lips as he teased, Elder Chen, what brings you out of the secret realm this time? Have you finally broken through to the transcendent realm? Speaking of which, how's the confidentiality of Yi Chen's awakened ability being handled? Xian Yuan Lui's raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly. Do you even need to ask? The moment Yi Chen awakened his temporal ability, I immediately reported it to Huaxia's military. They've encrypted the details as SSS class intel. Now, aside from a select few at the highest levels, no one can even catch a hint. Anyone daring to cross this line will face severe consequences. Hearing this, Elder Chen nodded in approval, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. Good. Temporal abilities are far too powerful. If word leaked, Yi Chen would be entangled in endless troubles. We must do everything to ensure his safety. Elder Chen sighed softly, a flicker of concern in his gaze. Even so, we can't guarantee that no force will detect faint traces of it. Lui's, we need to make more preparations for Yi Chen. We can't let him face danger alone. I understand, Xian Yuan Lui's responded firmly, a confident smile forming on his lips. I've already begun planning. I intend to personally guide Yi Chen in cultivating his abilities and exploring the full potential of his temporal power. His future is limitless. How could I neglect my nephew? Elder Chen beamed, his eyes brimming with affection as he pulled out a meticulously crafted wooden box from his robes and handed it to Yi Chen. Come on, open it and take a look. Yi Chen accepted the box with both hands, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Carefully, he opened it. Instantly, a soft and mysterious light emanated from within. Inside lay a uniquely designed necklace, crafted from an unknown material that seemed to carry the marks of time. The chain glimmered faintly, while the deep blue gemstone embedded in it exuded a dreamy, ethereal glow, its flickers whispering ancient secrets. Elder Chen lifted the necklace gently, his tone solemn. Yi Chen, this is the time necklace, an extremely rare spiritual artifact. Should you face a fatal attack, it will activate instantly, reversing time to before you were injured, ensuring your survival. This is your talisman, you must never take it lightly. Yi Chen's eyes reddened slightly as he accepted the necklace with trembling hands, his voice tinged with emotion. Grandpa Chen, this is too precious. I don't know how to thank you. Xian Yuan Lui's, standing beside him, was filled with gratitude. Elder Chen, this gift is both timely and thoughtful. Yi Chen has just embarked on his path of ability cultivation, surrounded by perils. With this time necklace, he has an essential safeguard. It's not only protection for him but a promise for the future. Elder Chen waved his hand dismissively, laughing heartily. We're family, there's no need for thanks. Yi Chen's talent is extraordinary, he's the hope of Huaxia. Preparing something to protect him is my duty. As long as he grows into a strong warrior, his future will be boundlessly bright. Old Master Chen continued the conversation, the smile on his face unchanged, though his eyes now carried a playful glint. Of course, I couldn't be partial. Not Only did I prepare something for Yi Chen, but I also didn't forget about Qi Yao. With that, he retrieved another, even more exquisite brocade box from his sleeve. As the box was opened, a radiant, vibrant glow instantly caught everyone's attention. Inside lay a jade bracelet, its surface smooth and glistening. The bangle was intricately carved with detailed and delicate floral patterns that, under the faint light, seemed almost alive, flowing like a gentle stream. At the heart of the bracelet was a gem emitting a soft pink glow, gently illuminating its surroundings. "This is the Lingxi bracelet." Old Master Chen lifted the jade bracelet, holding it up to the light for everyone to see as he introduced it. Though it looks graceful and elegant, it holds immense power. Qi Yao is kind-hearted and thoughtful by nature, and this bracelet suits her perfectly. When faced with danger, the Lingxi bracelet can emit a powerful, protective barrier to fend off external attacks. Moreover, it resonates with her mind, helping her make the most accurate decisions in critical moments. Xian Yuanlei nodded. Slightly, admiration evident in his expression. "Old Master Chen, your consideration is truly meticulous. With Qi Yao wearing this Lingxi bracelet, we can rest much easier." Standing nearby, Xian Yuanchen gazed at the beautiful bracelet, his mind already conjuring the image of Qi Yao wearing it. A smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of Qi Yao's lips. "Thank you, Grandpa Chen," she said softly. Yi Chen and Qi Yao bid farewell to the military camp and set off for Longdu University, notifying Fatty to hurry to the school to meet them as well. When Longdu Ability University finally appeared before them, the sight struck Xin Yuan Yichen like a tidal wave of awe. The mere sight of the entrance gate, spanning 100 meters wide, was like a towering barrier, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. The cement road underfoot was so vast that dozens of cars could drive side by side without any hindrance. Even more astonishing was the gate's height, reaching over 10 meters. It seemed to pierce the clouds, making one feel insignificant beneath its shadow. Above the massive gate, 6 bold and vigorous characters spelled out, "Longdu Ability University." The strokes of the calligraphy were sharp and powerful, brimming with an indescribable force. Under the blazing noon sun, the 6 characters shimmered as though inlaid with countless fragments of gold, dazzling and brilliant. Wow, if the gate is this impressive, what kind of breathtaking sights must the campus hold? Xian Yuan Yichen muttered to himself. At that moment, he finally understood why so many students yearned for admission to top-tier universities. Beyond the profound academic foundation, just walking through such a grand and magnificent gate every day was an unparalleled visual feast. For a moment, Xian Yuan Yichen brimmed with boundless anticipation and excitement for his next 4 years of university life. Following a large group of people, they arrived at a particularly vast square. Here, some faces were alight with excitement, while others seemed weighed down with worry, their brows furrowed. Amid the chatter, 2 figures suddenly streaked across the sky. The crowd instinctively looked up, spotting Grandpa Chen and a stranger. Yi Chen and his companions also locked their gazes on Old Master Chen's figure. Chen Shihan's sharp eyes scanned the crowd before his voice boomed like a resonant bell, instantly silencing everyone present. "Quiet. Students, as you might have heard, the Academy will be hosting a trial ceremony to evaluate your potential. The trial will last for 1 week. After the week is over, someone will escort you back. Let me emphasize this, under no circumstances are you allowed to kill recklessly. Any such acts will be met with severe punishment. Moreover, the entire trial will be live-streamed via drones. This means that every action you take will be visible to the outside world." After a brief pause, Chen Shihan continued, "That's all I have to say for now. In half an hour, someone will escort you to the designated trial location. One more thing, the top 10 students in the trial rankings will receive generous academic credit rewards. Now, I'll explain the rules in detail." Chen Shihan's calm, steady gaze swept over the crowd as he raised a hand, pointing to the area behind him. "The trial will take place in the secret realm behind me. The secret realm is divided into 4 zones, the outer area, the middle area, the core area, and the innermost core. In the outer area, you'll encounter bronze-level beasts. The middle area is populated with beasts of bronze level 4 and above." Chen Shihan paused, his tone becoming more serious. "As for the core area, it is filled with bronze level 6 beasts. Most importantly, in the innermost core, you'll find beasts at the peak of the bronze level, and even silver-level beasts." Chen Shihan's voice was powerful and commanding, echoing clearly through the field without the aid of a microphone, ensuring every student heard him. "Outer area, middle area, core, and innermost core," he repeated for emphasis, making sure the information was firmly imprinted in everyone's mind. "All right, now it's time to distribute supplies." Chen Shihan turned around, a confident smile on his face as he called out in a thunderous voice, "Old Zhang, stop standing there and get to work already." Hearing this, old Zhang immediately waved his hands. With his movements, small, shimmering black holes appeared out of thin air around the students. As the black holes stabilized, backpacks began to emerge from them, like mysterious treasures revealing themselves. Each backpack contains 2 essential items, Chen Shihan continued, his tone filled with excitement. First, a watch. It will record the number and types of beasts you defeat, tallying your points so you can showcase your skills during the trial. Second, a return stone. If you encounter danger in the secret realm that you cannot handle, using it will instantly teleport you back to the outside world, ensuring your safety. The students, a mix of nervous and eager, opened their backpacks one after another, taking out the watches and return stones, their eyes brimming with the desire to explore. Some turned the watches over and over, examining every function, while others gripped the return stones tightly, as if trying to feel their mysterious power, their hearts filled with anticipation. "Attention, everyone!" Chen Shihan raised his voice, his sharp gaze quickly drawing everyone's focus. "The score displayed on your watches is crucial. It determines not only your trial results but also the rewards that follow. As for the return stone, while it guarantees your safety, using it signifies forfeiting the trial. Choose wisely before using it." The square fell silent as everyone absorbed this critical information. Suddenly, a student raised his hand, his eyes shining with determination. "Old Master Chen, what if someone in the secret realm tries to steal others' supplies?" Chen Shihan's expression hardened as his gaze swept across the crowd, his tone turning stern. "The Academy does not tolerate such actions. This trial is not only a test of your strength but also your character. Anyone caught stealing or maliciously harming a fellow student will be disqualified immediately, no exceptions." Another student asked, "Then how do we know which area we're in? The secret realm is so vast, what if we accidentally wander into a dangerous zone?" At this moment, Elder Zhang spoke, his voice low yet firm. "Each area in the secret realm has distinct markers. As long as you pay close attention, you won't lose your way. Moreover, your watches display your real-time location. If danger approaches, they will issue a warning to help you avoid peril." Hearing this, the students nodded one after another, determination flashing in their eyes. Chen Shihan gazed at the young faces about to step into the secret realm, his heart filled with anticipation. "Children, this trial is both a challenge and an opportunity. I hope you can showcase your strength, unlock your potential, and return safely." Time flew by, and 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Shihan and Elder Zhang began directing the students to proceed in an orderly manner to the entrance of the secret realm. At the entrance, the students lined up, their gazes filled with both fear of the unknown and excitement for the upcoming challenge. As the first student stepped into the secret realm, a flash of light erupted, and their figure instantly disappeared from sight. Soon after, the other students followed one by one. The square grew increasingly empty, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarating. 150 candidates, carrying a mix of nervousness and anticipation, entered the mysterious and unpredictable secret realm. In teams of 3, their figures had barely materialized when one group noticed a bronze 6-star azure gale ape exuding a fierce aura not far away. Cries of alarm erupted instantly, and a bitter expression appeared on one candidate's face as they muttered, "What kind of trial is this? Running into a bronze 6-star azure gale ape right at the start, it's a nightmare." Outside the secret realm, Chen Shihan, watching the scene, couldn't help but chuckle softly and quip, "Was this trial designed by some devil? These kids all have impressive talent as awakened ones. Let's see how they handle this life and death test." Inside the secret realm, the 3 members of the Dawn Squad were facing off against the azure gale ape. Their captain, Ling Yu, with a determined gaze and a sword emitting a faint glow in his hand, spoke softly to his teammates, "Don't panic. This azure gale ape is strong, but if we work together, we might have a chance." Su Yao, a skilled support-type awakener, quickly formed hand seals, and glowing healing patterns appeared over the 3 of them, enhancing their states. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian, their other teammate, activated his power, his body surrounded by crackling lightning, ready to strike at any moment. The azure gale ape, seemingly provoked by their aura, let out a deafening roar and charged at them like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, his figure flickering as he dashed forward to confront the ape. His sword gleamed as it slashed through the air, attempting to block the attack. Zhao Xian was not to be outdone, lightning surged like a dragon, striking toward the azure gale ape. However, the beast, with its formidable bronze 6-star strength, dodged their attacks with agility, occasionally swinging its thick arms to stir up violent gusts of wind, making it hard for the trio to keep up. Outside the secret realm, Chen Shihan and the other examiners were watching the scene intently. Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This Azure Gale Ape's strength exceeds their estimations. Let's see if these kids can find a way to turn the tables in this desperate situation. The other examiners nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Dawn Squad's situation grew increasingly dire. Su Yao's support abilities were gradually waning, and both Lin Yu and Zhao Xian had sustained minor injuries under the relentless attacks of the Azure Gale Ape. Just as the ape prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Yu suddenly had a flash of insight. He noticed that before each attack, the Azure Gale Ape exhibited a subtle motion, a precursor to its exertion of force. Quickly sharing this observation with his teammates, the three decided to exploit this flaw and launch a counterattack. As the Azure Gale Ape charged again, Lin Yu and Zhao Xian feigned weakness, deliberately exposing vulnerabilities. The ape, seeing this, roared with excitement and swung its massive arms, preparing to strike them down. At the critical moment, Lin Yu and Zhao Xian dodged to the sides, while Su Yao unleashed a powerful binding force, momentarily immobilizing the Azure Gale Ape. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xian channeled all his lightning energy into his hands and unleashed a devastating thunderbolt directly at the beast's vital point. With a piercing cry, the Azure Gale Ape collapsed heavily to the ground. The Dawn Squad had triumphed over the Azure Gale Ape, their faces showing a mix of exhaustion and relief. Outside the secret realm, Chen Shihan and the other examiners couldn't help but smile in approval. Chen remarked, "It seems this year's batch is indeed promising. The wisdom and courage they've demonstrated in the face of adversity make me very optimistic about their future." Inspired by the Dawn Squad's victory, the other candidates in the secret realm also found their courage and began fiercely battling the bronze 6-star beasts they encountered. Just as Yi Chen was surveying his surroundings, a clear and mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "The reward for first place in the trial is a beast egg of unknown origin." This unexpected announcement filled Yi Chen with excitement. "I hope it's a dragon. I've always wanted to try taming one." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, but his gaze quickly turned sharp as he murmured to himself, "A beast egg? Unknown species. This reward is extraordinary." A confident smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "That beast egg, I must have it." Yi Chen and his two teammates were immediately drawn to the ferocious figure of a bloodthirsty tiger standing before them, its sharp claws gleaming ominously. The beast exuded a murderous aura, its blood-red eyes glowing with malice, and its razor-sharp fangs glinted coldly under the sunlight. Yi Chen's lips curved into a smirk full of disdain. His expression was one of pure arrogance as he spoke coldly, "Just a mere bronze 6-star. Bloodthirsty tiger. What can it possibly do to me?" With those words, he stomped the ground sharply, kicking up dust as the battle horn sounded. Without hesitation, Yi Chen extended his right hand, gripping the hilt of the blade at his waist. In an instant, a fierce and overwhelming aura radiated from the blade. His arm muscles tensed, brimming with power, and with a crisp clang, the blade unsheathed like a streak of lightning. The sword, named Phantom Moonlight, shimmered in the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages that dazzled the eye. Yi Chen lunged forward in a crouched stance, his blade aimed directly at the tiger's throat, his killing intent freezing the very air around him. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the bronze 6-star bloodthirsty tiger. Ability points plus 17. In that instant, Yi Chen's clean and decisive kill of the bloodthirsty tiger was captured in its entirety by a nearby drone. The footage was immediately broadcast live, igniting the viewership. "No way. Other squads are battling their beasts tooth and nail, and this guy just takes his down instantly? Are you serious? Did you not see that tiger lying there? It's obviously done for." Among the barrage of comments, a fangirl's excitement broke through. "Oh my gosh, that boy was way too handsome. He's officially my idol now." Her declaration was quickly countered by another, "Hold on. Watch your words. That's clearly my boyfriend. Don't even think about it." Yi Chen glanced at the map on his watch, shaped like an irregular large circle. Different zones were marked in distinct colors. The outermost ring was green, the middle was yellow, the area closer to the center was red, and the very core was dark red, as though warning of danger. At the edge of the map, a white light flickered. It marked Yi Chen's position. He stared at the map and said to the nearby Chio and Pangzi, "We're still far from the core zone. Let's head straight toward the center." With that, Yi Chen raised his blade and struck down, and the ferocious beast before him fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, roars and sounds of battle came from not far away. Clearly, other candidates were also locked in fierce fights with the beasts. Moments later, one by one, people successfully defeated their foes, their faces glowing with joy and pride. However, the battlefield was always brutal, not everyone had the courage to press forward. Among the crowd, some candidates trembled with fear in the face of the ferocious beast's onslaught, their legs weak as terror consumed their fighting spirit. After a moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and crushed the return stones in their hands. With a flash of light, their figures disappeared, leaving behind a swirl of dust in the air. Ichen and his companions briskly advanced toward the core zone. The deafening roars of the surrounding beasts rumbled like thunder, as if warning them of the dangers in this area. Leave these beasts to you too. If things get out of hand, I'll step in, Pengzi said, thumping his chest confidently. Ichen, don't worry, I'll break through the beasts' defenses. They hadn't gone far when a pack of Shadowblade wolves surged toward them from all directions like a tide. These wolves were agile, their fur pitch black as ink, and their sharp claws left deep marks on the ground. Pengzi was the first to charge into the wolf pack, swinging his shield with great force. Each strike sent up clouds of dirt and dust. Just then, a Shadowblade wolf lunged from the side, only to be blocked by the shield Qiao had cast. Moving like a phantom through the wolves, Qiao's sword flashed with light. Each strike avoided the wolves' attacks with precision and delivered fatal blows. The battle grew increasingly intense, with the Shadowblade wolves seemingly endless as new ones continually joined the fray. Pengzi began to feel his strength waning, and his attacks slowed. At that moment, a wolf bit into his arm, causing him to let out a pained roar. With a fierce shake, he flung the wolf off and slammed it with his shield. Ichen, seeing this, quickly rushed to Pengzi's side, blocking the attacks of several wolves while shouting, "Pengzi, don't overdo it. Work together." Through their tight coordination, they finally managed to drive the wolf pack away. Surveying the carnage around them, Pengzi panted heavily and said with a hint of pride, Ichen, not bad, huh? Didn't embarrass you, did I? Ichen patted him on the shoulder and replied with a smile, not bad. Keep it up. There's plenty more danger ahead. Morong Kai took out a healing potion from his spatial ring and quickly drank it. It's getting late. We should set up camp and rest for a while. Qiao's backpack shifted as a small white creature poked its head out, looking visibly hungry. Ichen, you set up the tents. I'll handle the cooking. Pengzi, go gather some firewood nearby. After a long day's journey, the three nodded in agreement and got to work. Ichen, brimming with confidence, deftly pulled a tent package from his storage bag and muttered to himself, I'm a genius. Setting up a tent is a piece of cake. Yet before long, his confident smile froze. Scattered before him were an array of parts, leaving him frowning and thinking, why are there so many extra pieces? At that moment, Qiao approached casually to check on his progress. One glance at the state of the tent and she burst into laughter. Ichen, are you sure you're setting up a tent and not wrapping a dumpling? Just looking at this is making me hungry. Her crystal-clear laughter echoed through the forest, startling a few birds into flight. I'll go get some food. When I come back, I'll see how your tent's coming along. Meanwhile, Pengzi navigated the dense forest, his eyes scanning for any dry branches. Sweat dripped down his face, soaking his clothes, but he paid it no mind, humming a tuneless song. Before long, he returned with an armful of firewood and dumped it on the clearing with a loud thud, saying with satisfaction, this should last us all night. Qiao pulled out cooking utensils from her backpack and retrieved ingredients from her storage space. The small white creature crouched nearby, its eyes fixed on the food, letting out impatient cries as if urging, hurry up. I'm starving. Qiao gently stroked its head and comforted it softly, don't worry, it'll be ready soon. With practiced ease, she lit a fire, set up the pot, and got to work. Soon, the water in the pot was boiling, bubbling, and steaming. As the ingredients were added, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air, making everyone's stomachs growl. Pengzi, you stay here and watch. I'm going to check on Ichen's tent, Qiao instructed before heading back to Ichen. What she saw made her burst into uncontrollable laughter. The tent Ichen had set up was crooked and lopsided, resembling a giant spring roll. Ha ha ha. Ichen, how are you still not done? I'm staying to watch you finish. Ichen's face flushed red, his hands growing clumsier with embarrassment. Still, he tried to maintain his bravado, saying, almost there. I'm about to finish the most magnificent creation. I'm a genius, after all. Finally, he let out a long breath and proudly declared, behold, the greatest masterpiece ever completed. Qiao walked up, her face full of doubt. Really? Let me take a look. Ichen pointed at the tent with pride. What do you think? I've even given it a glorious name, the water cube. Want to come inside and admire it? Xiao rolled her eyes in disdain and said, what is this mess? Move aside. I'll do it myself. She pulled Yichen aside and prepared to rebuild the tent. Sighing in exasperation, Xiao shook her head and took the remaining parts from Yichen's hands. As she skillfully assembled the tent, she teased, you're so amazing. In battle. How can you be such a mess when it comes to putting up a tent? With nimble hands, she effortlessly set up 3 tents, her movements smooth and efficient, like a master at work. Yichen scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. Well, everyone has their specialties, right? This just isn't mine. But, hey, my water cube idea was creative, wasn't it? He tried to sound confident, but Xiao saw through him instantly. Oh, you're hopeless, she said with a smirk. At that moment, the chubby guy was guarding the pot nearby, smelling the increasingly rich aroma. Unable to hold back, he shouted loudly, come over here quickly. The food is almost ready. If you don't come now, I'm going to start eating first. Xiao immediately sped up her movements, and before long, a neat tent was set up, perfect like a piece of craftsmanship. Yichen looked at Xiao's masterpiece and couldn't help but praise inwardly, you're amazing. Now this looks like a place where people can actually live. The two walked over and sat around the pot with the chubby guy. Xiaobai excitedly hopped around nearby, seemingly drawn by the delicious aroma as well. Xiao served food to everyone, and they all happily dug in, enjoying the warmth and satisfaction of the moment. After eating and drinking their fill, Yichen leaned comfortably against a tree, gazing at the starry sky, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future and the thrill of the unknown. While tidying up the cooking utensils, Xiao called out to Yichen, who was still leaning against the tree, Yichen, what are you doing over there? Aren't you going to get ready to rest? I'll take the first watch, and Fatty can take over in the second half of the night. No objections, right, Fatty? Her expression was resolute, as if this was a mission. Fatty was also leaning against a big tree, his belly round and full. Hearing this, he quickly sat up straight, waving his hands repeatedly, his face full of smiles. Brother Yichen. Of course I have no objections. Getting to sleep a bit longer is something I couldn't wish for more. He let out a loud, satisfied burp and patted his belly, looking utterly content. Yichen got up and walked to the campfire, sitting down as the flames danced in the night sky, emitting a warm glow. Xiao said, all right, then I'll leave it to you, Yichen. Her voice carried a hint of concern. However, Yichen shook his head and firmly said, it's fine, I'm feeling energetic. You all should rest well and conserve your strength, we don't know what we'll encounter tomorrow. His words carried an undeniable determination. Xiao was already lying in the tent, and soon the sound of steady snoring came, as if she had entered a dream. Yichen sat by the campfire, gazing at the flickering flames, his thoughts drifting far away. Under the night sky, hidden crises and challenges gradually approached, igniting an unyielding resolve in his heart. Tomorrow's adventure would be even more thrilling. System, issue the reward, Sharingan. As soon as Yichen finished speaking, a surge of scorching energy flooded his mind, and his eyes felt as if they were being burned by flames, causing intense pain. He instinctively shut his eyes tightly, clutching them with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, Yichen slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils had already turned into a mysterious blood-red color. The single tomo rotated gently, emanating an unparalleled powerful aura. At this moment, Yichen was filled with disbelief. He tried to channel the power within his body and discovered that the activation of the blood will had elevated his perception of the surroundings to an entirely new level. He could clearly see the tiny movements of insects on distant tree branches and even sense the flow of spiritual energy in the air. So this is the power of the blood will I? Yichen murmured to himself, a surge of indescribable excitement rising in his heart. He casually glanced at a large tree, and with a slight movement of the blood will I, he could see the intricate patterns inside the trunk and the hidden insect nests within. However, before the excitement could dissipate, a low growl came from afar, instantly shattering the tranquility of the night. Relying on the inside of the blood will I, Yichen sharply caught sight of a pair of eyes staring fixedly at their camp. Mo. Yichen gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, alarm bells ringing in his heart. This is bad. This Mo can manipulate dreams, trapping people silently within them. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yichen immediately rushed to Qiao's tent, intending to wake her up. As he pushed open the tent, his cheeks instantly flushed red. Qiao was lying there, fast asleep, wearing only her underwear. He patted her, but she showed no reaction. Thinking quickly, he decided to tickle her. Xiao was extremely ticklish, so this should wake her up. However, she remained unresponsive. Ichen grew increasingly anxious, his mind racing to find a solution. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, remembering that killing the dream taper would shatter the dream, and those trapped within it would naturally awaken. He turned around and swiftly dashed out of the tent, his crimson eyes glowing like beacons in the dark night. Locking onto the dream taper's position, he unleashed a powerful aura. Sensing the threat, the dream taper let out a sharp screech, and countless illusory tentacles surged toward Ichen, attempting to drag him into the dream. Ichen's figure flickered as he deftly evaded the attack. Drawing his blade, its gleam flashed like lightning, carrying a chilling intent as it slashed toward the dream taper. The creature nimbly dodged the strikes, manipulating the surrounding environment to constantly shift in an effort to disrupt Ichen's judgment. But with the formidable insight of his blood-wheel eyes, Ichen saw through every one of the dream taper's attack strategies, countering with precision. He instantly teleported behind the dream taper and shouted, "Dragon's roar to the nine heavens blade, hidden dragon unleashed." The long blade, imbued with immense power, surged forward like a coiled dragon ready to strike. As the blade swept through the air, it sliced through with a sharp hissing sound. However, the dream taper's reaction was extremely swift. Just as the blade was about to touch it, the massive body of the dream taper flickered like a phantom, dodging the strike at an unbelievable angle. Ichen's full force slash missed its target, and the powerful force struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After evading the attack, the dream taper immediately launched a counterattack. It opened its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth and let out a piercing, ear-splitting roar. The roar seemed almost tangible, transforming into invisible sound waves that swept toward Ichen. The surrounding trees were instantly shattered, splinters flying everywhere. Seeing this, Ichen's eyes sharpened, and he quickly raised his long blade horizontally to withstand the attack. Seizing the gap in the sound wave assault, he once again activated the magic mirror ice crystal. In an instant, Ichen's figure vanished from his original position, reappearing a moment later at the dream taper's flank. This time, he refrained from recklessly attacking and instead concentrated his power to unleash illusory moonlight, thousand blood slashes. In an instant, countless blood blades radiated outward from Ichen, sweeping toward the dream taper like a torrential downpour. Each blood blade carried immense power, and the whistling sound of air being sliced intertwined into a symphony of death. Before the dream taper could react, it was engulfed by the overwhelming flood of blood blades. The blades mercilessly ravaged its body, like countless sharp knives tearing wildly at its tough fur and flesh. The dream taper let out a miserable howl, its once majestic form instantly riddled with wounds under the assault. Black blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground pitch black. However, the Mangma was ultimately a powerful and ferocious beast. Even after suffering severe injuries, it refused to fall. It forcibly gathered its strength, emitting an eerie mist around its body in an attempt to block the attacks of the bloodblades and disrupt Ichen's vision. Ichen let out a cold snort, and the light of his blood-wheel eyes flickered, clearly seeing every move of the Mangma through the dense mist. The blood blade attacks, which had begun to weaken, instantly intensified once more. More blood blades surged forth like a tide, carrying an unstoppable force as they fiercely attacked the Mangma, piercing through the layer of mist and delivering a fatal blow. Under Ichen's full-force assault, the Mangma's resistance grew increasingly feeble. Finally, with a low, mournful howl, its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. After twitching a few times, it lay completely still. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the blood blades, varying in shape and size, all gleamed with a chilling light that struck fear into the heart. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Bronze Peak Mangma. Ability points plus 20. The system's voice sounded like a heavenly melody, bringing unparalleled glory. Manma had just died when Xiao and Fatty suddenly shuddered, snapping out of their trance as if waking from a dream. Xiao rubbed her head, her gaze still somewhat dazed. She looked around and saw Ichen standing beside Mingma's massive corpse, covered in blood, with his long blade still dripping black blood. She couldn't help but gasp, "Ichen, what happened here?" Fatty also widened his eyes, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long moment. "Brother Ichen, you're way too fierce. You actually solo killed Mangma?" Ichen sheathed his long blade and let out a deep breath, a relieved smile appearing on his face. "It's good that you're awake. Just now, Mangma manipulated the dream realm to trap you both. I barely found an opportunity to slay it." Chiyo and Fatty noticed Ichen's eyes, those blood-red pupils, the swirling tomo, exuding a mysterious and captivating aura, and were stunned speechless. Fatty stammered, "Brother Ichen, your eyes, how did they become like this?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but lean closer, his face full of envy. Brother Ichen, your eyes are so cool. It'll definitely be easier to kill fierce beasts in the future. Ichen glanced at them and explained with a smile, this is my new ability, which I just acquired. He thought to himself, how could I possibly tell them I have a system? The chubby guy rubbed his hands together excitedly, wow, then from now on in this secret realm, we'll be unstoppable. Brother Ichen, you have to take good care of the two of us. Xiao rolled her eyes at the chubby guy, always relying on others. You need to work hard to improve your own strength too. Suddenly, Xiao sensed something was off. She called Ichen over, fixed her piercing gaze on him, and demanded, what did you see when you came into my tent just now? As soon as Ichen heard this, his face instantly turned red to the tips of his ears. His eyes began to dart around, and he stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Recalling the scene of rushing into the tent and seeing Xiao sleeping in thin undergarments, he felt a wave of panic in his heart. The chubby guy watched Ichen's expression from the side, first stunned, then as if he understood something, he revealed a meaningful mischievous smile. Hee, brother Ichen, did you see something you shouldn't have? Ichen glared at the chubby guy and quickly waved his hand to explain, the situation was urgent at the time, the dream taper was manipulating the dream, and I was solely focused on waking you up. I really didn't notice anything else. Xiao's cheeks also turned slightly red as she lightly scoffed, humph, it better be like that. Don't be so reckless next time. Though she said this, she knew in her heart that the situation was critical at the time, and Ichen was just trying to save everyone. The chubby guy couldn't help but tease from the side, oh my, look at you two, no need to be embarrassed. But seriously, we really have to thank brother Ichen this time. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have been trapped in that dream. At that moment, a deep roar echoed from the distance, as if a tide of darkness was approaching. The three instantly became alert, the next battle was about to begin. The invigilator's gaze locked onto Ichen, a hint of surprise and admiration flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, this little guy is truly extraordinary, to be able to hunt down a dream taper. The difficulty of a special ferocious beast is far beyond that of ordinary ones. But releasing a dream taper in this trial must have been the idea of that living king of hell. In the entire school, only he would dare to use such bold and ruthless methods. Ichen and his companions unleashed a frenzied slaughter in the core zone. Ichen wielded a bloodthirsty blade, its surface shimmering with an eerie glow. With every swing, a mist of blood erupted, and wherever it passed, ferocious beasts fell one after another. The blade absorbed the blood instantly, as if fortifying its master with every drop. Beside him, Xiao moved as gracefully as a swallow. A chilling aura surrounded her, and with a wave of her jade-like hand, countless ice spikes rained down from above, piercing the ferocious beasts one by one. The domain of extreme cold unfolded in an instant, and the beasts struggled amidst the freezing air. Their agonized cries were drowned out by the sound of shattering ice, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The fat man raised a massive shield, let out a furious roar, and charged toward a group of ferocious beasts. The shield collided with the beasts' bodies, producing a dull thud. The enemies were sent flying like shattered sandbags, crashing down and toppling over a swath. At this moment, not far from Ichen, three figures were desperately fleeing, as if a terrifying monster was relentlessly chasing them. Brother, think of something quickly, a young girl anxiously shouted to the boy beside her, her voice full of panic and urgency. The boy helplessly spread his hands and gave a wry smile. Little sister, I've told you before that this place is full of dangers, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look at the mess we're in. Another young girl, speechless at the siblings' exchange, interrupted, Xiaoxua, this is not the time for you two to blame each other. The priority is to figure out how to escape from these three gale wolves. Exactly. Big brother, you're the strongest one here, so hurry up and stop those three gale wolves. Dongfang Shui puffed up her cheeks and glared at Dongfang Yao, her eyes filled with urgency. Dongfang Yao's face turned ashen the moment he heard his sister ask him to confront those three ferocious beasts. He muttered to himself, how could I possibly stop them? Those three gale wolves may only be at the bronze 6-star level, but once they unleash their full power, their strength rivals that of bronze 8-star. With Dongfang Yao's mere bronze 5-star ability, there's no way he could stand a chance. If you want to go, go yourself. I'm not going. The strength of those gale wolves far exceeds bronze 6-star. Dongfang Yao shot Dongfang Shui an annoyed glare. Seeing them argue even in the face of life and death, Sikong Nan couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his forehead. Enough. Are you two done yet? Think of a way to shake off the moon wolves behind us first. Sikong Nan finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. As soon as Sikong Nan lost his temper, Dongfang Yao and Dongfang Shui immediately fell silent, not daring to argue further. Clearly, they were intimidated by Sikong Nan's anger. After a moment of silence, Dongfang Shui suddenly spoke, "How about we ask someone for help? It's only the first day of the trial, and most of the candidates are still in the central area hunting fierce beasts. We're in the core zone, there won't be anyone here." Dongfang Yao scoffed at the suggestion. Sikong Nan frowned deeply and, after a moment of thought, said, "Even if there's a chance no one will respond, we have to try. Otherwise, we have no other options." With that, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she began preparing to send out a distress signal. At that moment, a sudden wolf howl came from behind, filled with endless ferocity. "Quick! Xiaoxue, you and Nan Nan run. I'll stay behind to cover you." Dongfang Yao shouted resolutely to Dongfang Shui and Sikong Nan, his eyes full of determination. "Brother, you're no match for it." Dongfang Shui's eyes instantly reddened with anxiety upon hearing this, her voice tinged with sobs. "Brother, you'll die. It's fine. You all go first, don't worry about me. I promised Mom and Dad that I would protect you out here." Dongfang Yao forced a faint smile, trying to comfort his sister, but that smile carried a trace of bitterness and determination. At this moment, Yi Chen, Shi Yao, and Fatty were in the core area, slaughtering ferocious beasts with all their might. Their sharp blades swung, sending blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a faintly urgent cry for help reached their ears. Yi Chen frowned slightly, his movements slowing as he focused on listening. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "It seems someone is calling for help, in the northwest direction." Shi Yao and Fatty exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The three immediately ceased their hunting and dashed toward the source of the sound, their agile figures weaving through the forest. Dongfang Yao watched as his younger sister and Sikong Nan's figures gradually disappeared into the distance, silently thinking to himself that no matter what, he had to buy them enough time. At this moment, the three Gale wolves were closing in aggressively, their ghostly green eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light in the dim surroundings. Dongfang Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and gripped the seemingly fragile weapon in his hand tightly. The moon wolves let out low growls and launched the first attack. One of them leaped high into the air, its sharp claws aiming straight for Dongfang Yao's face. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. While he was fully focused on dealing with the onslaught of the two Gale wolves in front of him, one of them suddenly seized an opening in his defense and unleashed a wind blade from its mouth. Dongfang Yao couldn't dodge in time, the wind blade slashed across his shoulder. In an instant, his clothes were torn, and a bloody gash appeared, with fresh blood gushing out. He knew the situation was dire. If he didn't give it his all, he would likely lose his life here today, and his sister and Sikong Nan would also be unable to escape. Clenching his teeth, lightning surged around his body, and a thunder spear suddenly materialized in his hand. With a furious roar, Dongfang Yao channeled all his strength into his arm and hurled the thunder spear at the Gale wolf. The spear, crackling with lightning, reached the Gale wolf in the blink of an eye. However, the thick fur of the Gale wolf was like a layer of resilient armor. When the thunder spear struck it, it merely caused the fur to slightly burst apart, scattering a few sparks. The Gale wolf let out a low howl of pain but was not fatally injured. Its eyes gleamed with even greater ferocity, baring its fangs as it charged at Dongfang Yao with even greater speed. Watching this scene, Dongfang Yao was filled with despair and unwillingness, yet he did not retreat. A wave of sorrow surged in his heart. "Sister, this is the last time your brother will protect you." At this moment, memories of his time with his sister flashed through his mind, the warm moments of the past playing out like a carousel before his eyes. Though his heart was full of reluctance, the determination in his gaze never wavered. He steadied himself and charged toward the Gale wolf head-on. Even though the disparity in strength was immense, even though this was a battle destined for defeat, he was determined to fight with all his might to win a sliver of hope for his sister. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and the other two rushed toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, they caught sight of Dongfang Shui and Sikong Nan running toward them, momentarily stunned. Dongfang Shui and Sikong Nan also saw them, and in an instant, the two women's eyes lit up with joy, as if they had found hope in a desperate situation. Dongfang Shui, frantic with worry, shouted at Yi Chen and the others at the top of her lungs, "Help! Please, save us!" Her voice broke into sobs as she continued, "Save my brother. It was us who called for help earlier." Yi Chen did not hesitate for a moment and immediately sprinted in the direction Dongfang Shui pointed. Countless ice mirrors appeared in the air, and Yi Chen darted through them. Shi Yao and Fatty exchanged a glance and quickly followed. When they arrived, they saw Dongfang Yao cornered by three moon wolves, his body covered in wounds, yet still struggling to hold on. These 3 bronze 6-star Gale Wolves were enough to push you to this extent. It seems the candidates for this trial are nothing special after all. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, carrying a hint of disdain. He slowly drew the long blade from his waist, its surface shimmering with a peculiar luster. Illusory moonlight blade flash. With a low shout, the blade suddenly gleamed, and a blood-like arc of light instantly slashed through the void. The speed of the blade light was so extreme that it left no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ferocious Gale Wolves, which had been baring their fangs and claws moments ago, froze in place. Then, they slowly collapsed, a neat blood mark appearing on their necks, from which blood gushed out. Dongfang Yao and his 2 companions stared at the scene in utter shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The powerful beasts that had just driven them to the brink of despair were so effortlessly defeated by Yi Chen. Dongfang Shui widened her eyes and murmured, This is just too strong. Sikong Nan was equally stunned, gaining a completely new understanding of Yi Chen's strength. Dongfang Yao swallowed hard, his heart filled with both shame and gratitude. He stepped forward, cupped his hands toward Yi Chen, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Thank you, brother, for your assistance. I will remember this favor. If not for you, we would likely have lost our lives here today. A faint blush instantly spread across Dongfang Shui's cheeks as her gaze tightly followed Yi Chen's departing figure, her eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, so handsome. She bit her lower lip slightly, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her clothes. The dashing image of Yi Chen decisively slaying the Gale Wolf had already been deeply imprinted in her heart, lingering there for a long time. Shouldn't you explain who you are now? Yi Chen's expression remained calm as his gaze swept over the 3 of them one by one. Dongfang Shui's fair face flushed instantly, and as if summoning her courage, she said, We are from Longdu. My name is Dongfang Shui. As she spoke, she pointed to her companions beside her. She is Sikong Nan, and this is my brother, Dongfang Yao. After speaking, she raised her eyes to look at Yi Chen. Apart from the earlier infatuation, her gaze now carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation, as if hoping Yi Chen would introduce himself in return. Sikong Nan smiled and nodded in greeting, while Dongfang Yao stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, May I ask for your esteemed names? Your life-saving grace today will be repaid generously in the future. If there's anything, you can come to Longdu to find us. We will certainly do our utmost to assist. Dongfang Yao's expression was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable sincerity. The Dongfang family? Dongfang Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had assumed that mentioning his family would elicit some recognition, given that the Dongfang family was quite renowned in Longdu. Do you know about our family? Dongfang Yao pressed further, his gaze firmly fixed on Yi Chen. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile as he replied candidly, Dongfang who? Never heard of them. The straightforwardness of this response, devoid of any pretense, left Dongfang Yao momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Dongfang Shui couldn't help but let out a light hint and muttered, Our Dongfang family is very powerful in Longdu. You must be ignorant. Sikong Nan, standing nearby, gently tugged at Dongfang Shui's sleeve, signaling her to maintain her composure. Yi Chen suddenly seemed to remember something and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xianyuan Yi Chen, and these 2 are Shangguan Qiyo and Moron Kai. Hearing the surnames Xianyuan, Shangguan, and Moron, Dongfang Shui immediately realized something, and her face turned even redder in an instant. She had just muttered about others being ignorant, only to discover that the 3 people before her were from the 4 great families of Longdu. Thinking about her earlier words and actions, she couldn't help but feel a wave of regret, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Dongfang Yao and Sikong Nan were equally astonished, never expecting that the life-saving benefactors they had casually met would have such prominent family backgrounds. Saving you was just a convenient act, Xianyuan Yi Chen said calmly, his tone steady and unruffled. If there's nothing else, I'll continue hunting the fierce beasts. With that, he prepared to turn around, the long blade in his hand gleaming with a chilling light under the sun, as if eager to plunge back into battle. Shangguan Qiyo and Moron Kai exchanged a knowing glance and followed closely behind Xianyuan Yi Chen. Their postures were upright, exuding an innate pride and determination, as if this perilous trial ground was merely a routine training ground for them. Seeing this, Dongfang Shui hurriedly stepped forward, her face still tinged with a lingering blush, her eyes full of urgency. Wait! Can you take us with you? The fierce beasts in the core area are too powerful, and it's really dangerous for us to act alone. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, and her gaze at Xianyuan Yi Chen was filled with anticipation. Dongfang Yao stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "Brother Xianyuan, my sister is absolutely right. Although our strength may not match yours, we can still lend a hand and won't hold you back." Sikong Nan nodded slightly, though he remained silent, his eyes also revealing a desire to join. Xianyuan paused in his steps, turned to look at them, his gaze sweeping over the three one by one, as if weighing his options. After a moment, he nodded slightly. "All right, follow along. But don't fall behind, and prioritize your own safety if danger arises." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shui's face lit up with joy, and she nodded repeatedly, "Absolutely, absolutely, we'll definitely obey." In the core area, the thick scent of blood permeated every inch of the air, eerie and oppressive. Yichen and Qi Yao led the way, exuding an intimidating and powerful aura. Dongfang Yao, Dongfang Shui, and Sikong Nan followed closely behind, their eyes filled with determination and fighting spirit. Yichen wielded the bloodthirsty blade, his movements agile, darting through the group of ferocious beasts like a phantom. Each strike of his blade was accompanied by a flash of cold light, the sharp edge effortlessly slicing through the tough hides of the beasts. Blood splattered and was absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade, while the surrounding beasts fell one after another, evoking a strong sense of awe and exhilaration. The fat man curled his lips into a smug and mysterious smile. "Of course, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Brother Yichen didn't even use his abilities. Just pure swordsmanship. He didn't even use his blade techniques. These ferocious beasts aren't even worthy of making Brother Yichen draw his second sword." The three of them, Dongfang Yao included, were utterly shocked, exchanging glances filled with awe at Yichen's strength. Xu Yao blinked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration, and couldn't help but ask, "Fatty, tell us quickly, just how powerful is Brother Yichen's second sword?" The fat man played coy, deliberately pausing for a moment before continuing. "Brother Yichen's second sword is called Dark Fiend. I've never seen him use it either, he got it from his grandfather." The fat man narrated vividly, adding a dramatic touch at the end. Dongfang Yao's eyes lit up, his face full of anticipation as he said, "I can't wait to see Yichen's second sword. If he uses it, dealing with those ferocious beasts would be a piece of cake." Beside him, Sikong Nan nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "I wonder what it would look like in action. Just thinking about it is thrilling." The drone captured this scene, and the live stream exploded instantly. In the footage, Yichen and Qi Yao were wreaking havoc in the core zone, with ferocious beasts falling in droves. The audience was left speechless, and the screen was filled with questions. Are these two planning to slaughter all the beasts in the core zone? At that moment, Qi Yao turned slightly, her perfect profile appearing on screen. In that instant, the comments section went completely out of control, filled with frenzied declarations of love. "Oh my god, this is my dream goddess. Get lost, the goddess is mine. Anyone who tries to take her will have to deal with me. Stop dreaming, only I am worthy of the goddess. All of you, step aside. Wake up, brothers. This is my wife. Face reality. Oh, give me a break. Wife, I think you're delusional. She's clearly my future bride." In the live stream, the chat was scrolling like crazy. Just as everyone was fiercely debating over Qi Yao's allegiance, a sharp-eyed viewer spotted a new highlight, and a comment quickly shot up, "Look, Brother Yichen is at it again. That knife technique is incredible." For a moment, the screen full of goddess comments was swept away, replaced by exclamations of awe at Yichen's sharp knife skills. "Is this even human? That knife speed, I can't even follow it with my eyes. If this were ancient times, he'd definitely be a martial arts master. I unilaterally declare that from today onwards, I am a fan of Brother Yichen. No one can stop me." Some comments began to speculate about their background. Who exactly are these two? They're so amazing, why haven't we heard of them before? Isn't it obvious? They're from a prominent family. When some examinees arrived at the core area, ready to hunt fierce beasts, they found that after searching for an hour, they couldn't even spot a shadow of one. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, their faces full of confusion and disbelief. A tall examinee scratched his head and was the first to speak. "What's going on? I heard the fierce beasts in the core area are usually rampant, so why can't we even see a trace of them today?" A girl with a ponytail frowned and speculated, could it be that they've been scared off by some powerful figure? Just as everyone was engaged in heated discussions, a boy wearing glasses in the crowd suddenly brightened up, pointing at the bloodstains and messy footprints on the ground. He said, "Judging by these traces, there must have been an intense battle not long ago. Maybe the ferocious beast has already been taken down." As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Some people looked utterly disappointed, complaining that they had come all this way for nothing. A boy opened his smartwatch and quickly discovered the score of the first-ranked individual. First place, Xian Yuanichen, 2,000 points. Longdu University-affiliated high school. Xian Yuanichen, first place? He could hardly believe his eyes and double-checked several times. The ranking and name still clearly displayed on the screen. Who on earth is this Xian Yuanichen? The boy couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding examinees, hearing his voice, quickly gathered around. 2,000 points? That's way too high. We've been working ourselves to the bone searching for half a day and haven't encountered a single fierce beast, yet they've already scored 2,000 points. A girl said with a face full of envy and slight dejection. Longdu University High School. Longdu University High School, everyone there is a prodigy. While everyone was enthusiastically discussing, another examinee suddenly shouted, "Look, the second place score is nearly 1,000 points behind the first place. The gap is just too huge." Everyone quickly gathered to take a closer look, and the screen displayed. Second place, Shangwan Qiao, 1,150 points. Longdu University High School. Even the third place only scored 250 points. Longdu University High School again? Could these two be teaming up? Others might not know who Xian Yuanichen is, but the family heirs present were well aware he is an SSS-level time-based ability user. Partnered with Shangwan Qiao, an SSS-level ice-based ability user. At this moment, the family's warning descended like a heavy hammer, reminding everyone, during the awakening ceremony, absolutely no information must be leaked, or they would face the severe consequence of being expelled from the family. A sudden commotion erupted among the crowd, with exclamations rising one after another. Is it really them? A young man dressed in luxurious attire exclaimed in shock, his voice involuntarily rising. The geniuses of the Xianyuan family, no wonder their scores are far ahead of everyone else's. Before his words had even settled, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, a sense of awe for these prodigies rising in their hearts. No wonder the ferocious beasts in the core area have disappeared. With these two joining forces, those beasts don't stand a chance. A burly young man suddenly understood, his face full of admiration, as if he could already see the victory ahead. At that moment, a comment suddenly popped up in the livestream chat, "Is this Xian Yuanichen?" Instantly, it triggered a frenzy of comments, with everyone spamming astonished emojis. Now it all makes sense. Watching their battle footage earlier, those techniques are definitely beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Among the crowd, an elderly man stroked his beard, his expression solemn. With these two participating in this year's assessment, the competitive landscape is bound to be completely rewritten. The family geniuses who were originally favored will likely see their advantages vanish in the face of these two. The crowd nodded in agreement, fully aware that this assessment was no longer a simple contest but a showdown among top-tier elites. The developments to come were destined to exceed everyone's expectations. Let's hurry back to the central area and hunt the fierce beasts. A young boy, trembling with urgency, exclaimed, "That guy, Xian Yuanichen, is about to take down the silver-level beast. Once he's free, he'll definitely go after the other beasts. By then, there won't be anything left for us." Hearing this, everyone showed anxious expressions, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement without hesitation. A burly young man clenched his fist and shouted, "Right, we can't waste any more time. If we don't go back now, we won't even get the scraps." With that, he took the lead and dashed toward the central area, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. A girl with a ponytail frowned as she jogged along, complaining, "If we had known Xian Yuanichen was this strong, we should have acted earlier. Now look, all the good opportunities are going to be snatched by him." A boy beside her consoled, "Stop complaining and run faster. Maybe we can still catch the tail end of it." The group moved quickly, their expressions urgent, with only one thought in mind, to return to the central area and hunt as many fierce beasts as possible before Xian Yuanichen, striving to achieve a good score in the assessment. Along the way, the wind howled past their ears as their figures darted swiftly through the wilderness. They headed toward the central area, filled with unknowns and challenges, their hearts ignited with determination and desire. The glory of victory awaited them just ahead. Ichen and the other 5 began to rest nearby. Ichen took out the cooking utensils and skillfully started preparing a meal. His movements were smooth and fluid, first placing the kettle on a makeshift stove. Before long, the water began to bubble and steam rose, as if setting the stage for the delicious feast to come. Qi Yao volunteered to help wash the vegetables. She rolled up her sleeves and carefully cleaned the wild greens they had gathered from the forest. The tender green leaves unfolded in the water, droplets sliding off like jade carvings, exuding vitality and energy. The chubby one squatted nearby, intently watching Ichen, occasionally handing over seasonings, his eyes full of anticipation. Ichen sliced the cleaned meat into thin pieces and placed them into a hot oil pan. Instantly, a sizzling sound erupted, and the aroma of the meat filled the air, making everyone's stomachs growl. At that moment, Ichen had an idea and fetched some bamboo, carving them into skewers to start grilling the meat. Xiaobai immediately perked up, staring intently at Ichen's grilling. Ichen's lips curved into a slight smile as he teased, "Don't worry, there'll be plenty for you." He skillfully threaded the sliced meat onto the bamboo skewers and placed them on the sizzling grill. As the fat dripped onto the scorching coals, a sizzle sound accompanied the rich aroma, instantly awakening everyone's taste buds. The interplay of fat and flames seemed like a resonance of supernatural powers. Ichen turned the meat skewers, evenly sprinkling salt and spices, his movements smooth and practiced. The chubby one wasn't idle either, handing over freshly picked wild green onions from the streamside. After chopping them finely, he sprinkled them onto the skewers, instantly adding another layer of flavor to the aroma. Xiao Bai squatted nearby, his eyes wide and round, occasionally letting out woo-woo sounds, his tail wagging like a drumstick, and drool nearly dripping from his mouth. Shi Yao teased with a laugh, "Xiao Bai, you little glutton, don't fight too hard for it later." Everyone burst into laughter, their cheerful voices echoing through the tranquil forest, adding warmth and strength to their adventurous journey. In this joyful atmosphere, Ichen returned to his tent and opened the system panel. Name, Xianyuan Ichen. Level, Bronze 8 star. Ability, Time, SSS. Physique, 240 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 240 Hz, plus. Skills, Blade Technique, Blade Master, Time Mirror, Beginner Plus, Time Domain, Beginner Plus, Eye of Time, Beginner Plus, Dragon's Roar to the Ninth Heaven Blade, Hidden Dragon Plus, Illusory Moonlight. Ability points, 40-90. He unhesitatingly allocated 500 points each to Physique and Spirit, raising them to 300 Vitality and 300 Hz. Enhancing his own skills became Xianyuan Ichen's top priority. He quickly spent 1,500 points to upgrade the Time Mirror skill to the intermediate level. The moment it reached the intermediate level, a pleasant surprise arrived. Not only could he replicate an additional skill, but the number of clones also increased, as if the power of time in his hands had grown even stronger. He then upgraded the Dragon Chant 9 Heavens blade to its second form, Dragon Swimming in Shallow Waters. As the blade technique unfolded its initial brilliance, the blade danced, stirring up layers of airwaves, as if a mighty dragon were rolling in the shallows, churning up tempestuous waves. The blade's light rippled like water, and each slash carried immense thrust, seemingly capable of striking enemies away like floating duckweed. Around the wielder, illusory splashes of water seemed to scatter, and the dragon's shadow gradually solidified, exuding a lively and agile presence. With his basic attributes enhanced, Xianyuan Ichen immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his mind became clearer than ever before. He let out a hearty laugh, stepped out of the tent, and casually twirled the bloodthirsty blade into a dazzling flourish. The blade's light flickered, and the sensation of power was overwhelming, as if it could shake the heavens. Now that his skills had advanced and his strength had greatly increased, Xianyuan Ichen faced silver-tier beasts with newfound confidence. What was once a tremendous threat no longer caused him any fear. Recalling the thrilling battles he had experienced against silver-tier beasts in the past, the vivid scenes still lingered in his mind. But now, his entire being radiated a powerful aura, his eyes brimming with confidence and composure. He understood clearly that silver-tier beasts were merely minor obstacles on his path to reaching greater heights on this continent, where the strong reigned supreme, obstacles he could easily overcome with a mere flick of his hand. The next morning, Ichen and the other 5 set out for the most central area. There were no more ferocious beasts along the way, as they had all been slain by Ichen and Xiao. Thinking back, those ferocious beasts had charged in groups, baring their fangs and claws, only to fall one after another under the duo's combined attacks. Xiao moved with agility, wielding countless ice shards like a cold-blooded killing machine. Under her precise control, the ice shards struck the vital points of the beasts, leaving the once fierce creatures powerless to retaliate. The two worked seamlessly together, with one taking the lead in attack and the other providing support, leaving no trace of the approaching beasts. Their figures moved through the blood-soaked chaos, becoming a terrifying presence in the forest that made the beasts tremble in fear, as if proclaiming their strength and fearlessness. At this moment, the 6 walked along a path free of beastly obstructions. Dongfang Shui said admiringly, "Ichen, Xiao, you two are incredible. Those beasts earlier looked terrifying, yet you managed to take care of them completely. Sikong Nan also chimed in with a smile. Exactly, having you two around makes us feel much safer. But as for the most central area, who knows what might be waiting for us there? Dongfang Yao excitedly waved the weapon in his hand, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, finally, some peace and quiet. We were chased all over the forest by those ferocious beasts before, but this time we've finally gotten our revenge. Yi Chen looked up into the distance, lost in thought. Yeah, I wonder what kind of trial Grandpa Chen has arranged for us. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, far away, Chen Shihan suddenly sneezed loudly without warning. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Who's talking about this old man? Could it be those little ones?" A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Chen Shihan's lips, his eyes filled with anticipation and concern for them. Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, an ethereal yet mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, killing his silver 2-star mirror shadow beast rewards. 5 marrow cleansing pills and 2 beauty pills. Beauty pills are only effective for females. The unexpected voice left Yi Chen momentarily stunned. Yi Chen snapped out of it, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes before his gaze turned sharp. He muttered to himself, marrow cleansing pills? That's a decent reward. They can help cultivators cleanse their meridians and improve their aptitude, which will definitely be a big boost to everyone's strength. But what's with this beauty pill? Hey! He shook his head helplessly while quickly calculating in his mind. Soon, Yi Chen came up with a distribution plan for the cleansing pills and beauty pills. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward as he silently thought to himself, 1 cleansing pill. Each for Dad and Mom, they've worked hard for half their lives. With these pills, they might break through their cultivation bottleneck and become healthier. Of the remaining 3 cleansing pills, 1 goes to Qiao. She's determined to grow stronger, and this pill will surely give her a boost. The chubby guy can't be left out either, though he seems carefree, he's actually loyal and sentimental. With this pill, his cultivation journey will be smoother. The last one will be kept for himself. After all, there are many battles ahead, and improving his strength is urgent. As for the beauty pills, Yi Chen didn't even hesitate before deciding to give them to Qiao and Mom. Mom has always managed the household, and time has left its marks on her face. The beauty pill will surely restore her youthful glow. As for Qiao, she's already naturally beautiful, and with the enhancement of the beauty pill, she'll undoubtedly become even more captivating. At that moment, Yi Chen and the other 5 stepped into this territory, instantly stunned by the scene before them. Dozens of ferocious beasts of various forms were entrenched here, the atmosphere tense and ready to explode. Dongfang Shui instinctively gripped her longbow, her fingers trembling slightly. This is way too many. Qiao's expression turned serious as she analyzed in a low voice. These beasts have different habits, yet they're gathered here together. There's definitely something unusual going on. As soon as the words fell, a swift gale wolf let out a fierce howl and lunged at them first, its sharp fangs glinting coldly under the sunlight. Almost simultaneously, a burly bloodthirsty tiger roared and charged forward with a gust of foul wind, its razor-sharp claws resembling blades. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened as he swiftly drew his bloodthirsty blade, spiritual energy surging around him. He shouted, "Fight side by side." Meanwhile, Qiao quickly formed hand seals with both hands, summoning countless ice shards that shot toward the ferocious beasts at the forefront. The intense battle erupted in an instant. Yi Chen and his 5 companions stood back to back, fending off attacks from all directions. Just as they were gradually falling into a tough fight, Yi Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of the massive mirror shadow beast lying quietly in the deepest part of the clearing. The mirror shadow beast was covered in a layer of lustrous, glass-like scales that refracted ever-changing light with its movements. Its body was agile, with long and powerful limbs. Each step it took was light and silent, yet exuded an undeniable sense of strength. Its tail was slender, with a slightly curled tip, swaying flexibly behind it, always on alert as if waiting for the right moment. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, if it were any other ordinary Tier 2 ferocious beast, I could crush it single-handedly. But Grandpa Chen actually arranged for me to face a mirror shadow beast. The most troublesome skills of this mirror shadow beast are mirror image duplication and mirror image reflection. When it encounters an attack or faces an opponent, its eyes will instantly emit an eerie glow, and a faint light screen will appear around it. Within this light screen, it can perfectly replicate the opponent's appearance. In the next moment, a mirror image clone identical in ability and appearance to the opponent will emerge. This clone not only inherits the opponent's combat techniques but can also, based on the mirror shadow beast's consciousness, uniquely enhance and mutate the skills, even reflecting them back. Yi Chen shouted to the 5 people, "I'll handle the mirror shadow beast. You take care of the other ferocious beasts first, then come help me." With that, his spiritual energy surged around him as he sped toward the mirror shadow beast. Azay swung his heavy sword and responded loudly, "Don't worry, Yi Chen, leave these beasts to us." With those words, he let out a loud roar, his longsword carrying immense power as it slashed heavily at a bloodthirsty tiger bearing its fangs and claws. The blade gleamed, and amidst the tiger's roar, blood splattered everywhere. Moron Kai charged forward with his shield, meeting the beast's attacks head-on without retreating, his resolute face full of determination. Shi Yao unsheathed her long sword, its blade flashing as she moved nimbly among the beasts. Each strike was precise, targeting the beast's vital points, while she shouted loudly, "Everyone, be careful. Don't get surrounded." Dongfang Xuan and other teammates stood at a slightly farther position, drawing their bows and shooting arrows like rain. The arrows pierced through the air one after another, striking the beasts and creating space for their teammates to survive. Amid this chaotic battle, Yi Chen stood face to face with the mirror shadow. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. With a sudden low shout, his steps shifted sharply, and the magic mirror ice crystal appeared behind the mirror shadow. Yi Chen's long sword slashed out, the blade flashing like lightning, aiming straight for the enemy's heart. The mirror shadow reacted swiftly, its figure flickering as it sidestepped the deadly strike. At the same time, its longsword swept upward in an arc, executing Hidden Dragon Unleashed, and slashed fiercely at Yi Chen's lower body with unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Yi Chen lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping high into the air. In mid-air, he flipped to evade the attack and immediately unleashed Illusory Moonlight, 1,000 blood blades, aiming straight for the mirror shadow's head. Blood-red light surged like a tide, and 1,000 blade shadows roared downward, resembling a thunderous wrath from the heavens. The mirror shadow reacted quickly, gripping its sword tightly with both hands and blocking horizontally. Sparks flew amidst the deafening clash, and the impact cracked the ground beneath them. However, just as Yi Chen was about to press his advantage, a dark shadow darted out from the side like lightning. It was the mirror beast. Its body was shrouded in an eerie, ghostly glow, its fangs bared, and its roars exuded a chilling aura. Yi Chen cursed inwardly, realizing he had been so engrossed in the fierce battle that he had forgotten about this troublesome creature. At the critical moment, Yi Chen shouted in a low voice, "Time mirror, doppelganger." In an instant, the space around him distorted, and 2 identical figures emerged beside him. One doppelganger charged straight at the mirror, its long blade slicing through the air with a sharp wind. Attempting to disrupt its defense, the other doppelganger turned to face the mirror beast, intending to hold off the rampaging creature. The battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, with flashes of fire and blade intertwining, and the roars of the ferocious beast echoing incessantly. Amid the chaos, Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, and his aura surged dramatically. Forcing a reversal of his blade's momentum, he unleashed the residual power of Illusory Moonlight. 1,000 blood slashes toward the oncoming mirror beast. The blood-red light crisscrossed, colliding with the beast's mirrored surface, erupting in a deafening boom. The shockwave rippled outward, and cracks spread across the ground like a spider web. Yi Chen's heart burned with urgency as he caught a glimpse of Qiao not far away, her face filled with fear, yet still stubbornly trying to fight. He shouted loudly, "Qiao, you all leave here now. The battle ahead is far beyond what you can handle. It will be extremely dangerous." The doppelganger's moves mirrored his own perfectly, combining with the mirror beast's ferocious attacks to form a pincer assault that left the enemy struggling to defend. Now this is getting interesting. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen channeled the spiritual energy within him, and a faint layer of blood-red light enveloped his body, striking fear into the hearts of those who saw it. "Qiao, take the others and leave quickly. Once I handle things here, I will come find you," Yi Chen said again, his gaze firmly fixed on Qiao, as if conveying an unyielding sense of determination. Qiao's companions also urged, "Qiao, let's retreat first. Trust Yi Chen." With a low growl, he said, "It's time to bring out my second blade, Dark Fiend." The bloodthirsty blade in his hand suddenly trembled, and a deep, eerie glow flickered along its edge. Dark Fiend circled the blade a few times, before being enveloped by Yi Chen's overwhelming spiritual energy, hurtling toward the mirror image with a piercing howl. The blade's light tore through the air, as if intent on obliterating all obstacles in its path. The mirror image's expression changed drastically, and it hastily raised its blade to block. With a resounding clang, the immense impact forced the mirror image to stagger back several steps, leaving deep imprints on the ground beneath its feet. Seizing the moment, Yi Chen lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and the magic mirror's ice crystal instantly appeared behind the mirror image, lifting the dark fiend from the ground. In an instant, with both blades in hand, his aura surged once more, and a faint dragon's roar seemed to resonate around him. This is precisely the second stage of the Dragon's Roar 9 Heaven's Blade, dragon swimming in shallow waters. A trace of resolve flashed in Ichen's eyes. As he wielded both blades, Dark Fiend moved like a nimble phantom, spinning rapidly around the mirror image. The blade's speed reached such an extreme that not even the sound of it slicing through the air could be heard. Its edge vanished into invisibility, and each slash appeared like a fleeting illusion, achieving an almost untraceable speed limit. At the same time, Ichen channeled the spiritual energy within his body, causing the supreme divine thunder to entwine around his twin blades. Lightning flickered and crackled, adding an even more terrifying aura. As the mirror image was momentarily disoriented by this sudden and fierce assault, Ichen seized the opportunity, let out a loud shout, and slashed fiercely with his twin blades, imbued with rolling thunder. This strike was unstoppable, aimed straight at the enemy's heart, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. However, the mirror image reacted swiftly, dodging to the side at the critical moment. Seeing this, Ichen's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Sharingan, activate. Instantly, his pupils were filled with an eerie blood-red glow, and everything around him seemed to slow down countless times in his vision. Taking advantage of the moment, he pounced like a leopard, his twin blades transforming into two streaks of flowing light, and with a precise strike, he slashed the mirror image. A blade mark instantly appeared on its chest. The mirror image showed no sign of pain and continued to resist with great force. Ichen gave it no chance to catch its breath, unleashing a storm-like barrage of attacks with his twin blades, forcing the mirror image to retreat several steps under the relentless onslaught. Illusory moonlight flashing blade. Ichen roared, unleashing his ultimate move. The blade radiated a dazzling brilliance, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the mirror image. Just then, a dark shadow shot out from the side like a cannonball. It was the mirror beast. The power it had been accumulating erupted at this moment, launching a mirror image rebound. Ichen suddenly felt a strange force surging back like a tidal wave. In an instant, all the power, speed, and killing intent he had directed at the mirror image came rushing back at him, like a violent storm. Ichen's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to think, the muscles in his arms instantly tensed, unleashing all his strength. In a flash, he crossed his twin blades in front of him. With a thunderous boom, the impact, carrying the force of a mirrored rebound, slammed fiercely into the blades. The blade bodies trembled violently, emitting a strained hum under the immense pressure. Ichen's feet carved 2 half-foot deep grooves into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Cutting through illusions, battling two foes. A wave of numbing pain shot from his arms through his entire body. Blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, gathering at his chin before dripping onto the ground beneath him. The tiger's mouth of his hands, gripping the twin blades, had already split open, and bright red blood flowed continuously down the hilts, staining his tightly clenched hands. The piercing pain caused his hands to tremble slightly. Yet, Ichen extended his tongue and lightly licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. The metallic sweetness spread across his tongue. Instead of showing any sign of suffering, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ah, now this is a fight worth having. Those beasts before were far too weak. Only such intense clashes bring true exhilaration. His laughter was filled with wildness and boldness. Now this is real combat, exhilarating. Taking advantage of the gap in Ichen's defense, the aura around the mirror image suddenly surged, unleashing the same technique, illusory moonlight, 1,000 blood blade strikes. In an instant, the world seemed shrouded in crimson, as 1,000 phantom blades roared toward Ichen. The blood-red gleam flickered, and wherever it passed, the air emitted a piercing whistle. Ichen's gaze was resolute, devoid of fear, his eyes sharp and penetrating, exuding a chilling intensity. The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk as he sneered, "Do you think you can take my life using my own blade technique? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This mirror image is nothing more than a reflection of my past self, while I, in the present, grow stronger with every passing moment." With that, a cold, murderous aura emanated from his body, swirling tangibly in the air around him. Illusory moonlight, 1,000 blood blade strikes. Ichen roared, his voice like a resounding bell, causing the surrounding air to hum and vibrate. In an instant, the twin blades in his hands danced at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only after images. Blood-red light burst forth from the blades, weaving a dense, inescapable web of death from 1,000 phantom blades, colliding head-on with the mirror image's attack. The two illusory moonlight, 1,000 blood blade strikes clashed violently, scattering blood-red light in all directions. The powerful impact radiated outward from the two combatants, wreaking havoc in all directions. Cracks spread across the ground like a spider web, while the surrounding trees were uprooted and shattered into flying debris. Ichen clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his arms bulging, every inch of muscle taut as he channeled his spiritual power with all his might, determined to utterly crush the mirror image. At the core of this storm of clashing forces, Chen and the mirror image's figures flickered in and out of the blood-red light. Chen's eyes, bloodshot from the excessive exertion of spiritual power, wept tears of blood, yet they remained fixed on the mirror image, observing its every move. As his spiritual power continued to deplete, large beads of sweat rolled down Chen's forehead, but his will remained as unyielding as a rock. He knew well that this battle was not only a matter of life and death but also an opportunity for self-breakthrough. Suddenly, Chen noticed a faint disturbance in the spiritual power fluctuations of the mirror image. His heart leaped with joy, realizing that the opportunity had come. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the last of his spiritual power and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a killing move he had never used before: Lunar Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Severance. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to be engulfed in an endless blood prison, with time and space twisting in its wake. The twin blades in Chen's hands erupted with a blood-red radiance, no longer scattered remnants of sharp shadows but converging into a massive crescent-shaped blood moon. Carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, it roared toward the mirror image. The mirror image seemed to sense the fatal threat of this strike and tried its best to resist, but the power of the blood-red crescent was too overwhelming, instantly breaking through the mirror image's defenses. With a miserable scream, the figure of the mirror image gradually dissipated in the blood-red light. However, Chen had no time to catch his breath before turning to see the mirror's shadow beast lunging at him again, its claws bared and its ghostly glow growing even more intense, as if enraged by the loss of the mirror image. Chen gripped his twin blades tightly, staring at the mirror's shadow beast before him without a trace of fear in his heart. The twin blades in his hands dragged two deep grooves across the ground, kicking up a trail of dust. He raised his head, his gaze locked firmly on the mirror's shadow beast, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a defiant smile. You want to try this too? But first, I need to trick its mirror reflection into rebounding. His laughter carried a hint of mischief, as if the beast before him was not a deadly threat but rather an intriguing opponent in a game. He shifted slightly, placing the twin blades at his side in a seemingly casual stance, though his entire body was taut, every nerve on high alert. Chen deliberately exposed his aura, releasing his spiritual energy fluctuations without reservation, attempting to provoke the mirror's shadow beast with this brazen display. The mirror's shadow beast was indeed provoked by this taunting action. Its entire body radiated a brilliant dark light as it let out a deafening roar toward the sky. Its foreclaws scraped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and then it charged at Chen like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was astonishing, carrying a foul wind as its blood-red maw opened wide, revealing sharp fangs aimed directly at Chen's throat. Seeing this, Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, and he calculated silently in his mind. Without panic, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and sidestepped, easily evading the mirror shadow beast's ferocious attack. At the same time, he swung his twin blades with sudden force. Though the blade movements appeared fierce, they concealed subtle tricks, leaving flaws in the attack visible everywhere. He thought to himself, let's see when this mirror reflection counterattack takes the bait. While continuously dodging the mirror's shadow beast's attacks, Chen used seemingly aggressive moves to probe and maneuver, waiting for the moment the beast launched its counterstrike. Chen was well aware of the troublesome nature of the mirror shadow beast's reflection counterattack, but this was precisely his opportunity. With a loud shout, his spiritual energy surged violently around him as he unleashed illusory moonlight, sword flash, enveloped in intense killing intent, directly targeting the mirror shadow beast. The mirror shadow beast roared repeatedly, its body flickering with eerie ghostly light. As expected, it activated the mirror reflection counter. Just as the attack was about to touch the mirror shadow beast, a sly glint flashed in Chen's eyes, and his hands swiftly changed the incantation. Magic mirror ice crystal instantly appeared before him. In an instant, the space distorted, and Chen's figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing at his previous position. The mirror shadow beast's counter effect failed to trigger. He gave the mirror shadow beast no chance to catch its breath. Taking advantage of its brief imbalance caused by the failed counterforce, he unleashed his full power once again, roaring, "Moonlight Blood Prison! Reincarnation Void Slash!" The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a thick, blood-red curtain, as the endless aura of the blood prison spread out, twisting and distorting time and space under this earth-shattering force. In his hands, the twin blades seemed infused with boundless resentment and power. The blood-red light they emitted was no longer chaotic remnants of blade shadows but rapidly converged and fused, ultimately forming a massive blood-red crescent moon that blotted out the sky. Vanish! Suffocate! Destroy all evil and cut through everything! The mirror's shadow beast felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. For the first time, fear appeared in its eyes, as if it were facing an inescapable doom. It roared madly, trying to break free from the shroud of this terrifying force. The ghostly light around its body flickered desperately, but it seemed so powerless. The blood moon drew closer and closer, emitting a sizzling sound. The space around it twisted unimaginably, and black cracks spread along the edges of the blood moon, as if ready to devour everything. The moment the blood moon touched the mirror's shadow beast, a piercing scream tore through the sky. The beast's body seemed to be sliced by thousands of sharp blades simultaneously, instantly covered in countless bloodstains. Blood gushed out like a fountain, merging with the crimson crescent moon. The surrounding dust and rubble were swept into the vortex of this force, disintegrating into powder. The entire battlefield seemed to collapse at that moment. Ichen stood to the side, his face pale as paper, his clothes soaked with sweat, and the twin blades in his hands trembling slightly from the excessive expenditure of energy. Yet his gaze remained firm and resolute, fixed on the mirror's shadow beast without a moment's relaxation. As time passed, the beast's body gradually shrank under the crushing force of the blood moon until it disappeared completely. The crimson crescent moon also slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield and an utterly exhausted Ichen. Congratulations to the host for killing the silver 2-star mirror shadow beast. Plus 30 ability points have been added to the system backpack. The system's notification sounded in his ears, as if cheering for this hard-fought victory. Xiao came running from afar, her hair flying wildly in the wind, her face full of anxiety and worry. She rushed to Ichen's side, slightly out of breath, her eyes reddened as she looked him up and down, her voice trembling slightly. "Are your injuries serious?" Her concern was like warm sunlight, instantly dispelling the fatigue in Ichen's heart. Ichen forced a faint smile, trying to comfort her. Just as he was about to speak, a violent cough interrupted him. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his body swayed. Seeing this, Xiao quickly reached out to support him, the pain in her eyes growing even stronger. "Don't speak, let me check your injuries." Xiao carefully examined Ichen's wounds, and when she saw his cracked tiger's mouth and the shocking bloodstains, tears welled up in her eyes. Looking at Ichen's body covered in injuries, Xiao was filled with guilt, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choking. "If only I were stronger, I could have fought alongside you." Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her fingertips turning white from the pressure, her regret overwhelming her like a tidal wave. Recalling the battle, where she could only watch as Ichen endured the attacks of the mirror shadow beast alone, the helplessness in her heart made her feel unbearable pain. "I wanted so badly to rush in and help share the burden, but my strength." Xiao bit her lower lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. She silently vowed to become stronger, determined never to let Ichen face such danger alone again. Through her tears, Xiao's gaze became exceptionally resolute, her mind repeatedly replaying Ichen's figure during the battle, the fearless aura, the tenacious will, all of which inspired her. She knew deeply that only by becoming strong enough herself could she truly be Ichen's partner in battle, rather than a helpless bystander. That night, after returning to the camp, while the others were resting, Xiao went alone to the open space outside the camp. Moonlight bathed her, outlining her determined figure. She drew her long sword and began practicing her sword techniques over and over again, pouring all her strength and resolve into every move. Sweat soaked through her clothes, and her arms ached from exhaustion, yet she showed no intention of stopping. "I must become stronger, I have to become stronger," Xiao shouted in her heart, recalling the details of Ichen's battle with the mirror shadow beast earlier. She imitated his combat techniques, trying to find a breakthrough. During her practice, she constantly adjusted her movements, corrected her exertion methods, and left no detail, no matter how small, unchecked. Ichen stood on a tree, secretly watching Xiao practice, his heart filled with comfort and pride. The night was utterly tranquil, with only the crackling of the firewood breaking the silence. Ichen rested his head on his hand, quietly observing Xiao's figure. At that moment, a wisp of eerie green gas silently crept toward the camp, affecting everyone except Xiao and Ichen. In the blink of an Yi Chen leaped down from the tree and quickly shielded Xiao by his side. Xiao was startled. You haven't gone to sleep yet? She froze mid-action, looking at the suddenly appearing Yi Chen, a flash of panic crossing her eyes, as if a deeply buried secret had been abruptly uncovered. Yi Chen, why are you here? Are your injuries any better? Xiao asked anxiously, her gaze full of concern. Careful, there are enemies. Go wake them up quickly, I'll stay here in guard. Yi Chen's expression was grave as he kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings. But you're still injured. Xiao's face was full of worry, her heart burning with anxiety. It's nothing, this minor injury won't matter. Go quickly. Yi Chen urged, his gaze as firm as steel, leaving no room for doubt. Xiao hesitated no longer, decisively turned around, and unzipped the tent in one swift motion before darting inside. She called out to everyone. One by one, wake up! Wake up! However, there was no response from anyone, as if they had been cursed. Her heart raced with worry, and she quickly bent down to check their breathing. Feeling the steady rhythm of their breaths, she finally let out a small sigh of relief. Then, she immediately exited the tent and reunited with Yi Chen, her expression filled with concern as she said, they must be unconscious. Yi Chen instantly activated the Sharingan, his sharp gaze immediately capturing the hidden shadow on a tree. That eerie green smoke was wafting out from where the shadow was located. Oomph, found you. Yi Chen snorted coldly, performing the demonic mirroring ice crystals technique. In an instant, his figure moved like a phantom, teleporting behind the shadow. The blade in his hand flashed with a cold gleam as he slashed out swiftly. The man in black sensed danger and hurriedly dodged. Despite his quick movements, he couldn't completely evade the fierce strike. One of his arms was severed, accompanied by a muffled groan. The severed arm fell to the ground, blood gushing out wildly. Who are you to dare poison the trial grounds? Yi Chen roared angrily, his voice thunderous and deafening. Baka! And who are you to dare ruin my plans? The man in black cursed in broken Chinese, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. Yi Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp as needles, and he thought to himself, I didn't expect him to be from Neon. It seems that people from other countries have infiltrated this trial. He just poisoned us, clearly attempting to assassinate us. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Interesting. The man in black, enraged and humiliated, suddenly pulled out a kunai and, using all his strength, hurled it fiercely at Yi Chen, aiming directly at his face with murderous intent. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, but he remained calm and unhurried. With a slight sidestep, the seemingly inevitable kunai grazed his clothes and flew past. Too slow. Yi Chen's tone was full of disdain, his effortless demeanor further infuriating the man in black. The man in black had thought this strike would surely hit Yi Chen, but he watched in disbelief as his opponent dodged so easily. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock, as anger and fear intertwined in his heart. At this moment, Xiao's figure flickered as she swiftly moved to Yi Chen's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She stared vigilantly at the man in black before them, her eyes revealing irresolute determination. The two of them were perfectly in sync, as if fully prepared to face any battle at a moment's notice. At this point, the man in black could no longer escape and was trapped in a desperate situation. The man in black from Neon Country gripped the katana in his hand tightly, his eyes filled with a mix of determination and madness. He roared hoarsely, the spirit of the katana, better to die than to be humiliated. For the great emperor. With that, he prepared to bite down hard on the poison hidden in his mouth. Yi Chen's heart sank, he couldn't let him die so easily. His pupils instantly activated the Sharingan, swiftly casting a genjutsu. In an instant, the man in black felt the scene before him change abruptly, his consciousness forcibly pulled and controlled by this mysterious power. The action of biting down on the poison was abruptly halted. You're from Neon Country, aren't you? What exactly is your purpose in infiltrating this trial? Do you have accomplices? Yi Chen questioned sharply, his eyes flashing with a piercing light. The man in black had a vacant look in his eyes and answered mechanically, I don't know if I have any accomplices. What is your purpose? Yi Chen pressed further, his vigilance growing. The emperor only told us to go to Longdu and Huaxia for a trial and assassinate Huaxia's prodigies, the man in black said truthfully, with a trace of fear in his tone. Why do this? Yi Chen frowned deeply, pondering to himself, could it be that they want to completely weaken Huaxia's strength? We don't want to be trampled underfoot by Huaxia. Taking advantage of the trial, we assassinate highly talented students to create a gap in Huaxia's combat power, the man in black continued to respond, his voice growing increasingly somber. Yi Chen snorted coldly and asked again, what else do you know? The man in black slowly shook his head. Nothing more. Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Then you're of no use. Take him to feed the ferocious beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered, darn it, we've already killed all the ferocious beasts. A blade aura from Ichen swept across, and the man in black instantly turned into a streak of blood, granting this neon countryman an easy death. The news spread quickly. A neon countryman with the intent to assassinate examinees had infiltrated the trial of the top university in Longdu. The crowd outside instantly descended into chaos. Someone anxiously proposed, stop the trial immediately. Impossible, someone immediately objected, and the situation grew increasingly tense. At this moment, another person had a sudden idea. How about offering generous rewards to encourage the examinees to hunt down the neon countryman? As soon as this suggestion was made, many nodded in agreement, but some showed concern. While this method might work, I'm afraid some unscrupulous individuals might kill other examinees for the reward and falsely claim they were neon countrymen. This won't work, that won't work, so what should we do? Tell me. A person in charge anxiously turned their gaze to the person beside them. The atmosphere on site is tense as a pot of oil about to boil. The person pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In my opinion, we should first ensure the message is accurately conveyed to every candidate, clearly informing them of the characteristics and dangers of the neon people. Then, set up a special identification code. Only those who know the code are genuine candidates. That idea sounds good, but if the code gets leaked, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? A bespectacled staff member interjected with a worried expression. Then let's arrange for a few highly skilled mentors to remain hidden around the trial grounds. On one hand, they can secretly protect the candidates, and on the other, monitor the hunting situation. If any anomalies are detected, they can intervene immediately. Ichen and the other person returned to the camp once again. When they saw the chubby man quietly lying there, snoring in his sleep, they shook their heads helplessly. Ichen walked up to her, looking at her bloodshot eyes and weary face, and said with concern, "Don't push yourself too hard. You've already worked so hard." Xiao, however, shook her head resolutely and said, "No, I haven't worked hard enough. I don't want to watch you fight alone like last time. I want to become as strong as you, even stronger." Her eyes sparkled with a fiery determination, a longing for strength, and a steadfast commitment to fighting side by side. Ichen was slightly taken aback, then revealed a gratified smile. He patted Xiao's shoulder and said firmly, "All right, I believe you can. Do it. From now on, I'll train with you, and we'll become stronger together." Tears glimmered in Xiao's eyes as she nodded vigorously. At that moment, the smartwatch on Ichen's wrist chimed with a ding, breaking the tense atmosphere. He quickly raised his wrist to check, and an urgent message appeared before his eyes. Neon Country individuals have infiltrated the trial area, danger level elevated. All examinees must ensure their own safety. The school has dispatched a team of teachers to infiltrate and fully block the assassination enemies. Everyone, please remain calm. Ichen looked at Xiao and said softly, "Let's go. The teachers have already entered to handle it. Let's take a break and not overexert ourselves." Xiao nodded slightly, her tense body relaxing. The two walked side by side toward the tent. The surrounding night remained tranquil. The faint morning light gently spilled over the tent as Ichen and his companions slowly woke up. Ichen rubbed his sleepy eyes, unzipped the tent, and prepared to face a new round of challenges. At this moment, Ichen and the team glanced at the electronic device on his wrist that recorded points and reminded, "We should head back to the outer area now. After all, we've accumulated enough points." Everyone nodded in agreement, the atmosphere filled with anticipation and urgency. On the way back, everyone's steps were light, their hearts savoring the thrills and surprises of this trial, sharing their experiences with one another. Xiao animatedly recounted her excitement upon discovering a rare plant, drawing bursts of exclamations from the group. As soon as they stepped into the secluded valley, Xiao was stunned by the sight before her. The entire mountain was covered in a sea of pale blue flowers, their petals gently swaying in the breeze like rippling waves. The rich floral fragrance wafted into their noses, sweet but not overwhelming, leaving them feeling utterly refreshed. "Come and take a look," Xiao called out excitedly, her voice echoing through the valley. Hearing her, the group rushed over, their previously tense expressions from battling fierce beasts instantly replaced by awe. Ichen gazed at the dreamlike sea of flowers and couldn't help but smile wryly. "We've been so busy hunting beasts that we missed such a beautiful scene." Dongfang Shui crouched down, gently touched a small flower, and sighed, "In such a perilous place, to find a paradise like this is simply incredible." Cheyenne took a deep breath of the flower-scented air, closed her eyes, and savored the rare tranquility. "I wish I could freeze this moment in time." Everyone strolled through the sea of flowers, unconsciously lightening their steps, afraid to disturb the beauty around them. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the flower field, blending with the pale blue hues, as if forming a breathtaking oil painting. Dongfang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she lifted her gaze toward Yichen. Her eyes shimmered as she softly asked, "Yichen, isn't this sea of flowers beautiful?" Yichen's gaze shifted from the vibrant flower field and landed directly on Qiyao's face. With deep affection and unwavering certainty, he said, "The sea of flowers is indeed beautiful, but it pales in comparison to you." Hearing this, Qiao was momentarily stunned, then the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as she laughed. "How cheesy, brother Yichen." As she spoke, she lightly tapped Yichen's shoulder with her hand, as if in playful reproach. Yet the sweetness in her eyes, impossible to conceal, shone even brighter under the radiant sunlight. At this moment, the chubby guy passing by happened to see the scene and exaggeratedly covered his eyes, saying in a peculiar tone, "Oh my, did I accidentally stumble into some sweet trap? As a single person, I feel a million points of damage." His words made Dongfang Shui and Sikong Nan nearby burst into laughter as well. The cheerful laughter spread freely among the sea of flowers, as if even the air was celebrating this warm moment. After the warm moments in the pale blue sea of flowers, Yichen and his group, filled with joy and satisfaction, prepared to leave the area. However, the expressions of Dongfang Yao and his two companions grew increasingly serious. Dongfang Yao stared intently at the instrument in his hand displaying the points, his brows furrowed into a shape, and said in a low voice, "The points are too low. If this continues, our ranking will drop to over 70. We can't stay here. We must continue hunting fierce beasts in the central area." Dongfang Yao decisively declared, his gaze as sharp and resolute as a hawk's, exuding an undeniable aura of determination. Chen Shihan glanced at the edge of the screen and saw Yichen and Qiao playing and laughing in the sea of flowers. He couldn't help but shake his head with a light chuckle, a teasing smile curling at the corner of his lips. These two little ones seemed to have turned the trial into a vacation. The admissions officer from Longdu University beside him followed his gaze and couldn't help but laugh as well. That's right, while others are risking their lives to hunt fierce beasts and earn points, they're leisurely enjoying the flowers. The admissions teacher joked, his eyes filled with a gentle smile, clearly not blaming them. At this moment, a team was already searching around the central area, planning to hunt some fierce beasts. At first, they specifically targeted weaker ones, such as lone bronze 3-star beasts or small groups of 3 or 4 beasts. After 2 hours, their harvest was quite decent. But by the 3rd hour, Lin Yun started to feel something was off. The number of fierce beasts on the road was dwindling. By the 4th hour, after leading the team around the central area for a long time, he hadn't seen a single fierce beast. Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but mutter, "What's going on? Where did all the fierce beasts go?" Another hour passed, and still, there was no sign of any fierce beasts. Just as everyone began to feel a bit disheartened, the sharp-eyed Zhao Feng suddenly noticed a faint fluctuation of energy ahead. He raised his hand to signal the group to stop and lowered his voice, saying, "Everyone, be careful. There seems to be something ahead." Lin Yun immediately perked up and led the team to cautiously approach. In the lush jungle, a group of 2 men and 1 woman was steadily walking toward Lin Yun and his companions. Still some distance away, the leading young man enthusiastically waved his hand, a bright smile on his face, and shouted loudly, "Hey, Lin Yun!" Finally ran into someone familiar. Hearing the voice, Lin Yun raised his eyes, a trace of surprise flashing through them. Looking at the 3 people gradually approaching, he was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask, "How did you all end up together?" When the 3 arrived in front of him, they exchanged smiles. Like Lin Yun, they were students of the elite class at First High School, all bronze 6-star ability users, and had long been well acquainted with each other at school, true old acquaintances. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yun seemed to recall something, his expression carrying a hint of surprise and wonder, as he took the lead in asking, "Do you know why there isn't a single fierce beast around here?" Before Chen Kai could respond, another boy eagerly jumped into the conversation, his tone full of amazement and disbelief. "You guys don't know yet? We originally planned to head to the core area to show off our skills and hunt fierce beasts, but after wandering around there for half a day, we didn't even catch a glimpse of one. Later, after asking around, we found out that 2 people had turned the core area upside down. With their killing spree, even silver-level beasts probably couldn't escape. Look here," he raised his wrist to check his watch, where the points ranking was clearly displayed, "see? First place, Xianyuan Yichen, 8,000 points, second place, Shangguan Qiao, 2,000 points. The teams that went to the core area have all returned to the middle zone now. Fierce beasts are practically impossible to find. We thought there'd be some here? What a waste of excitement. Lin Yun listened to the astonishing numbers and drew in a sharp breath, utterly shocked. 400 fierce beasts. What kind of terrifying combat power is that? He murmured to himself, his mind involuntarily conjuring up images of Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao wreaking havoc in the core area. The teammates around him were equally stunned, their faces full of disbelief as they struggled to process the news. Bronze level 1 to 4 beasts are only worth 10 to 16 points, and bronze level 5 to 7 are just 20 to 22 points. For them to kill so many in the core area, their strength is simply unfathomable. One teammate couldn't help but whisper in awe. Lin Yun made a snap decision and said urgently, "Then let's hurry back to the outer perimeter. Maybe we can still find some fierce beasts there and rack up a few points." However, the girl who had been silent in the team shook her head helplessly and said, "No need to go, there are no fierce beasts left in the outer area." Everyone was stunned and turned their eyes to her in unison. The girl explained with a bitter smile, "I just received news that due to the disturbances in the core and middle areas, many fierce beasts fled further outward, only to be ambushed by teams from other schools, who wiped them out completely. Now, there are hardly any fierce beasts left in the outer area, so going back would likely yield little." At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yun's mind, and he suddenly thought of a bold plan. His gaze was resolute, and his tone firm. "Since the fierce beasts in the outer area have been snatched away, let's head to the core area. Follow in the footsteps of those two strong individuals, and see if we can gain some benefits." The team members were stunned, but soon their faces lit up with excitement, secretly anticipating the thrill and challenge that lay ahead. Upon hearing this news, everyone's expressions instantly turned grim. After all their efforts, they were left with almost no chance to accumulate points due to the sweeping raid by Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao. The group was preparing to explore the outskirts when a sharp broadcast suddenly echoed around them, "Attention, candidates! Due to the absence of ferocious beasts in this trial area, the trial is now ending early. Please remain where you are, and staff will soon arrange for your return." Why did it suddenly end? A teammate couldn't help but complain, their tone full of frustration. Everyone had worked hard to plan, only to miss the chance to accumulate points due to various unexpected events. Forget it, what's done is done. Complaining won't help. Lin Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to cheer up and comfort the group. At least we gained experience. Next time, we'll definitely do better in the trial. Everyone nodded in agreement, each finding a place to sit and wait for the staff to arrive. Before long, footsteps could be heard in the distance, and uniformed staff members arrived in an orderly manner to teleport them away. Yi Chen and the other two followed suit, stepping onto the square. At this moment, they stood in the center of the plaza. The admissions office. Teacher wore a stern expression, his sharp gaze sweeping over the students before him as he shouted loudly, "I know very well that many of you are feeling dissatisfied. Indeed, based on the current results, some of your abilities don't seem to have a significant advantage in hunting fierce beasts. But you must understand, the application of abilities is infinitely varied. In a one-on-one scenario, the outcome might be entirely different." At this point, he paused slightly, his eyes flashing with excitement as he raised his voice and continued, "Now, I'm giving you all a chance. The top 10 students in the trial rankings will immediately begin selecting their arenas. Everyone else has the right to challenge. As long as you can defeat the current arena defender, the position will be yours, and the corresponding ranking will also belong to you." These words were like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of everyone present. Each person's eyes sparkled with anticipation and desire, their hearts ablaze with the fire of challenge. They were eager to prove themselves on the arena, to break through the shadows of this trial, and to win their own glory and points. Yi Chen moved with agility and steady steps, heading straight for the first arena. Qi Yao, on the other hand, walked gracefully, her expression calm as she arrived at the second arena. The students below the stage saw this and their eyes immediately lit up with fervor, each one rubbing their hands in anticipation, ready to jump into action. The first to step forward was Zishuan, known for his strength. Without hesitation, he chose to challenge Qiao. His muscles tensed, and with an imposing aura, he leapt onto the second arena, let out a roar, and charged fiercely at Qiao. Qiao's lips curved into a confident smile as she calmly sidestepped, gracefully evading Zishuan's attack. Then, with a light tap of her toes on the ground, her figure moved like a phantom to Zishuan's rear, raising her hand to unleash a sharp blade. Zishuan reacted swiftly, turning to block in time. The two exchanged blows back and forth, quickly plunging into an intense and heated duel. Meanwhile, on the first arena, Yi Chen stood quietly, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd below. He thought to himself, Why is no one stepping up to challenge me? Could it be that my strength has instilled fear in them? The audience below whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with awe and apprehension. Who would dare challenge this god of slaughter? He single-handedly wiped out the core zone, one student murmured in a hushed tone, his face full of alarm. Another student chimed in, sneaking a glance at the arena and muttering softly, but the girl who came with him is being challenged. I bet that guy won't last 5 minutes. A companion immediately responded. I think it's even less likely, 3 minutes would be a stretch. Such discussions floated faintly across the square, intensifying the tense atmosphere. Xiao swiftly formed seals with her hands, instantly summoning countless sharp ice spikes that whistled toward Zishuan. Zishuan's eyes narrowed as his powers erupted, forming a sturdy energy barrier in front of him that blocked the ice spikes. Seeing this, Xiao's attacks grew fiercer, the ice spikes pouring down like a torrential rain. Zishuan, however, remained calm, skillfully weaving through the barrage as he searched for an opening in Xiao's defenses. Suddenly, spotting an opportunity, Zishuan leapt forward, delivering a powerful blade strike directly at Xiao. Unable to dodge in time, Xiao was forced to defend head-on. Screech! A sharp sound tore through the air as the blade's edge sliced across Xiao's right shoulder. Crimson blood instantly seeped out, staining her pristine white clothes with a shocking bloom of red. Wincing in pain, Xiao's delicate figure trembled slightly, but a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. She quickly retreated a step, and at the same time, a magical ice crystal, mirror emitting a faint blue glow, slowly materialized in front of her, swiftly separating her from Zishuan and creating distance between them. Xiao manipulated the magic mirror ice crystal, swiftly moving across the arena. Accompanying her movements was the activation of the extreme cold domain, causing the temperature around the arena to plummet to freezing point, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The audience below the stage watched the battle nervously, with someone unable to resist shouting, Zishuan can't pick up speed. If this continues, he's going to lose. However, Zishuan seemed oblivious, gritting his teeth and completely ignoring the bone-chilling cold. With a sudden roar, he gripped his long blade tightly with both hands and bellowed, Spirit skill, Berserk. In an instant, a dazzling red glow enveloped his entire body. Zishuan's eyes turned blood red, filled with unrestrained brutality and madness. This Berserk spirit skill came at the cost of temporary loss of sanity, in exchange for a dramatic surge in physical strength. How could Xiao let such a golden opportunity slip by? With graceful yet rapid movements, she unleashed a storm of ice spikes and ice blades, relentlessly attacking Zishuan. In just a short moment, Zishuan's body was covered in countless wounds, with crimson blood flowing continuously, staining his clothes a deep red. Holy crap! I take back what I just said. A member of the audience below the stage was utterly shocked and couldn't help blurting out, say what you will, but this guy is unbelievably tough. He's been beaten for 3 minutes and is still standing. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone else in the crowd shouted, holy crap! He's making a move. In the arena, Xiao took a slight breath, just about to launch her next round of attacks, when she suddenly felt a chilling aura closing in from behind. A shiver ran down her spine, and she instinctively looked up, only to see Zishuan, covered in blood, somehow appearing behind her like a ghost. The long blade in Zishuan's hand was raised high, slashing down with unstoppable momentum. He roared, die for me. At this critical moment, the spirit bracelet on Qi Yao's wrist suddenly flared with a brilliant light, and an invisible shield instantly unfolded, narrowly blocking the fatal strike. Just then, Yichen landed steadily beside Qi Yao, his brows furrowed, his face full of concern as he asked, Qi Yao, are you alright? As the words fell, the aura around him suddenly darkened, and a murderous intense, so intense it seemed to tear through the air, surged from his body like a blood mist, his icy gaze locking directly onto Zishuan. Yichen Han questioned coldly, was it you who injured Qi Yao's right shoulder with a knife just now? Zishuan wiped the blood off his face and laughed arrogantly, so what if it was a pretty girl? Got hurt, and you're upset, aren't you? Just because you two slaughtered the core zone, I could only rank third. What a pity she had a magical artifact, otherwise, she'd be dead by now. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yichen's killing intent spread like frost, freezing the surrounding air. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Through clenched jaws, good knife skills, very impressive. His voice was icy and chilling, filled with undisguised anger and murderous intent. Morong Kai shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Yichen, anyone who dares to hurt Sister Qia must be taught a lesson. His face was full of rage, his eyes fixed on Zishuan on the arena, wishing he could rush up immediately to help Yichen punish him. How did Zishuan end up provoking this killing god? Among the crowd, a student lowered his voice, his face full of panic that he couldn't hide. Another student echoed, sneaking a glance at the arena and muttering softly, but the girl who came with him was injured by Zishuan. Now this is going to be interesting. Ichen's expression was stern as he stepped closer to Zishuan, each step seeming to tread on everyone's hearts, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. His voice was deep yet carried clearly across the entire venue. Be the sheath that protects, not the blade that takes lives. The sheath wounds, the blade points. These brief words carried an undeniable authority. Beads of sweat appeared on Zishuan's forehead as he forced himself to remain composed. Gripping his long blade tightly with both hands, he let out a loud shout, channeling all his strength into the blade and slashing at Ichen with full force. Yet Ichen seemed unfazed. As the blade's light was about to reach him, he lightly sidestepped, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He spoke coldly, too slow. Is this all the strength you have? Before his words had fully landed, he had already drawn his blade, moving as swiftly as lightning, leaving no time for the eye to follow. A crisp clang echoed as Zishuan's long blade was precisely knocked out of his hands, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Zishuan stared in disbelief at his empty hands, then at the blade on the ground. The shock on his face instantly replaced the ferocity he had shown earlier. The audience erupted instantly, with exclamations and discussions rising one after another. Is this the strength of the god of death? It's terrifying. Zishuan is doomed this time. Ichen radiated killing intent all around him, his gaze as sharp as a blade locked onto Zishuan. He said coldly, "You used this hand to hurt Qiao, so let it stay here." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the long blade in his hand, wrapped in overwhelming killing intent, carved a fierce arc through the air and slashed down swiftly. A muffled thud was heard, followed by Zishuan's piercing scream. The crowd fixed their eyes on the scene, only to be shocked to discover that Zishuan's right arm had been severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain, the crimson liquid staining the arena floor, a horrifying sight. Zishuan's face turned as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Clutching the severed arm, his body trembled uncontrollably from the intense pain. Ichen kicked the severed limb aside and looked down at Zishuan, his voice as cold as a blade. "You'd better not appear in the secret realm, or it won't be as simple as losing a hand." With that, he sheathed his sword and turned to walk toward Qiao. Without hesitation, Ichen bent down and steadily picked up Qiao, his movements gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. He said softly, "I'll take you to the infirmary to treat your wounds first." Qiao was about to respond when she suddenly realized so many people were watching. Her face instantly flushed, the redness spreading from the base of her ears to her cheeks, making her appear shy and flustered. Instinctively, she shrank into Ichen's arms, trying to hide her blushing face, and murmured softly, "Wait, so many people are watching." However, Ichen seemed oblivious, his expression focused, intent only on getting her treated as quickly as possible. He walked briskly toward the infirmary, completely ignoring the surprised, envious, and curious gazes around them. All the way, Qiao's heart pounded wildly as she felt Ichen's strong arms and steady strides. Her cheeks burned, and her hands unconsciously tightened their grip on the hem of Ichen's clothes. The admissions office teacher glanced at Mr. Chen, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said half-jokingly, "Your nephew is truly a wife-protecting fanatic." A trace of helplessness flashed across Mr. Chen's face, but he quickly revealed a proud smile. This boy has been loyal and sentimental since he was young. Now that he has someone he cares about, it's only natural for him to be even more attentive. The two exchanged a smile and turned their gaze back to the arena. That thrilling battle had already become an unforgettable and shocking scene in everyone's hearts. After this heart-stopping event, the crowd below the stage looked at Ichen holding Qiao, their hearts filled with awe, and they voluntarily made way for them. As Ichen departed, the tense atmosphere on the arena eased slightly, but the students' fervor remained undiminished. Soon, someone else turned their attention to the other arenas, and the unresolved battles once again became the focus. A nimble student leaped onto the third arena, exuding an imposing aura of challenge. The opponent was not to be outdone, quickly assuming a ready stance. The two clashed instantly, fists whistling through the air, their exchanges eliciting bursts of exclamations from the crowd below. Meanwhile, on the fourth arena, Han Sui, the defender known for his tank-like resilience, surprisingly possessed a metal-based ability. He controlled 9 titanium alloy battle shields with a force field. Moreover, with the enhancement of the force field, he could accelerate his punches with the copper 4-finger knuckle rings on his hand, even creating shockwaves. His attack power was formidable and terrifying. Not only that, Han Sui's mobility far surpassed that of ordinary people, leaving Wu Liang completely in the dust. However, in the face of Han Sui's overwhelmingly oppressive fists, Wu Liang showed no fear. In an instant, surging spiritual energy roared around him like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, a golden bear shield, formed entirely of pure spiritual energy, suddenly appeared in front of him. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Holy crap! That's the Bear King's shield of the earth-splitting giant bear. That's insane! Han Sui's fist struck the shield, and sparks actually flew. Wu Liang let out a sinister laugh, swinging his 2-meter-long spear wildly in coordination with his shield, producing a whooshing sound in the air. Han Sui hurriedly controlled his shield to block. Clang! A loud crash echoed as 4 of the 9 shields were sent flying, spinning and embedding themselves into the concrete wall. Han Sui was utterly shocked. What the hell is this terrifying strength? Defense with the Bear King's shield. Offense with the spear. Wu Liang, this thick-blooded tank, is simply unstoppable. Han Sui gritted his teeth. You think you can endure? Let's see how you handle this. Spirit technique, fission. Han Sui shouted fiercely. In an instant, a layer of dazzling golden light spread from his body, and the force field of the gold element intensified dramatically. At this moment, Han Sui resolutely abandoned all defense, gambling everything on this move. The 9 titanium alloy shields that had been floating in the air suddenly split apart in an astonishing manner, transforming into countless blades that shot toward Wu Liang like a torrential storm. Seeing this, Wu Liang swung his spear in a tightly woven dance, creating layers of spear shadows as a barrier. At the same time, the Bear King's shield was repeatedly positioned in front of him. However, the dense blades, sharp as a sudden downpour, were unstoppable. Despite Wu Liang's meticulous defense, the blades still managed to cut through him, leaving gashes on his body. Crimson blood quickly soaked his clothes. Each slash felt like it was tearing at his will, but he clenched his teeth and refused to retreat. Meanwhile, Han Sui, with the powerful boost of the force field, launched even fiercer and faster attacks with the 4-fingered bronze knuckle rings on his fists. This storm-like assault was like tearing lightning, and the sturdy Bear King's shield finally shattered with a loud bang, dissolving into specks of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. Wu Liang's heart turned cold, weighed down by a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Shi Lingchen looked at Wu Liang, whose face was full of worry, and thought to himself, damn it. This Han Sui may seem like he's using a tank strategy, but in reality, he's like a ferocious beast. Wu Liang is in big trouble this time. Zhongying Xue, her face tense with anxiety, said urgently, Wu Liang can't pick up his speed. If this goes on, he's going to lose. Her heart was filled with worry. She knew Wu Liang's stubborn personality. He would never admit defeat and was determined not to give up. At that moment, Wu Liang suddenly threw his head back and let out a wild roar, flinging the spear in his hand to the side. Immediately after, he stopped summoning the Bear King's shield, as if he had made up his mind to abandon all defense. In the blink of an eye, Wu Liang's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. He directly transformed into an earth-splitting giant bear. At the same time, he activated his innate ability, Berserk. In an instant, a dazzling red glow, as blinding as raging flames, enveloped his entire body, as if the burning fury was igniting his very soul. At this moment, Wu Liang's eyes turned completely blood-red, filled with an endless ferocity. He clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his fists bulging as he held back a fierce determination. In a low, angry growl, he said, the 4th place is not yours to take. Han Sui would never let such a perfect opportunity slip by. His attacks poured down like a raging storm, leaving Wu Liang covered in blood, his clothes torn and stained, resembling a severely injured beast still struggling desperately. Not necessarily. Han Sui sneered disdainfully, as if he had already seen through Wu Liang's plan. Damn! Why isn't he attacking after going berserk? Could Wu Liang have been stunned by the blows? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but shout. How could he even land a hit? He can't keep up with Han Sui's speed at all. Someone responded helplessly. What is Wu Liang doing? Could he be preparing a big move? Someone speculated in confusion. He's probably aiming for a one-hit kill. We'll see whether Han Sui makes a mistake first or Wu Liang can't withstand this storm-like barrage of attacks, someone analyzed. Wu Liang was at a disadvantage from the very beginning of this match. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Whoa! He made a move. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. In the competition arena, Han Sui had just caught his breath and was preparing to launch another attack when suddenly, a fierce and chilling wind roared down like the bellow of a giant beast. It sent shivers down his spine, and he instinctively felt something was wrong. He looked up and saw a blood-soaked earth-splitting giant bear, its face twisted in a terrifying snarl, exuding an overwhelming aura. The bear raised its massive, sturdy paw high and slammed it down with all its might, accompanied by a thunderous roar, "Smash it!" Han Sui's eyes widened in shock, and just as he was about to move his feet to escape, his mind went blank. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force crashing down on him, as if an entire mountain had suddenly collided with him. Bang! The deafening sound made everyone's eardrums ache. Han Sui's body was sent flying over 70 meters by Wu Liang's powerful slap, crashing heavily into a solid concrete wall and embedding itself deeply into the wall. In the blink of an eye, Wu Liang, like a blood-red whirlwind, charged forward swiftly. Before Han Sui could recover from the impact against the wall and struggle to free himself, Wu Liang had already made his move. The Bear King's shield instantly materialized and slammed directly into Han Sui, pinning him firmly against the wall, leaving only his head exposed. Wu Liang's bloodshot bear-like face revealed a sinister grin as he roared viciously, "Let's see where you run this time." Before the words had even finished, he raised his fist high and began pounding Han Sui's body like a torrential storm. Boom! 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 Each punch landed with a dull thud, as if a heavy hammer were striking the hearts of everyone present. The spectators felt chills down their spines and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, he's pinning him to the wall and grinding him hard. This is just too brutal." Han Sui was completely dazed by the beating, his mind blank. At this moment, only one thought remained in his heart: run. But how could he? He was firmly pinned against the wall, with no way to escape. Want to run? Only if he can escape, that would count as his skill. However, after just 10 seconds, Han Sui no longer had the strength to even think about this question. Under Wu Liang's storm-like barrage of punches, his eyes rolled back, and he was directly knocked unconscious. Wu Liang let go, dissipated the shield, and with his blood-soaked body, pounded his chest with his fist and roared wildly at the sky. The classmates, whose hearts had been tightly gripped by this intense battle, were now completely ignited by this scene. This is a battle between men. Someone in the crowd shouted, instantly sparking a wave of enthusiastic cheers and admiration. The exhilarating fight undoubtedly became an unforgettable, passionate memory in everyone's hearts. Xi Yao looked at Yi Chen, the corners of her mouth slightly curving upward, and said with a hint of playful reproach, "If you want to hug me, just do it. It's not like I said you couldn't. How long do you plan to hold me like this? Besides, there were medical teachers on site just now. Do you even know where the infirmary is?" Xi Yao gently nudged Yi Chen, a faint blush spreading across her face. The tournament was nearing its end, and the rankings had shifted, though the first and second places remained secure. For the top 10 students, once you set up your accounts, you can start using your credit rewards. Classmates, you can now proceed with the enrollment ceremony. Yi Chen and Xi Yao returned to the square together and immediately began the enrollment process. Surprisingly, all the procedures were completed in just over half an hour. The two successfully received their student IDs and dormitory keys. At this moment, the admissions office teacher smiled and said to Yi Chen, "You two are assigned to the same dormitory." Upon hearing this, Xi Yao's face instantly turned red. When they saw the dormitory, Yi Chen was once again deeply shocked. In his previous life, he had studied all the way to a PhD, encountering various types of dormitories. During his academic journey, he had attended 3 universities and lived in 3 or 4 different styles of dormitories, including cozy 4-person rooms, quiet single rooms, and even spacious 3-bedroom apartments specially equipped for PhD students. However, a university like Longdu Ability University, which directly uses villas as dormitories, is truly unheard of. Every student in our school lives in a villa. Of course, the level of luxury varies depending on their scores. For special admissions like you, you'll be staying in the most luxurious type, with a total area exceeding 800 square meters. But you don't need to worry about feeling lonely. The villas are allocated for 2 people, with an upper and lower floor. You and your roommate. Shen Yuanichen took out the key, gently opened the villa door, then lifted 4 suitcases and stepped into his new dormitory. Compared to the villa's eye-catching exterior design, its interior was even more luxurious, exceeding expectations. Beneath their feet, large marble tiles lay flat and polished, resembling a giant mirror that clearly reflected the figures of those present. The furniture and decorations scattered throughout the room were all meticulously crafted and stunningly beautiful, exuding unparalleled elegance. The sofa was soft and comfortable, tempting one to sink into it. Hanging on the walls were exquisite paintings, each of considerable value. The dormitory is cleaned weekly by professional staff, so you don't need to worry about hygiene at all, a teacher from the admissions office, who had followed them into the villa, added at just the right moment. It made sense. This spacious dormitory, spanning 800 square meters, would be impossible to clean thoroughly in a short amount of time. The school enrolls students to provide them with the most professional training, naturally ensuring that such trivial matters don't drain their energy. All the enrollment procedures have been completed. Next, I'll explain a few key aspects of our school that require special attention, the teacher said. Please go ahead. Shen Yuani-chan and Chi Yao's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they quickly settled into the soft sofa alongside the admissions teacher, inwardly eager for what was to come. At Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities, there are two critical aspects, the credit system and the exclusive mentor system, the teacher began, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Let's start with the credit system. At Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities, credits are of utmost importance. Whether it's daily meals, purchasing equipment, or acquiring various rare natural treasures, everything revolves around credits. The value of one credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 huaxia currency. But in reality, its worth far exceeds that. After all, many items in our school's marketplace are rare treasures that money alone can't buy in the outside world. This is so important. Shen Yuani-chen thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. There are various ways to earn credits. In addition to the basic credits distributed each academic year, students can accumulate credits by completing various tasks issued by the school or by improving their rankings on the combat power leaderboard. The difficulty of the tasks varies, and so does the amount of credits earned. On the combat power leaderboard, every rank advancement comes with generous credit rewards. Individual credit balances can be easily checked on the school's official website. Moreover, the school regularly organizes credit competitions, where the winners receive massive credit rewards. The teacher's tone grew increasingly enthusiastic, as if filled with anticipation for these rules. I hope you can quickly familiarize yourselves with and master these rules, striving to go further on this path. We definitely will. Shen Yuani-chen and Chi Yao said in unison, a strong sense of determination igniting in their hearts. They knew this was not just about learning, it was an opportunity to change their destiny. Ichen and Chi Yao were secretly amazed in their hearts as the admissions teacher quickly transitioned to the next exciting topic. Next, I want to emphasize our school's unique exclusive mentor system. Every enrolled student has the opportunity to independently choose their preferred mentor and formally apprentice under them. As long as the mentor agrees, you can officially establish an exclusive guidance relationship. Exclusive mentor? Ichen and Chi Yao looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, aren't mentors unified in teaching courses according to the school's curriculum? Why is there a need to formally apprentice under someone? The admissions teacher smiled and patiently explained, how can the efficiency of collective teaching in a class compare to the meticulous guidance of one-on-one mentoring? Moreover, everyone's abilities vary greatly, and collective classes find it hard to tailor teaching to individual needs and meet everyone's learning requirements. He then added, our school's library holds a wealth of combat techniques and body-strengthening arts. While it might be somewhat challenging for others to access and study these, for individuals like you with SSS-level abilities, the difficulty is almost negligible. He thought to himself, after all, Elder Chen is your great-granduncle, and as the only time-based ability user in Huaxia, he will surely provide you with considerable support. The two leaned back comfortably on the sofa, casually picking up their phones to browse the campus wall. One particular message stood out prominently. Trial grounds witnessed the emergence of the god of killing. Two individuals join forces to sweep through the core zone. Additionally, the top spot on the campus beauty rankings remained occupied by Shangguan Qiao, her charm unmatched. The Dragon City University of Supernatural Abilities is divided into 4 distinct colleges, each with its own unique characteristics: the College of Elements, the College of Combat, the College of Special Abilities, and the College of Support. Each college has significant differences in teaching methods and focus areas. The College of Elements, as its name suggests, primarily enrolls students with elemental abilities. The college is dedicated to deeply exploring the potential of students' abilities, striving to maximize the power of elemental abilities. The College of Combat focuses on training experts in close combat and melee fighting. The college teaches students to use weapons as their primary means of attack and employs unique teaching methods to enable students to seamlessly integrate their abilities with their weapons. Every graduate of the College of Combat is undoubtedly a master of weaponry, capable of skillfully and flexibly utilizing weapons and abilities in real combat to unleash astonishing fighting power. The College of Special Abilities accommodates various types of supernatural abilities that fall outside the categories of elemental and enhancement abilities. Abilities such as time manipulation and mental powers are included in this college. The College of Special Abilities conducts targeted teaching tailored to these unique abilities, unlocking the potential of each special ability and allowing students to shine in their respective fields of expertise. The Auxiliary Academy specializes in enrolling students with auxiliary-type abilities. Once the students of the Academy unleash their abilities, they can provide powerful enhancements and healing effects for themselves and their teammates. On the battlefield, they are indispensable key figures, akin to a solid support, laying the foundation for the team's victory and serving as a crucial element in team collaboration. From the 4 academies established by the Magic City Ability University, one can clearly discern its educational intent to cultivate specialized talents in different fields to address the beast wars. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, your grandfather once presided over the Combat Academy as its dean. Back in the day, he relied on his own strength to slay a Starshine-level Blackwater Flood Dragon with extraordinary prowess while still at the Diamond Mirror level. You should know that. In the power hierarchy of ability users and beasts, the higher the level, the greater the gap in strength between two adjacent levels. Strong individuals like your grandfather, who can achieve cross-level kills of beasts, are as rare as phoenix feathers in the entire Huaxia nation. We don't rely on masters to learn skills, the battle techniques passed down in our family are more than enough for us, Yichen said confidently. That's right. Qi Yao nodded in agreement. Your 4 years of university life officially begin now. I've said everything I needed to, goodbye, kids. Afterward, the admissions teacher picked up his suitcase and climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. This villa has 2 levels. And compared to the 1st floor, he preferred the 2nd floor not only for its expansive view but also for its open-air balcony. But this isn't something I can decide on a whim. Yichen couldn't help but ponder, who is the real master of this place? He picked up his own suitcase and then turned to lift Qi Yao's. As soon as he exerted some force, he exclaimed in surprise, Qi Yao, what did you pack in your suitcase? Why is it so heavy? Don't you know you shouldn't ask girls such questions? Hurry up and bring it upstairs, Qi Yao urged. The 2 of them went up to the 2nd floor and quickly found the bedroom. Stepping inside, the spaciousness of the room was striking, approximately 50 square meters. In the center of the bedroom stood an exceptionally large bed, 2.3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The brand new bedding on the bed was neatly arranged, as if welcoming their arrival. Opposite the bed was a desk, with a computer quietly placed on top. The desk was positioned right next to a window, and looking down through the window, a smooth road came into full view. Qi Yao firmly declared, I'll take this room. You go to the other one. As she spoke, she carefully examined the bedroom, silently marveling, all the furniture in this room is brand new. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought so much stuff with me. Her suitcase was packed to the brim, filled with several sets of clothes, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other small daily necessities, everything one could need. The 2 began busily organizing their luggage, and by the time everything was sorted, half an hour had already passed. How about we take a stroll around the campus and check out the scenery? Yichen suggested. They grabbed their student IDs and the villa keys and stepped out of the villa. This time, they deliberately slowed their pace, carefully taking in the beautiful surroundings. Qi Yao muttered to herself, stupid Yichen, why doesn't he know to take the initiative and hold my hand? Walking so fast on his own, does he want to leave me behind? Feeling a bit unwilling, she finally reached out and gently held Yichen's hand. Yichen instantly felt the soft touch in his palm, and his face turned red in a flash, his heart racing. No wonder it's a top-tier university. Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities boasts a first-class campus environment. Lush green lawns line both sides of the paths, vibrant flowers bloom freely, and the air is filled with a faint floral fragrance that soothes the soul. Along the way, pavilions and benches for rest can be seen everywhere, thoughtfully designed for convenience. At this moment, Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities is in the midst of summer vacation, and the campus is tranquil and romantic. Yichen gently held Qi Yao's hand as the 2 strolled through the campus. Occasionally, they would pause under the shade of a tree, and Yichen would turn his head to look at Qi Yao, his eyes filled with affection. Qi Yao, on the other hand, would lower her head slightly, her cheeks flushing as she shyly said, Oh, don't look at me like that. It's so embarrassing. Within the borders of Huaxia lies a highly coveted institution, Longdu University. This is the cradle of supernatural abilities, gathering countless youthful dreams and immense power, as individuals seek the limits of their potential. The academy has a long history, its glorious past witnessing the rise and fall of countless heroes. Among the legends of the academy, the most captivating is the enigmatic nine-tiered Tower of Ascension. It is said that this towering structure mysteriously appeared at the founding of the Academy, as if it were part of the Earth itself, intricately connected to the institution. Over the passage of time, countless scholars and sages have attempted to unveil its secrets, yet all have failed. No one knows its origins, nor can anyone explain why it remains standing. It is like an eternal riddle, drawing generation after generation of supernatural ability users to explore its mysteries. The wheels of time keep moving forward, students come and go at the Academy, while the nine-tiered Sky Tower stands silently, witnessing the Academy's rise and fall. On campus, students are enthusiastically engaging with one another. Some walk in pairs, their steps light and brisk, others walk alone, exuding an aura so powerful it feels suffocating. Looking around, nearly every student is a silver or gold level ability user, brimming with limitless potential. At this moment, Ichen is dressed in a simple yet imposing black outfit, his tall and upright figure radiating wisdom and determination in his gaze. He is about to share his amazement at the powerful ability users around him with Qiao beside him, when he suddenly scans the surroundings and freezes. On the northern road, a tide of people surges forward like waves, each person pushing their speed to the limit, their figures darting past in a blur, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. They're all heading north. What's over there? Qiao, too, keenly notices the sudden increase in the crowd, her eyes filled with astonishment, as she can't help but ask. She is wearing a light blue dress, her long hair dancing in the wind, exuding a fresh and vibrant aura. Hey, just go over and take a look. Yi Chen's lips curved into a smile as he gently took Qiao's hand and rushed forward with the crowd. They sprinted all the way, and after nearly 20 minutes, finally slowed their pace. In front of them, a dense crowd of students had gathered, creating a breathtakingly spectacular scene. Why are there so many people? Staring at the densely packed crowd resembling ants, Yi Chen's face was full of astonishment. He instinctively rubbed his chin and quickly scanned the surroundings. Then, he strode over to a giant tree, turned to Qiao, and said, "I'll go up and take a look." Before Qiao could react, he shot up like a black lightning bolt, swiftly climbing the tree. His movements were as agile as a monkey in the forest, quick and fluid. In just a few seconds, he was standing steadily at the top of the tree. From his elevated vantage point, Yi Chen looked down at the grand scene below, his gaze sweeping past the dense crowd and focusing straight ahead. In an instant, his expression froze, his mouth slightly agape, and he murmured in disbelief, "This is..." What appeared in his line of sight was a flat expanse of land. At the center, a massive black tower stood firmly, and the strange sight deepened Yi Chen's astonishment. He stared blankly for a while before gradually coming to his senses, murmuring softly, "Could this be the legendary nine-layered sky tower? Can one really cultivate inside it?" He carefully examined the towering structure, suddenly furrowing his brows as he noticed the faint distortion of space around the tower, as if it were defending against something. This phenomenon was something Yi Chen had encountered before in the library. Impressive, they even went to the trouble of setting up such a defense. His grandfather had mentioned this type of defense before, and Yi Chen understood that to create such a space-distorting defense, one would need at least the strength of a king-level expert. King level? When would he ever reach that level? Yi Chen quickly descended from the tree and returned to Qiao's side. "This seems to be the 9-tier sky tower." Yi Chen dusted off his hands and then squeezed into the crowd, a smile of excitement on his face. As he said, "Come on, let's see what makes this 9-tier sky tower so extraordinary that it can enable people to cultivate so quickly." "This is the 9-tier sky tower?" A trace of excitement flashed across Qiao's face, her eyes filled with longing. She hurried to catch up with Yi Chen, desperately pushing her way into the crowd. Clearly, she was brimming with curiosity about this mysterious black tower. After a difficult struggle through the crowd, Yi Chen and Qiao finally reached the edge of the throng, only to be stunned by the sight before them. Instead of a densely packed crowd, there was an open space ahead, and just over 10 meters away stood the mysterious black tower, towering majestically. At this moment, the spacious open ground was neatly divided into several areas, with groups of people sitting cross-legged in each, their eyes closed in deep concentration. Yi Chen glanced around and noticed that the people he had seen earlier atop the tree were also among them, seemingly preparing for the upcoming challenge. Boom! An ancient bell tolled, its sound rippling like a torrent. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, as if subdued by the resonance of the bell. "Open the tower." Before the echo of the bell had faded, an aged voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the tower, deep and powerful. As the voice fell, the tightly shut pitch-black door began to creak open slowly, the heavy sound reverberating through the air, stirring a wave of commotion among the crowd. Did you hear? Lin Lei from the Elemental Academy has already reached the 4th level. They say there are gold-tier beasts there, and even platinum-tier ones, an excited student shouted loudly. Let's go, we're going in too. Yi Chen's heart surged with excitement as he tightly held Qi Yao's hand, weaving through the crowd and quickly stepping onto the open ground, heading toward the mysterious black tower buried deep underground. As they drew closer, Yi Chen increasingly felt the grandeur and mystery of the tower. Just as they were about to step into the 9th-tier sky tower, a voice suddenly rang out, "Please pay 50 credits to enter." Without hesitation, Yi Chen paid the credits and pulled Qi Yao along as they stepped into the 9th-tier sky tower. As the stone door behind them slowly closed, their view suddenly opened up, and bright light instantly filled their vision. The light emanated from the lamps on the room's walls, with flickering flames seemingly narrating ancient tales, casting a crimson glow on the surrounding walls and creating an atmosphere of mystery and solemnity. Looking around, Yi Chen discovered that they were in a massive room with a distinctly ancient architectural style, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed through the room, "Would you like to begin the challenge of the 1st tier?" The horn of challenge had been sounded, and excitement mixed with tension surged in Yi Chen's heart. He knew that a thrilling adventure was about to unfold. Candidate Xianyuan Yi Chen, welcome to the 1st level of the 9th Sky Tower. As the ethereal voice faded, a fierce wind erupted in the center of the arena, and over a dozen agile gale demon wolves appeared out of thin air. Their bodies emanated the chilling aura of bronze 5 stars, sending shivers down the spine. At the center of the wolf pack, a massive gale demon wolf exuded an even more intimidating presence, its overwhelming bronze peak pressure weighing on everyone's hearts like a mountain. Assessment task: slay the bronze peak gale demon wolf. The 1st level is this strong? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering to himself as his gaze grew increasingly fiery. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly drew his blade, and several sharp blade arcs tore through the air, producing a hissing sound. The gale demon wolves had no time to react before falling one after another under the assault of the blade's energy. Blood splattered everywhere, and their wretched howls echoed incessantly. In just a brief moment, the ferocious beasts on the field had been completely slaughtered. Yi Chen eagerly awaited the system's notification sound, but all he heard was the surrounding silence. It seemed that in this 9th sky tower, killing the ferocious beasts did not provide ability points as it usually did. He frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed, but quickly adjusted his mindset and prepared to advance to the 2nd level of the sky tower. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the familiar notification sound rang in his ears once again. A flash of light appeared in the center of the field, and several martial puppets exuding the aura of peak bronze level emerged. Among them, one silver-white martial puppet stood out, radiating a cold, lustrous glow. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and slashed at the nearest puppet. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the blade collided with the puppet. Sparks flying. Pretty tough, huh? Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Instead of fear, his eyes burned with even greater fighting spirit. But that's all there is to it. He finished speaking, and his aura suddenly surged as he shouted in a low voice, "Moonlight Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Slash." In an instant, Yi Chen was enveloped by a dense blood-colored moonlight. The crimson radiance spread like a tide, causing ripples to appear in the space wherever it reached. Moonlight Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Slash. With his low shout, a massive blade light imbued with an aura of endless destruction roared forth, resembling a sphere emitting an eerie blood-red glow, instantly illuminating the dim Tower of Ascension. The bronze pinnacle martial arts puppet at the forefront had no time to react and was instantly devoured by the terrifying blade light. It let out a screeching creak sound before being reduced to a pile of shattered parts, scattering in all directions. The other bronze puppets, upon seeing this, although devoid of emotions, seemed to sense the threat and brandished their weapons, charging toward Yi Chen. However, in the face of Yi Chen's Moonlight Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Severance, their attacks appeared utterly futile. The blade light was like a merciless meat grinder, cutting through everything in its path. The bronze puppets were severed one after another, their limbs and weapons scattering across the ground. Yet, the silver-white martial puppet was different. At the moment the blade light approached, its figure suddenly flickered, evading the attack with an incredible speed. Yi Chen noticed this, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. Interesting. Finally, a worthy opponent. He licked his lips, his aura growing even more intense. Taking advantage of Yi Chen's brief distraction, the silver-white puppet swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, a ball of white light gathered in its palms. with electricity crackling within. In the blink of an eye, the light condensed into an energy orb radiating immense power, hurtling toward Ichen with a sharp whistle. Ichen dared not be careless. The ice crystal of the magic mirror activated instantly, and in a flash, his figure vanished from where he stood. At the very moment he disappeared, the light projectile struck with a boom at the spot he had just been standing. The intense energy impact caused the ground to explode violently, sending debris flying as cracks spread outward like a spider web. Ichen reappeared dozens of meters away, his hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes revealing a mix of excitement and focus. It seems this puppet has some tricks, Ichen murmured to himself, a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. He shouted, "Moonlight Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Break," and instantly, his right arm turned blood red. The light of the blood moon spilled wantonly within the tower as Ichen's figure darted through the crimson glow. With each slash, a dazzling blood blade emerged. The blood blade whistled out, and the air was instantly filled with an intense killing intent. The martial puppet sensed the threat, with runes around its body, flickering wildly in an attempt to resist the fierce attack. However, the blood blade passed through its body as if it were nothing, leaving deep marks behind. Without hesitation, Ichen slashed out a second strike. This strike was even more ferocious than the first, as the blood blade traced an arc through the air and instantly struck the martial puppet. The puppet's body trembled violently, emitting creaking sounds as if foretelling its impending destruction. A massive blade shadow, carrying an aura of annihilation, crashed heavily onto the martial puppet. Boom! With a deafening explosion, cracks instantly appeared on the puppet's body. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, covering its entire form in the blink of an eye, as if proclaiming its helplessness. With one final roar, the martial puppet shattered completely, disintegrating into a pile of scrap metal scattered across the ground. Ichen confidently sheathed his blade, feeling a sense of pride, as though he had already become the uncrowned king of this battlefield. Based on the situation in the first two levels, the third level should logically consist of silver-tier beasts paired with a gold-tier beast. However, he knew that he currently lacked the strength to confront a gold-tier beast head-on, and a trace of nervousness arose in his heart. Exiting the 9-layer sky tower, Ichen successfully cleared 2 levels, earning 300 credits and a 2-star rank reward. After reuniting with Qiao, he eagerly asked, "Qiao, how did it go on your side?" Qiao responded with a wry smile, "I just managed to deal with the 5-star bronze-tier beasts, but that peak bronze-tier beast is really tough to handle. I haven't been able to kill it yet." Seeing this, Ichen's smile grew even wider. He patted her shoulder and comforted her, "It's okay, Qiqi. I'll treat you to something delicious later." As he spoke, he naturally took Qiao's hand, and the two headed toward the cafeteria closest to the 9-layer sky tower. The Longdu Academy of Supernatural Abilities was vast, with 4 cafeterias on campus, each filled with a tempting array of delicacies. As they approached the cafeteria entrance, the rich aroma of meat wafted over, as if beckoning to their taste buds. Upon entering, Ichen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. In addition to the usual common foods, the cafeteria also offered a variety of gourmet dishes made from beast meat, which were mouth-watering. However, these dishes made from beast meat required credits to purchase, making them exceptionally valuable. It is well known that ferocious beasts are renowned for their tough hides, thick flesh, and violent nature, but in reality, their entire bodies are treasures. Take their incredibly durable hides, for instance, they are top-tier materials for crafting battle armor, significantly enhancing its protective performance and serving as a talisman in combat. Even if not made into armor, but instead processed into leather bags, they become luxury items highly sought after by the wealthy, who compete to purchase them. As for the bones of these beasts, when carefully ground into powder, they transform into an excellent medicinal ingredient with immense value in the pharmaceutical field. Regarding the blood and flesh of these beasts, long-term consumption can effectively enhance the consumer's physical constitution and provide considerable assistance to the cultivation of those with special abilities, making it a delicacy cherished by practitioners. "Let's go, Qiao. Today, let's treat ourselves well." Anticipation sparkled in Ichen's eyes, as if he could already see the delicious food beckoning to them. There is no doubt that dishes prepared with the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts in the cafeteria are far more expensive than ordinary meals. Regular dishes cost only 0.001 credits, which, when converted to currency, is just 10 huaxia yuan per serving. However, the starting price for beast-based dishes is 0.1 credits, equivalent to 1,000 huaxia yuan. Such a staggering price is truly jaw-dropping. Even more astonishingly, Ichen and Qiao spotted a ferocious beast dish priced at 10 credits, which, when converted, amounts to a whopping 100,000 huaxia yuan. The exorbitant price instantly piqued Yi-chen's curiosity. He thought to himself, what kind of dish dares to be sold at such a high price? I must try it. He checked his credits and found he currently had 3,300 points, so spending 20 credits wouldn't be an issue. So, Yi-chen decisively bought 2 dishes worth 10 credits each. The two of them waited eagerly for this feast. Shortly after, the waiter came over carrying 2 plates of fish. However, the moment Yi-chen laid eyes on the dishes, the smile on his face froze, and he was completely stunned. The appearance of the fish bore an uncanny resemblance to Westlake vinegar fish from Earth. With a sense of doubt, Yi-chen asked the waiter and learned that the vinegar fish was made from a bronze 5-star aquatic finfish. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. The next second, he reflexively spat it out with a pfft. I can't believe this. What is this stuff? It's like pouring a bit of vinegar over raw fish. It reeks of dead fish. As he silently complained, he looked up to see Chiyao's face full of anticipation, her eyes sparkling as she asked, how does it taste? Yi-chen immediately wiped the disdain off his face, forced a smile, and pretended to enjoy it, saying, delicious. To encourage Chiyao to try it, he picked up another piece, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled, it's really good. Chiyao believed him, picked up a piece, and put it in her mouth. In an instant, her expression froze, and the disgust was practically oozing out of her. In her mind, she thought, I could kill Yi-chen right now. How could it taste this awful? What kind of masterful dark culinary talent must this chef possess to use so many seasonings and still let the fishy stench rampage so vividly? In the mouth? The flavor shot straight to the top of her head, spreading wildly in her mouth. Even with her mouth closed, it felt like her mouth had turned into an unflushed toilet, and the stench just wouldn't go away. Eating this one bite felt like grabbing a stray dog on the roadside that had just gnawed on rotten chicken intestines and then passionately French kissing it. It was nothing short of a disaster for the taste buds. Chiyao's eyes blazed with fury as she glared viciously at Yi-chen, gritting her teeth and enunciating each word, Yi-chen, you're dead. Her gaze seemed capable of spewing fire, as if she wished to devour Yi-chen alive. Her fists were clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, and her body trembled slightly, clearly enraged by the inedible dish and even more furious at Yi-chen's deception. Yi-chen looked at Chiyao's murderous expression, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He took a step back with a forced laugh, waving his hands awkwardly in the air as he tried to explain, Chi, listen to my excuse, no, listen to my explanation. I really didn't expect this thing to taste so bad. I thought expensive food would automatically be delicious. Chiyao was far from letting it go. She took a big step forward, her finger almost poking Yi-chen's nose. You dare say that? You spat it out yourself and still tricked me into eating it. What were you thinking? The surrounding classmates cast curious glances, and some couldn't help but stifle laughter, making Yi-chen's face alternate between red and white as he inwardly cursed his bad luck. Seeing Chiyao so angry, Yi-chen quickly plastered on a smile and swiftly ordered some lobster tails, souffle, braised spare ribs, and braised pork for Chiyao. After placing the order, he cautiously looked at her and asked, is this okay now? Then, he ordered a portion of pan-seared lamb chops for both Xiaobai and himself. Before long, the dishes were served one after another, and the enticing aroma filled the air. Watching Chiyao and Xiaobai eat with relish, Yi-chen's lips unconsciously curved into a smile as he picked up his chopsticks and indulged in the joy brought by the delicious food. It had to be said, the school's chef had excellent culinary skills. Apart from the vinegar fish, even the tough beast meat was cooked to melt in the mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. Over 10 minutes later, with their stomachs full, the still savoring Yi-chen and Chiyao finally got up and left the cafeteria. After their hearty meal, Yi-chen and Chiyao headed straight to the dormitory. As soon as they entered, they began bustling about, packing the items they needed to take home. Yi-chen was preoccupied with the Shisui pill and beauty pill he had prepared for his mother, thinking that this trip home would be the perfect opportunity for her to try the miraculous effects of the Shisui pill. He wondered if it was truly as legendary as claimed, capable of bringing unexpected changes. Filled with anticipation, his eyes sparkled with determination, as if he could already see his mother's surprise and gratitude. With several days left before the official start of the semester, Yi-chen and Chiyao decided to take some time to relax. After all, having gone through 2 life-and-death battles, their bodies and minds were exhausted and indeed needed some recovery and adjustment. The two walked out of the dormitory, their steps hurried, and after more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the faculty villa area. Upon stepping into this zone, they instantly felt a completely different atmosphere from the student dormitory area. The environment here was elegant, like a paradise on earth. The villa complex was backed by a lush green hill, undulating and blending seamlessly with the buildings to form a perfect natural painting. At the center was a shimmering artificial lake, its water crystal clear. A gentle breeze swept across, causing ripples to dance on the surface, as if composing a soft melody. Willow trees lined the lakeside, their branches swaying gracefully in the wind, as though welcoming their arrival. Winding paths meandered through the area, with small bridges spanning over babbling streams. The water joyfully rushed beneath the bridges, as if narrating the mystery and beauty of this place. Scattered rockeries were arranged in an orderly yet artistic manner, each with unique shapes, some resembling eagles poised to take flight, others like majestic lions exuding grandeur. Waterfalls cascaded down the rockeries, splashing droplets everywhere, and under the sunlight, they refracted brilliant rainbows, making it feel like stepping into a dream. Ichin couldn't help but exclaim in awe, murmuring to himself, "This school actually built a hill as a backdrop, how extravagant! Only top-tier universities could have such grandeur." The two stood at the entrance of the villa area, carefully checking the map, and easily found villa number 23. In front of them was a courtyard house with a distinct ancient Chinese style. The outer walls were meticulously painted in warm tones, harmonizing perfectly with the wooden structure. A few strings of light blue wind chimes hung under the eaves, and as the breeze passed, the chimes collided with each other, producing crisp sounds that added a touch of vitality and elegance to the quaint courtyard. Just as they were about to press the doorbell, a gentle voice tinged with laughter came from behind. "Why did you take so long to get here?" The two quickly turned their heads and saw, 5 meters away, an elderly man in a white robe standing with a smile. It was none other than Grandpa Chen, whom they knew well, and they instantly felt a sense of warmth and familiarity. Grandpa Chen's face bore his usual kind smile, and his gaze was full of affection as he looked at Ichin and Xiao. "Come on in, I've been waiting just for you too," Grandpa Chen said as he waved at them and turned to walk slowly toward the courtyard's main gate. His white robe swayed gently in the sunlight, as if beckoning them to follow. Ichin and Xiao hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they were captivated by the scene before them. At the center of the courtyard was a small, exquisite garden, surrounded by a few rustic stone stools and tables. On one of the tables was a delicate tea set, with wisps of steam rising from the teapot, adding a touch of life to the tranquil little courtyard. "If the two of you are here to ask me about body tempering, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I truly don't know," Grandpa Chen said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of mysterious gravity. "After all, your grandfathers are both meticulous and thorough men. Since they have already begun preparing for this matter, they must be planning to arrange everything in the best possible way for you." Ichin and Xiao were both taken aback upon hearing this, their eyes full of surprise. Ichin was the first to speak. "Grandpa Chen, are you saying our grandfathers are preparing something related to body tempering? But why haven't they mentioned it to us?" Grandpa Chen squinted slightly, as if recalling the past, and said slowly, "Your grandfathers are men of great vision and ability. They always act with careful consideration and rarely reveal their plans lightly. This body tempering matter must be of great significance. They likely want to ensure everything is in place before telling you about it." Xiao furrowed her delicate brows slightly and asked in confusion, "Grandpa Chen, just how important is body tempering? Seeing how cautious our grandfathers are, is there something particularly special about it?" Grandpa Chen gently stroked the beard on his chin, his expression solemn as he said, "Body tempering is the foundation of cultivation, like building a skyscraper from the ground up. If the first step is not taken well, the road ahead will be difficult. With the heritage of your two families, you naturally pursue perfection and cannot afford any carelessness. What your grandfathers have prepared must be top-notch body tempering methods, and they might even be searching for those legendary heavenly treasures to assist you in tempering your bodies." A glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashed in Ichin's eyes. "Grandpa Chen, how much longer do you think we have to wait? I really want to start this body tempering cultivation soon and see just how far I can go." Grandpa Chen shook his head with a smile. "You mustn't rush, you mustn't rush. The path of cultivation is most hindered by impatience and restlessness. What you need to do now is maintain a good mindset, diligently train daily, and solidify your foundation. Once your grandfathers have everything prepared, they will naturally inform you." Ichin and Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in unison. Xiao then asked, "Grandpa Chen, during this waiting period, is there anything special we need to pay attention to?" Grandpa Chen picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and after pondering for a moment, said, "During this period, besides consolidating your foundation, you should also pay more attention to your own insights. Body refinement is not just about tempering the physique, it is also a way of tapping into your potential. Sometimes, a moment of realization can make your future body refinement practice twice as effective with half the effort. Grandpa Chen looked lovingly at Yichen and Qiao and said earnestly, "You should also go back home and visit. You've been focused on trials during this time, and I imagine your elders at home must miss you greatly. Moreover, regarding body refinement, perhaps when you return, your grandfathers might share more details with you. However, this top-tier body refinement technique still requires a Shisui pill." As soon as Grandpa Chen finished speaking, the anticipation in Yichen and Qiao's eyes was instantly replaced by confusion. Unable to hold back, Yichen asked, "Grandpa Chen, the Shisui pill? What kind of pill is that? It sounds amazing." Grandpa Chen set down his teacup, his expression becoming solemn, and slowly explained, "The Shisui pill is an extremely precious medicinal pill. It helps cultivators cleanse their meridians and remove impurities from their bodies, bringing them to the purest state and laying an incredibly solid foundation for subsequent cultivation. After taking the Shisui pill, a cultivator's meridians will become tougher and wider, capable of accommodating more spiritual energy, and their cultivation speed will increase significantly. Furthermore, the Shisui pill can improve a cultivator's physique, granting them greater talent and insight, enabling them to go further on the path of cultivation." Qiao covered her mouth in surprise. "That's so incredible. Then this cleansing marrow pill must be very difficult to refine, right?" Grandpa Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sharp. "That's correct. The refinement of the cleansing marrow pill is extremely complex, and the required medicinal ingredients are exceedingly rare in the world. The main ingredient, the Millennium Spirit marrow grass, grows in extremely hidden and dangerous places, making it incredibly difficult to harvest. The preparation of the auxiliary ingredients is even more intricate, requiring exceptional alchemy skills and precise control of the flame. The slightest mistake would render the entire batch of pills a complete failure. As a result, the cleansing marrow pill has almost disappeared. Even when I was young and training my body, I never used the cleansing marrow pill." Hearing Grandpa Chen's words, the light in Yichen and Qiao's eyes dimmed instantly, and their expectant expressions were quickly replaced by disappointment. Yichen gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept this, and asked urgently, "Grandpa Chen, is there really no way? Without the cleansing marrow pill, will our body training results be significantly diminished?" Looking at Qiao's dejected expression, Grandpa Chen felt a twinge of pity but still spoke truthfully, "Without the cleansing marrow pill, the difficulty of body training will indeed increase, and the final results may not match those achieved with the pill's assistance. However, this doesn't mean you have no chance. Your grandfather, back in the day, didn't have the cleansing marrow pill either, yet he still relied on his own efforts and extraordinary determination to make a name for himself on the path of cultivation." Hope reignited in Qiao's eyes as she resolutely said, "Grandpa Chen, you're right. If our grandfathers could do it, we can definitely do it too. Without the bone cleansing pill, we'll make up for it with double the effort." Yichen was secretly startled, thinking, "They don't have the bone cleansing pill, but I have 5 in my system backpack." On the surface, he remained calm. The two exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing they hadn't been home for a long time. Yichen scratched his head and said somewhat guiltily, "Grandpa Chen, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized it's been so long since I last went back." Qiao nodded gently, her heart filled with longing for her family. "Yes, I wonder how Grandpa and Grandma's health has been lately." Grandpa Chen waved with a smile, "Hurry back, I'm sure your elders will be very happy when you return." The two quickly stood up and bid farewell to Grandpa Chen. "Grandpa Chen, we'll head back now. If there's any news, we'll come to see you again," Yichen said. "All right, take care on the way." Grandpa Chen stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching their departing figures with eyes full of hope. After leaving the teacher's villa area, Yichen and Qiao walked briskly toward the school gate. In their minds, the kind faces of their elders at home appeared. "I wonder what Grandpa will tell us about body training this time when we go back." Qiao broke the silence, her heart filled with nervousness. Yichen frowned slightly, his tone firm. "No matter what Grandpa says, we must listen carefully. This body training is crucial for us, and we absolutely cannot take it lightly." The two quickened their pace and soon arrived at the school gate, boarding the spirit vehicle to head home. The spirit vehicle sped along the spirit path, the scenery outside the window flashing by rapidly, but neither of them paid it any mind, their hearts stirred with anticipation and determination for their return home. This journey was not just a return but the beginning of a new challenge. The spirit vehicle came to a slow stop, and Yichen and Qiao stood before their family estate. The Vermilion Gate was imposing yet familiar, the verdigris on the door knocker seemingly telling stories of time. Before they could knock, the door creaked open, and the butler came out, his face alight with joy. "Young master, you've finally returned, and Miss Shangguan Chiyao is here too. The master and madam have been talking about you two every day." The two walked briskly into the residence, passed through the intricately decorated corridor, and arrived at the main hall. In the hall, Yichen's grandfather was seated in a grand armchair, holding an ancient book in his hands. Upon hearing the footsteps, he slowly raised his head. His gaze was filled with affection and satisfaction. "Shen'er, Yaoer, you're back." Yichen and Chiyao quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Yichen asked, "Grandfather, uncle grandfather, we heard that you are preparing for our body tempering?" Grandfather nodded slightly, his eyes deep. "That's right, this body tempering is a crucial step in your cultivation, and naturally, I must ensure everything is perfectly arranged for you." At this moment, Chiyao couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Shen Yuan, we heard that body tempering requires the marrow cleansing pill, but this pill is extremely rare. What should we do?" Grandfather's expression grew solemn. "The marrow cleansing pill is indeed hard to come by. I've been inquiring everywhere these past few days but haven't been able to find one. However, don't lose heart. Even without the marrow cleansing pill, we have other methods." Yichen took a deep breath and said to the attendants and maids beside him, "You may leave now. I have important matters to discuss with grandfather and Chiyao." The attendants exchanged glances, full of curiosity, but seeing Yichen's serious expression, they bowed and filed out of the room. When the door was tightly shut, Yichen slowly turned around, looking at his grandfather and Chiyao, his eyes flickering with a complex light. After confirming once again that no one was outside, he lowered his voice and said, "Grandfather, Chiyao, what I am about to say is extremely confidential and must not be leaked." A thought stirred in Yichen's heart. He knew it was time to reveal his secret. Taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Grandfather, actually, I have Shisui pills." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on Yichen. His grandfather looked at him in astonishment. "Shen'er, are you serious? This is no joking matter." His grandfather nodded slightly, his expression solemn, while Chiyao nervously clenched her fists, both of their gazes fixed intently on Yichen. Yichen reached into his robe and took out an ancient brocade pouch. With a gentle shake, 5 Shisui pills, radiating a soft glow, rolled into his palm. In an instant, the room was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. These are Shisui pills?" Chiyao's eyes widened as she covered her mouth in disbelief. His grandfather's breathing suddenly quickened. With trembling hands, he took one, examining it closely, his eyes filled with shock and delight. "There's no doubt about it, these are indeed Shisui pills. Shen'er, where on earth did you get these?" "During the last trip to the Netherworld's secret realm, I was walking inside when I suddenly discovered a hidden cave. Curious, I went in. It was pitch black inside, and there was an old-looking box on the ground. I opened it and found these marrow-cleansing pills inside. Thinking they must be something extraordinary, I took them with me. Young people have their own secrets, I won't ask too much." Yichen nodded solemnly. "Grandfather, I understand the stakes involved. That's why I've kept it a secret all this time. If it weren't for the importance of body refinement today, I wouldn't have revealed it so easily." Chiyao also came to her senses at this moment and said excitedly, "With these marrow-cleansing pills, we have a great chance of success in body refinement. Perhaps we can surpass the limits of our ancestors and go even further on the path of cultivation." Grandfather pondered for a moment, his gaze becoming resolute. "In that case, let us immediately prepare for the body tempering process." In the spacious courtyard of the Xianyuan residence, a group of servants bustled about, carefully setting up 2 massive bronze cauldrons. Beneath the cauldrons, fierce flames roared, licking at their surfaces and bringing the water inside to a boil. The water bubbled and churned with a gurgling sound, sending up wisps of steam. Shen Yuan Luai's looked concerned, his gaze fixed on Yichen as he spoke with a hint of urgency in his tone. "Yichen, stop dawdling. Quickly take off your clothes and jump into the cauldron, time is of the essence. Chiyao, you wait on the side for now. Your grandfather, Shangguan Yi, will be here shortly." A trace of hesitation and reluctance flashed across Yichen's face, but under Shen Yuan Luai's surging, he slowly removed his clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped into the steaming cauldron. The moment he entered the water, the scalding heat instantly enveloped his body, causing him to instinctively flinch. Shen Yuan Luai's, upon seeing this, casually grabbed a few foot-long, jet-black centipedes from a bamboo basket nearby, along with some herbs emitting a peculiar fragrance and several fist-sized spiders adorned with colorful patterns, tossing them all into the cauldron. The originally clear water instantly turned murky, with various strange objects tumbling and floating within. Prepare to face your destiny. Xian Yuan Luai's voice thundered like a storm, as if heralding an impending earth-shattering transformation. Yichen chuckled wryly and joked, "Grandfather, with this setup, it looks like you're preparing hot pot here." Xian Yuan Luais paid no attention to Yichen's jest, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He gestured to the clansman to bring over several tightly sealed jars. The clansman carefully placed the jars beside the cauldron, and Xian Yuan Luais stepped forward personally, his hands trembling slightly as he slowly removed the lids. In an instant, a thick, pungent smell of blood filled the air. He then poured the thick, blood-red liquid from the jars into the cauldron, bit by bit. Yichen, these are all extremely rare SS-grade ferocious beast essences, their value beyond estimation, and they will greatly aid your body refinement cultivation, Xian Yuan Luai said, instructing the clan members to go to the ancestral hall and retrieve the family's generationally inherited essence. Shortly after, a vial of essence glowing with golden light was presented under Xian Yuan Luai's direction. "This vial should be sufficient for the foundation, right?" He spoke. "Solemnly, this is the essence of the five-clawed golden dragon, which our Xian Yuan ancestors were blessed with, enabling them to achieve imperial dominance. Although this happened over 1,000 years ago, the power of this essence has never diminished. Ever since you awakened your time-based ability, this essence has begun to stir. Now, use this five-clawed golden dragon essence to aid your cultivation of our family's technique, the coiling dragon body refinement art." At that moment, a voice filled with disdain suddenly echoed in Yichen's mind. "Humph, and this is supposed to be called essence? A single drop of my candle. Dragon essence is 100 times stronger than this." Yichen was startled and instinctively scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of anyone. Who exactly is speaking?" Yichen asked in terror. A flash of light appeared in the system backpack, and the mysterious egg slowly emerged. A majestic voice drifted out from the egg. "I am the divine beast candle dragon, known as Zhu Jiuyin." Yichen was both shocked and curious, his eyes wide open as he couldn't help but say, "Hey, why do you say the essence blood my grandfather gave me isn't good?" Zhulong ignored Yichen's question and continued speaking to himself. "I was summoned by Blue Star, and in the future, Blue Star will face an earth-shattering war. I know your heart is full of doubts, but the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed at this moment. You will understand everything in due time. Now, I grant you a drop of my essence blood to aid you. However, after giving you this drop of essence blood, I will fall into a long slumber." As soon as the words were spoken, a drop of essence blood radiating brilliant golden light slowly floated out from the egg and merged into the liquid inside the cauldron. At the same time, Xian Yuan Luais ordered others to pour crushed ferocious beast bones into the cauldron. In an instant, the liquid inside the cauldron began to boil violently, bubbles rolling and bursting like a pot on the boil, producing crackling sounds. "Yichen, stop dazing off and quickly take the bone cleansing pill. Once you consume it, the foundational stage of body tempering will be complete," Xian Yuan Luai shouted anxiously. Yichen tilted his head back and swallowed the cleansing marrow pill in one gulp. In an instant, without any warning, a scorching heat, like a fierce tongue of fire, suddenly surged up from his back. Before Yichen could react, an excruciating pain, as if it intended to tear him apart, completely engulfed him. The pain came like a tidal wave, so intense that his vision instantly went black, and the entire world seemed to lose all its color in that moment, leaving only endless darkness and agony. It felt as though an invisible yet razor-sharp giant hand was brutally and violently prying open his body. A sharp, grating sound came from behind him, and it was only then that Yichen realized, despite his spiritual power being sealed, his senses had become extraordinarily acute, amplifying every trace of pain to an unbearable degree, plunging him into an abyss of torment. The searing pain was as if someone was wielding a jagged saw, slowly tormenting his back. First, the sharp teeth of the saw tore through his skin, producing a chilling sound. Then, his muscles and tendons were mercilessly severed, like fragile threads being easily snapped. Afterward, the saw moved toward his ribs, targeting the gaps between the bones with ruthless precision. With a crisp crack, a rib was forcibly wrenched from his body. At that moment, Yichen felt as though his very soul was trembling in the depths of agony. His flesh was torn, his bones dismantled. Under such amplified torment, anyone else would have long since fainted from the pain. Even with Yichen's iron-like willpower, every meridian in his body was now uncontrollably convulsing. The unprecedented pain ravaged every nerve within him, causing them to tremble madly and emit cries of anguish. At the edge of life and death, a surge of fearless determination suddenly rose in Yichen's heart, as if a force was awakening within him. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself not to sink into the pain but instead transforming the intense agony into the driving force for his counterattack. I won't fall like this. I must become stronger, he vowed silently, like an awakened dragon breaking through the endless darkness and suffering, heading toward the light. At the same time, streams of vital blood slowly flowed from Ichen's back to his front. At this moment, he felt as if his body was riddled with holes, with no part intact, as though every inch had fractured, resembling a shattered porcelain piece. This sensation was akin to a patient lying on an operating table, undergoing surgery without any anesthesia, the pain indescribable in words. The agony surged like relentless waves, one after another, mercilessly crashing into him. With another crack, Ichen felt his body weaken as yet another rib was forcibly removed. The immense pain he endured was beyond imagination. Ichen's body trembled uncontrollably, and the sweat on his skin evaporated instantly due to the high temperature, turning into rising white mist that spread around him. Blood had already seeped from his 7 orifices, and the dense fluctuations of blood energy radiated tangibly. His pale skin, combined with the blood-red glow visible even from the surface, painted a scene both tragic and eerie. Fortunately, this nearly overwhelming pain did not cause irreparable damage to him. At first, the flowing golden vital blood intertwined with the crimson vital blood, like a delicate veil, slowly covering his spine, sternum, and ribs. But, as time quietly passed, this glow gradually grew stronger and broader, as if it had gained life, beginning to vividly outline the bones in their entirety. The pain endured by Ichen was also quietly undergoing a transformation. The previous spasmodic agony gradually receded like the tide, replaced by an intense heat radiating from all the bones in his torso. This heat surged rapidly and fiercely, evaporating all the ice droplets condensed on his body in an instant, as if it intended to ignite him entirely. At the same time, the blood and energy within him began to surge uncontrollably like a raging tide, crashing wildly through his meridians. Immediately afterward, the essence blood of the ferocious beasts continuously merged into Ichen's body. Seeing this, Xian Yuanluo's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and suddenly roared, "Taiching Divine Thunder!" Crackling. In an instant, a Taiching Divine Thunder interwoven with blue, purple, and gold burst forth from Xian Yuanluo's like an enraged flood dragon. The thunder roared, and the deafening sound caused the entire plaza to tremble slightly, as if the earth itself feared this immense power. Accompanying the appearance of the thunder, the temperature in the plaza soared dramatically, and the scorching aura spread, as though it intended to ignite everything around it. This body forging technique is quite complex, requiring 4 to 5 days to complete, and the process is extremely painful. Xian Yuanluo was well aware of this and silently thought to himself, just endure it for a while. The tricolored divine lightning fell on Ichen like raindrops. The powerful energy contained within the divine lightning instantly activated the vitality of the candle dragon blood within Ichen. The candle dragon blood seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, becoming increasingly active and beginning to surge wildly through Ichen's body, conducting a comprehensive transformation. Blood, vessels, meridians, bones, none were spared. Under the impact of this immense power, they were continuously damaged and rapidly repaired. Fortunately, Ichen's physical strength had previously been enhanced to 300 through the system, granting him extraordinary resilience. Otherwise, under such excruciating pain, he would have already passed out. Even so, the piercing pain was still unbearable for Ichen, and a heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips. At this moment, Chen's mother, who was in the Shenyuan residence, heard the scream and felt a sudden pang in her heart. Her face instantly turned pale. Overcome with anxiety, she couldn't care about anything else and immediately dashed toward the direction of the sound. As she ran, she anxiously muttered, "What's going on? Why am I hearing Ichen scream?" When she got closer, Chen's mother anxiously asked. Ichen forced himself to endure the pain, squeezed out a faint smile, and said, "Mom, I'm undergoing the family's body refining training, which involves the process of marrow cleansing. It's just a bit painful, that's all." "Mom, you and Dad each have a marrow cleansing pill, and you also have a beauty pill," Chen's mother said. "These pills are extremely precious. Shouldn't you keep them for yourself? By the way, does Chiyo have one? If not, how about giving mine to Chiyo?" "Don't worry, Mom. Dad and Chiyo both have their pills. I've got everything arranged," Ichen replied with a smile. At this moment, Mother Chen inadvertently caught sight of the yakin blade pinned to Ichen's clothes, and a gratified smile immediately appeared on her face. "It seems my Ichen has finally come to his senses, focusing on cultivation and even thinking about his family. But honestly, why is my son's emotional intelligence so low? I can't figure out who he takes after. His father isn't lacking in emotional intelligence. Could it be that something's wrong with the feng shui of our ancestral tomb? Mother Chen pondered silently. However, just then, Yi Chen's body suddenly trembled. The blood of the candle dragon within him, under the impact of the tricolored divine lightning, seemed to sense a powerful summons. It began to surge wildly, transforming into a blazing radiance that spread in all directions. The entire plaza quaked under the influence of this force, and the surrounding air seemed to compress into a tangible form. A suffocating aura instantly permeated the area, and everyone felt an invisible pressure, causing them to retreat one after another. Nearby, Xianyuan Luoy's noticed Yi Chen losing focus and immediately shouted, "Don't get distracted. This is a critical moment in your cultivation, you absolutely cannot be careless." Hearing Xianyuan Luoy's reminder, Yi Chen quickly steadied his mind and concentrated fully. The Taiching divine lightning, interwoven with blue, purple, and gold hues, resembled an enraged flood dragon, relentlessly striking his body. Each strike of the divine lightning felt like a heavy hammer blow, but Yi Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without the slightest slackening. Time flowed slowly, and the candle dragon blood and golden dragon essence within Yi Chen's body blended more perfectly. At this moment, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. His originally pale, bloodless skin gradually took on a warm, radiant glow. His bones were constantly reshaped, becoming incredibly sturdy. His blood vessels and meridians seemed meticulously forged, exuding vibrant vitality. At this moment, Shangguan spoke, "Shi Yao, it's your turn." He turned to Shangguan Lanshao beside him and said solemnly, "I have already ordered someone to retrieve the Frost Ice Phoenix Essence blood from the family." Shangguan Lanshao quickly responded, "Dad, it's not convenient for you here, let me handle it." Shi Yao gently loosened her robe and slowly stepped into the cauldron. Her body tempering process was similar to Yi Chen's, but the type of essence blood and the method used were entirely different. Shangguan Lanshao evenly applied the Frost Ice Phoenix Essence blood over Qi Yao's body. In an instant, a cool sensation spread across her back, followed by a piercing pain that seeped into her bones. She frowned slightly. Seeing this, Shangguan Lanshao explained, "For someone like your grandfather, a high-level ability user, the Frost Ice Phoenix Essence blood is nothing. But for someone like you, a low-level ability user, this essence blood is akin to poison. Even mere skin contact can cause a stinging sensation." More than 10 minutes passed, and the essence blood in the glass bottle was completely used up. "Qi Yao, it's time to take the marrow cleansing pill," Xianyuan Leze said, releasing half of his divine thunder to envelop Qi Yao while cautioning Shangguan Lanshao, "Keep your distance, so you don't get hurt." Yi Chen inadvertently glanced at Qi Yao nearby and immediately felt his cheeks heat up, his face turning red, as if something was about to surge from his nose. He sighed. Inwardly, so beautiful. The mothers of both families saw Yi Chen's expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chen Luoxing teased, "Look at your daughter, she's so stunning that my Yi Chen gets a nosebleed just from one glance." The other mother laughed and replied, "Well, isn't it inherited from me? But I always feel that your Yi Chen will upset Qi Yao in the future, though I don't know why. Young people have their own ideas, let them be. How about we go shopping?" At this moment, the other family members were also returning one after another. Seeing the scene within the mansion, they were puzzled. What is going on here? Someone answered, "This is for Yi Chen's body tempering." But isn't this a bit too much commotion? I heard the ancestor used an entire vial of golden dragon blood for Yi Chen's body tempering. Back when we underwent body tempering, only a tiny amount was used, and it was heavily diluted. Even then, the pain was unbearable. Other family members arrived one after another, and upon hearing about this, ripples of emotion stirred in their hearts. To say they felt no envy would be a blatant lie. After all, they were all descendants of the Xianyuan family, with no difference in status. Back in the day, when they were building the foundation for the coiling dragon body tempering technique, the family had only used heavily diluted golden dragon essence blood. Every trace of essence blood integrated into their bodies brought unbearable pain, yet the resulting improvement was quite limited. Now, looking at Yi Chen, the family had actually used the precious and complete golden dragon blood for him. Such a tilt in resources was bound to provoke jealousy. However, when they thought of Yi Chen's heaven-defying talent awakening an SSS-level time-based ability, their hearts gradually came to terms with it. In the world of supernatural abilities, awakeners of SSS-level time-based powers are as rare as phoenix feathers, their value beyond words. With Yi Chen's talent, it is indeed worth the family's utmost effort to nurture him. In this way, he will undoubtedly become the backbone of the family in the future, leading the Xianyuan family to an even more glorious destiny. At that moment, two earth-shattering sounds suddenly erupted within the Xianyuan estate. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix intertwined, resonating like a grand bell echoing across the land. The sound carried an overwhelming majesty, as if an ancient king was proclaiming their dominion, laced with a trace of ferocity, as though it sought to crush all who dared to defy. The deterrent power of this sound was far beyond the roar of ordinary beasts. If the roars of tigers and lions heard on normal days could make one slightly tense, then this dragon phoenix sound was like an invisible hammer, striking heavily at everyone's hearts. Just hearing it was enough to instill fear. It felt as though a true dragon, its massive body blotting out the sky, and a divine phoenix, its feathers dazzling and its aura overwhelming, had appeared vividly before their eyes. The dragon's eyes glared angrily, the phoenix's feathers fluttered, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on Qi Yao, his heart filled with amazement, such immense, overwhelming presence. A trickle of blood ran from his nose, and his mind was full of confusion. Why does Qi Yao not seem to be in as much pain as I am? As he pondered, Xianyuan Luai's raised a hand and lightly knocked on Yi Chen's head, laughing and scolding. Still staring? You'll have plenty of chances to look your fill in the future. Yi Chen muttered, I just feel, why isn't the reaction as intense? Xianyuan Luai patiently explained, Qi Yao naturally possesses a yin body, while the marrow cleansing pill is an extremely young item. Don't forget, Qi Yao has an SSS grade ice spiritual root, with the essence blood of the frost ice phoenix coursing through her veins. Her attributes are extremely cold, perfectly counterbalancing the yang energy of the marrow cleansing pill. In the blink of an eye, the 5-day body refinement period had ended. Qi Yao's cheeks were flushed as she quickly dressed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Chen, let me show you something amazing. As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of crystal-clear wings slowly emerged from her back, making her look like a celestial maiden descending to earth, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Yi Chen's face was full of envy as he couldn't help but mutter, why can't my 5-clawed golden dragon and candle dragon essence blood let me fly? Qi Yao playfully laughed and teased, what? You want to ride the clouds and mist? With that, she gracefully soared into the sky, her figure elegant and enchanting as she freely flew, as if she intended to conquer the heavens and earth. At this moment, a chillingly violent aura surrounded Xianyuan Chen. His once clear and bright eyes had turned blood red, radiating a terrifying ferocity. His upper body was bare, revealing well-proportioned and powerful muscles, with veins bulging as if containing boundless strength, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Mysterious dragon patterns coiled around the tomo of the Sharingan, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. His arms bore similar dragon patterns, with a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon on the right and an enigmatic Zhulong design on the left, seemingly heralding his impending rise to unparalleled strength. Xianyuan Chen glanced into the cauldron and couldn't help but frown slightly, almost overwhelmed by the stench. At this moment, Xianyuan Luai explained, these are impurities expelled from the body, so naturally, the smell is unpleasant. Yi Chen's physique was now flawless, with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles showcasing his masculine charm. Qi Yao, watching from the side, felt a ripple in her heart and secretly thought, I really want to reach out and touch them. She then covered her mouth and chuckled softly, while inwardly resolving to ascend to greater heights together with Yi Chen. Xianyuan Chen tightly held Su Qi Yao's hand and led her toward the family's training ground. In an instant, he drew his long blade and furiously slashed at the mannequin. The S-grade alloy mannequin was cleaved in half with a single strike, creating an utterly shocking scene. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen swiftly opened the system panel. Name, Xianyuan Chen. Level, Silver 2-star. Ability, Time, SSS. Physique, 240 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 240 Hz, plus. Skills, Blade Technique, Blade Master, Time Mirror, Beginner plus, Time Domain, Intermediate plus, Eye of Time, Beginner plus, Dragon's Roar 9 Heavens Blade, Swimming. Dragon in Shallow Water plus, Illusory Moonlight, Moonlight Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Break, Coiled Dragon Body Training Technique, Blood Coagulation Awakening plus. Ability points, 1000. Immediately, his physique and spirit attributes each surged by 300 points. Physique, 600 Vitality. Spirit, 600 Spirit. Yi Chen looked at Su Qiao, pondering to himself, can she withstand my 600 physique? Su Qiao noticed Yi Chen's gaze and asked suspiciously, is there something on my face? What kind of mischief are you planning now? Yi Chen's gaze fell on the doll that had been sliced in half, and he thought to himself, with my current strength, I can easily slay a silver 5-star beast even without using any skills, or abilities. However, he still had doubts in his heart, so he turned to his grandfather for advice. "Grandpa, how can I elevate the realm of my body refinement technique?" Grandpa replied with a smile, "Is there even a need to ask? Naturally, it's dragon slaying. Nourishing the body with dragon blood is the way to advance." However, nowadays, true dragons are almost extinct. Most of what's left are hybrid dragons that have drunk dragon urine. "Grandpa, are you saying there are no real dragons left now?" Yi-Chen asked further. After pondering for a moment, Grandpa said, "There should be dragons in a certain secret realm, but dragons are the totems of China. How could they be slaughtered so casually?" "Forget it. We still have some dragon blood at home, enough for you to reach the fourth realm. You should head to school now. Don't wear out this old body of mine. Let me have some peace and quiet." Su Qiao gently held Yi-Chen's hand and whispered softly in his ear, "I want to touch your abs, is that okay?" Yi-Chen smiled and refused. "My abs are only for my girlfriend to see. You're not my girlfriend, so why should I let you touch them?" After saying that, he dashed out of the Xianyuan residence. Su Qiao stomped her foot in frustration, muttering to herself, "We've already held hands, but we haven't kissed yet." She fumed, "Damn Yi-Chen, if you manage to sleep in the room tonight, I'll take your surname. You're sleeping on the sofa tonight." Her chest heaved with anger. Nearby, Xianyuan Luais watched the two youngsters and couldn't help but chuckle. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Chen's face was adorned with two large bumps. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't make sense. My physique has already reached 600, so how did I still get hurt by Qiao?" As expected, an angry girl is the scariest. Su Qiao glared at him and asked, "What are you muttering to yourself about?" Soon after, Yi-Chen and Su Qiao arrived at the gates of Longdu University, where the campus was bustling with more and more people. As they stepped into the freshman villa area, the lively scene became even more apparent. The previously quiet roads were now crowded with students, both male and female, coming and going. Some couples leaned on each other, while more groups of male or female students walked together. Judging by the looks of these freshmen, they were all about the same age as Yi-Chen and Su Qiao, seemingly 18 or 19 years old. Many students looked around curiously like inquisitive children, and some even had parents accompanying them, dragging suitcases as they checked in. Are all these freshmen? Only then did the two realize that it had been 6 days since Yi-Chen reported to Longdu University of supernatural abilities. The application process for the martial arts college entrance exam had long been completed, and admission letters had already been sent to the students. However, I suppose only top-tier universities like Longdu University of supernatural abilities would have so many freshmen choosing to enroll early. The students who could get into Longdu University were geniuses in their provinces and cities. Everyone understood the principle of a head start leads to every advantage. By reporting early, they could begin enjoying Longdu University's premium educational resources and advanced facilities ahead of time. Why would they really wait until September to arrive? But in Yi-Chen's view, so-called geniuses were merely the threshold to step into his world. At the freshman registration area, many people were busy handling enrollment paperwork. At this moment, Xianyuan Yi-Chen and Su Qiao walked side by side, and a wave of hushed whispers immediately arose among the crowd. "Whoa, is that the killing god from the trial? Amazing!" A boy's eyes widened in astonishment, his face full of admiration. "The girl next to him is way too beautiful. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to live 10 years less." Another boy's eyes sparkled as he stared at Su Qiao, his gaze filled with admiration. At that moment, a disciple from the Shangguan family sneered, his face full of disdain, You're not even worthy to carry her shoes, yet you dream of being her boyfriend? What a delusion! Can't I at least imagine it?" The boy muttered, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. On the way to the villa, Xianyuan Yi-Chen looked around, his gaze sweeping over the freshmen coming and going. Whenever he spotted a pretty female classmate, his eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a slightly lewd smile, filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Su Qiao immediately had an idea and decided to tease him. "Yi-Chen, look over there." She suppressed her laughter and patted Xianyuan Yi-Chen's shoulder. "There's a gorgeous beauty over there, and she's even wearing black stockings." Xianyuan Yi-Chen instinctively looked in the direction she pointed, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Where? But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized what was happening, and his heart tightened. "Oh, Yi-Chen, you really dared to look, huh?" Su Qiao looked at him with a half-smile, her eyes filled with a teasing expression. Xianyuan Yi-Chen shivered instantly and quickly said, "Qiao, I was wrong. I was just casually looking around. How could anyone be more beautiful than you? In my heart, you are the most beautiful in the world. Su Qiao turned her head away, pretending not to care, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Seeing that she seemed less angry, Yichen continued, I promise, I won't look at other girls anymore. My eyes will only have you. At that moment, a small beast emitting a faint glow suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes. It looked somewhat like a cat but not quite, with a pair of delicate horns on its head. Its round eyes stared vigilantly at Yichen and Qiao, as if testing them. Yichen immediately stepped in front of Qiao, his hand reaching for the long knife at his waist, and said in a low voice, Qiao, be careful. This little creature doesn't look simple. Qiao also focused her attention, eyes fixed on the little beast. Just as the tension reached its peak, the little beast suddenly let out a soft meow, its voice adorable, and then it slowly approached them, rubbing against Yichen's leg. Yichen and Qiao exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Yichen tentatively reached out his hand and patted the little beast's head. The little beast squinted its eyes in comfort, purring softly from its throat, showing no hostility at all. It seems it means no harm. Qiao breathed a sigh of relief, crouched down, and gently stroked the little beast's smooth fur, her heart filled with curiosity. I wonder what kind of exotic beast this is and why it's here. Yichen frowned in thought, his eyes gleaming with insight, as if he was already contemplating the potential value of the little beast. At that moment, a shout came from afar, have you seen a little cat with horns on its head? That's the exotic beast I raised. A girl wearing the school uniform of Longdu University hurried over. When she saw the little beast beside Yichen and Qiao, her face lit up with joy. Great, I finally found you, Little Horn. So this little beast is called Little Horn, Qiao stood up and said with a smile, feeling an immense sense of delight at the connection with this little creature. The girl looked at them gratefully. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would have taken to find it. Yichen waved his hand, looking relaxed. It's nothing, just a small favor. However, he felt secretly pleased. Today was truly a lucky day. Not only had he won Qiao's heart, but he had also helped a beautiful girl find her little pet. A true win-win. Yichen turned his head inadvertently, and his gaze was instantly drawn to a girl not far away. The girl had a tall and slender figure, standing approximately 1.67 meters tall, with graceful and elegant demeanor, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her appearance was charming and captivating, with delicately arched eyebrows resembling crescent moons, exquisitely set between her eyes. Her petite cherry lips were naturally rosy, unadorned yet vibrant, with a slight upward curve that seemed to carry an irresistible allure, making her a rare beauty in the mortal world. Her skin was even fairer than snow, smooth and tender like precious white jade, exuding a baby-like rosy glow that made one unconsciously want to get closer. What was most captivating, however, was her outstanding figure. A simple white t-shirt clung tightly to her body, unable to conceal her ample and proud chest, with her exquisite curves fully revealed. Paired with light blue skinny jeans, her long, straight legs were perfectly outlined, carrying just the right amount of fullness. Every step she took radiated youthful vitality and boundless feminine charm. Qiao gently tugged on Yichen's hand, only to find that he remained completely still, his gaze firmly fixed on the girl. She pouted slightly and teased, staring so intently. Is she that pretty? Yichen instinctively replied, pretty. After a pause, he added, but she's still missing something. If she were a bit more voluptuous, she'd be perfect. Qiao raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with jealousy as she asked, what about me? Yichen immediately put on a flattering smile and said, Qiao, you're the most perfect girl in the world, just like the beauty described in Chao Ji's poem, graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. But, well, if you wore black stockings, you'd be even more irresistible. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yichen realized his mistake, his eyes widening as he stammered, I didn't say anything just now. Qiao stomped her foot in anger and scolded, you stupid Yichen, foolish Yichen. Tonight, you're sleeping on the couch. After the girl left with her little dog, Qiao tried to pull her hand out of Yichen's grasp, only to find she couldn't break free. She urgently said, Yichen, let go, or I'll scream and call you a pervert right here. Yichen, however, played the rogue, smiling as he said, go ahead and scream. I am a big pervert, and I only like you, Qiao. I'm not letting go. With that, he held onto Qiao's hand and continued walking toward the villa. Yichen looked at her gently, his eyes full of affection. Qiao, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side. Qiao turned her head away angrily, saying, who wants you to always be by my side? But her cheeks flushed slightly, and she eventually nodded lightly. Then, the two of them walked hand in hand, their steps light as they entered the newly developed villa district. Walking through the villa district, Xiao thought to herself, should I buy some black stockings or white ones? Ah, Xiao, what nonsense are you thinking? He hasn't even officially confessed, so why should he deserve such a benefit? Yichen, tonight we have a class meeting at Mingyan Tower, mainly to elect class officers, Xiao suddenly said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How can you be so clueless, Yichen? You didn't even know about this. When Yichen heard it was about electing class officers, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. Electing class officers? That sounds interesting. Maybe I can snag the class president position. Xiao rolled her eyes at him and chuckled softly. You? Don't end up not getting selected and losing face. Don't worry, don't you know my abilities? Yichen patted his chest confidently, exuding self-assurance. The two arrived at the villa, quickly packed a few things, and headed toward Mingyan building. Along the way, the campus was bustling with activity. Groups of new students chatted in threes and fives about the upcoming class meeting, creating a lively atmosphere. Walking into Mingyan building, the place was already packed. Yichen and Qiao found a spot to sit, while the surrounding classmates whispered among themselves. I heard the competition for class president this time is fierce. A lot of impressive people want the position. Yeah, I won't join in the excitement. Being an ordinary student is pretty good. At this moment, a tall and elegant female teacher walked up to the podium. She cleared her throat and spoke in a gentle yet firm voice. Students, welcome to Longdu University. Tonight's class meeting is mainly about electing class officers. I hope everyone will actively participate and contribute their strength to the class. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, a confident male student stood up, his eyes shining brightly. Teacher, classmates, my name is Lingyu, and I want to run for class president. I served as class president throughout high school and have extensive management experience. I believe I can lead our class to become the best. After that, more students stood up and delivered their campaign speeches. Each had their own strengths, and the competition was exceptionally fierce, filling the entire venue with a tense atmosphere. Yichen looked at the classmate on stage, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He stood up, strode onto the podium, and spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. Hello, everyone, I am Xianyuan Yichen. I know you are all excellent, but I am confident that I can do even better. Not only am I strong, but I also possess unparalleled leadership skills. If I am elected class president, our class will excel in every aspect and become the best in the school. I will not let you down. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz of discussion erupted among the students below. The girls cast admiring glances his way, and one of them, her eyes sparkling, softly exclaimed, "Wow, this guy is so handsome. I must vote for him." As she spoke, she playfully blinked. The girl next to her teased her with a pinch, scolding, "You little face-obsessed fangirl." The girl in question was unfazed and responded with a cheeky grin, "Yes, I am a fangirl, so what? I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Just as they were laughing and chatting, a sudden chill crept up behind her. She looked up and met Qiao's icy gaze, instantly stopping the conversation and obediently closing her mouth. Qiao silently watched Yichen on stage, feeling both nervous and expectant. She knew Yichen was capable, but she also worried that he might be overly confident. At that moment, a girl stood up, her eyes revealing a defiant expression. "Xianyuan Yichen, although you're strong, being the class monitor isn't just about strength. What makes you think you're more suitable for this position than us?" Yichen smiled faintly, his gaze firm. "I know being the class monitor requires responsibility and approachability. I will prove through my actions that I possess these qualities. I will care for every classmate and help everyone solve problems. At the same time, my strength will bring more honor to the class." Hearing his response, the girl frowned slightly but said nothing more. The voting began, and a tense atmosphere filled the entire classroom. Finally, the teacher announced the result. Xianyuan Yichen is elected as the class monitor. A victorious smile blossomed on Yichen's face as he stepped onto the podium and said excitedly, "Thank you all for your trust. I promise I won't let you down." The class representatives have been chosen, and military training starts tomorrow. Everyone must be fully prepared. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, a chorus of lamenting sighs rose from the audience, with everyone silently praying to endure this challenge. After the class meeting, Qiao walked up to Yichen and smiled. "I didn't expect you to actually be elected as class president. Just don't get too carried away in the future." Yichen smiled and put his arm around her shoulder. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, why didn't you run for election?" Qiao rolled her eyes at him. "I don't want to be any class officer, it's too troublesome. I just want to stay by your side and watch over you." The two laughed and joked as they walked out of Mingyan building. Under the moonlight, the campus at night appeared especially warm, as if everything was blessing their future. Yichen and Xiao walked into the villa together. As soon as they entered, Xiao unceremoniously pushed Yichen. Go, get to your sofa and sleep. Her words carried a mix of teasing and seriousness. Yichen, however, refused to back down. I won't sleep. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, hit me. He pretended to act shamelessly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation. Fine, let's fight. Xiao angrily raised her hand to slap Yichen, but he caught it firmly. At that moment, Yichen suddenly leaned in and kissed Xiao on the lips. You, what are you doing? Did I let you kiss me? Xiao was both shocked and embarrassed, her heart in a flurry. However, her body betrayed her, not resisting at all, instead allowing Yichen to kiss her. Half an hour passed, and Xiao's cheeks gradually turned red. She pouted and complained, You're so annoying, even using your tongue. Just go. Sleep on your sofa. She turned to leave, but Yichen pulled her back, pressing her onto the sofa and kissed her passionately and dominantly. After this kiss, Yichen, satisfied, turned and went back to his room to sleep. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao stomped her foot in. Frustration, all you know is sleep. Why not sleep forever? You're driving me crazy. Despite her words, she couldn't help but open a shopping app, browsing through her favorite black and white stockings, secretly thinking, if it's not enough, I won't let him see. Who cares? Then, Xiao returned to her room, and as she lay down, her mind was filled with images of kissing Yichen, her face still tinged with a blush. Early in the morning, a tiger's roar pierced the silence, waking both new and returning students. The returning students were already used to it. But some of the new students couldn't help complaining, who's the inconsiderate one? Can't people get a good sleep this early in the morning? Yichen and Xiao were also awakened. Xiao, dressed in light blue pajamas, walked out to the balcony outside her room on the second floor and happened to see Yichen stepping out as well. She smiled and said, Yichen, you're awake too. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a drill instructor stormed in, loudly commanding, Put on your training uniforms. Immediately and gather at the field in 5 minutes, or there will be extra drills. His voice was thunderous, striking straight to the heart. Yichen and Xiao quickly got dressed. Standing in front of the mirror, Yichen narcissistically remarked, still as handsome as ever. Xiao rolled her eyes beside him, always so vain. Who was it that said they wanted to touch my abs before, and now they're calling me vain? Yichen teased. Get lost, get lost. Yesterday, you wouldn't even let me touch them, Xiao huffed angrily. My lips are swollen from your kissing, and you're still so stingy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Figure out how to get downstairs by yourself. Despite her words, she quickly tidied up her clothes and walked toward the sports field with Yichen. Along the way, the roars of tigers echoed one after another, as white tigers strode gracefully down the path, exuding an intimidating aura. Someone nearby exclaimed, So this is the white tiger camp of Huaxia? After I graduate, I want to join the army too. His close friend, however, poured cold water on his enthusiasm. This is one of the 5 elite forces of Huaxia, the White Tiger Camp, guarding the east. Even if you join the army, you'd only end up as an ordinary soldier. What about the other units? The boy asked. As for the others, the Xuanwu Battalion guards the north, the Qinglong Battalion guards the west, the Zhuke Battalion guards the south, and the Qilin Battalion guards the central plains. These are the 5 elite units of Huaxia, the close friend patiently explained. When Yichen and Xiao arrived at the sports field, many freshmen had already gathered there. Yichen muttered to himself, wondering why everyone had come so early. At that moment, he was biting into a bun, while Xiao looked anxious. Yichen, hurry up and give me the soy milk. I'm choking. As the two walked into the sports field, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. Whispers spread through the crowd, Don't you think those two look familiar? Yeah, they do look a bit familiar. Suddenly, a boy blurted out, The girl next to him is my wife. The people around him were speechless. Another person quickly corrected, Look closely. That guy is the top scorer in this year's Longdu trial. Everyone's calling him God of Slaughter and Protector Maniac. During the arena match, someone injured that girl's right shoulder, and he directly chopped off the person's arm. But with his exceptional talent, he didn't face any punishment after all, strength speaks for itself. Hearing these discussions, Xiao's face flushed slightly as she sneaked a glance at Yichen beside her. Yichen, however, smiled indifferently and handed the soy milk in his hand to Xiao, saying softly, Drink slowly, don't choke. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded, and everyone's gaze instantly turned to the center of the field. A burly officer with piercing eyes strode forward with steady steps. He was dressed in a crisp military uniform, and the insignia on his shoulder epaulets gleamed with authority under the sunlight, making everyone present instinctively straighten their backs. "Attention, everyone!" The officer's voice boomed across the field like a bell. The freshmen immediately lined up neatly, their expressions serious, and the atmosphere became tense in an instant. "I am your chief instructor for this military training, Zhao Gang. In the days ahead, you will undergo rigorous training. I don't care what your identity was before, or how capable you are, here, you will start from scratch." Zhao Gang's piercing gaze swept over each freshman, as if he were trying to see through their souls. At that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. A boy with dyed yellow hair stood out casually, his face full of disdain. "Instructor Zhao, we are all capable people. Why waste time on military training here? With this time, we might as well focus on cultivation." His voice carried a provocative tone, sending chills down the spine. Zhao Gang's eyes instantly turned cold. He walked step by step toward the yellow-haired boy, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What's your name?" "My name is Sun Yu." "What, instructor, are you looking for a one-on-one fight?" The yellow-haired boy, Sun Yu, looked at Zhao Gang provocatively, a disdainful smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Gang's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Since you're so confident, I'll play along with you. But let me make it clear up front, if you lose, you'll obediently follow orders and accept the military training." "Alright, and what if I win?" Sun Yu asked smugly, feeling secretly triumphant, as if victory was already in his grasp. "If you win, you can go through the military training however you like," Zhao Gang replied without hesitation, his tone exuding fearlessness and confidence. The two stood in the center of the field, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The surrounding freshmen focused their gazes on them, silent and expectant, awaiting an exciting showdown. Sun Yu made the first move, his figure flashing like a streak of black lightning as he charged toward Zhao Gang. His right fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, aimed straight for Zhao Gang's face. At the same time, his right foot kicked out fiercely, sending a sharp wind blade slicing past Zhao Gang's head in a swift flash. Zhao Gang remained calm and composed, slightly turning his body to easily dodge Sun Yu's attack. Following up, he swiftly kicked out, moving at lightning speed. Sun Yu failed to evade and was struck on the thigh, stumbling and nearly falling, his face instantly showing shock and unwillingness. Sun Yu, humiliated and furious, clenched his fists, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and charged forward again. This time, his attacks were even fiercer, each punch carrying force. However, Zhao Gang moved like a phantom, weaving effortlessly through Sun Yu's strikes, occasionally countering and forcing Sun Yu into retreat, leaving him completely powerless to fight back. After several rounds, Sun Yu was already panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes flickering with fear and anger. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang remained calm and unruffled, as if the previous battle had been nothing more than a warm-up for him. "Admit defeat. You're no match for me," Zhao Gang said indifferently, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I refuse to accept this." Sun Yu gritted his teeth, the unwillingness in his heart burning like flames. He still wanted to continue fighting. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. "Sun Yu, stop it. Military training is meant to make us stronger. Acting like this will only embarrass yourself." His voice was like a dose of calm, cutting through the arrogance in Sun Yu's heart. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Yu was shaken. He looked at the gazes of his classmates around him, those eyes filled with surprise and sympathy made him feel utterly ashamed. Then, glancing at Zhao Gang's authoritative demeanor, he finally lowered his head. "Instructor Zhao, I lost. I will obediently accept the military training." Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Very good. Now, everyone, attention. At ease." Under his command, the freshmen responded in unison. The atmosphere instantly became united and powerful, and the bugle call of military training had officially sounded. "Now, let's start forming groups, 3 people in each group." Morong Kai quickly walked over to Yi Chen's side and said with a grin, "Brother Yi Chen, I'll team up with you. Fatty, have you still not taken the marrow cleansing pill to strengthen your body? The main issue is the lack of vital blood. Our Morong family originally came from a merchant background, so our family foundation isn't very strong. My earth-based ability isn't particularly outstanding either. I can only serve as a meat shield, responsible for defense. Brother Yi Chen protects me, and I'll protect Sister Morong." Morong Kai chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yi Chen playfully scolded him with a punch. "Why do you need to protect Chi Yao? Chi Yao has me to guard her, and that's enough." Brother Chen, what's your dream? Is it to dominate the world? I just want to protect Qi Yao and not let her suffer the slightest grievance or harm. Morong Kai's face darkened. Hey, you two showing off your love, could you at least consider my feelings? My love life hasn't even started yet. At this moment, Qi Yao walked over and said with a smile, Brother Chen, you should be the team leader. Fatty and I will follow your lead from now on, so please take good care of us. I've never been a team leader before, I'm afraid I won't do well. There's nothing you can't do. I believe in you, Chen. At that moment, Qi Yao suddenly gave Chen a gentle kiss on the cheek, instantly filling the air with a sweet atmosphere. Chen nodded lightly. The three-person team was now preliminarily formed, igniting an invisible strength within their hearts. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Zhao Gang spoke at length on the stage, his voice booming like a bell. The general message was that the Academy's military training had officially begun, and once inside the secret realm, everyone must remain vigilant, stay united, be kind, and help one another. Finally, Zhao Gang waved his hand grandly, enter the secret realm. In an instant, a massive teleportation array appeared out of thin air, suspended in the sky, enveloping the entire academy. The ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Then, the teleportation array radiated a dazzling light, and with a flash, the freshmen on the playground of Longdu University vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a cloud of swirling dust. In the next moment, the scenery changed abruptly. Within the secret realm, a man in his 50s sat beside a tiger with purple and white stripes. It was none other than the Skylight Thunder Tiger. If Ruo Chen were here, he would immediately recognize the man as his grandfather's guard, Grandpa Jian. Beside Grandpa Jian, several men in military uniforms stood steadfast in the fierce wind, like unyielding statues. The entrance to the secret realm slowly opened. Snap! The soldiers waiting nearby saluted in unison and shouted in chorus, "Greetings, Commander." Grandpa Jian strode forward with a solemn expression, the fierce wind stirred up by the Sky Thunder Tiger behind him making the hem of his coat flutter dramatically. Is the training camp ready? Report! The training camp is ready. Good. By the way, give me a copy of the new recruits list for this training. Yes. Grandpa Jian, carrying a scabbard on his back, turned and walked toward the training camp that had sprung up overnight. Just as Grandpa Jian and the instructors were inspecting the training camp, a soldier hurried over and handed over the list of new recruits. Sir, this is this year's list of new recruits. Grandpa Jian took the list, glanced at it, and was instantly stunned. The instructors behind him also stopped in their tracks, their faces showing surprise. Grandpa Jian rubbed his eyes, looked at it carefully twice, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn it! What kind of divine lineup is this year?" The recruits on the list were extraordinarily gifted, with limitless potential for the future. The younger generation from the Xianyuan family, the Shangwan family, and the Morong family had talents that were absurdly high, practically monstrous. No wonder the general personally went to strengthen their bodies and even sent that old guy to guard the Great Wall of China. Recently, the secret realms near the Great Wall of China have been unstable, with outbreaks of chaos. With these students, it should be enough to handle this secret realm. We have already explored 36%. At this moment, the freshmen of Longdu University found themselves in a world of ice and snow, with a biting cold wind and a silvery white landscape all around. They were in a place resembling a military base, surrounded by tall walls, with an atmosphere both tense and exhilarating. In addition to Longdu University, students from other universities such as Moda University and Jiangcheng University were also being transported in succession, forming a powerful force. Inside the base, many well-equipped dragon guards were either busy with tasks or smiling as they looked over. These individuals were once students of the academy and have now become warriors of Huaxia. After graduation, they joined the Dragon Guard to continue fighting for the academy and the nation. Every university, in cultivating talent, shoulders the mission of conquering secret realms. Whether for a few years or as long as a decade, everyone strives to resist the beasts of the secret realms and protect Huaxia. Otherwise, if the beasts from the secret realms break out, they will bring immense harm to Huaxia. It's finally about to begin. Yi Chen murmured to himself, a fearless fighting spirit igniting in his heart. It wasn't just him, all the freshmen were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the start of a thrilling battle. Grandpa Jian stood at the front of the team, beginning to explain the content of this military training. His voice was passionate, as if it could ignite the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. The secret realm is a planet attempting to invade Blue Star. This secret realm, named Ice and Snow Cloud Star, covers a vast area of 110 million square meters. The temperature remains around -10 degrees Celsius year-round, with some regions dropping below -100 degrees, where water freezes instantly. The environment is extremely harsh. The difficulty level of this world is classified as silver tier. We have been working on conquering it for 2 years, and the current progress stands at 36%. This time, Dragon Country has dispatched 10 universities to participate in the conquest. However, the true main force is not the students from the academies but rather the military of Huaxia and those outstanding graduates. Bringing you here is meant to help you train and grow, enabling you to become stronger quickly. Additionally, Huaxia is not the only participant in the secret realm. The entrances to the secret realm are scattered across the globe, and other countries will also take part. You may encounter people from other nations. Currently, the Huaxia region maintains friendly relations with the Nordic region, but the teleportation points of various countries are far apart, so the chances of meeting are slim. Even so, if you do encounter people from other countries, you must be extremely cautious. Our ally, Bear Country, is a friendly nation, so if you come across their teams, be sure to remain polite. During the process of conquering the secret realm, the contribution levels of each country will be strictly recorded. Ultimately, the country with the highest contribution level will gain access to the final dungeon of the secret realm, which will have a significant impact on enhancing that country's overall strength. After explaining all these matters clearly, Grandpa Jian handed over the management authority to the presidents of various universities. All first-year students assemble immediately. The university presidents, with solemn and serious expressions, said, "From now on, you are no longer just students of the academy, but warriors entrusted with a mission. You will fight for Huaxia, for the honor of the nation." Let me reiterate the rules for converting credits to Huaxia currency. 1 credit can be exchanged for 10,000 Huaxia currency, but Huaxia currency cannot be converted back into credits. This is not just a training exercise but a fierce competition. 1 month from now, the teams ranked in the top 3 for the number of crystal core materials collected will receive generous rewards. Originally, the strength of first-year students was insufficient to enter the silver-level secret realm. However, considering the overall exceptional quality of this year's students, the commander decided that lower-level secret realms would not provide effective training, and thus granted them special permission to train in this level of secret realm. Alright, that's all I have to say. Next, the teachers will distribute supplies to the students. Sword Grandpa scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Yi Chen, Shi Yao, and Moron Kai before turning and leaving. The teachers of each class stepped forward, explaining precautions while distributing supplies. Each student will receive a map, a return stone, and an academy badge. We are currently at the Huaxia base, which houses the Apex Tower. At the towering summit, the vibrant 5-star red flag flutters freely in the wind, its brilliant red radiating a fiery glow. The first thing everyone needs to do is organize and inspect your equipment within the base and make thorough preparations. In the training camp of Longdu University, the teacher's voice resonated like a war drum, echoing in the ears of every student. The most direct way to earn credits is by killing ferocious beasts, which everyone is already aware of. The teacher's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across the crowd before continuing. Moreover, the primary task of our academy students is to assist the academy's legion in handling various challenges within the secret realm. Among the tasks listed in the training camp, there are many assistance missions issued by the military. You can choose tasks based on your own situation, but remember, never act recklessly, know your limits and act accordingly. As the teacher finished explaining, the students surged forward like arrows leaving the bowstring to collect their supplies. Each person received a map of the ice snow cloud star and a return stone. These items, meticulously crafted by spatial ability users, were incredibly precious, practically divine artifacts. The map not only updated in real time but also accurately pinpointed everyone's location within this unknown world. Each eagerly opened the map, his heart racing with excitement. He discovered that their current position was at the very bottom of the map, in an inconspicuous corner. The illuminated area on the map accounted for only 36%, dotted with numerous icons that, with a simple tap, revealed detailed information about the current region and the distribution of monsters. The remaining 64% of the map was shrouded in darkness, seemingly hiding countless unknown secrets and dangers, waiting for them to explore. It was utterly thrilling. I never expected this secret realm to be so vast. It's practically a complete world. Yi Chen marveled inwardly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The academy badge was painstakingly crafted by the Gongsun family. Worn on the chest, it was not only a symbol of identity but also a mark of honor. the Academy Badge of Longdu University was exquisitely designed, featuring a lifelike golden dragon carved onto it. Under the sunlight, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding grandeur and majesty. The surrounding classmates began to take action, some forming groups of 2 or 3 and heading in the direction where the ferocious beasts appeared, preparing to hunt them down to earn credits. At this moment, Qiao gently touched Yi Chen's arm and softly asked, "Yi Chen, should we go hunt ferocious beasts next or take on a mission? I heard that the teams ranked high in submitting crystal cores can earn substantial team points, and the top 3 teams even get extra surprise rewards. As first-year students, I bet everyone is eagerly eyeing that reward." Yi Chen nodded slightly and, after a moment of thought, said, "What you said makes sense. However, we need to register our team first." Thus, Yi Chen, Qiao, and Fatty went together to the Academy's team registration office. "Hello, we'd like to register a team," Yi Chen politely said to the staff. The staff member nodded with a smile and said warmly, "All right, please tell me the name you'd like for your team, and I'll check if it's already taken." Yi Chen scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said expectantly, "Let's call it Zhao's Ambition." The staff member was slightly taken aback upon hearing the name, then smiled and said, "That's a very creative name, but unfortunately." Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there already a team using this name?" The staff member nodded apologetically, "Yes, a team has already taken that name." Yi Chen shrugged helplessly and said, "All right then, let's think again. How about Eagle's Bond?" The staff members searched the system for a moment and shook their head. "That name has also been taken. Please choose another one." Yi Chen grew a bit anxious and thought to himself, could all the good names have been taken? He then suggested, Dragon City 3 Shinobi Squad? However, the reply was still that the name was already taken. "Ah, this is way too hard." Yi Chen was frustrated and turned to look at Qiao. "Qiao, help me think of something. I really can't come up with another name." Qiao sighed helplessly, her brows slightly furrowed. "How about we include one character from each of our names in the team name? That might make it a bit more unique." Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Got it! Ichi Kai, who the hell wants to chop together? How badass is that name?" Qiao's eyebrows shot up instantly, and she said angrily, "Can you be serious? If you can't think properly, don't make wild guesses. You're driving me crazy. If you keep messing around like this, watch out, I'll teach you a lesson." Yi Chen shrank his neck after being scolded, like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to make another sound. Qiao suppressed her anger, thought for a while longer, and finally said, "Forget it, stop fussing. Let's just call it the Pig Deer Butterfly Squad." Yi Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard this. "Ha ha, Qiao, are you saying Moron Kai is the pig?" Qiao rolled her eyes at him and explained irritably, "You're the pig. He's the butterfly, stop making wild guesses." Yi Chen muttered discontentedly, "Why am I the pig? I protest." In this tense yet thrilling atmosphere, the trio's team finally completed their registration. Their adventure was about to begin, with unknown secret realms calling out to them, waiting to be conquered. Protest denied. If you have any objections, just keep them to yourself. It's decided. Qiao's tone was thunderous, mercilessly cutting off all dissenting voices. She reached out and gently patted Yi Chen's head, exuding an unshakable dominance. The team name was finally decided, and the next step was to take on a mission. Qiao enthusiastically browsed through the mission list when her eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing to a task, she exclaimed excitedly, "Look, this S-level mission. If we're going to take one, it has to be the hardest, only then will it be a real challenge." In the mission center of the training camp, when Yi Chen and his 2 companions accepted the only S-level mission for freshmen, countless whispers of surprise and shock immediately filled the air. Whether it was students from their own school or those from other schools, they all showed expressions of disbelief. "Hee, once we complete this mission, we'll definitely leave everyone stunned." Moron Kai clenched his fist confidently, his eyes brimming with self-assurance, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Someone actually dared to take on this mission? It's been a long time since anyone tried. But if it's that guy known as the God of Death, maybe there's a chance. The staff member initially wanted to dissuade them but was overwhelmed by their determination, swallowing his words. After a pause, he added, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, if the mission fails, your credits will be deducted. What's there to be afraid of? My brother Yi Chen has over 3,000 points. This little issue is nothing." The chubby guy patted his chest nonchalantly, his face full of pride. "This is not just a few credits, it's a full 1,000 credits." The staff member's tone carried a hint of seriousness, as if they were worried about their future. "What? 1,000 credits? Shi Yao was stunned upon hearing the number. She turned to Yi Chen with a look of discontent, complaining, "It's all your fault. You took on the task so impulsively. I can't stand you." Yi Chen smiled confidently and reassured her, "Don't worry. With my skills, completing this task will be a piece of cake. It's just a minor issue." Meanwhile, in a corner of the mission center, Lin Chen watched the backs of Yi Chen's group and said angrily, "I thought our team taking on a B-level mission was already impressive, but I didn't expect someone to take on an S-level mission. Whose team is this anyway?" The classmate next to Lin Chen frowned and said coldly, "Who else could it be? It's that guy Xian Yuani Chen." Zi Xian gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with hatred. "Damn it, it's him again. He always steals the spotlight. I just can't swallow this anger." Lin Chen patted Zi Xian's shoulder and said calmly, "Don't rush, don't get angry yet. The task he took on is an S-level mission, and it's definitely not easy to complete. The mission center has rules to prevent students from blindly taking on tasks, requiring them to form teams and take on missions one by one. This S-level mission will keep him busy for a month. As long as we complete more tasks, our points will definitely surpass theirs. Then, let's see how arrogant he can still be." Zi Xian lowered his head, staring at the scar on his severed arm, a trace of fierceness flashing in his eyes. "I will never forget the grudge of losing this arm. I, Zi Xian, swear to make him pay the price." As he spoke, his hand unconsciously touched the faintly visible black serum in his pocket, a hint of malice gleaming in his eyes. "Yi Chen, shouldn't we hurry up and complete the task? Time waits for no one," Xiao urged, her tone filled with urgency. Yi Chen waved his hand casually and said, "No rush, no rush. With my skills, as long as I use that move Bloodthirsty Slash, completing this task will be a piece of cake." "Chi-Chi, what kind of milk tea do you want? I ordered you a cup of cheese foam 4 Seasons Spring. I heard this flavor is amazing, you should give it a try. You better not trick me this time. If it doesn't taste good, I won't let you off," Xiao said half skeptically, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. "Don't worry, it definitely won't disappoint you," Yi Chen said confidently, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Not far away, Zhen looked at Yi Chen's leisurely demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "This kid, coming to participate in military training and still so carefree, actually thinking about eating and drinking his fill before tackling the mission really gives me a headache." At this moment, the mission panel in front of Yi Chen and his two companions clearly displayed, Freshman Training Camp Mission, venture into the extreme cold zone, destroy the ice lair, and slay the Ice Lion King. The mission was classified as S-level, with all monsters rated at silver level 5 stars. The task required them to head into the perilous extreme cold zone, locate the hidden ice lair, completely eradicate it, and successfully eliminate its master, the Ice Lion King, thereby removing the significant threat it posed to the surrounding areas. The mission deadline was 1 month, with a reward of 1,000 credits, while failure would result in a penalty of 1,000 credits. Yi Chen stared at the mission panel, his brows slightly furrowed, as a tide of worry surged in his heart. He turned to look at the chubby guy and Xiao beside him, his tone tinged with a hint of nervousness. "If we fail this mission, who's going to bear the deduction of those 1,000 credits? The chubby guy and Xiao exchanged a glance, then almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward Yi Chen, their eyes revealing a silent understanding. "Who else but you? We've got nothing to our names, you're the only one with credits." Yi Chen looked at them with a helpless expression, silently calling out, "Xiao." Xiao glared at him and said harshly, "I want to help you earn these credits, but do you dare to ask? Don't think you can take advantage of me." Her gaze seemed to warn Yi Chen not to make any futile struggles. Yi Chen helplessly pinned his hopes on the chubby guy, turning his eyes toward him. The chubby guy chuckled awkwardly, scratched his head, and said, "Hee. Brother Yi Chen, I really don't have any credits. If the task fails, you'll have to bear the burden yourself." Hearing the fat man's words, Yi Chen felt a wave of oppression in his heart and sighed silently. It seemed that this heavy responsibility could only be borne by him, and no one else could share it. Just as he was feeling dejected, Xiao walked lightly to his side, her face radiating a gentle smile. She said softly, "Yi Chen, don't worry. I believe in you. You will definitely succeed in completing this task." As she spoke, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sweet smile, as if giving Yi Chen a dose of encouragement. At that moment, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yi Chen's heart, as if he had seen light in the darkness. His gaze became resolute, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. "All right. I definitely won't let you down." Looking at Xiao's trusting smile, a warm current surged in Yi Chen's heart, and his earlier worries dissipated somewhat. He nodded slightly and said firmly, "With your words, I know I can do it. Let's set off." The three of them prepared their gear and set off toward the land of extreme cold. The howling wind and the snow-covered ground shimmered with an icy sheen, as if the land itself was warning them of their arrival. Occasionally, a few snow wolves could be seen wandering in the distance. They seemed to sense the presence of Ichen and his companions, watching them warily but refraining from attacking, as if waiting for a larger prey. As they walked, a group of snow monsters suddenly appeared ahead. These creatures were massive, their bodies covered in layers of ice crystals. The sharp crystals scraped across the icy surface, leaving deep marks, as if issuing a challenge. They let out low growls, clearly perceiving Ichen and his companions as intruders. "Be careful, these guys aren't easy to deal with," Ichen warned in a low voice. He drew the long blade from his waist, its edge gleaming coldly in the wind, like a venomous snake lying in wait. The stout man was equally unyielding, clenching his fists as the faint glow of his earth-based powers flickered, ready to defend at any moment. Xiao stood at the rear, her gaze focused as she observed the surroundings, prepared to provide support at any time. The battle erupted in an instant, with several massive snow monsters roaring as they charged forward. Ichen's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, his figure flashing, as he swiftly cut into the enemy ranks. His long blade danced like a nimble beam of cold light, slicing through the air with precision as it struck the thick arm of one snow monster. The creature howled in pain, its cry piercing the air. However, to everyone's surprise, the snow monster quickly used its powers to gather the surrounding snow and form a new arm where the severed one had been. Seeing this, Ichen muttered under his breath, "What a troublesome creature." Meanwhile, the chubby man reacted swiftly, forming hand seals with both hands. His earth-based abilities surged forth, and with a low, rumbling roar, solid earth flow walls suddenly rose from the ground. Like sturdy barriers, they firmly blocked the frenzied attacks of the other snow monsters. "Time mirror clone," Ichen uttered softly. In an instant, two identical figures appeared out of thin air, each gripping a long blade exuding a bloodthirsty aura. One of the clones exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like it's up to us again. Let's see who takes down more enemies later." Ichen turned to look at Xiao, his eyes full of concern, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao, this place is too dangerous for you to fight. Quickly find a safe place to hide, understand? Chubby, listen to me carefully, you must protect Xiao. If I come back and find even a single hair of hers missing, you'll have to answer to me." The chubby man patted his chest resolutely and said, "Brother Ichen, don't worry. I'll protect Sister Xiao with my life." With that, the two quickly left the chaotic battlefield. Ichen looked at his clones, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. "Ha ha, then let's fight to our heart's content. Last time in the trial grounds, I didn't get to enjoy myself enough." Immediately after, a low shout, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, echoed, illusory moonlight thousand blood slashes. Ichen's aura surged, and countless blood-red blade auras shot out like a torrential rain, viciously slashing at the snow monsters. Although the snow monsters' bodies were severed by the fierce attacks, they kept regenerating through their eerie abilities. Ichen quickly activated his Sharingan, closely observing the snow monsters' every move. Soon, he noticed a faintly glowing ice crystal within their bodies and thought to himself, "If I shatter this ice crystal, they probably won't be able to revive anymore." Stop slashing their arms and legs. Aim for the ice crystals inside their bodies. Ichen shouted loudly. Hearing this, the clone responded, "Got it, got it." It then swung its blade fiercely, splitting open the snow monster's body and exposing the ice crystal. The clone immediately unleashed another blade aura, striking the ice crystal with pinpoint accuracy. The crystal shattered with a resounding crack. Without the support of the ice crystal, the snow monster's body, formed of compacted snow, collapsed instantly. "Very well, keep fighting," Ichen shouted loudly, throwing himself and his clone back into the battle. After a grueling and intense fight, Ichen and his clone finally succeeded in killing and driving away the group of snow monsters. Slightly out of breath, Ichen raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. A faintly tired yet confident smile appeared on his face as he said, "These guys weren't as tough as I imagined, but they've given us a clearer understanding of their strength." At that moment, the familiar voice echoed in Ichen's mind, "Killed a silver level 3-star snow monster, gained 26 ability points." "Ichen, are you okay?" Xiao asked with a face full of concern. Ichen shook his head slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said, "What could happen to me? However, Xiao, the environment here is unique, and your abilities are hard to fully utilize. With me protecting you, that's enough. It's just that I don't know where the White Tiger camp under Grandpa's command has gone." Ichen frowned slightly, pondering silently. He felt an unsettling aura enveloping them, as if hinting at something ominous. With such doubts in mind, the three of them continued forward, their tense nerves ready to respond to any sudden situation. Chen paused slightly, then sheathed his long blade, turned to look at his clone, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Let's keep moving forward. However, after trudging through the icy and snowy terrain for a full 3 hours, they still hadn't found any trace of the ice lair. The chubby one couldn't help but grow anxious, muttering, "Come on, where is this lair hiding?" Carefully, they passed through a dense patch of grass, and just as their hearts were filled with doubt, an unexpected scene made their hearts race. A snow-white scaled ice snake, about a meter long, shot out like a white lightning bolt and suddenly bit Qiao's calf. "Yichen, something bit me," Qiao exclaimed in shock, her face showing a pained expression, her eyes filled with terror. Yichen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly said, "It's an ice snake, it's venomous." He swiftly searched through the grass and finally found the culprit, the ice snake. "You dare to bite my Qiao?" Yichen's eyes burned with fury, his anger surging as he fiercely struck the ice snake, instantly killing it. After dealing with the ice snake, Yichen hurried back to Qiao's side and asked urgently, "Qiao, where did it bite you?" He silently prayed in his heart, hoping everything was still salvageable. Qiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she said with a sob, "My foot hurts so much, Yichen." Her voice was like a thorn, piercing Yichen's heart. "We need to suck out the snake venom first," Yichen said, his eyes full of urgency, as if time had frozen at that moment. Qiao's delicate face instantly flushed, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Here?" Her voice carried a hint of shyness. "Otherwise? Hurry up and take it off," Yichen urged, his heart filled with tension, knowing that time was of the essence. Qiao slowly took off her shoes and socks, revealing her fair, jade-like feet. Yichen gazed at the exquisite feet, and for a moment, countless emotions surged in his heart, leaving him momentarily dazed. Qiao's face turned even redder as she scolded, "What are you doing? Hurry up and suck out the snake venom." Her voice carried urgency, as if urging Yichen to make a swift decision. Oh. Yichen snapped out of it, suppressing the strange emotions in his heart, and quickly bent down. Then, he turned to Fatty and said, "Fatty, go extract the snake gallbladder. Later, give it to Qiao to consume, that will neutralize the venom." His tone was firm, as if fighting for a glimmer of hope for Qiao's future. Fatty swiftly cut open the snake's body, extracting the gallbladder and a crystal core. Holding the gallbladder, he hurriedly handed it to Yichen, saying, "Brother Yichen, quickly have Qiao take this gallbladder to counteract the venom." Qiao frowned and waved her hand repeatedly, "I don't want it. It must be bitter, I don't want to eat it." Yichen stomped his foot anxiously, "Qiqi, you've been poisoned by the snake. You must take it." Qiao looked at Yichen with wide, pleading eyes and murmured softly, "This is cold, I don't want to drink it." Yichen gazed at her gently, saying no more. He bit into the gallbladder lightly, using his spiritual energy to warm the bile. Then, his hand gently cupped Qiao's cheek, pulling her closer with a slight force. Qiao's body trembled lightly. Yichen's breath brushed against her face before he lowered his head slightly and kissed her. At the same time, his nimble tongue pried open Qiao's teeth, slowly transferring the warm bile into her mouth. Qiao drank it down and playfully blew a gentle breath into Yichen's mouth. A trace of amusement flashed in Yichen's eyes as he pretended to scold. "You actually dare to blow air at me? Getting bold, aren't you?" At this moment, the chubby guy exaggeratedly shouted from the side, "Brother Yichen, I'm still here, you know? Can you spare a thought for the feelings of us single folks? No way, I must find myself a girlfriend too." With that, the chubby guy stomped his foot and went off to a corner, doing who knows what. After a brief moment of intimacy, Qiao and Yichen slowly separated. "Chubby, we need to get going," Yichen urged. After half a day's trek, the trio finally arrived at a lakeside. What met their eyes was a lake entirely covered by a thick layer of ice. The ice was so dense that it seemed even the lakebed had turned into solid ice, forming an enormous frozen block. The surroundings were desolate, with not a single tree in sight nor any trace of vegetation. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of ice, undulating and uneven, with some areas piled into small ice mountains that glimmered with a chilling light under the dim illumination. Yichen's heart stirred as he drew the bloodthirst from his waist and slashed fiercely at the ice surface. With a sharp crack, the blade struck, leaving only a thin, long fissure on the ice. "This ice is so hard?" Yichen frowned slightly, secretly astonished. This should be the location of the nest, but where have those ferocious beasts and the Ice Lion King gone? Yichen muttered to himself, a hint of confusion in his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, if they're not here, so be it. We're tired anyway. Let's find a place to rest for the night and search for the Ice Lion King tomorrow." As he spoke, Ichen took out 3 tents from his backpack. After taking out the 3 tents, he called over Fatty and another teammate to help set them up. Fatty panted heavily and grumbled, "This journey has worn me out. If I had known how hard it would be to traverse this icy terrain, I wouldn't have come." "Stop complaining. Since we're already here, let's set up the tents and get a good rest. We'll need the energy to look for the Ice Lion King tomorrow," Ichen said as he skillfully assembled the tent components. Xiao couldn't help but tease, "Oh, so skilled. Have you been secretly practicing at home?" "Practice what? Why would I practice this? With you around, do I even need to?" Ichen responded with a smile. At that moment, a wolf howl pierced the silence, and a pack of ice wolves appeared by the lakeside. Ichen quickly stopped Xiao, who was about to make a move, and whispered, "Don't act yet. Let's see what they're up to." Just as the wolf pack arrived, Ichen's expression suddenly changed. He keenly noticed faint tremors coming from the ground. He quickly realized that this was the resonance caused by a pack of wolves running together. Ichen activated the Sharingan and looked into the distance, where he saw dozens, then hundreds of ice wolves appearing one after another, with their numbers still increasing. No wonder this is an S-level mission. Just these wolf packs alone are enough to give us a hard time, not to mention the Ice Lion King and ice monkeys haven't shown up yet, Ichen muttered to himself in astonishment. 200 ice wolves, this was practically a beast tide. Clearly, this place was no longer safe to stay. "Xiaobai, come here quickly." Ichen called out, but Xiaobai was nowhere to be seen. It turned out Xiaobai was lying by the fire, warming itself and drooling, as it stared at the roasted meat. "You little glutton," Ichen said helplessly. Xiao picked Xiaobai up and placed it in the backpack. But Xiaobai kept staring longingly at the roasted meat. Ichen had no choice but to shove a skewer of roasted meat into its paw. Xiao spread her wings and soared, swiftly flying towards the mountain peak with Ichen and Fatty. "Avoid direct confrontation for now, and endure temporarily," Ichen said firmly, his eyes glinting with vigilance. "Fatty, you really need to lose some weight. You're so heavy," Xiao couldn't help but tease, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Xiao sis, please stop teasing me," Fatty said with a helpless smile, though inwardly he felt fortunate to have her by his side. Soon, they reached a vantage point with an excellent view. Ichen observed carefully, his expression gradually growing serious. "Those ice wolves earlier weren't targeting us." Sure enough, the wolf pack didn't charge in their direction but appeared restless, as if searching for something. A wolf king lowered its body, sniffing the surrounding air. Suddenly, it stopped and let out a deafening roar. Immediately, the wolf pack began clawing at the icy surface with their hardened paws, digging deeper and deeper until they uncovered a passage leading to the unknown. An hour passed, and Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Ichen, how's the situation now?" "I can no longer see the wolf pack's location," Ichen said, his brows furrowed, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. At this moment, the wolf pack had all entered the passage, leaving only the wolf king outside. Just then, fierce sounds of battle erupted from within the passage, echoing thunderously. And on that vast, boundless ice surface, some horrifying creatures gradually emerged. They resembled worms, about the length of an arm, entirely snow-white, with no eyes, only a circular mouth surrounded by a ring of sharp teeth. The hard ice surface was like paper under the sharp teeth of these worms. They moved freely beneath the ice, like schools of fish swimming in water. Swarms of worms surged onto the ice, heading straight for the wolf pack. At that moment, the ice suddenly collapsed, and the unsuspecting wolves plunged into a bottomless pit. The Wolf King roared in fury, leading the remaining wolves in a fierce attack against the worms. A single swipe from an ice wolf could kill a worm, but more worms swarmed toward the ice. Wolves like a tide, producing a tearing screeching sound. The wolf's flesh was continuously ripped and chewed under the onslaught of the worms, as if a merciless massacre was unfolding. Crash! The ice surface trembled violently, as if foretelling an impending disaster. At that moment, an even more terrifying event occurred. Countless insects surged out from beneath the ice like a horrifying tide, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands, sending chills down one's spine and evoking deep fear. Howl! The Wolf King of the icy wolf pack seemed to sense the fatal danger and let out a piercing howl, then led the remaining wolves in a desperate attempt to flee. However, their escape route was instantly cut off. Ahead, a black wave composed of insects burst through the ice, encircling the wolf pack completely, leaving no gap for escape. Next, tens of thousands of insects swarmed into the wolf pack like a black flood. The wolves struggled and howled in the terrifying tide of insects, but they were as powerless as ants battered by giant waves. In mere moments, only stark white bones remained on the ice, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Even the majestic Wolf King was not spared, reduced to a pile of white bones. The beast tide composed of 200 ice soul wolf beasts was completely annihilated, vanishing without a trace. My heavens! Xiao couldn't help but murmur softly, her eyes filled with shock and fear. Our mission was clearly to slay the Ice Lion King, so how could such terrifying creatures appear here? What is the origin of these insects? Why was there no mention of them in the mission details? Could it be that an unforeseen change has occurred in the mission? Should we report this to the school? Let's investigate again tomorrow to figure out what these insects really are. For now, let's rest. Fatty, you stand guard nearby. Xiao and I need to awaken our silver skills. Ichen broke the silence, his tone resolute. Don't worry, brother Ichen. I can't vouch for other aspects of my ability, but when it comes to defense, it's absolutely top-notch. Fatty patted his chest in assurance, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Ichen and Xiao's consciousness slowly entered the mysterious space once again. The melodious sound of a bell echoed in their ears, and a powerful force surged into his body. Skill, time reversal flowing years rewind. This skill allows for an instant reversal of time, undoing the enemy's attacks and adverse conditions back to their origin, rewinding the flow of time. Not only does this leave enemies defenseless, but it can also repair damaged time structures. It can be used 3 times a day, with an 8-hour interval between uses. When Ichen's consciousness returned to reality, he found Xiao's hand resting on his abs, her face showing astonishment. What are you doing? Ichen asked in surprise. What, is it not allowed? Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Stingy, can't I just touch it? Xiao, what's your silver skill? Ichen quickly changed the subject, secretly feeling relieved. Mine? Let me show you dark ice, soul-shattering storm. Xiao's expression turned serious as she softly chanted, ice winds rise, dark dusk blankets the sky, soul-shattering ruthlessness, annihilation of all things. As she chanted, a massive black vortex appeared in the sky, with snowflakes drifting down from it, each as sharp as a blade. This skill can summon an overwhelming ice storm, requiring the caster to gather all the cold energy between heaven and earth with their mind and release it, instantly, forming a violent snow vortex. The storm is filled with countless sharp ice blades, reducing everything in its path to dust. It is a destructive spell suitable for large-scale battles, with astonishing power capable of turning the tide and reversing unfavorable situations. However, using this skill once will consume half of my spiritual energy. With the support of the domain, I could use it 3 times. Let's see just how powerful it is. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Xiao's eyes. Her gaze sharpened as she chanted again, ice winds rise, twilight shrouds the sky, ruthless destruction, annihilation of all. As the deep and forceful incantation fell, the surrounding air instantly froze, and strands of cold energy frantically converged around her. The previously calm ice surface began to tremble violently, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web. The icy abyss seemed like a massive vortex center, drawing everything around it inward. In the sky, dark clouds quickly gathered, obscuring the last trace of light, plunging the entire world into darkness and cold. Then, a violent icy wind howled out from in front of Qiao, rushing straight into the ice cavern. The icy wind resembled a massive ice dragon, tearing through the ice surface wherever it passed, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. Inside the ice cavern, countless sharp ice blades shot out, colliding and grinding against each other, producing a chilling and eerie sound. Within the ice cavern, the original structure began to collapse under the force of this immense power. Huge chunks of ice fell from above, crashing into the depths of the cavern. The ice storm, carrying ice blades, continued to whirl and rampage within the cavern, forming a massive vortex of ice and snow. The temperature inside the vortex plummeted sharply, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze into solid matter. As the storm persisted, the ice surface around the cavern cracked and collapsed on a large scale, forming a massive ice pit. The pit was filled with dense ice fog, obscuring visibility and making it impossible to discern what lay within. When the ice storm gradually subsided and the ice fog slowly dispersed, the original ice cavern had vanished, replaced by a bottomless black hole. The surrounding ice surface was riddled with cracks and left in utter disarray. My eyes lit up, and a sudden inspiration struck me. My time reversal, flowing years rewind, can eliminate our negative states, and lack of spiritual energy is no problem either. Qiao, I have a brilliant idea. The more I spoke, the more excited I became, with a glimmer of determination in my eyes. If you cast your skills over there again, I can unleash Time Mirror, Dark Ice, Soul-Shattering Storm. With my mental strength of over 600, I should be able to cast this skill 5 times. Each time we rewind time, I can use it again. Combined with my time reversal, that's practically 20 rounds of output. Adding the 12 times you can cast under the enhancement of your domain, my goodness. We can sweep through everything in this secret realm. Hearing my analysis, Xiao's eyes lit up as well, her face brimming with excitement as she said, "Is it really that powerful? Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly test the power of this skill combination. If it works, the secret realm mission will be a piece of cake for us." The chubby guy nearby stared at us enviously, his eyes wide. "You two are incredible. Once we get out of here, you have to look out for me more. My defensive abilities are practically worthless compared to your combination." Xiao and I exchanged a smile and quickly prepared. Xiao stood firm, chanting softly, "Ice winds rise, dark dusk blankets the sky, merciless soul-shattering, annihilation of all things." A black vortex appeared in the sky once again, and the ice storm, carrying countless ice blades, swept toward a patch of ice forest not far away. Under the impact of the storm, the ice forest was instantly leveled, the trees shredded into fragments, and ice shards danced wildly in the air. I focused my energy and unleashed Time Mirror, Dark Ice, Soul-Shattering Storm. A storm identical to Qiao's skill appeared out of thin air, rushing toward the black hole. Under this immense power, the ice cliffs began to collapse, massive chunks of ice tumbling down with deafening roars. Time reversal, flowing years rewind. Time instantly flowed backward, restoring our spiritual energy to its peak. Qiao once again cast Dark Ice, Soul-Shattering Storm, and I followed closely by releasing Time Mirror, Dark Ice, Soul-Shattering Storm. Repeating this process, the power continued to stack, as if the entire secret realm trembled under the might of our skills. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the bronze 6-star devouring worm, earning +6 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying the bronze 6-star devouring worm, additionally earning 6 by 600 ability points. Ichen listened to the familiar prompt sound of the system, secretly pondering in his heart, this devouring worm seems to be a newly emerged ferocious beast, its strength should not be underestimated. Inside the training camp, a young man clad in gleaming armor strode briskly and quickly entered the military tent. "Commander, there's new information to report." His expression was grave, and his tone carried a sense of urgency. "We have detected information related to the secret realm. There exists a special kind of ferocious beast within the secret realm. Once successfully slain, it can increase the exploration progress of the realm. However, their exact locations remain unclear for now." Genshin's gaze was sharp, fixed intently on the simulation sand table on the desk, as the exploration progress bar slowly climbed by 2%. Meanwhile, Ichen, Qiao, and Fatty were nervously staring at the ice cavern in front of them. "There shouldn't be any more ferocious beasts in there, right?" Ichen murmured softly, though a faint unease lingered in his heart. Qiao said nothing, grabbed Ichen and Fatty by the arms, and descended together to the bottom of the ice cavern. As soon as they landed, a strange glint flashed through Ichen's eyes. In an instant, ripples of time spread outward, and the surrounding time seemed to freeze. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down their spines. Xiao looked at the ground littered with remains, her stomach churning. She couldn't hold it in any longer and bent over to vomit. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the shattered limbs of devoured insects, making it nauseating. "With such a commotion, that Ice Lion King will probably be here soon," Ichen said, frowning, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Just as he finished speaking, a dull tremor came from the ground, and the icicles in the cavern began to sway faintly. "It's here!" Ichen's eyes sharpened as he quickly shielded Qiao behind him. Fatty gripped his weapon tightly, ready for battle. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive Ice Lion King, exuding a bone-chilling aura, emerged slowly from the storm. Its ghostly green eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty intent as it stared down at the three of them. Behind it followed ice wolves and ice monkeys, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Ichen knew the situation was dire. The enemies were numerous and powerful, and direct confrontation was by no means the best strategy. He quickly pondered countermeasures in his mind, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the jagged ice pillars surrounding the ice cavern. An adventurous plan quietly took shape in his heart. Qiao's wings flapped rapidly in the cold wind, and the icy air from the cavern rushed toward them, as if trying to freeze their breath. Ichen tightly gripped Qiao's arm, feeling the strength emanating from her wings, which gave him some reassurance. The plump man's face was slightly pale, but he still held his weapon firmly, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, ready to respond to any sudden developments. "Quick! Over there!" Ichen commanded in a low voice, pointing to a dense cluster of ice pillars not far away. These towering ice pillars reached into the clouds. Their shapes varied, resembling a natural barrier. Xiao didn't hesitate and swiftly adjusted her direction, leading the two of them toward the ice pillar cluster. The roar of the Frost Lion King behind them was deafening, shaking the ice cavern and causing icicles to fall, shattering with crisp sounds. Each end glanced back and saw the massive Lion King, leading frost wolves and frost monkeys in hot pursuit. The ice surface beneath their feet cracked with every step, emitting sharp crack sounds, as if it could collapse at any moment. Ichen, we need to find a way to shake them off. Xiao's voice was urgent, and the frequency of her wing beats noticeably increased. Her stamina was rapidly depleting. After all, flying while carrying two people was no easy task. Ichen's mind raced as his gaze swept across the cluster of ice pillars. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a massive ice pillar. The base seemed somewhat loose, and the surrounding ice surface was covered with fine cracks. The opportunity had arrived. Xiao, fly behind that ice pillar, Ichen said in a low voice, his tone resolute. Following his instructions, Xiao swiftly flew toward the ice pillar. Just as they were about to approach it, Ichen slashed out with his blade. With a thunderous crash, the ice pillar collapsed, crashing down toward the pursuing Frost Lion King and its minions. The falling pillar sent shards of ice flying everywhere, accompanied by the anguished cries of frost wolves and frost monkeys, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao mustered all her strength, leading Ichen and Fatty out of the ice cave and onto the vast, boundless snowy plains. The biting cold wind cut across their faces like knives, and the endless expanse of white stretched beyond sight. In the distance, the mountains were shrouded in thick snow, revealing only faint, hazy outlines. Phew, we've finally shaken them off for now, Fatty exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. However, he still held onto his weapon tightly, his vigilance unrelenting. Ichen scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowed. Don't let your guard down. They might catch up to us. Besides, this snowy plain may seem calm, but who knows what dangers are lurking beneath. He knew in his heart that the real challenge was just beginning. No sooner had he finished speaking than an eerie ripple suddenly spread beneath the previously tranquil snow. In an instant, countless sharp ice spikes burst forth from the icy surface. Xiao reacted swiftly, her wings flapping powerfully to unleash a surge of turbulent air, forming a gale to deflect the ice spikes. At the same time, Ichen's right hand flashed as he gripped the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade. With a crisp clang, the blade was unsheathed, its cold gleam slicing through the air like lightning. With a flick of his wrist, the blades light wove into three impenetrable arcs, intercepting the oncoming ice spikes. The spikes shattered upon impact, scattering into countless shards of ice, resembling falling stars. The stout man refused to be outdone, gripping his heavy hammer tightly with both hands. With a thunderous roar, his arm muscles bulged, and as the hammer swung, the sound of wind howled. The approaching ice spikes were shattered one by one, shards of ice scattering like a torrential downpour. In this tense moment, Ichen took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged, instantly channeling into the bloodthirsty blade. With a fierce slash, a dazzling blood-red blade, aura shot forth like a giant dragon tearing through the sky. Wherever it passed, the ice spikes crumbled, as if the entire snowy field trembled in fear of him. However, the sheer number of ice spikes was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Xiao and the stout man were surrounded by countless ice spikes, leaving them with no way out. At that moment, deafening lion roars, accompanied by eerie wolf howls and piercing ape cries, surged toward Ichen. Like a tidal wave, Ichen's gaze sharpened, and his aura suddenly intensified. It was as if he and his blade stood fearlessly before the horde of fierce beasts, exuding a faintly ancient, dragon-like majesty that caused the beasts to involuntarily halt, a trace of dread flickering in their eyes. Just then, time mirrored doppelganger. Accompanied by a low chant, two figures materialized out of thin air. It was Song Xiao and Nu Han. Song Xiao frowned slightly and said, "What now?" "We're busy, you know." Nu Han's gaze swept across the surroundings, and upon seeing the trapped Qi Yao, his expression darkened. "Qi Yao is injured? Who did this? Let's see if the three of us can't wipe them out." Ichen turned slightly, looking at the two doppelgangers, and said in a deep voice, "Fight or retreat? Yet you beasts hesitate. What is your purpose?" The air was thick with tension, and the fierce beast's momentum seemed to waver under Ichen's oppressive aura. Yet, greater challenges loomed on the horizon. Who would emerge as the master of this life and death struggle? Why waste words with them? If they won't fight, then we shall. Ichen's eyes burned with intensity, his entire being radiating a surging, killing intent. He shouted loudly to Sangxiao, "Sangxiao, take Xiao and Fatty to a safe place." This battlefield is enough for me and Fury Soul. With that, two sharp clang sounds echoed across the icy plains as Ichen and Fury Soul simultaneously drew their long blades. The chilling gleam of the blades flickered in the cold light, as if heralding the blood-soaked battle that was about to unfold. Illusory Moon will reincarnation void slash. Ichen roared fiercely, his voice carrying an overwhelming power that reverberated across the icy plains, seemingly shaking heaven and earth. In an instant, blood tears slowly seeped from the corners of his eyes, a price for unleashing the skill. His hand gripping the bloodthirsty blade was swiftly enveloped by a strange blood-red hue. The crimson blade stood in stark contrast to the icy desolation, exuding an aura of terrifying strength that sent chills down the spine. Unwavering waters of the river of forgetfulness, guiding the wandering souls. I mourn for the departed. Ichen's deep and compassionate voice rose slowly with the incantation. Accompanied by his and Fury Soul's movements, two blood-red whirlpools awakened like ancient beasts, sweeping toward the Ice Lion King and the Ice Wolves and Ice Monkeys behind it with astonishing speed. Wherever the whirlpools passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sizzling sound. The surrounding ice and snow instantly melted, transforming into billowing mist. Immediately afterward, 6 sharp blood blades whistled out from the whirlpools, piercing straight into the ferocious beast horde. The blood blades shimmered with an eerie light, and wherever they struck, the beasts let out agonized howls. The Ice Lion King roared furiously, attempting to fend off the terrifying attack. Its claws swung wildly, but they proved powerless against the blood blades. The remnants of dreams are fully died, severed with one strike. Ichen and Nuhun shouted in unison, their long blades tracing a dazzling, yet deadly arc through the air. The immense power converged on the blade, and with a fierce slash, the two blood-red whirlpools were instantly severed. This strike unleashed a world-shattering energy, and the explosive impact shattered the surrounding ice pillars into fragments. Ice shards scattered everywhere, reflecting sunlight like a rain of icy fireworks, yet filled with an aura of deadly menace. Under the powerful attacks of Ichen and Nuhun, the ferocious beasts were reduced to pools of blood. The thick red liquid spread wantonly across the pristine snow, eventually converging into a torrential blood rain that poured down over the vast, boundless icy plains. For a moment, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingling with the cold wind, sending chills down one's spine. Congratulations to the host for killing the Ice Wolf, gaining 26 by 100 ability points. Congratulations to the host for killing the Ice Monkey, gaining 26 by 100 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Ice Lion King, gaining 32 ability points. The system's mechanical and cold notification echoed repeatedly in Ichen's mind, each sound like a proclamation of victory in this brutal battle. After the battle ended, the plain was in complete disarray, with countless glowing crystal cores scattered in the blood river formed by the pooling of blood. Ichen walked steadily to the edge of the blood river, bent down, and carefully picked up the largest crystal core emanating a chilling cold, the Ice Lion King's core. He examined the crystal core in his hand closely, pondering to himself, this core contains extremely powerful energy and should greatly benefit Qiyao's cultivation. With this thought, Ichen looked into the distance, took a deep breath to calm his excitement and fatigue, then turned to Nuhun and said, "We should go and meet up with Song Xiao and the others." After speaking, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He glanced at his status bar and murmured to himself, Godslayer domain progress, 35%. Keep pushing forward. Then, the two figures vanished in a flash, speeding toward the direction where Song Xiao had gone. In the increasingly fierce wind and snow, Ichen and Nuhun hurried along their path. The biting cold wind cut across their cheeks like knives, and the blizzard seemed intent on quickly burying every trace of their footsteps. The howling wind carried faint, familiar fluctuations of energy. Ichen's heart trembled, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and his pace quickened, stirring up trails of snow mist. After bypassing a towering snow mound that resembled a massive fortress built by the snow, they finally saw Xiao standing attentively in front of an ice cave. Inside the cave, Fatty and Qiao were taking a brief rest. Qiao's face appeared slightly pale, showing signs of fatigue, but the moment she saw Ichen return safely, a spark of joy lit up her previously dim eyes. "Ichen, you're finally back," Fatty exclaimed with concern, quickly stepping forward and asking urgently, "Did you take care of those ferocious beasts?" Ichen smiled and nodded, then took out the crystal core of the Ice Lion King from his coat and handed it to Qiao. "This will greatly aid your cultivation. Absorb it quickly to enhance your strength." Qiao took the crystal core, feeling its warmth in her palm, and a wave of joy surged in her heart. Ichen excitedly recounted the thrilling battle to Sangxiu and Fatty, vividly describing the life-and-death confrontation with the ferocious beast. Every scene of the blood blade slashing and the crimson vortex sweeping through was exhilarating. Sangxiu and Fatty listened intently, their expressions of astonishment constantly surfacing, gaining a deeper understanding of Ichen and Fury Soul's strength. At this moment, Sangxiu frowned slightly, his face full of anticipation and reluctance as he said, "Ichen, can you not make me guard Xiao next time? I also yearn to experience the blood and passion of battle, to hone myself in life-and-death duels." His words revealed a strong desire, as if he could already envision himself showcasing his skills on the battlefield. Ichen's expression turned serious as he patted Sangxiu's shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiao's safety is paramount. In this perilous place, protecting her is the most important task." After speaking, he added with a smile, "But since you're so eager to fight, next time I'll guard Xiao, and you can go into battle. Just remember to give it your all." Sangxiu was so excited he almost cheered, but at that moment, two figures gradually became illusory, slowly shattered, and finally disappeared at the cave entrance. Only then did Fatty notice the blood tears seeping from the corner of Ichen's eyes and asked anxiously, "Ichen, why are you shedding blood tears?" Ichen waved his hand and comforted, "Don't worry, this is just a side effect of my blade technique." As he spoke, a gentle silver glow enveloped his entire body, activating the silver technique, time reversal. Under the radiance, Ichen's condition quickly recovered, with fatigue and pain gradually fading away, as if he had been revitalized. "Since we've completed this mission, it's time to pack up and return to report." Ichen looked up at the sky, where dusk was gradually enveloping the land. "However, let's rest here for the night and set out tomorrow." Meanwhile, in a distant military camp, a dragon guard dressed in a pristine uniform hurriedly pulled open the tent flap and strode inside, reporting solemnly, "Commander, we've identified the origin of that ferocious beast. In the ice nest, there's a creature called the devouring queenworm, capable of splitting into countless devouring worm larvae." Commander Jianshan's eyes sharpened like lightning upon hearing this, and he fixed his gaze on the dragon guard, signaling him to continue. The dragon guard clearly explained, "This ferocious beast is not very difficult to handle. As long as the number of devouring worms it splits off is limited, it is relatively easy to deal with. For first-year students, it is roughly an A-level task. However, the problem lies in the fact that the larvae split off by the mother worm will devour nearby monsters. The more they devour, the more frequently the mother worm splits. Once the number reaches a certain level, the task difficulty will soar to S level. Overall, though, the larvae are just bronze 6-star monsters, and while they are numerous, as long as we have enough manpower, they are not too hard to handle. We have discovered 3 locations where mother worms exist: the Ice Lion King's ice lair, the ice cavern, and the snowy plateau. The closest to us is the Ice Lion King's ice lair." The dragon guard pointed to the marked locations on the sand table, a serious glint flashing in his eyes. Jian Shen nodded slightly, his gaze like lightning as it swiftly scanned the sand table. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively planted several military flags on the sand table and promptly issued orders, "Immediately organize the White Tiger Battalion to eliminate the devouring mother worms in the ice cavern and the snowy plateau. As for the Ice Lion King's ice lair, it will be left to the Academy's students to handle. They need to temper themselves and grow through real combat." After issuing the orders, Jian Shen raised his eyes to look outside the tent, a trace of coldness in his gaze. He stared at the marked location on the sand table near the edge of the secret realm where Huaxia was situated. Forces from Neon Country and the United States were constantly provoking and causing trouble, attempting to invade Huaxia's borders. A surge of anger flared in Jian Shen's heart as he murmured in a low voice, "Do they really think Huaxia has no one capable of defending against foreign enemies?" Outside the camp, the cold wind howled fiercely, sweeping through the area. Countless soldiers of the White Tiger Army quickly assembled, their synchronized footsteps echoing endlessly across the snowy ground. Generals Chao Chun and Chao Jin strode forward and saluted Jian Shen. Jian Shen looked at them with a resolute gaze and solemnly issued his orders. "Chao Chun, lead your White Tiger Battalion to the ice plateau. Chao Jin, take your White Tiger Army to the ice cavern. Ensure the mission is completed flawlessly and safeguard the territory of Huaxia without fail." Meanwhile, Ichen and his 2 companions were completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. They were leisurely seated inside a cave, thoroughly enjoying the delicious roasted lamb. The campfire blazed brightly, its flames dancing joyfully, while the aroma of the meat filled the entire cave, making one's mouth water. However, Little White showed little interest in the fragrant roasted meat. Instead, its eyes were fixed intently on the Ice Lion King's crystal core in Xiao's hand, drooling with desire. The chubby one looked at Little White with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but mutter, "What's up with this little guy?" Ignoring the delicious roasted meat and staring at the crystal core in Xiao's hand? This is so unusual today. Xiao smiled faintly, reached out to gently stroke Little White's head, and said softly, "All right, Little White, you can have it." Upon hearing this, Little White eagerly swallowed the crystal core in one gulp, let out a satisfied burp, and then collapsed to the side, falling into a deep sleep. This Little White really eats and then sleeps. Ichen looked at Little White's adorable demeanor and smiled helplessly. But then, Ichen suddenly realized something, and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, that's the crystal core we need to complete the mission. Without it, how are we supposed to turn in the task?" Xiao, however, remained unconcerned and reassured him, "What's there to worry about? We still have the Ice Lion King's corpse, don't we?" Ichen shook his head helplessly and then summoned his clones, Song Xiao and Nu Hun. Song Xiao and Nu Hun looked exasperated. "Again? What now?" Ichen replied irritably, "What else? Go find the Ice Lion King's corpse." Thus, three identical figures stepped into the biting storm, heading toward the ice field. As soon as they returned to the ice field, the intense stench of blood rushed toward them, still lingering in the air. All around were scattered fragments of ferocious beast corpses, a scene of utter chaos. Song Xiao smiled wryly and said, "Is it really necessary to use a big move like illusory blood prison, reincarnation void just to deal with these beasts?" Ichen snorted, "The main reason is that it looks cool." Song Xiao retorted irritably, "Cool, my foot. Now look at the mess. How long will it take to find the corpse of the Ice Lion King?" With no other choice, the three figures began carefully searching through the corpses on the ice field. Time ticked by, and 2 hours later, just as Ichen flipped over the last ferocious beast's corpse, a familiar tuft of the Ice Lion King's mane came into view. "Finally found it!" Ichen shouted excitedly. By this time, their bodies were already covered in blood splattered during the search. Without wasting any time, the three figures hoisted the Ice Lion King's head and hurried back to the cave. Ichen and his clones returned to the cave. After a brief rest, they decided to hunt some ferocious beasts on the ice field near the cave to enhance their strength. Thus, the three-person team officially embarked on their hunting journey across the ice field. On this vast ice field, either crimson blade storms or icy gales swept through the area. Congratulations to the host for killing a silver 5-star ice wolf. Ability points plus 24 times 15. The system's notification sounded at just the right moment. Meanwhile, the team successfully collected 150 crystal cores. However, recalling the overly gruesome battlefield from earlier, none of them were particularly willing to return there to pick up the crystal cores. At that moment, they suddenly noticed that many students were running toward the direction of the ice hole where they had been earlier. Why are all those students heading to the ice hole we were at before? There's always something unusual behind strange behavior. Let's go check it out. It seems like there might be something good over there. Hee, let's go. Ichen frowned and said. The chubby one scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't we ask someone about it?" Ichen rolled his eyes at Morone Kai and said coldly, "Are you stupid? Do you think they'd easily tell us about something good like that?" At that moment, Xiao softly said, "Ichen, I have a guess, but I'm not sure if it's correct." Ichen smiled gently and encouraged, "Speak boldly. Our team doesn't bother with those formalities. Everyone is free to express their opinions, so feel free to share any thoughts you have." Xiao nodded slightly, a hint of determination in her eyes. Is it possible that behind the devouring insect swarm we encountered in the ice cavern lies the thing they're searching for? She paused for a moment and continued, "I once attended a class on monster behavior, and the teacher mentioned that the appearance of beast swarms is often due to the presence of a leader-level entity. Insect swarms are likely the same. So, the leader of that insect swarm is probably a queen insect. And that queen insect might just be the target they're looking for." "Xiao, how do you know everything?" Ichen asked with a hint of surprise. Xiao's pretty face turned stern as she suddenly stomped on Ichen's foot, scolding, "You never pay attention in class. All you do is sleep or play on your phone, so of course you don't know anything." "Where?" Ichen and Morone Kai spoke almost simultaneously. That day, the wolf pack was frantically digging through the ice layers. They weren't searching for treasure, they were looking for the mother insect. Xiao's gaze was sharp as a sword, and she spoke with determination. Ichen nodded slightly, pointing to the ground as he analyzed in a deep voice, "These devouring insects feed exclusively on fierce beasts. The presence of the insect swarm severely disrupts the rule of the Ice Lion King over its territory, inevitably leading to conflict between the two. However, before the Ice Lion King could arrive, the wolf pack was already wiped out by the insect swarm. It seems the strength of that insect swarm is even more formidable than we imagined. Upon hearing this analysis, everyone felt enlightened, as if a sudden realization had cleared their minds. Hiss. Morong Kai took a sharp breath, his face full of admiration as he said, "Brother Ichen, you're so smart." Ichen smiled and patted the chubby guy's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You should sleep less in class. Learning more knowledge will always come in handy." It seemed that many people in this secret realm were pursuing the trail of the devouring queenworm, undoubtedly drawn by the extremely tempting rewards offered by the academy. However, to successfully kill the queenworm, one must face the terrifying swarm of devouring insects, creatures capable of devouring a pack of wolves in an instant. Thinking of this, the three couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Yet one of them resolutely said, "Let's focus on completing our current task first, since we still don't know the exact location of the queenworm." With that, they headed toward the training camp. The chubby man looked worried. What if someone else takes the results while we're resting? At this moment, Ichen smiled faintly and said calmly, "What is meant to be yours will be yours. What is not, don't force it. If you lament the branch has no leaves, don't blame the sun for being partial." The chubby man was surprised. "Ichen, why are you speaking so elegantly now?" Ichen chuckled and said, "This is the consequence of not reading enough books." Just then, they noticed the training camp was eerily quiet and couldn't help but wonder, why is there no one in the training camp? Could it be that everyone has gone to find the devouring queen bug? As they were speaking, Ichen and his two companions arrived at the academy's mission location. Zishuan stood with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his lips. "I heard you guys took on an S-level mission. Stumped now, aren't you? Just one mission and you're already struggling. We've already completed a B-level mission and are about to tackle a second one. Our credits are increasing rapidly." Before he finished speaking, the teammates behind him burst into laughter. It must be said that the War God squad established by Lin Shen was indeed formidable. Ichen walked unhurriedly up to Zishuan, lightly placed his hand on Zishuan's arm, and said with a faint smile, "Isn't this Zishuan? Your arm recovered so quickly? Have you already forgotten the pain of losing it? But this is the secret realm. If you want to settle the score for your lost arm, feel free to come find me anytime. Though I doubt you'll get the chance." After saying this, Ichen walked toward the academy's front desk and submitted the head of the Ice Lion King. The staff at the front desk carefully inspected it and then smiled, saying, "Congratulations on completing the mission. The credits have been deposited into your account." Ichen, showcasing his exceptional social skills, curiously asked, "Why is there not a single person in the training camp? Do you know what's going on?" The staff member replied, "I heard that a devouring queen bug appeared at your previous mission location. Completing the related mission rewards 5,000 credits, so everyone rushed over there." The staff member nodded slightly, a look of surprise on their face. "I see, no wonder it's so quiet today. The devouring queen is an extremely dangerous entity, those people are truly daring. But 5,000 credits are indeed tempting, so it's no surprise everyone is flocking to it." Yi Chen and his two companions collected their mission rewards and were about to find a place to rest and plan their next steps. At that moment, a man dressed in black combat gear with a cold, stern gaze hurried into the training camp. His clothes were stained with blood, and his steps were unsteady. "Help me, please," the man called out weakly. Yi Chen immediately stepped forward and helped him to sit down nearby. After some questioning, they learned that he was also a student of the academy. While searching for the devouring queen, his team had encountered a swarm of insects. All his teammates had perished, and he had barely escaped with his life. "Those devouring insects are terrifying, endless in number, we couldn't hold them off at all," the man said, still shaken. "Moreover, I feel like the devouring queen is even stronger than the legends say. It can control the swarm, it's a complete nightmare." Ichen frowned, silently pondering. It seems this devouring queen is indeed a tough challenge. But the more challenging the mission, the greater the rewards upon completion. If they could successfully kill the queen, not only would they earn substantial credits, but they would also gain widespread fame within the academy. The chubby guy hesitated and said, "Brother Ichen, isn't this too dangerous? Are we really going?" Before Ichen could answer, Zishuan leaned over and said mockingly, "What, scared after hearing how strong the devouring queen is? I think you guys should just stay obediently in the training camp." Ichen glanced at Zishuan, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Whether we go or not is our business. But as for you, don't end up getting swallowed by the swarm before even catching a glimpse of the queen. Zixuan's face darkened, and he was about to retort when a teammate beside him pulled him back. Let's go. Don't waste time with them, the teammate said. Zixuan snorted coldly and left with his team. Ichen turned to his teammates and said seriously, I know this is dangerous, but it's also our opportunity. If we succeed, we'll gain not just credits but also valuable experience and growth. Of course, I won't force you. Whether to go or not is up to you. Brother Ichen, I'll go with you. The chubby guy gritted his teeth and said firmly, it's just a bunch of bugs. I don't believe we can't handle them. Chiyo also nodded, I'll go too. We'll face it together. Ichen smiled with relief, alright, then let's prepare well and come up with a detailed plan. What plan? Just throw skills in there and get it done. Ichen said nonchalantly. Lingya shot him a glance and snorted lightly, I knew you wouldn't take things seriously. It's not that simple. This time, we're up against those ruthless devourer brood creatures. A single misstep, and we might lose our lives. Ichen rubbed his nose and chuckled, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. But don't worry, Yao Yao, I know what I'm doing. The three quickly arrived at the site of the former ice nest. As soon as they reached the location, Ichen couldn't help but widen his eyes and blurt out, whoa, why are there so many people here? Around the nest, the area was packed with students from various academies. Report to the commander, Chao Zhen and Chao Chun have successfully returned and are currently waiting outside the tent for instructions. The task progress on the sand table had notably advanced by 10%. During the operation to eliminate the devourer brood, we unexpectedly discovered traces of forces from Neon Country and the United States. It seems highly likely that they possess some critical information. If we hadn't been prepared in advance, we might have fallen into a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind scenario. The defense of the border must not falter. Let the soldiers guarding the frontier remain on high alert. However, it is permissible to allow a few individuals from the opposing side to enter the territory, while arranging for elite forces to follow them in secret and closely monitor their every move. Jian Shen tightly held two chess pieces in his hand, each bearing the flag of Neon Country in the United States. Based on current indications, the core of the secret realm is highly likely to appear in the Huaxia region. Although this secret realm is only at the silver level, its coverage area is extraordinarily vast. It is recommended to quickly dispatch a team of experienced personnel to fully focus on locating the exact position of the secret realm's core. Wow, look over there. Foreigners, and they're blonde and blue-eyed. Ichen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed into the distance and shouted loudly. Everyone's gaze followed the direction of his finger, and they saw a team engaged in an intense battle with the ice wolves. The members of this team were visibly different in appearance from the people of Huaxia. Among them, an ice element ability user stood out like a dazzling star. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin fairer than snow, and her light blonde hair danced gracefully in the wind, resembling soft willow branches swaying gently. She was tall and had a perfectly proportioned figure. Even when standing beside the stunningly beautiful Qiao, she did not pale in comparison. In fact, she was even taller than Qiao. Those are people from Bear Country. Qiao smiled gently, revealing a warm expression, and explained softly, we and they belong to friendly nations within the same region. The principal has always emphasized repeatedly that we must remain polite and friendly toward allied countries. Come on, let's go over and say hello. Ichen curled the corner of his mouth slightly, with a hint of teasing, and said, I think you're just eager to strike up a conversation because you find that girl pretty. Morong Kai rolled his eyes, glared at Ichen with a hint of annoyance, and retorted, oh, come on. What do you know? We're not just going over to say hello, the main purpose is to gather intelligence. We might even learn some critical information about the devouring mother bug from them. Besides, you already have a partner, while I'm still single. Can you really bear to see your good buddy remain a bachelor forever? Can't you let me seize the chance to meet someone? With that, the three of them stepped forward toward the foreign team. As they gradually approached, the members of the small team also noticed the arrival of Ichen and the others. Hello there. Ichen's face was brimming with a warm and friendly smile as he enthusiastically waved his arm, taking the lead in greeting them. Hello. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed captain also smiled warmly, gently waving his hand to show a friendly attitude. In the Huaxia region, Huaxia is the dominant country. Xiong Country has maintained a long-standing friendly relationship with Huaxia, and with the deepening of cultural exchanges, the people of Xiong Country have been learning the Huaxiao language from a young age. Nowadays, many children in Xiong country have become less familiar with their native language. Despite the difference in skin color, communication is seamless and flows naturally. Are you also here looking for the devouring mother worm? Yi Chen's gaze fell on the academy emblem on their chests as he asked, "Don't you already know the situation here?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed captain was slightly taken aback, a hesitant expression appearing on his face as he stammered, "Well, this." Clearly, he was struggling with whether or not to share the information about this place with Yi Chen's team. At this moment, the beautiful girl standing to the side smiled sweetly and said in a crisp voice, "Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. Look at all the people around here. What difference does it make if there are one or two more teams like yours? Besides, this is your territory, so we should all look out for each other." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile as he exclaimed loudly, "Long live friendship." He understood that asking the Chinese people for information might not yield results, but these foreigners, being in China, would likely have some reservations, making it easier to extract useful information from them. Shangwan Qiao clicked her tongue quietly on the side and couldn't help but mutter softly, "Wow, I really didn't expect it, Yi Chen, your brain is working quite sharply now." Yi Chen pretended to be angry and glared at Qiao, saying irritably, "If you think I'm dumb, just say it directly, okay stop being so sarcastic." Seeing this, Shangwan Qiao quickly smiled apologetically, gently patted Yi Chen's shoulder, and said softly, "How could I mean that? I was genuinely praising you." At this moment, the beautiful-faced girl from Xiong country covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes curving, "Your interactions are really amusing. Since everyone is being so honest, I'll share a bit more information. We've been here for some time and discovered that the nearby devouring insect swarms are appearing more frequently than expected, and these swarms seem to be converging in one direction." Yi Chen's eyes instantly lit up like stars, and he eagerly asked, "Which direction exactly? Can you pinpoint the location?" The captain of the Xiong nation team frowned slightly and took over the conversation, saying, "We're still exploring, but we roughly estimate it's in the northwest direction. However, that area is extremely dangerous. Our team has already suffered significant losses and had to retreat to recover." Northwest direction? Isn't that where we previously killed the Ice Lion King? It seems that the ice cavern there no longer has enough fierce beasts for them to devour, so these bugs are starting to spread to other areas, Yi Chen murmured to himself, his expression serious. Xiao's expression also turned grave as she slowly said, "It seems that this devouring queen is no ordinary creature. Being able to control the swarm to gather at specific locations, it must be plotting something terrifying." The chubby man scratched his head, a nervous expression appearing on his face, and stammered, "How about we prepare well first and then go to investigate in the northwest direction? I really don't want to lose my life as soon as we get there." "What are you afraid of? With me, Xian Yuan Chen, here, is there anything that can't be accomplished?" Yi Chen patted his chest confidently. Xiao's lips curved slightly upward as she teased, "Don't speak too boldly. If something goes wrong, be careful not to lose face." "Ha ha. Such crucial information, I am deeply grateful for your disclosure." Yi Chen's eyes were filled with sincere gratitude as he solemnly said, "May the friendship between our two nations be as enduring as the towering mountains, lasting forever." The beautiful girl slightly raised the corners of her lips, revealing a gentle smile, and softly said, "May the friendship between the two nations endure and grow stronger over time." Her words were full of official decorum and politeness. This was Yi Chen's first time engaging in such face-to-face communication with foreigners since arriving in this world, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of novelty and a unique sense of emotion. Afterward, both sides exchanged smiles and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and the two teams gradually moved away in different directions. Yi Chen, Xiao, and Fatty took another path, heading toward the ice field. When they finally arrived near the ice field, the sight before them left them stunned. The once blood-soaked and horrifying scene had completely vanished, as if it had all been a dreamlike illusion. The mottled bloodstains had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a few devouring insects wriggling on the smooth ice surface, greedily absorbing the remnants of blood. These originally transparent devouring worms were now dyed a striking blood red by fresh blood, resembling a sea of blood rolling across the icy surface. Their figures appeared particularly eerie and terrifying on the ice, as if hinting at a brutal battle that had once taken place. Yi Chen's heart trembled, and his intuition told him that this icy plain concealed secrets unknown to the world. "Quick, don't stop," Xi whispered, her face revealing unmistakable tension and unease. Although the plump man was bold, he was also deeply frightened by the scene before him. He nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Yi Chen, afraid to fall behind. At that moment, a low roar echoed from the depths of the icy plain, sending a chill through their hearts. The devouring worms seemed to sense something, halting their movements and collectively turning toward the source of the sound. The air was thick with an ominous foreboding, as if something even more terrifying was approaching. "We must leave here," Ichin said decisively, his eyes flashing with determination. They could no longer hesitate, they had to seize this moment and escape from this eerie icy plain. Ichin stared intently at the devouring insects stained crimson with blood, a flash of vigilance crossing his mind. He understood that these seemingly insignificant bugs, once their numbers grew large, could pose an unimaginably terrifying threat. His intuition told him he must not let his guard down. "Everyone, be careful and don't get too close," Ichin softly reminded his companions, slowly drawing his weapon in preparation for battle. Chi Yao and Fatty quickly entered combat mode, with Fatty gripping his giant hammer so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly pale, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, a slightly larger devouring insect seemed to notice them. It suddenly turned and crawled toward them at high speed, its body scraping against the icy surface, producing a chilling shhhhshhh sound. "Perfect timing. Let me test out my new skill," Fatty shouted, charging forward with great momentum, his giant hammer raised high before smashing down fiercely. However, the devouring insect reacted with incredible agility, shifting its body to the side and easily dodging the thunderous blow. Qiao immediately launched a ranged attack, several ice blades shimmering with cold light shot out from her hands, aiming straight at the devouring worm. Although the devouring worm was agile, it was still struck by the sudden ice blades, letting out a sharp, piercing screech. But this screech seemed to act as a signal, and the surrounding devouring worms, which had been quiet, suddenly became agitated, surging toward them like a tide. "Damn, we've attracted so many." Ichen's expression changed as he quickly adjusted his position, shielding Qiao and Fatty behind him. "Don't panic, let's retreat slowly." Ichen tried to stay calm, directing his companions. The three of them fought desperately while gradually retreating toward the edge of the ice field. Although their attacks kept eliminating the devouring worms, the seemingly endless number of worms made them increasingly feel overwhelmed. At that moment, a sudden sound of battle cries came from afar. Ichen's heart lifted with hope, wondering if reinforcements had arrived. He looked up and saw Zishuan leading his squad rushing toward them. "Ah, I never thought you'd end up like this." Zishuan saw their disheveled state and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. A ruthless glint flashed in Zishuan's eyes as he downed the black liquid in his hand in one gulp. Instantly, his body underwent a bizarre transformation, his muscles swelled madly as if inflated, stretching his clothes tight. His veins gradually turned black, winding and coiling over his skin, and his face became grotesque and terrifying. Accompanied by a deep roar, Zishuan lunged fiercely at Ichen. "Ichen, you're doomed." Zishuan's voice was filled with madness and triumph. At that moment, the wrathful spirit beside Zishuan spoke coldly, "Finish him off." The voice was as piercing as an ice spike. With a slight lift of his hand, the long blade named Bloodthirst was unsheathed, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. "Song Xiao, the four of us will take care of these damned bugs," Nuhun said to his companions, a look of disdain in his eyes. "3 strikes are all I need." Nuhun's voice was icy, as if everything was under his control. Seeing Zixian's reckless actions, a trace of contempt flashed in Nuhun's eyes. "An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself." He let out a cold snort. "Enchanted, illusory moonlight burial." In an instant, his figure moved like a phantom to appear in front of Zixian. "Let me give you a taste of losing an arm again. Though the first 2 strikes might sting a little," Ichen said mockingly, his weapon gleaming with a blood-red blade light as he swiftly attacked Zixian, his speed as fast as lightning. Zishuan saw this and quickly raised his arm to block, but Ichen's attacks came like a relentless storm. The first strike landed, leaving a deep gash on Zishuan's arm, with blood gushing out. Despite the pain, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged at Ichen even more ferociously. Nuhun's lips curled into a mocking smile as he swung his bloodthirsty blade again. The second strike landed precisely on Zishuan's other arm. Zishuan let out a scream of agony, both arms injured, his clothes soaked in blood. Meanwhile, the battle between Ichen, Sangxiao, and the devouring worms was equally intense. Sangxiao wielded the bloodthirsty longsword, each swing unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. The devouring worms fell one after another under his blade, the fight growing ever more intense, igniting a fervor in the hearts of those present. On the snow-covered icy plains, the group gripped their sharp weapons, charging and fighting with abandon. The scene was both magnificent and fierce. Sanxiao, his expression exhilarated, shouted loudly, "Exhilarating! Truly exhilarating. This is what a real battle feels like. Let these devouring worms taste the despair. With that, Xiao, holding her ice sword, struck swiftly, the cold gleam flashing as she slew several devouring worms in succession. The thrill of battle seemed to boil in her veins. The stout man nearby, with a robust build, wielded a heavy weapon like a moving fortress, smashing several devourer bugs to death as the battle atmosphere grew increasingly intense. However, unexpectedly, an incident occurred nearby. Some students from the academy seemed to have noticed the commotion and began heading in this direction. The two teams conversed as they advanced, and although the atmosphere was tense, it was filled with anticipation for the fight. Suddenly, one of the teammates in the group keenly sensed something unusual and frowned, saying, "The smell of blood here is too strong." Almost simultaneously, another teammate warned, "Brothers, be careful, there are monsters on the ground." At that moment, a devourer bug suddenly burst out from the ground, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the group, instantly heightening the tension. Damn it, so this is where it was hiding. No wonder we couldn't find it earlier. Someone shouted angrily, unleashing a wind blade from their hand that instantly killed the devourer bug. Seeing this, another teammate examined the dead bug and laughed, "A bronze 6-star beast? If this is all it's got, we can kill as many as come our way." The two teams, emboldened by their consecutive victories, let their guard down, and this remark only made them even less wary of the danger. However, at that moment, the icy surface beneath their feet suddenly cracked without warning. "Ah! What's happening?" Accompanied by two startled cries, two team members fell directly into a large pit. It turned out to be a trap meticulously dug by an ice-devouring bug underground. The ice layer above had been gradually consumed until it could no longer hold, causing the two to fall. Inside the pit, the devouring insects, like ravenous wolves, lunged madly at the two people who had fallen in, tearing at their clothes and skin. At this moment, one team member reacted swiftly, using the earth wall skill for defense. However, faced with such a massive number of devouring insects, it was only a matter of time before the earth wall was breached. The situation grew increasingly dire as the ice layer continued to be consumed at an alarming rate, the depth of the ice hole increasing, and the distance from the surface becoming ever greater. The teammates above, seeing this, were frantic with worry and unleashed their respective skills in an attempt to annihilate the insects instantly. However, the insects seemed endless. As one batch was eliminated, another quickly emerged. The teammates above dared not recklessly jump down to rescue them and could only provide covering fire from above, desperately trying to buy a sliver of hope for their companions below. "Help me!" As time passed, the voices of the two in the pit grew weaker and weaker, as if they were falling into an endless abyss, their cries fading away. Their despair echoed across the icy plain, heartbreaking to hear. "This is bad. Call for help, quickly!" One teammate shouted anxiously, his face full of worry and guilt, as if time had frozen at that moment, with the crisis closing in. A green signal flare streaked across the sky, bursting into dazzling brilliance on the horizon. This distinctive green glow was the exclusive signal of Jiangcheng University, used to call for teammates' assistance in critical moments. At this moment, amidst an intense battle, the chubby man inadvertently glanced up at the sky, a hint of puzzlement appearing on his face as he muttered, "Fireworks in broad daylight? Could it be some joyous occasion worth celebrating?" Yichen and Xiao, hearing this, were left speechless. Yichen retorted irritably, "Have you ever seen anyone set off green fireworks for a celebration?" Morong Kai, standing nearby, joined in with a teasing remark, "Could it be someone got cheated on?" Yichen shook his head helplessly and did not respond. Then, his expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "This is actually a signal flare. In the secret realm, it is the most commonly used rescue method. If someone encounters danger, they will launch a signal flare to seek help from nearby ability users. It seems someone has accidentally fallen into a trap set by the devouring worms. I never expected the devouring queen worm to develop some intelligence, how interesting." As he spoke, Yichen gently placed his hand under Qiao's chin, slightly lifting her face, and said in a low voice, "We are not exactly benevolent people. The less trouble, the better. I don't want to get caught up in these cycles of cause and effect for no reason. Since they've already launched the signal flare, surely someone will go to their rescue. We definitely shouldn't wade into these murky waters." Qiao's face flushed slightly at Yichen's intimate gesture, and she softly replied, "Understood, Yichen." Yichen thought to himself, these are all incredibly precious ability points. Since the signal flare had already been launched, it wouldn't be long before someone arrived. His ability points were still far from sufficient, and he had no desire to share this hard-earned reward with others. However, slashing the devouring worms one by one like this was far too inefficient. It would be better to use that move unlimited firepower. At this thought, a faint smile appeared on Ichen's lips. Meanwhile, shocking news spread through the training camp. A student had tragically lost their life, and several others had returned in a battered state after being injured. The chief's expression was grave, his brows furrowed tightly, and he said in a deep voice, "This devouring motherworm is merely a silver-level beast, yet so many students are unable to defeat it. What hidden factors could be at play here? Everyone, analyze this carefully." Jiasu, an experienced and shrewd senior figure, pondered briefly before analyzing. According to the students who returned, the place where the incident occurred used to be a large lake. Later, the lake water froze, forming the current glacial plain. If we make a bold assumption, there might have been a large number of monsters in the lake that were also frozen within. If that's the case, everything would make sense. As soon as Jiasu finished speaking, the other senior officials nodded in agreement. Jiasu's reasoning is indeed sound. This possibility is very likely. The monster in the Great Lake was frozen in ice and then devoured by the brood mother. In this way, it can continuously split into devouring worms. Look at this map. The area is so vast, which clearly indicates that the lake's size was once quite significant. Based on this, the number of small ice-devouring worms split off is likely to reach an alarming and terrifying figure. Everyone was well aware that when the number of devouring worms reached such a horrifying level, it would inevitably trigger a massive transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. The commander pondered for a long time, then waved his hand helplessly and said, "Enough, enough. Take some people and head to the ice field over there. Remember, no more casualties." "Yes, Commander. We guarantee to complete the mission," everyone responded in unison. On the other side, the battle between Nuhun and Zixian was still raging fiercely. Nuhun stared at Zixian with disdain and said coldly, "With your meager strength, you dare to dream of avenging that severed arm? Maybe in your next life. Remember, anyone who dares to harm my people will pay a heavy price." Just as Nuhun was about to strike and take Zixian's life, a general suddenly appeared. This person exuded a powerful aura of Diamond 5-star rank. Nuhun's eyes narrowed as he pointed his blade at the general and provocatively asked, "What, you want to save this person? Even if you're Diamond 5-star? So what? I want to see what you're capable of." With that, Nuhun swung his blade, sending a blood-red slash whistling past the general, Chao Ren's sleeve. Chao Ren reacted with extreme agility, easily dodging the fierce strike. Seeing this, Nuhun raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Not bad reflexes. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Chao Ren. The person you were trying to kill just now, his use of the potion is highly likely connected to the shadow cult of the heretics, so I need to take him back for interrogation." The wrathful soul's eyes flashed with a cold light upon hearing this. He abruptly withdrew his blade and said with a face full of disinterest, "How boring. That boy, make sure you don't kill him during the interrogation. I'm still waiting to finish him off myself." Chao Ren's expression was solemn as he nodded slightly, the authority in his gaze inspiring awe. His movements were swift and decisive. In an instant, he had firmly subdued Zixuan without the slightest hesitation. He then prepared to take him away under escort. After resolving the conflict with Zixuan, the wrathful soul's burning desire for battle had yet to subside, as if a blazing fire still raged within him. He scanned his surroundings and suddenly thought of Ichen and the others. His heart stirred as he mused, perhaps there are still fierce beasts to fight over there. My thirst for battle hasn't been quenched yet, I'd better head over and take a look. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Ichen and Qiao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting fearlessness and determination. A tacit smile passed between them as they began to prepare for the upcoming fight. Qiao stood gracefully, her movements light and elegant, as she softly chanted an ancient and mysterious incantation. Her voice seemed to come from the depths of a distant icy plain, carrying an awe-inspiring power. The icy winds rise, the dark dusk shrouds the sky, merciless destruction, all shall perish. As her voice fell, a deep black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, as if tearing through the fabric of time and space. Immediately afterward, a powerful and piercing ice storm roared out from the vortex, spreading an intense chill in an instant. This ice storm carried countless sharp ice blades glinting with a cold light, like a barrage of arrows, charging fiercely toward the nearby swarm of devouring insects with unstoppable force. Almost simultaneously, Ichen unleashed his ultimate skill: Time Mirage, Dark Ice, Soul-Shattering Storm. A massive storm accompanied by ripples of time swept forth, resonating with the ice storm summoned by Qiao, forming an even more formidable force of destruction. The two storms intertwined, like the collision of heaven and earth, instantly shattering the tranquility of space and unleashing an unprecedented frenzy. On the battlefield, the swarm of devouring insects was as fragile as paper before this overwhelming power, instantly torn to shreds. The roars of the ice blades and the storm intertwined, seemingly narrating the fervor and fearlessness of the battle. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final outcome of this epic confrontation. Under the terrifying impact of the dual storms, the devouring insects on the ice field stood no chance. Before they could react, they were swept into the center of the storm and instantly pulverized. The corpses of the devouring insects were shredded into fine powder by the storm's rampage, mixing with the swirling ice shards in the air, resembling a bizarre yet magnificent dance of death. Qi Yao did not stop her attacks despite this victory. She continued chanting spells, summoning one ice storm after another from her hands, as if she were the ruler of this icy plain, wielding the power of ice and storms. The surrounding snow and ice, under her control, seemed like her personal weapons, serving her recklessly. At first, other teams hunting devourer bugs on the ice plain thought it was just a violent avalanche occurring somewhere, so they didn't pay much attention. However, as time passed, they gradually noticed something unusual. The targets of these snowstorm attacks were extremely precise, as if they had their own consciousness, specifically targeting the devourer bug swarms. Moreover, the snowstorms came wave after wave, like an unending surge of tides. Sensing the immense danger within, the other teams chose to retreat from the area shrouded by the storms to ensure their safety. Yi Chen listened to the system's constant notification sounds, which to him were like the most beautiful symphony in the world. A satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he murmured softly, "This kind of sound is what truly brings joy. Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 6-star devourer bug, ability points plus 16. Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze 6-star devouring worm, ability points plus 16. The notification sound, like cheerful notes, echoed continuously in Yi Chen's mind. Whenever his spiritual energy was exhausted, Yi Chen would cast the silver skill time reversal. In an instant, time seemed to flow backward, and his spiritual energy was restored to its peak state. Yi Chen burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, keep going, keep going." His laughter was filled with confidence and boldness, a sense of exhilaration and joy. Realizing that his spiritual energy was depleted, Xianyuan Yi Chen decided it was time to take a short break. He silently resolved to continue his efforts tomorrow and then opened the system panel. Name, Xianyuan Yi Chen. Level, Silver 2-star. Ability, Time, SSS. Physique, 600 Vitality, plus. Spirit, He, plus. Skills, Blade Technique, Blade Master, Time Mirror, Beginner plus, Time Domain, Intermediate plus, Eye of Time, Beginner plus, Dragon's Roar 9 Heavens Blade, Swimming. Dragon in Shallow Water plus, Illusory Moonlight, Moonlight Blood Prison, Reincarnation Void Break, Coiled Dragon Body Training Technique, Blood Coagulation Awakening plus. Looking at the plus sign behind the skill on the system panel, Xianyuan Yi Chen frowned slightly. Even 10,300 ability points were not enough to upgrade the skill. He shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, even 10,000 ability points aren't sufficient. Oh well, I'll continue farming ability points tomorrow. Truly a hard-working laborer destined for toil. With this thought, Xianyuan Yi Chen decided to rest together with Qi Yao and the other two. Just as the three were drifting into dreamland, the sudden sound of skill blasts erupted around them. Xianyuan Yi Chen's peaceful slumber was disrupted by the commotion, and his anger flared instantly. Can't a person sleep in peace? Disturbing this young master's rest comes with consequences. Storming out of the tent in fury, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. Outside, over 1,000 people had gathered densely, creating a spectacularly crowded scene. It turned out that ability users were engaged in a fierce battle against a swarm of insects. The crowd and the insect tide intertwined, with the sounds of combat rising and falling, resembling an epic battle of legendary proportions. The reason why the insect tide is dangerous has always been its overwhelming numbers, known for using many to overpower the few. However, with so many ability users here clearing out the creatures, the current situation doesn't seem too perilous. Yet, the sheer number of devouring insects is astonishing. One batch is eliminated, only for a new wave to quickly emerge. Xianyuan Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim, so many people have been killing continuously, yet these insects still haven't been wiped out. Their numbers are truly terrifying. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and he thought to himself, that mother insect is really patient. Even at this point, it still hasn't shown itself. Xianyuan Yi Chen's eyes grew resolute, and he suddenly said, "I think I know where the mother insect is." Qi Yao. Why are you calling me? Chiao looked at him in confusion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Of course, to take us to the previous ice nest, Xian Yuan Yichen said eagerly, his eyes igniting with determination. Chiao didn't ask further questions. She reached out and grabbed Xian Yuan Yichen and the chubby guy. As soon as the chubby guy was pulled up, he quickly closed his eyes and shouted, Chiao, sis, fly slower. I'm a bit afraid of heights. Chiao took the two of them into the air, and after flying for about 10 minutes, they finally found the location. The outer area was bustling with a fierce battle between swarms of insects and crowds of people. While this place was eerily quiet, almost unnervingly so. It was this eerie silence that ignited an even stronger determination in Xian Yuan Yichen's heart. Come on, mother insect, prepare to meet your end. It seemed that no one had noticed this place, everyone was trapped by the swarm of insects outside. Some people caught sight of Chiao, Xian Yuan Yichen, and the chubby man flying in the sky, but due to the obstruction of the insect swarm, they could only watch helplessly. From their expressions, it seemed as if they could guess that these three definitely knew the location of the queen insect. Chiao pulled Xian Yuan Yichen and the chubby man, swiftly passing through the high skies, skillfully weaving through the chaos of the battle between the crowd and the insect swarm, heading toward the location of the queen insect. When they reached their destination, the surroundings were as silent as death. It was evident that the queen insect had sent out all the other insects to fight. It's a good thing we could fly here, otherwise, getting back to this place would have been a real hassle, Xian Yuan Yichen said with lingering fear. The three of them slowly landed, standing at the spot where the wolf pack had dug a pit earlier. The pit was 2 meters deep, sloping at a 30-degree angle, extending all the way to the bottom of the ice layer. The interior of the hole was pitch black, exuding a sinister aura that sent chills down one's spine. The mother insect should be down below, Chiao. Xian Yuan Yichen looked at Chiao, his eyes filled with anticipation. Got it. Chiao nodded, a resolute light flickering in her eyes. At this moment, Xian Yuan Yichen's gaze shifted to the side, as if waiting for something. The chubby man noticed and immediately shouted, Why are you looking at me? I'm not going down there. Xian Yuan Yichen sighed helplessly and had no choice but to use the time mirror, clone skill, summoning Nuhun. Nuhun, go check out the situation down below, will you? Angry Soul looked unwilling. All these dirty and tiring jobs are left to us. It's not me who asked you to go, it's Chiao, Xian Yuan Yichen explained, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. That's more like it. Angry Soul finally reluctantly agreed and began slowly crawling into the depths of the pit. The chubby man watched the scene from the side and muttered helplessly, Yichen being a love-struck fool is one thing, but even his clone is a love-struck fool, truly cut from the same mold. The wrathful soul no longer paid attention to them, cautiously probing toward the abyss. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It kept descending. The darkness swallowing the light like a bottomless pit, yet the wrathful soul could still continue walking, which meant the depth of the pit far exceeded their imagination. 500 meters, 600 meters. Xian Yuan Yichen kept his eyes fixed on the wrathful soul as it delved deeper, secretly marveling in his heart. The lake that once existed here was truly terrifying, possessing such an unfathomable depth. Finally, when the wrathful soul descended to a depth of 700 meters, Xian Yuan Yichen saw the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, What is going on? A sense of unease surged in his heart, as if he were about to uncover a massive secret. What on earth is going on? Xian Yuan Yichen's face was filled with shock, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches as he blurted out. Chiao slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze sharp as she looked at him with a hint of urgency and doubt, asking, What exactly is going on? Didn't you say earlier that the lighting below is dim, the visibility poor, and it's hard to discern the specific situation? Xian Yuan Yichen's expression was solemn as he nodded seriously, his tone grave as he said, Indeed, it's hard to see clearly, but we've already reached the end of the passage. Moreover, all the way down, not a single trace of the ice-swallowing worms was found. It seems they must have all been dispatched elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Chiao's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Already at the end? This is a full 700 meters underground. I originally thought of coming here to confirm whether the mother worm is actually present. Xian Yuan Yichen pondered briefly, a sudden idea flashing through his mind, and he suggested, How about I use the Taiching Divine Thunder to blast this place open and see what's inside? Chiao immediately glared at him and chided angrily, Have you lost your mind? If we use the Taiching Divine Thunder, this fragile cave won't be able to withstand such immense power. If it collapses, how are we supposed to investigate further? It would be better to slowly blast open a small area and let Nuhun go in to carefully explore. That should be sufficient. Xian Yuan Yichen scratched his head, realizing that Qi Yao was absolutely right. Thus, Nuhun followed the order and cautiously launched an attack on a section of the wall. With a slight tremor, the wall broke open, revealing a deep and mysterious passage before them. At the end of the passage was an incredibly vast space, and from all indications, they had likely reached the bottom of the ice lake. The space was oval-shaped, with a bottom that stretched endlessly, roughly the size of a football field. It was evident that countless devouring worms had spent an enormous amount of time and effort digging it out bit by bit. At the very center of this space lay an unimaginably massive creature, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. This must be the queen of the devouring worms, Xian Yuan Yichen murmured softly, his eyes fixed on the creature with a hint of wariness. In front of the mother insect, a mountain of flesh and blood was piled up, exuding a strong and pungent stench of blood. Smaller devouring insects scurried back and forth busily, transporting fresh flesh and blood to the pile. It was unclear where this astonishing amount of flesh originated, but the mother insect was greedily devouring it, its massive body rising and falling rhythmically with each swallow. The mother insect's enormous body was so intimidating that it occupied nearly a corner of the frozen lake, resembling a slowly writhing mountain of flesh. The oppressive aura it emitted was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Its skin was a nauseating dark purple, covered with countless dense, uneven protrusions and innumerable tiny holes. At regular intervals, some eerie, glowing mucus would seep out of these holes, pooling on the ground into strange, unsettling traces. The head of the mother insect was particularly grotesque, lacking the usual facial features. Instead, it had an enormous, gaping maw that nearly consumed its entire head. This mouth was filled with razor-sharp fangs, layered and overlapping, glinting with a chilling light in the dim surroundings. A mere snap of its jaws could instantly pulverize any prey into dust. The tail of the mother insect was even more bizarre and unsettling. At its end was a massive, sac-like organ that rhythmically expanded and contracted, resembling a pulsating, malevolent heart. It seemed to be nurturing some horrifying and spine-chilling life form. The surface of the sac glowed faintly with an eerie light, and within, faint movements could be seen, as if countless devouring insects were about to hatch. These creatures, clustered together like frog spawn, formed a dense, continuous mass that made one's scalp tingle and sent shivers down the spine. The massive body of the devouring brood mother suddenly trembled. Originally focused on consuming flesh and blood, the moment it caught sight of the wrathful soul, a fierce and violent gleam erupted in its eyes. It let out a deep yet piercing roar, the sound waves reverberating within the oval-shaped space, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Immediately afterward, the brood mother swung its thick limbs and launched a swift attack toward the wrathful soul, its speed astonishingly incongruous with its enormous body. Yichen's expression turned solemn, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. At the critical moment when the broodmother's attack was about to land, he instantly activated his time mirage ability, his figure vanishing like a phantom, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. The broodmother's attack missed its target, and its massive limbs slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater in the hardened surface as debris scattered everywhere. Come on, the battle has just begun. A flame ignited in Xian Yuan Yichen's heart as he realized this was a perfect opportunity. He quickly adjusted his combat stance, preparing to face the imminent challenge. In his hand, a brilliant sphere of spiritual energy had already formed, radiating dazzling light, as if heralding the impending storm. The thwarted brood mother was clearly enraged. It twisted its massive body frantically, letting out even more furious roars, as if declaring its resurgence. Suddenly, it ceased its attacks, its enormous head slightly raised, seemingly sensing a powerful presence. Then, the brood mother made a move that shocked everyone. It began desperately ramming the top of the ice lake. The immense force caused cracks to rapidly spread across the ice surface, as if foretelling an impending catastrophe. With the sound of crack, crack, the mother insect's body kept pushing upward, gradually tearing through the ice surface, sending shards flying in all directions. At that moment, the mother insect finally broke through the lakebed, its massive form emerging from the water and heading straight for the ice. The superhumans, who had been locked in fierce combat with the devourer insects, were drawn to the sudden commotion, turning their heads to see the source, their eyes filled with fear. It's the mother insect. Xiao, fatty, stay safe. The burly man's voice rang out like an alarm bell across the ice. At this moment, the devourer insects, which had been fiercely battling the other superhumans, seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force. Their previously frenzied attacks abruptly halted. A strange light flickered in their tiny eyes. as if they had sensed the arrival of the mother insect and were scheming some sinister plan. Then, abandoning their current opponents, the devourer insects surged like a black tide, swiftly moving beneath the ice toward the mother insect. Beneath the ice, a muffled and chilling sound of writhing could be heard, as if countless lives were churning in the darkness. The superhumans were caught off guard by this sudden change, their previously tight combat rhythm instantly disrupted. A tense atmosphere spread to every corner. "We must retreat immediately." The burly man wielding a giant axe turned pale, his voice filled with urgency. He knew all too well that once these devouring insects joined forces with the queen insect, the situation would become even more dire, possibly leading to a dead end. As time passed, the sense of crisis grew stronger. The horn of battle had already sounded, and in the face of life and death, the superhumans had to make a choice. "Everyone, hold steady. Don't panic. Quickly reorganize the defensive line." The burly man wielding the giant axe shouted with a voice like thunder, striving to calm the crowd's chaotic emotions. Swinging his gleaming axe with powerful and vigorous movements, he fiercely struck down several devouring insects attempting to approach, his momentum unstoppable. Xian Yuanichen's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the chaotic battlefield before him as his mind raced to analyze the shifting situation. He understood clearly that if these devouring insects successfully joined forces with the queen insect, they would face an unprecedentedly brutal battle. "Qi Yao, immediately use your ice-based abilities to block those devouring insects stealthily approaching from beneath the ice. Do everything you can to slow them down. Fatty, assist the other superhumans and ensure the rear defensive line is protected at all costs. The queen insect must not break through." Qi Yao nodded resolutely, her hands moving swiftly like butterflies weaving through flowers as she formed seals, chanting mysterious incantations. In an instant, a thick ice wall rose rapidly from the icy surface like a mountain emerging from the earth, forming an impenetrable barrier that firmly blocked the rapidly advancing devouring insects. The ice wall radiated a bone-chilling cold, causing the approaching insects to instinctively retreat upon feeling its icy aura. However, these devourer worms seemed to be injected with madness and power, completely ignoring the obstruction of the ice wall, recklessly crashing into it like moths to a flame. Fine cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the ice wall, as if it could no longer bear the strain. Seeing this, Qi Yao gritted her teeth and increased her energy output. The ice wall thickened rapidly, becoming even more solid, while sharp, blade-like ice spikes extended from its surface, piercing the devourer worms attempting to break through, leaving them bloodied and battered. The chubby man shouted commands loudly from the rear, trying to stabilize the emotions of the other ability users. Though he might usually be timid, in this life-and-death moment, he showed no hesitation, decisively using his abilities to assist the others in fending off the frenzied attacks of the queen worm. At that moment, the queen worm finally broke through the ice, its massive body fully revealed. It swung its thick limbs and let out a chilling screech, launching a fierce assault on the ability users. Xian Yuanichen heard a crisp clang as the bloodthirsty blade was unsheathed, its blade gleaming with a cold light. He pressed the tip of the bloodthirsty blade against the hilt of the dark fiend blade and, with a sudden burst of force, flung it forward. As the ground trembled, a massive time wheel appeared out of thin air, and the surrounding time seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The blade of the dark fiend, carrying an overwhelming momentum, slashed fiercely at the queen worm's mountain-like body, only to be blocked by a layer of glossy black armor. "Time mirror, magic ice crystal." Ichen murmured softly, and a crystal-clear ice mirror appeared instantly beside the dark fiend blade. His gaze sharpened as he lightly flicked the bloodthirsty blade in his hand, causing the dark fiend blade to land steadily in his right hand. Illusory moonlight. Thousand blood slashes. With a thunderous shout, countless blood-soaked blades shot out like meteors, slashing fiercely at the black armor. "Let's see how long your armor can hold. Break for me." Xian Yuanichen's eyes turned blood-red, and his furious roar echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, a nearby freshman couldn't help but lean over, his eyes filled with nervousness and curiosity, and whispered, "Don't make a fuss. The god of slaughter is busy dealing with these devouring bugs right now, so let's not cause trouble." "But the goddess you're talking about, could it be Senior Qi Yao?" The boy's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "Who else could it be? Senior Qi Yao's ice-based abilities are so powerful, and she's so beautiful." Just as he finished speaking, the ice wall on Qi Yao's side once again withstood the frenzied attacks of the devouring bugs, and the cracks slowly healed under the reinforcement of her abilities. At that moment, a stray devouring bug suddenly lunged at several freshmen from the side at lightning speed. Their faces turned pale, and one of the girls couldn't help but scream. Watch out. At the critical moment, the chubby guy reacted quickly, darting forward with a faint glow emanating from his body. He raised his hand and sent a wave of energy crashing into the devouring bug, forcing it back. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and find a safe place to hide, he shouted loudly. Several freshmen seemed to wake up from a dream, hurriedly retreating. Yet the boy was still unwilling to give up, running while continuing to search for Chiao's figure. At that moment, the battle between Xianyuan-chen and the mother insect had reached a fever pitch. The effect of the time roulette was gradually fading, and the mother insect seemed to sense Ichen's immense energy consumption, becoming even more frenzied. It suddenly swung its limbs, sending a powerful gust of air sweeping toward Ichen. Ichen's eyes sharpened as he forcefully pushed off the ground with his feet, his figure soaring like an eagle to evade the attack. Gripping his twin blades tightly, a trace of resolve flashed in his eyes. Today, I will slay you here. With that, he unleashed a peculiar movement technique, darting around the mother insect like a phantom. His twin blades continuously struck the mother insect's black armor, the flashes of the blades resembling a galaxy streaking across the night sky. The boy, watching Ichen's bloody battle, felt a surge of admiration welling up in his heart. He murmured to himself, the god of slaughter is truly incredible. If only I could have such immense power in the future. At that moment, Xiao suddenly shouted, Ichen, watch out for its tail. The mother insect's tail was quietly gathering a powerful energy, seemingly preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Ichen. Upon hearing the warning, Ichen reacted swiftly, his figure flashing as he narrowly dodged the mother insect's tail strike. Seizing the brief opening after the attack, he let out a low growl, illusory moonlight burial. With both blades in hand, he fiercely slashed at the abdomen of the devouring mother insect. A sharp crack echoed as the tough black armor suffered even greater damage under the relentless assault. The mother insect let out an earth-shattering roar of pain, its entire body twisting violently. Its limbs flailed madly, stirring up a powerful whirlwind that sent surrounding debris and ice shards flying toward the group. Watch out! The plump man shouted, once again unleashing his abilities to form a transparent protective barrier in front of the group, blocking the incoming debris and ice shards. However, the mother insect's assault did not end there. From the wound on its abdomen, purple liquid continued to gush out, emitting a nauseating stench. As the liquid dripped onto the ground, it instantly corroded deep, bottomless black holes, as if proclaiming its fury and unwillingness to yield. This absolutely cannot end like this. A trace of determination flashed in Ichen's eyes, and an unyielding fighting spirit ignited in his heart. He knew that the real battle was just beginning. At the critical moment when the mother insect was secretly gathering strength, preparing to launch a sneak attack, the ever-alert fatty keenly caught the subtle changes in the mother insect's movements. In a panic, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, Ichen, watch your back. That mother insect is up to its tricks again. Although Xianyuan-Ichen had been fully focused on maneuvering and confronting the mother insect, this time its movements were far too sudden. Just as he realized danger was imminent and tried to react, it was already too late. At the crucial moment, the time necklace around his neck suddenly emitted a strange glow. A mysterious force pulled him, causing his body to instinctively dodge to the side. Almost the instant he moved, the mother insect's tail, charged with terrifying energy, delivered a deadly strike, viciously smashing into the spot where he had just been standing. With a thunderous boom, the ground was instantly blasted into a massive, bottomless pit. Debris rained down like a storm, and even the ice barrier that Xiao had been maintaining with all her strength trembled violently under the overwhelming impact. Ichen endured the discomfort brought by the impact, quickly steadying himself. His Sharingan eyes spun, exuding a bone-chilling coldness as he stared icily at the brood mother. Clenching his teeth, he spat out a few words through gritted teeth, "You vile beast, if I do not utterly destroy you today, I, Xianyuan-Ichen, swear I am no longer human." With that, he finished speaking. Ichen tightly gripped his twin blades, the overwhelming killing intent within him surging like a raging tide. A dragon's might that could shake the heavens and earth erupted from his body, and the chilling killing aura spread outward as if it were tangible, striking fear into all who felt it. Xiao, seeing the situation, felt her heart tighten and called out to Xianyuan-Ichen with concern, "Ichen, be careful. This mother insect is cunning and powerful, do not underestimate it." With that, she waved her delicate hand, sending more ice shards shooting out from all directions in an attempt to restrain the mother insect's movements. The mother insect, in pain, let out a deafening screech, its sound sharp and piercing. Its massive body twisted violently, the scales on its surface shimmering with an eerie glow, shattering the ice shards one by one. At the same time, its antennae moved rapidly, distorting the surrounding air as an invisible pressure swept toward everyone present. Taking advantage of the moment when the mother insect dodged the ice spikes, Xian Yuan-Chen, with the ice crystal mirror, instantly closed the distance. His twin blades carved arcs of blood in the air, slashing toward the mother insect's head. The mother insect reacted swiftly, raising its forelimbs like two massive steel blades to block Ichen's attack. The clash of metal against carapace produced a piercing sound, sending sparks flying. Ichen felt a powerful counterforce reverberate through him, numbing his hands, but he gritted his teeth and pressed forward instead of retreating. Using the recoil, he propelled himself into the air, his legs whipping like iron rods toward the mother insect's eyes. The mother insect quickly tilted its head, and Xian Yuanichen's legs brushed past its eyes, leaving two shallow marks on its hard shell. The mother insect roared in pain and anger, its tail swinging like a massive steel whip, sweeping toward Xian Yuanichen. Xian Yuanichen flipped in midair, narrowly dodging the attack, but the powerful gust of wind still tore several slits in his clothing. As the standoff continued, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone was startled, and the plump man's face changed as he shouted, "This is bad. Could the mother insect be summoning reinforcements?" No sooner had he spoken than countless small insects began crawling out of the ground, densely packed like a black tide, surging toward the group. Xiao furrowed her delicate brows, fully aware that if they were entangled by these small insects, they would face a grueling battle. Taking a deep breath, she formed seals with her hands and softly chanted, "Extreme cold domain." In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and vast expanses of ice and snow rapidly spread outward from her. The small insects froze into solid ice lumps the moment they came into contact with the frost. However, the mother insect showed no concern for the deaths of the smaller insects. Seizing the moment when Qi Yao was casting her spell, it launched another attack. A stream of black venom shot from its mouth toward Qi Yao. The plump man reacted swiftly, extending his strong arm to pull Qi Yao to his side. The venom, glowing with an eerie light, grazed Qi Yao's clothing, leaving a scorched black mark with a sharp hiss. The venom then struck the ground heavily, instantly corroding a bottomless pit that emitted black smoke and a nauseating, acrid stench. At this life-and-death moment, Xian Yuan-Chen's heart ignited with boundless fighting spirit. His dual blades danced in his hands like divine weapons, vowing to face this monstrous beast head-on. He shouted, "Queen Worm, today marks your end." With a furious roar, he charged forward, blades flashing and shadows intertwining, ready to face the ultimate battle. Witnessing this perilous scene, Xian Yuan-Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Seizing the moment when the queen worm focused its attention on attacking Qi Yao and the chubby man, his aura suddenly surged. The immense power within him roared like a raging tide, pouring entirely into the dual blades in his hands. He let out a long howl toward the sky, his voice echoing in all directions, illusory moonlight burial. In an instant, a fierce blade wind howled to life. On his dual blades, a golden, majestic dragon and a crimson, fiery Zhulong phantom coiled and roared, intertwining as if they were about to tear the heavens apart. The queen worm sensed the terrifying power that threatened its very existence, a flicker of fear flashing in its compound eyes. Its massive body instinctively tried to evade. However, Xian Yuan-Chen's attack had already reached the queen worm. With a muffled puff, the sharp dual blade struck precisely into the queen worm's iron-hard abdomen. The golden dragon phantom erupted with a cataclysmic force, ferociously tearing at the queen worm's abdomen. In an instant, a massive gash was ripped open, and thick, dark green blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a scene of utter horror. The queen worm let out a pained roar, thrashing its massive body wildly. Its enormous limbs flailed recklessly on the ground, shattering the surrounding ice surface into fragments. Ice shards flew everywhere, as if the entire world trembled in response to its fury. At this moment, Ichen quickly pulled Xiao back, distancing them from the range of the mother insect's attack. His heart was tense, yet in this life-and-death moment, he still found himself paying attention to her beside him. Xiao looked at the frantically struggling mother insect with lingering fear, her forehead covered in cold sweat, but the corners of her mouth curved into a mischievous smile. "Looks like you're not that dumb after all. You actually know how to protect me." Ichen was slightly stunned, not expecting Qiao to have the leisure to tease him at such a critical moment. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a faint smile, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. "You still dare to joke at a time like this. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I wouldn't want you to think I'm just a reckless brute." Qiao let out a soft hum and teased, "Who knows? Usually, you act all cold and distant. I thought your mind was only filled with fighting and killing. Nearby, the chubby man watched the two bantering back and forth and couldn't help but interject, "Hey, you two, do you even realize what time it is? You're still in the mood to bicker. The mother insect may be injured, but it's not dead yet. We need to figure out a way to finish it off completely, or we might end up in big trouble." His eyes flashed with urgency, clearly unwilling to waste any time at such a critical juncture. Ichen and Xiao suddenly snapped out of their daze, their gazes simultaneously refocusing on the mother insect that was writhing in agony. The creature's body convulsed and trembled incessantly, thick, dark green blood gushing like a spring from its grotesque wounds, staining the surrounding ice into a bizarre and terrifying hue. Suddenly, the mother insect let out a sharp, piercing screech, and its previously dim compound eyes began to shine brightly once more. Its body started to tremble and quake violently. Not good, it's about to fight like a cornered beast. Ichen's expression changed abruptly, his brows furrowing tightly as he gripped his twin blades firmly, his aura surging like a tidal wave, rising rapidly again. Xiao dared not relax for a moment. She swiftly drew an ice sword from her waist, its blade glinting with a chilling cold light. Her eyes revealed determination and courage, her resolve unmistakable. She slightly shifted her stance, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ichen, and lowered her voice to say resolutely, "This time, we'll finish it off together." Ichen turned his head, his gaze meeting Xiao's. He nodded lightly, his eyes filled with concern. "Be careful in everything." The mother insect suddenly opened its enormous mouth wide, spewing a thick, viscous dark green liquid that surged madly toward Ichen and Xiao. Ichen slashed with his blood blade, managing to deflect the ferocious liquid entirely. However, the mother insect's assault did not cease. Seizing the moment when Ichen was fully focused on blocking the liquid, it swung its massive forelimb with great force, sweeping viciously toward the two of them. Ichen, quick-eyed and swift-handed, unhesitatingly pulled Xiao behind him. His figure flickered like a phantom, narrowly evading the mother insect's fierce strike. As Ichen's words, filled with a chilling killing intent, fell, the twin blades of bloodlust and dark bane, entwined with the temporal mirror, lightning thousand birds Taiching divine thunder, emitted a heart-stopping brilliance. The divine thunder crackled, lightning danced wildly along the blades, and the immense pressure caused the surrounding air to tremble and distort. The mother insect, sensing the terrifying power capable of utterly annihilating it, had the madness in its eyes replaced by fear. Letting out a despairing screech, it mustered its last ounce of strength, attempting to twist its massive body to flee. However, Ichen's attack was relentless. His figure instantly appeared before the mother insect, and the twin blades, imbued with the force of thunder, slashed down fiercely. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and the earth as the power of the divine thunder merged perfectly with the sharpness of the twin blades, striking the mother insect with devastating force. Its once impenetrable carapace was torn apart like fragile paper under the blow, and dark green blood mixed with charred flesh splattered everywhere. The mother insect's body convulsed violently a few times before its massive form collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao watched the scene, a trace of a relieved smile appearing on her face as her tense nerves finally relaxed. She walked over to Yi Chen and softly said, "We did it. That hateful mother bug has finally been dealt with." Yi Chen nodded slightly, sheathing his twin blades. His forehead was covered in sweat as he gasped for breath and said, "Yeah, it's finally over. But the appearance of this mother bug is too strange, there might be an even bigger conspiracy behind it." The chubby man nearby also came over, patting both of them on the shoulders and chuckling, "Who cares about conspiracies or not? Let's rest first. Fat Lord here is exhausted." Just as the three were planning to take a breather and ease their tense nerves, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly without warning. Yi Chen's heart tightened. His expression instantly darkened, and his eyes scanned the surroundings warily. His tone carried a hint of gravity. Could it be that another danger is approaching? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground not far away slowly cracked open, and countless small but astonishingly numerous insects emerged. These insects emitted an eerie green glow all over their bodies and swarmed toward them in a dense, frenzied wave. Upon seeing this, Xiao furrowed her delicate brows tightly, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes. She swiftly drew the icy sword at her waist, which gleamed with a chilling light, and said resolutely, "It seems this trouble is far from over. These little bugs must be the minions of the mother insect." The plump man clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. A fierce expression appeared on his face as he laughed carelessly. "Let them come. I haven't had enough fun yet, and I was just looking for a place to unleash all this strength." Then, Yi Chen turned his gaze to Qi Yao and quickly ordered, "Qi Yao, take the plump man up to the sky." Qi Yao didn't ask any questions. simply nodded slightly, spread a pair of wings behind her, grabbed the plump man, and in the blink of an eye, they ascended into the air. At this moment, Ichen's expression was stern. Gripping his sharp twin blades tightly, he unhesitatingly plunged them fiercely into the icy surface. His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as he shouted, "Time Mirror, Lightning Chidori! Taiching Divine Thunder!" In an instant, violent lightning, like a myriad of bolts, coursed through the blades into the ice. Utilizing the ice's excellent conductivity, the lightning surged ferociously toward the oncoming swarm of devouring insects. As the dazzling lightning exploded, the swarm of devouring insects let out piercing wails amidst the electric flashes, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. The icy surface was scattered with the remnants of insect carcasses. At that moment, a deafening tiger's roar suddenly echoed all around, reverberating through the frigid air. Ichen frowned slightly, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he murmured to himself, "These guys, always so late." Not long after, General Chao led a troop charging in like a storm from the distance, their momentum overwhelming. Ichen crossed his arms and said with a hint of mockery, "General Chao, you all sure took your time getting here." General Chao dismounted from his tiger, a relaxed smile on his face, and replied, "How can you call it slow? We deliberately wanted to see just how much you've grown during this time, to check if all that training hasn't gone to waste." With that, he looked Ichen up and down, a trace of admiration in his eyes, as if he were gazing at a future powerhouse. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Ichen's eyes as he hurriedly asked, "Has my grandfather arrived? Which elder is coming to guide the military training this time?" General Chao squinted slightly and said with a smile, "This time, it's your Grandpa Jian who will be presiding over the military training. As you know, there have been issues at the Great Wall of Huaxia. A collective riot broke out in the secret realm, and the elite forces of the White Tiger Battalion have all been dispatched to suppress it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to venture into the secret realm with just these volunteer troops." Pausing for a moment, General Chao looked at Ichen with great interest, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. He continued, "So, what do you think? Do you want to take this opportunity to spar with your Grandpa Jian? Uncle Jian has already heard that your blade techniques have reached the level of a Grand Blade Master. This would be a perfect chance for him to give you some pointers. Who knows, it might lead to an even greater breakthrough for you." Hearing General Chao's words, Ichen felt a surge of excitement in his heart, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Clenching his fists slightly, he said with firm determination, "To receive guidance from Grandpa Jian is an opportunity one could only dream of. Of course, I must seize it." General Chao looked at Ichen's spirited demeanor with satisfaction, nodded approvingly, and patted him on the shoulder. "Good lad, that's the kind of drive you need. Although Uncle Jian is strict, as long as you can learn from him, it will greatly benefit your growth in the future." At that moment, the air seemed to be filled with the anticipation of upcoming challenges and opportunities. A fearless flame ignited in Ichen's heart as he eagerly awaited the intense battles ahead. Ichen and Grandpa Jian arrived together on the icy plains. Grandpa Jian's gaze was sharp as he spoke, "Xiao, come over here as well. Since you also use a sword, I'll guide you. Do you know the difference between blade cultivation and sword cultivation? Blade cultivation and sword cultivation are fundamentally different. Blade cultivation is renowned for its power and dominance, often relying on overwhelming attacks and an imposing aura to defeat opponents. Each move carries astonishing force, capable of easily shattering the enemy's sturdy defenses. A highly skilled blade cultivator can condense a domain of blade intent, becoming the absolute ruler within that domain. However, maintaining the blade intent domain consumes immense energy, and if the enemy is not defeated within the limited time, the blade cultivator may fall into a passive state, even becoming vulnerable to defeat. Sword cultivation, on the other hand, focuses on the way of the sword, with diverse approaches. Some sword cultivators pursue the path of grand swordsmanship, characterized by vast sword intent and overwhelming momentum. Others seek the path of sharp swordsmanship, as fine as a thread, aiming for invisible and lethal strikes. Regardless of the type, sword cultivators possess unparalleled potential. With a sword in hand, they are formidable in close combat, rivaling any martial arts expert. More importantly, sword cultivators can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their skills, perform various techniques, and wield their swords to swiftly eliminate enemies, embodying the pinnacle of combat prowess. To become a true sword cultivator, the key lies in possessing a lifebound flying sword. From Sword Grandpa's scabbard, an ancient sword shot out with a whoosh, named the 7-Kill Sword. Every ability user will nurture their own lifebound weapon during the Platinum stage. "This is my sword. Sword Grandpa, then I'll make the first move." Before his words had fully landed, Ichen instantly drew the bloodthirsty sword and slashed toward Sword Grandpa. The blade, which had tasted blood before, seemed to crave it even more, emitting a faint chilling glow. Ichen's sword struck directly at the 7-kill sword, but Sword Grandpa firmly gripped the hilt and smiled faintly. The force is sufficient, but it's not yet refined. Hearing Sword Grandpa's evaluation, Ichen furrowed his brows, a defiant glint flashing in his eyes. He swiftly withdrew the bloodthirsty sword, shifted his footing slightly, and charged forward. Again. His sword strikes were fierce, his momentum unstoppable. Sword Grandpa's lips curved slightly upward as he gently swung the 7-kill sword, effortlessly neutralizing Ichen's attack. The way of the sword is not merely about relentless aggression, it also requires mastery of balance and control, Sword Grandpa said warmly. Ichen, you're too eager for quick success, which has caused you to lose your composure. Ichen was somewhat annoyed and was about to make another move when Grandpa Jian interrupted him. Stop for now and watch Chiyao's sword techniques. Chiyo had been quietly observing. Upon hearing Grandpa Jian's instruction, she gently drew the sword from her waist. It was a slender blade, its surface shimmering with a faint blue glow. Her movements were light and graceful, like a flying swallow. Her sword techniques were elegant and fluid, each swing carrying a unique rhythm. Grandpa Jian nodded slightly. Chiyo, your sword techniques have improved, and your sword intent is gradually becoming more refined. But it's still not enough. Your sword focuses too much on lightness and elegance, which may make it seem weak in actual combat. A sword practitioner must not only have agile techniques but also a powerful sword intent to support them. Chiyo bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Jian. I understand. Grandpa Jian turned to look at Ichen. Ichen, both you and Chiyo have your strengths and weaknesses. You two can spar with each other to learn and improve. Ichen and Chiyo exchanged a glance, and a spark of challenge ignited in their eyes. Ichen struck first, his blade sweeping like a rainbow, accompanied by the sound of wind being sliced. Chiyo deftly dodged, her sword darting out like a nimble snake, aiming straight for Ichen's vital points. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their blade techniques and sword moves intertwining. Ichen's blade strikes were powerful and fierce, but under Chiyao's agile evasions, they struggled to land a decisive hit. Meanwhile, Chiyao's sword techniques were nimble and fluid, yet she found it difficult to fully unleash her potential under Ichen's overwhelming pressure. The tension of the battle grew ever more intense. On the icy plain, the clash of sword and blade seemed to make even the heavens and earth tremble. Grandpa Jian watched quietly from the side, occasionally offering guidance. Ichen, pay attention to the trajectory of your blade, don't be too rigid. Chiyo, seize the opportunity, don't just focus on defense. Under Grandpa Jian's guidance, Ichen's blade techniques and Chiyao's sword moves gradually evolved. Ichen began to incorporate flexible variations into his fierce sword strikes, while Chiyo no longer merely dodged but started to counterattack at opportune moments. As time passed, their battle grew increasingly intense. Beads of sweat appeared on Ichen's forehead, his breathing became rapid, yet his gaze grew more resolute. Chiyo's face flushed slightly, her hair disheveled, but her sword moves remained orderly and precise. Suddenly, Ichen let out a loud shout, and his sword momentum abruptly shifted. A sharp burst of sword energy swept toward Chiyo. Surprise flashed in Chiyo's eyes, but she quickly reacted, rapidly swinging her sword to form a barrier of sword energy in an attempt to block Ichen's attack. However, the power of Ichen's strike far exceeded anything before. The sword energy barrier shattered instantly upon contact with Ichen's sword energy. Alarmed, Chiyo quickly leaped back, but Ichen's blade momentum followed her like a shadow, relentlessly pursuing. Just as Ichen's blade was about to strike Chiyo, the 7-killing sword in Grandpa's sword's hand gently swung, and an invisible force blocked Ichen's blade. Ichen, you have some nerve, daring to point a blade at me. Tonight, I definitely won't let you off. Chiyo's eyes widened in fury, filled with anger and defiance, as she suddenly reached out and fiercely grabbed Ichen's neck. Ichen, struggling to breathe, forced himself to remain calm, pulling a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and teasing, I say, Lady Warrior, your grip is really strong. Shouldn't you consider losing some weight? Hearing this, Chiyo slightly loosened her grip but still complained indignantly, oh, so it's been such a short time, and you're already calling me fat? And here I was, wholeheartedly devoted to you. Enough, you two can't keep this up, Grandpa Jian said. Both of you have made great progress. Ichen, your blade intent has become more refined, and your moves carry more killing intent. Chiyo, your adaptability is impressive, and you can remain calm when facing strong opponents. However, you both still have a long way to go. Ichen and Chiyo sheathed their swords and stood respectfully before Grandpa Jian. Ichen said, Grandpa Jian, thank you for your guidance. I understand my shortcomings now. Chiao also said, Grandpa Jian, I will remember your teachings. Grandpa Jian nodded slightly, his tone becoming solemn. The path of the sword is long and arduous. Chiao, you must continuously hone yourself to go further on this journey. Next, I will teach you how to condense sword intent. Sword intent is the core of swordsmanship. Only by truly condensing your own sword intent can you unleash the sword's greatest power. Ichen and Chiao's eyes instantly lit up, filled with anticipation for Grandpa Sword's words, as they fixed their gaze on him. Grandpa Sword's expression was solemn as he slowly began to speak. The condensation of sword intent is by no means something that can be achieved overnight. It requires you to fully immerse yourselves, to carefully comprehend the true essence of the sword. Chiao, you must integrate your emotions and will into the sword without reservation, allowing the sword to become a natural extension of your body. As soon as the words fell, the 7-kill sword in Grandpa Sword's hand trembled slightly, and a powerful sword intent spread rapidly like an invisible tide. Ichen and Chiao felt an overwhelming pressure rushing toward them, forcing their feet to retreat several steps uncontrollably. Grandpa Sword's gaze was resolute, his voice thunderous. This is the power of sword intent. Chiao, try to feel this sword intent and then use your heart to grasp its mysteries. Following his instructions, Chiao slowly closed her eyes, quietly sensing the omnipresent sword intent around her. In her mind, scenes flashed by like a movie, the sharp edge of a sword in motion, the graceful posture of a sword in dance, and the resilience and determination displayed by a sword in combat. Time passed quietly, and Chiao became completely immersed in her perception of sword intent. Gradually, a faint trace of sword intent emanated from her body. Though it was still very weak, it was tangible and real. Grandpa Sword looked at Chiao, a trace of a gratified smile flashing in his eyes. He understood that Chiao had successfully taken the first step in condensing sword intent. However, to truly master the essence of sword intent, she would need to undergo prolonged effort and continuous practice. Ichen, seeing Chiao successfully emit that faint trace of sword intent, felt genuine happiness for her, yet an involuntary sense of unwillingness to fall behind surged within him. He secretly clenched his fists, took a deep breath of the cool air, and suppressed the turmoil in his heart, striving to calm himself down. Afterward, he imitated Chiao's posture, slowly closing his eyes and concentrating fully on trying to capture the blade intent lingering around him. Sword Grandpa nodded slightly, his gaze full of expectation, and said slowly, this blade intent cannot be comprehended out of thin air. It requires constant honing in the blood-soaked battles of the battlefield to attain. Once your strength improves further, I will take you to the Great Wall of China to personally experience the true smoke and fire of war, so you can temper yourselves in real combat. Ichen listened attentively to Sword Grandpa's teachings, silently committing his words to memory. Then, he once again immersed himself fully in the pursuit of blade intent. His thoughts galloped like a wild horse, and vivid scenes of clashing swords and spears, warriors fighting bloodily on the battlefield, gradually emerged in his mind. He desperately searched through these thrilling images, trying to uncover the true essence of blade intent. Nearby, Chiao also dared not relax in the slightest. She gently and evenly adjusted her breathing rhythm, channeling the faint trace of sword intent within her body, and focused entirely on attempting to integrate this sword intent more closely with her sword techniques. Ichen couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart, silently pondering, is it really only by placing oneself in the cruel and merciless battlefield that one can glimpse a trace of blade intent? At that moment, intelligence arrived, reporting that the reconnaissance team had discovered traces of personnel from Neon Country in the Icefield region. Based on the current situation, it seemed those Neon Country personnel were engaged in some sort of conspiracy. After some deliberation, the reconnaissance team captain decisively suggested to the commander, I recommend holding off for now and implementing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind strategy. Let those Neon Country individuals exhaust themselves in the ice field, and when their energy is depleted, we can seize the right moment to strike decisively. This will surely allow us to catch them off guard and execute a flawless operation to close the net. The commander nodded slightly, his gaze deep as he stared at the map of the Icefield region. After a moment of contemplation, he said, this plan is feasible, but you must closely monitor their every move without the slightest negligence. Report immediately if any anomalies are detected. The reconnaissance team leader, with a serious expression and upright posture, gave a standard military salute and responded loudly, yes, Commander. I guarantee the mission will be completed. He then quickly returned to the reconnaissance team's concealed base. Upon returning to the base, the team leader immediately organized the team members to further intensify their surveillance of the Neon personnel. Using advanced equipment such as high-powered binoculars and thermal imaging devices, the team kept a constant watch on the opponent's movements. The Neon personnel could be seen searching around the ice field, occasionally stopping to observe their surroundings or marking something on the snow, appearing highly focused. At this moment, the ice field was engulfed in a blizzard, and the tense atmosphere grew even heavier as the confrontation between the two sides was about to unfold. As time passed, the Neon team had been traversing the ice field for a long time, their physical strength gradually waning, and their movements becoming sluggish. However, despite the fatigue evident on their faces, their determination remained undiminished, and their resolve to continue the search grew even stronger. The team leader's eyes were sharp as he silently calculated the best moment to strike. Just then, a team member suddenly reported in a low voice, "Captain, they seem to have found their target and are gathering." The team leader immediately leaned toward the binoculars to observe and indeed saw the Neon personnel converging toward an ice cave, their faces showing expressions of excitement. "Prepare for action." The captain issued the order in a low voice, and the team members quickly organized their gear, energized and ready at any moment. Once the personnel from Neon Country had all entered the ice cave, the captain gave the command, and the reconnaissance squad launched like tigers, swiftly and silently approaching the ice cave, like ghosts in the night, ready to strike with lightning speed. They formed a perimeter outside the ice cave, and the captain confirmed the operation plan once more via the intercom, ensuring every team member was clear on their role. Then, he led a few team members cautiously into the ice cave. Inside, the cold was biting, and the team members' breaths instantly turned into white mist, with an air of tension filling the space. Not long after venturing deeper into the ice cave, they suddenly heard exclamations from the Neon Country personnel. It turned out they had discovered some ancient relics inside the cave and were preparing to make their move, but the appearance of the reconnaissance squad caught them completely off guard. "Drop your weapons. Don't move," the captain shouted loudly, as the team members quickly raised their guns, aiming at the Neon Country personnel. The Neon Country team members were visibly terrified by the sudden turn of events, shocked to realize their actions had been under surveillance and that they were now cornered inside the ice cave at the critical moment. However, the leader of Neon Country had a sinister look in his eyes. Suddenly, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to resist. Several agile personnel from Neon Country instantly drew short knives from their waists and charged at the reconnaissance team with unstoppable momentum, their blades gleaming. The captain's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he sidestepped to avoid a close-range attack from one of the Neon Country personnel. He then swiftly delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's abdomen. The Neon Country operative staggered back several steps, crashing into the ice wall, his face contorted in pain. However, the enemy did not retreat. He quickly got back up, brandished his knife again, and charged mercilessly. The captain remained calm and composed, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist to engage in close combat with the opponent. The clash of the dagger and short knife echoed crisply within the ice cave, as if heralding the prelude to this life-and-death duel. The frigid air was thick with tension, the battle on the verge of eruption, with the outcome set to decide everything. Meanwhile, the other team members were locked in fierce combat with the Neon Country personnel. One team member skillfully maneuvered between ice pillars, facing an attack from two Neon Country operatives. He quickly aimed and struck one of them on the head with the butt of his gun, knocking him down instantly. The other Neon Country operative, seeing this, roared in anger and wildly swung his short knife, slashing furiously at the team member. The team member dodged to the side, and the short knife struck an ice pillar, sending shards flying. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the opponent's arm and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the man heavily to the ground. Inside the ice cave, shouts and the clash of weapons intertwined, intensifying the atmosphere of battle. A tall man from Neon Country wielded a long blade, its gleam like lightning, slashing toward a team member. The team member quickly raised his gun to block, and the blade left a deep mark on the gun's body. At the moment the opponent withdrew his blade, the team member kicked at the man's knee, causing him to bend over in pain. Seizing the opportunity, the team member struck the back of his head with the guns but, instantly knocking him unconscious. After a fierce battle, the reconnaissance squad gradually gained control of the situation through their exceptional combat skills and unwavering determination. The Neon Country personnel fell one after another, losing their ability to resist. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the leader's eyes flashed with despair as he suddenly pulled a grenade from his pocket, preparing to detonate it. The captain, quick to react, immediately threw a dagger, which accurately struck the leader's wrist. The grenade fell to the ground, and the leader screamed in pain, clutching his injured wrist as he collapsed. The team members swiftly rushed forward, subdued him, and picked up the grenade, successfully neutralizing the danger. After a tense standoff, the remaining Neon Country personnel finally laid down their weapons and surrendered. The team members quickly took them away and reported to the commander that all Neon Country individuals had been captured. Requesting further instructions, Jian Chen pulled Yi Chen and the other two onto the Sky Thunder Tiger and swiftly returned to the training camp. The reconnaissance squad confirmed that the hostages were secured in the holding facility and immediately issued an order, "Bring them in." There's no need to show mercy to these Neon Country people. The humiliation from a century ago is remembered by 1.4 billion Chinese. One of the Neon Country personnel shouted angrily, "Baka! This is mistreatment of prisoners." Mistreatment? When you slaughtered our women and children, did you ever think about mistreatment of prisoners? You deserve to die, the commander angrily retorted. Immediately, the chief instructed the psychic ability user, extract the memories from their minds. Some personnel from Neon Country muttered under their breath, "Great Emperor, we failed to complete the mission and have been captured by Huaxia." Then, they began biting their tongues to commit suicide. One of the suicides looked coldly at the others and said, "Why haven't you killed yourselves yet? Are you afraid of death? Has the samurai spirit we uphold completely collapsed?" At this moment, Chen spoke, "Grandpa Jian, you're being too slow." With that, he opened his eyes, and the dragon-patterned double Tomo Sharingan instantly controlled the captives who had not yet committed suicide. "Speak, where exactly is the core of the secret realm?" Jian Chen's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the Neon Country captive before him. The captive trembled all over and hurriedly said, "We really don't know. We only know that the core is near that ice cave from earlier. We are merely the vanguard of Neon Country. Once the core's location is confirmed, we would inform the follow-up troops through communication devices. However, those who committed suicide earlier have already sent out the message about our capture and the core's location." Jian Chen's expression darkened, and he decisively ordered, "Chao Chun, Chao Zhen, immediately lead your respective White Tiger battalions and rush to that ice cave from earlier. Speed is of the essence." "Yes, Commander," the two responded in unison and quickly departed to carry out the order. Jian Chen then turned to the captive and continued questioning, "Apart from you Neon Country people, are there no Americans involved?" The captive shook his head slightly, a hint of confusion on his face. "We really don't know. His Majesty the Emperor did not inform us." At this moment, Shi Yao looked at Jian Chen and softly asked, "What should we do with these Neon Country people?" Jian Chen let out a cold snort, his tone icy, "Take them out and feed them to the fierce beasts. That would be letting them off easy." After handling these matters, Jian Chen looked at Yi Chen and his companions, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "You three little ones, if you have the confidence, you can come along. However, once we arrive at the scene, all actions must follow orders, and you absolutely cannot act on your own." Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded without hesitation, his voice firm, "Grandpa Jian, rest assured, we promise not to hold anyone back." Shi Yao and the chubby ones also nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation and enthusiasm. With Jian Chen's permission, the three of them followed the main group, heading swiftly toward the ice cave with great joy. Along the way, the piercing cold wind howled past, but it did nothing to dampen their spirits. Instead, it fueled their determination. Upon arriving near the ice cave, the White Tiger Battalion led by Chao Chun and Chao Zhen had already surrounded the area, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The air around the ice cave carried a biting chill, and faint sounds could be heard emanating from within, sending shivers down one's spine. Yi Chen and the others cautiously followed the team into the ice cave. The scene inside was not much different from the previous battle, except for an added sense of silence and eeriness. As everyone carefully searched, suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded from one team member's communication device. "Not good, a large number of unidentified teams are rapidly approaching this direction," the team member shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency. Chao Chun frowned deeply and quickly issued orders, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We must hold this position and not let them get close to the core of the secret realm." Yi Chen and his two companions swiftly entered combat mode. Yi Chen activated his double Tomo Sharingan with dragon patterns, vigilantly observing the surroundings, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Before long, a group of people dressed in black combat uniforms appeared at the entrance of the ice cave. Leading them was a tall, fierce-eyed man who sneered and said, "Chinese, if you know what's good for you, leave immediately. The core of this secret realm is not something you can lay your hands on." Jianchen stepped forward fearlessly and responded loudly, "This is Chinese territory. You uninvited guests are the ones who should get out." The two sides instantly fell into a standoff, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Suddenly, the opposing side launched an attack first, with fireballs and wind blades raining down on the Chinese team. The Chinese team members quickly sought cover to evade and counterattacked. The sounds of supernatural collisions echoed through the ice cave, wind blades striking ice pillars and scattering shards of ice everywhere. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Ichen seized the opportunity, using the power of the Sharingan to control several enemies, forcing them to kill each other. His companions also showcased their abilities, coordinating with the team to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the foes, as the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Just as the battle reached its climax, a sudden and powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the depths of the ice cave, as if something formidable was about to awaken. Everyone was drawn to the unexpected energy fluctuation and temporarily halted their fight. A glint of greed flashed in the man's eyes as he shouted, "The core of the secret realm is about to activate. Brothers, charge in and seize the core." With that, he ignored the resistance from the Huaxia team and led his subordinates toward the depths of the ice cave. The battle resumed, with danger and opportunity intertwined, and the tense situation was on the verge of erupting. Jianchen keenly sensed the urgency of the situation and decisively ordered, "We must not let their scheme succeed. Chase them down." The Huaxia team quickly responded, following closely behind as they rushed toward the depths of the ice cave. As the group ventured deeper into the ice cave, the surrounding environment became increasingly eerie and unpredictable. The walls of the ice cave shimmered with strange, cold light, and the ground trembled slightly, as if warning of unknown dangers. When they reached a massive circular stone chamber, a giant crystal emitting dazzling multicolored light appeared before them. Without a doubt, this was the core of the secret realm. A man's eyes gleamed with greed as he excitedly rushed forward, attempting to seize the core. However, just as his hand was about to touch the crystal suddenly erupted with a powerful energy shockwave, like an invisible force, violently flinging him backward and slamming him heavily to the ground. Immediately afterward, a mysterious figure dressed in ancient and enigmatic attire slowly emerged from the crystal. His gaze was cold and authoritative, sweeping over everyone present like an eagle, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring majesty. "This secret realm core is not something you greedy fools can lay your hands on," the mysterious figure said slowly, his voice deep and powerful, carrying an intangible pressure that reverberated throughout the stone chamber. The man struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of unwillingness and anger. "Who are you? What gives you the right to monopolize the core of this secret realm?" The mysterious figure let out a cold snort, his tone filled with disdain. "I am the spirit that guards the core of this secret realm, having slumbered here for countless ages. People like you, with ulterior motives and hearts full of greed, are utterly unworthy of possessing the power of the core." Jianchen stepped forward, cupped his hands in salute, and spoke earnestly, "Senior, we people of Huaxia have no intention of seizing the core. We only wish to prevent these ill-intentioned individuals from succeeding in their schemes and disturbing the peace of this place." The mysterious figure nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Ichen and the other two, a faint and almost imperceptible glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "These young ones do seem to have something different about them." Ichen felt the mysterious person's gaze. Although he was nervous, he mustered up the courage to say, "Senior, we are willing to follow your orders and protect the core of this secret realm together." The mysterious person was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "If that is the case, I shall give you an opportunity. The power of this core can only be controlled by those who are destined and possess a righteous heart. I can set 3 trials. If you can pass them, the core and I will join you in safeguarding the land of Huaxia." Jianchen and the others exchanged glances, nodding one after another, their eyes filled with determination and anticipation. However, the man gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Humph, don't think that setting up trials can stop us. We won't give up so easily." The mysterious person raised a finger lightly, and a flash of light appeared. The man and his subordinates were bound in place by an invisible force, unable to move. "Until the trials are over, you will stay here. If you dare to act recklessly, you will not be spared," the mysterious person warned coldly. Then, the mysterious person waved a hand, and 3 passageways instantly appeared in the stone chamber, each emitting a different colored light, exuding a mysterious aura. These 3 trials correspond to courage, wisdom, and kindness. Only those who enter the passageways and pass the trials are qualified, the mysterious person patiently explained. Without any hesitation, the three of them, eyes resolute, each chose a different passageway and stepped into the trials filled with the unknown and challenges. Jianchen remained in the stone chamber, standing guard, his gaze fixed on the activity within the passageways while staying vigilant against the group that had been restrained, ready to respond should they suddenly cause trouble. Yichen entered the courage path, where the passage was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't see his own hand in front of him. Chilling roars echoed intermittently from all directions, as if countless unknown horrors were lurking in the darkness. Suddenly, a group of ferocious, clawed monsters lunged out of the shadows. Yichen gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze as firm as steel, and fearlessly charged forward, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the monsters. Is this all these beasts have? Nothing impressive. Meanwhile, after Moronkai entered the wisdom path, he found the passage filled with various complex mechanisms and brain-teasing puzzles. Seriously? Making me solve riddles and answer questions? This is practically taking half my life. Moronkai silently lamented. But he forced himself to focus, carefully observing his surroundings, racking his brain, and fully concentrating on solving one puzzle after another. Step by step, he painstakingly advanced deeper into the passage, his forehead covered in a dense layer of sweat. On the other hand, Qi Yao, who chose the kindness path, unexpectedly encountered an injured little girl. Tears streamed down the girl's face, her eyes filled with despair and fear as she pleaded for help. Without hesitation, Qi Yao immediately stopped, gently bandaging the girl's wounds and comforting her in a soft voice. However, at that moment, a group of phantoms disguised as monsters suddenly appeared around them, roaring and attempting to tempt him into abandoning his aid. Qi Yao's gaze was as unyielding as steel, unwavering as he steadfastly protected the little girl. Even as the phantoms gradually faded away, he never left her side for a single step. At the same time, Yichen was engaged in an intense battle with the ferocious monsters in the courage path. He wielded his weapon with precision, his movements swift as the wind. Each strike was accurate and unstoppable, cutting down the charging monsters one by one. Despite the overwhelming number of monsters and their relentless, wave-like attacks, Yichen remained fearless, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Constantly adjusting his stance and searching for the monsters' weaknesses, he finally succeeded in slaying them all after a grueling fight. The darkness ahead was gradually dispelled by a bright door of light, and without hesitation, he strode boldly through it. Moronkai, in the wisdom passage, faced one complex mechanism and brain-teasing puzzle after another. Despite being drenched in sweat and mentally exhausted, he never gave up. He carefully observed the operational patterns of the mechanisms and thoughtfully considered the answers to the puzzles. When solving a challenging problem involving ancient runes, he recalled related records he had once seen in ancient texts. After much contemplation, he finally found the correct solution. As one puzzle after another was solved, the mechanisms became ineffective, allowing Moronkai to successfully overcome numerous obstacles and reach the end of the passage. There, a door radiating the light of wisdom quietly awaited him to open it. Qi Yao, in the kindness passage, successfully protected an injured little girl and resisted the interference of illusions. After the illusions disappeared, the girl's wounds gradually healed. Under her care, the little girl beamed with a bright smile and said to Qi Yao, "Thank you, big sister. You are truly a kind person." As soon as she finished speaking, the passage was suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light, revealing a path leading to the exit. Qi Yao held the little girl's hand and walked out of the passage together. However, outside the passage, the little girl transformed into a gentle light and merged into Qi Yao's body, as if it were a gift for her act of kindness, filling her with an unprecedented sense of strength and warmth. The three of them emerged from the passages almost simultaneously, their steps slightly heavy and their faces marked with exhaustion. Yet beneath that weariness was an uncontrollable joy from successfully overcoming the trials. Jianchen, whose heart had been tense all along, finally relaxed slightly upon seeing them return safely, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, a faint and almost imperceptible look of admiration flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke, "Well done. You have proven yourselves by relying on your courage, extraordinary wisdom, and inner kindness to successfully pass the trials." However, just as the atmosphere was harmonious, the man who had been previously restrained and his subordinates somehow suddenly broke free from their bonds. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was scattered, they charged toward the core of the secret realm like ferocious wolves. The man's face was filled with madness, his eyes bloodshot, and he shouted loudly, "The core of this secret realm belongs to me. No one can take it away." The mysterious man's expression instantly darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He raised one hand lightly, and an overwhelming aura surged around him. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Yi Chen and the other two was expelled from the secret realm by an invisible force. Then, the mysterious man's expression softened slightly as he looked at the three and said warmly, "Now, the core of this secret realm belongs to you, young ones." Yi Chen respectfully handed the precious core of the secret realm to Sword Grandpa Jin Chen. Jin Chen solemnly extended his hand and gently placed it on the core. As spiritual energy was slowly infused, the core began to glow. In an instant, the complex terrain and intricate structures of the secret realm unfolded before his eyes like a vivid scroll. Jin Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a thought, he used the power of the core to expel all individuals from other nations within the secret realm. Once everything had settled, Jin Chen nodded slightly and said in a clear voice, "All right, the secret realm assessment has concluded successfully." He then summoned the principals of various academies and said calmly, "Next, we will distribute rewards based on the number of crystal cores each of you obtained in the secret realm." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, a broadcast suddenly sounded, clear and loud, "Attention all participants of the military training, please proceed immediately to the training camp. The military training has officially ended. Please head to the training camp as soon as possible without delay." Has it really been only half a month, and the mission is already coming to an end? At this moment, various teams were returning to the training camp one after another. The instructor responsible for recording the number of crystal cores was carefully counting them, his expression focused. Among the many teams, one had a pitifully small number of crystal cores, only 400. The faces of the team members were filled with frustration and unwillingness. Just then, Yi Chen and his two companions rode into the training camp on the majestic Sky Thunder Tigers, exuding an imposing aura. They approached the instructor and unhesitatingly dumped out all the crystal cores from their storage space. The crystal cores piled up like a small mountain. When everyone took a closer look, there were over 2,000 of them. For a moment, exclamations of amazement echoed all around. After all the team's crystal cores were tallied, the long-awaited leaderboard was finally revealed. The first place went to the Inoshikacho squad, who, with their astonishing strength, collected a total of 2,654 crystal cores. The second place was the Akatsuki Ambition squad, with 1,600 crystal cores. The third place went to the Eagles Bond squad, with 1,030 crystal cores. The rankings continued in order, and the results of each team were clear at a glance. According to the rules, the first-place Pig Deer Butterfly Squad will receive precious SS-level training resources, which is undoubtedly the highest recognition of their strength. The second-place Akatsuki's Ambition Squad will get S-level training resources, which is also a very generous reward. The rewards for the subsequent rankings decrease accordingly. With the announcement of the rankings, the 2025 military training came to a successful conclusion. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave, murmurs began to rise from the crowd below the stage. Some speculated that another leader might be coming up to give a speech, while others complained that if the leader from Wencheng spoke in the local dialect, it would be incredibly hard to understand. Everyone's faces showed expressions of helplessness. After enduring a speech that lasted an hour, everyone silently prayed for this ordeal to end soon. Finally, it's about to end. What a relief, someone muttered quietly in the crowd. At this moment, Yi Chen also received a message. "Yi Chen, we're about to return soon. The Great Wall of Huaxia is still waiting for us to protect it. I hope you can stand alone on the Great Wall of Huaxia, with just one blade, holding back those ferocious beasts." The gate to the secret realm slowly opened, and a deep rumbling sound thundered in their ears, as if heralding the beginning of a new adventure. Students poured out of the secret realm like a tide, and Yi Chen and his two companions were among them, returning to the villa district with excitement and nervousness. "I'm exhausted. Nothing beats the comfort of a bed. Whoever invented the bed, they must be one of the greatest contributors in human history." Yi Chen muttered while secretly planning in his heart it was time to surprise Chiyo with a confession. True love should begin with flowers and a sincere confession. As the eldest young master of the Longdu Shenyuan family, his confession ceremony had to be grand enough and absolutely not rushed. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Shi Yao silently walked up to him and startled him, making him jump involuntarily. "What are you thinking about, so deeply absorbed?" Shi Yao tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ah, you scared me to death." Yi Chen rubbed his temples with a wry smile, though inwardly he was thinking he couldn't let Shi Yao know about his plan. "What could I be thinking about? Just pondering how to take a good rest." While he said this, he was secretly planning how to create the perfect moment for a confession. Shi Yao gave him a suspicious glance and frowned slightly. Really? I just saw you looking all preoccupied. But never mind, military training is truly exhausting. I feel like I'm falling apart. As she spoke, she stretched lazily and collapsed onto the sofa, seemingly trying to relax her fatigued body. Yi Chen watched Shi Yao's languid posture, and an involuntary ripple stirred in his heart. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his affection growing deeper. He walked to the window and gazed at the distant Great Wall of China, his eyes revealing a sense of determination and resolve. Although the military training is over, the responsibility of guarding the Great Wall of China hasn't diminished in the slightest. We must recover our energy and be ready at any moment to face those ferocious beasts. Shi Yao sat up, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes. That's right, the Great Wall of China is our defense line and must not be compromised. By the way, Yi Chen, why do you think those fierce beasts always try to break through the wall? What exactly are they after? Yi Chen frowned slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, said, I've been pondering this question too. Perhaps they are driven by some powerful force, or maybe they covet the resources of our human world. Either way, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. His words resonated in the air like the beat of a war drum, firm and powerful. Yi Chen lounged comfortably on the sofa, his fingers gliding swiftly across the phone screen as he seriously researched how to make a formal confession. Shi Yao sneaked a glance at Yi Chen, noticing how he was staring intently at the screen, and couldn't help but wonder, could Yi Chen be preparing to confess to me? I won't settle for some casual words over the phone or a verbal confession. There has to be a beautiful bouquet and a meticulously planned formal confession. At that moment, Yi Chen dialed Fatty's number. As soon as the call connected, Fatty's enthusiastic voice came through. What's up, brother Yi Chen? Just say the word, and I'll do whatever you need. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Fatty's voice grew more excited. Wow. Brother Yi Chen, are you finally going to confess? What do you mean finally going to confess? Yi Chen asked, a bit puzzled. Brother Yi Chen, anyone with eyes can see that you and she like each other. Come on, tell me, what do you need me to do? Yi Chen cleared his throat and said firmly, I need a swing chair, and lots of roses. Roses? That's easy, brother Yi Chen. No matter how many you need, I can get them for you. The chubby guy patted his chest in assurance. Yi Chen thought for a moment and added, white roses, red roses, icy blue roses, and Elsa roses, I want them all. Got it, noted. So, where should we set it up? How about that French romantic lawn in Longdu? Or maybe the infinite starry sky terrace would be nice. Or we could do it on campus? The chubby guy rattled off a series of location options. Without hesitation, Yi Chen said, let's go with the infinite starry sky terrace. Alright, brother Yi Chen. I'll get on it right away. But this will take some time, so until I'm ready, it's all on you to keep things steady. Yi Chen responded confidently, don't worry, tomorrow I'll take her shopping for some clothes at the mall, then accompany her to the aquarium. That should give you plenty of time to prepare. The chubby guy chuckled on the other end of the phone. Alright, brother Yi Chen, you can rest assured. I'll make sure everything is perfectly ready. The next morning, the sunlight, as gentle as a soft veil, streamed through the gaps in the window and lightly spread across Yi Chen's face. Filled with anticipation, Yi Chen woke up early from his dreams. Thinking about today's date with Shi Yao, his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. He stood in front of his wardrobe, carefully selecting his outfit for a long time. Finally, he put together a look that was casual yet stylish. Satisfied, he nodded, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Shi Yao, I'm ready to head out. On the other side, Shi Yao was standing in front of her wardrobe, her gaze slightly conflicted as it wandered among the various clothes. Thinking that Yi Chen might confess to her today, her heart was both nervous and expectant, and a shy blush crept onto her face. What should I wear today? Shi Yao murmured softly to herself, holding up a blue dress in front of her and then carefully examining a white one. How about wearing a JK uniform paired with black stockings? Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks grew even redder, like a ripe apple. At that moment, Yi Chen's message notification sounded. Shi Yao glanced at it hurriedly and muttered in a playful, annoyed tone, why are you rushing me? If you rush me again, you're dead meat, believe it or not, I'll slap you. Despite her words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. After a moment of thought, Shi Yao finally decided to wear the light blue dress paired with black stockings, secretly looking forward to the day. Before long, Shi Yao stepped out of her room with light, graceful steps. Sunlight poured over her, the hem of her light blue dress swaying gently in the breeze, and the black stockings accentuated her slender legs. She looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a dream. Ichen, seeing this scene, was instantly stunned, his gaze fixed on Qiao, momentarily forgetting how to speak. "What are you staring at?" "Let's go," Qiao said, noticing Ichen's gaze. A shy smile played on her lips as she spoke in a teasing tone, the blush on her cheeks growing even more pronounced. Ichen suddenly snapped back to reality, scratching his head with a hint of shyness. With a gentle smile on his face, he softly said to Qiao, "You look so stunning today that I couldn't take my eyes off you." I was completely mesmerized. Upon hearing this, Qiao felt a sweet warmth in her heart, her cheeks slightly flushed. She gently took Ichen's arm, and the two walked lightly toward the mall. Along the way, Ichen naturally took the bag from Qiao's hand and slung it over his shoulder. Qiao looked up, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. "Why are you carrying my bag?" Ichen raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "What, you won't even let me carry your bag? Don't you know that guys actually love carrying girls' bags?" Qiao pouted lightly, all right, you can carry it if you want." At that moment, the air seemed to be filled with a sweet aroma, their heartbeats intertwining into a beautiful symphony, heralding the romance and passion that was about to unfold. And so, Ichen carried the bag and held Qiao's hand as they walked into the mall. As soon as they entered, Ichen led Qiao to a sophisticated and elegantly decorated women's clothing store. Inside, racks were filled with a dazzling array of garments, vibrant in color and diverse in style, as if they had stepped into a dreamy world of fashion. Qiao eagerly wandered between the racks, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, as if every piece of clothing was telling a story that belonged to her. She picked up a pink knitted sweater and held it up against herself, then turned to look at Ichen, her eyes sparkling with expectation. "What do you think of this one?" At that moment, Ichen was looking down at his phone. Hearing Qiao's question, he casually replied, "It looks nice." This response was like a thorn, instantly pricking Qiao's heart. Her beautiful eyes widened in anger as she said, "Are you even paying attention?" With that, she snatched Ichen's phone away and pouted, "I dressed up so carefully today, and you're not even looking at me. What's so interesting about your phone?" Only then did Ichen realize his oversight. He quickly stepped closer, carefully examining the knitted sweater in Qiao's hands, and then gently said, "This color really complements your complexion. But I think if you pair it with a light-colored skirt, the effect would be even better." As he spoke, he reached out to pick a beige skirt from the nearby rack and handed it to Qiao. A sense of relief washed over Qiao's heart, and a trace of sweetness welled up inside her. She took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. It wasn't long before she came out, having changed. Standing in front of the mirror, she wore the pink knitted sweater paired with the beige skirt, exuding a gentle and sweet charm. Her outstanding temperament made her look like a fairy descending to earth. Ichen's eyes instantly filled with admiration, and he sincerely praised, "It's perfect, as if it were tailor-made just for you." Embarrassed by the compliment, Qiao lowered her head, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but curve upward slightly. "Now that's more like it," she said softly. After buying the clothes, the two of them walked hand in hand to the accessories section. Ichen held Qiao's hand tightly as they stopped at various stalls to browse. Suddenly, Ichen's gaze was drawn to a delicate necklace. The necklace featured a small star-shaped pendant that shimmered with a soft and enchanting glow under the light, as if whispering a romantic tale to him. Without hesitation, he picked up the necklace and gently put it on Qiao. Then, gazing at her through the mirror behind her, his eyes sincere and filled with affection, he said earnestly, "This star is just like you, shining brightly in my heart." A blush instantly spread across Qiao's cheeks, as red as the evening sky. She leaned lightly on Ichen's shoulder, her heart brimming with sweetness, as if the entire world revolved around them. Afterward, the two continued strolling through the mall. Suddenly, Qiao stopped in her tracks, looked up, and with a sparkle of longing in her eyes, said to Ichen, "I want ice cream, bubble tea, and KFC." Ichen chuckled indulgently, his gaze filled with infinite tenderness. "Then wait here for me. I'll go get them right away." With that, Ichen softly summoned Sangxiao and Nuhan. "Sangxiao, you go get the ice cream, Nuhan, you get the KFC. I'll take care of the bubble tea." Sangxiao frowned slightly, grumbling, "What? You called us out just to buy food?" Nuhan chimed in from the side, echoing his dissatisfaction. Ichen smiled, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. "Not just that, later you'll also have to help carry clothes and food." Before he even finished speaking, Sangxiao and Nuhan's faces immediately showed expressions of helplessness and innocence, as if saying, "Here we go again." However, deep down, they were filled with anticipation for this lively day. After all, being together with Ichen and Xiao was the most wonderful time. After leaving the mall, they headed to the aquarium together. As soon as they stepped inside, the soft, deep blue lighting spread dreamily throughout the space, and various fascinating marine creatures swam freely in the massive glass tanks, instantly capturing Xiao's attention. She was overjoyed, tightly holding Ichen's hand as she quickly ran toward the jellyfish exhibit. There, colorful jellyfish danced gracefully in the water, their transparent bodies illuminated by the lights, resembling dreamy sprites exuding a mysterious and enchanting glow. Xiao was utterly mesmerized, staring unblinkingly at these beautiful creatures, occasionally letting out exclamations of wonder, as if completely conquered by this magical underwater world. Ichen stood quietly beside Xiao, his gaze not lingering on the jellyfish but gently resting on Xiao's face. Seeing the undisguised joy and delight on her face, a warm feeling surged in Ichen's heart. He gently wrapped his arm around Xiao's shoulder, and she naturally leaned into his embrace. The two of them stood quietly in front of the jellyfish exhibit, immersed in the dreamy atmosphere, savoring this moment of tranquility and beauty, as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Next, they moved to the dolphin performance area. Under the trainer's guidance, the adorable dolphins leapt agilely and skillfully balanced balls, letting out cheerful calls after completing each move, as if proudly showcasing their intelligence and charm to the audience. Xiao's excitement turned her cheeks rosy, her eyes sparkling as she clapped her hands enthusiastically, her face radiating a brilliant smile. After the performance ended, Xiao still felt unsatisfied, letting out a slight sigh and saying with a hint of regret, "If only I could get close to the dolphins, touch them with my own hands, how wonderful that would be." Ichen smiled and gently patted her head, softly comforting her. "Maybe you'll have the chance someday, don't feel too disappointed." His voice was warm and reassuring, as if making a promise. When they left the aquarium, night had quietly fallen, and the city's lights gradually lit up, sparkling like stars. Ichen and Xiao walked hand in hand along the streets, savoring the romantic atmosphere. Xiao gently leaned on Ichen's shoulder and softly said, "Being with you today has made me so happy." Ichen held her hand tightly, his gaze full of affection, and earnestly replied, "I'm very happy too, and I have an even bigger surprise for you. Would you like to spend the evening with me?" A wave of anticipation surged in Xiao's heart, as if a ray of sunshine had illuminated her soul. She nodded vigorously, her face blossoming with a radiant and joyful smile. Seeing Xiao nod, Ichen's smile deepened, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. He winked mysteriously and said softly, "Xiao, close your eyes. I'm taking you to a special place. Hold on to me tightly. Though, if I accidentally fall, I'll definitely hold you accountable for it." Xiao playfully huffed and obediently closed her eyes, tightly holding onto Ichen's arm, her heart brimming with sweet anticipation. Ichen held Xiao's hand and briskly led her to the lakeside near the infinite starry sky terrace. Upon arrival, Ichen gently said, "Xiao, wait here for me for a moment, okay?" Just then, a young voice called out, "Ichen bro, you're finally here. I've been waiting for ages. Look, the roses are meticulously arranged, the fireworks display is all set, and oh, there's also the DR ring symbolizing a lifetime of true love. So, what do you think? Am I reliable or what? Oh, and the little boat at the lakeside pavilion is ready too." Ichen smiled and patted Kaiti on the shoulder. "Alright, I know you're amazing. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you a beautiful girlfriend in the future." Kaiti scratched his head with a wry smile. "Forget it, bro. With my figure, it's probably hard to find a girlfriend." Ichen lightly knocked Kaiti on the head and teased, "Silly boy, isn't there the Shisui pill? What are you afraid of?" At this moment, Xiao's voice came from not far away, "Ichen, are you ready? I really want to open my eyes now." Ichen responded and quickly walked to Xiao's side, gently saying, "Alright, sweetheart, you can open your eyes now." Xiao slowly opened her eyes, and what greeted her was a dazzling sea of roses. Petals of various colors swayed gently in the breeze, as beautiful as a dream. She was slightly taken aback and thought to herself, "Why are all these roses still in bud? This silly guy, he's such a straightforward man, he doesn't even understand this." So, she softly said, "Ichen, it seems like these roses haven't bloomed yet." The corners of Ichen's lips curved into a confident smile as he whispered, "Time domain, acceleration." In an instant, a mysterious ripple of time began to spread from the outermost red rose. One by one, the roses seemed to come alive, slowly and gracefully blooming, their fragrance filling the air, as if they were in a fairyland. Following this, the icy blue roses and others of various colors also began to bloom in succession, competing in beauty and brilliance. The entire lakeside was instantly transformed into a romantic, dreamlike scene. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Wow," her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. "It's so beautiful." Just as Xiao was lost in the beauty of the rose sea, Chen picked up a bouquet of vibrant, dewy roses from the side, knelt on one knee, gazed deeply into Xiao's eyes, and sincerely said, "Xiao, will you be my girlfriend?" Xiao's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, her eyes sparkling with happiness, and the corners of her lips slightly curved upward. "That depends on how you behave in the future. But I'm willing." Chen's face lit up with joy as he handed the flowers to Xiao, then took out an exquisite box from behind him and presented it to her. With a trace of curiosity, Xiao accepted the box and gently opened it. A dazzling bracelet came into view, adorned with numerous small, sparkling diamonds that shimmered enchantingly. Under the light, Xiao's eyes instantly lit up like stars. She looked up, her gaze filled with surprise and emotion. "Is this for me? It's so beautiful, I really love it." Chen nodded with a smile, gently picking up the bracelet and tenderly fastening it around Xiao's wrist, his eyes brimming with affection. "This bracelet is just like you, unique and radiant. I hope it can accompany you and bring you happiness every day." Xiao's eyes glistened with tears of emotion as she leaned closer to Chen and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Chen. You always manage to surprise me in the most wonderful ways." At that moment, the sky suddenly burst into a display of vibrant fireworks. The colorful lights illuminated the entire night sky, unfolding like a breathtaking painting across the heavens. Xiao stood up excitedly, pointing at the sky, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Wow, such beautiful fireworks." Chen also stood up, gently wrapping his arms around Xiao from behind and resting his chin lightly on her head. With deep affection, he said, "These fireworks are just like our love, brilliant and colorful, lighting up each other's world and making our love shine forever." Xiao slowly turned around, wrapped her arms around Chen's neck, her eyes filled with deep affection and longing. "Chen, I hope we can always be like this, never separated, walking hand in hand through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter." Chen gazed earnestly into Xiao's eyes, his expression firm, yet warm. "Don't worry, Xiao, I will always stay by your side. No matter what challenges or obstacles lie ahead, we will face them together, never abandoning each other. Since I chose you, my heart will beat only for you. You make me believe that with you, the rest of my life will be the most beautiful time." At that moment, fireworks blossomed in the sky with even more dazzling brilliance, as if blessing their love. A wave of warmth surged in Xiao's heart, filling her with an unprecedented sense of happiness and security. She knew that this moment would be forever etched in her memory, becoming the brightest chapter in their journey of love. Xiao slightly pouted her rosy lips, pretending to be angry, and playfully teased, I love you too." "But what do you mean by that? Are you planning to fall for someone else?" Let me tell you, you can only love me wholeheartedly. From now on, you will always belong to me, and you're absolutely not allowed to change your heart." Chen's eyes were full of indulgence as he gently tapped Xiao's nose, a tender smile playing on his lips. He chuckled softly, "My little fool, there's no room for anyone else in my heart but you. Alright, let's go boating, just the two of us, and enjoy this romantic time that's ours alone." Xiao's eyes curved into crescents, her face radiating happiness as she nodded vigorously. Hand in hand, the two strolled lightly and sweetly to the lakeside by the infinite starry sky terrace. A small boat adorned with colorful lights quietly rested by the shore, as if waiting for their arrival. The soft lights flickered in the night, exuding a warm and romantic atmosphere, as if cheering for their beautiful moments. Chen carefully held Xiao's hand, steadily helping her step onto the boat, then gently seated himself inside. He picked up the oar and rhythmically paddled, the boat gliding slowly toward the center of the lake, leaving gentle ripples on the calm surface. The lake's surface shimmered under the bright moonlight, as if countless tiny diamonds had been scattered across it, dazzling and radiant. The lights along the shore and the twinkling stars in the sky reflected in the water, intertwining like a dream, together painting an exquisite picture. Xiao leaned comfortably against the side of the boat, extending her fair and slender hand to gently touch the lake water, feeling the cool sensation that brought a sense of tranquility and happiness to her heart, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. "Xiao, I have something special to give you," Chen suddenly said, his eyes sparkling with mystery. "Oh, there's more? What treasure is it? Let me see." Xiao's eyes lit up with curiosity, the glow of anticipation shining brightly within them. Ichen smiled and pulled out a delicate little notebook from his pocket, as if it held endless surprises. Xiao took it curiously and slowly opened it, discovering that it was filled with Ichen's hand-drawn illustrations of their shared moments. There were scenes of them snuggling sweetly while watching a movie, strolling along the beach, leaving footprints in the sand, today's playful laughter and teasing at the mall, and their fascinating journey at the aquarium, captivated by the wondrous marine creatures. Ah! How do you have this photo? When did you secretly take a picture of me sleeping? Xiao suddenly exclaimed softly, her cheeks instantly flushing with a rosy hue, though her heart was filled with sweetness. Ichen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he whispered, "Of course, it was during our last trip to the secret realm." His eyes sparkled with playful light. Pretending to be angry, Xiao scolded, "Oh, you! How dare you secretly take pictures of me? You're sleeping on the couch tonight." Ichen feigned indignation and replied, "Fine, fine. Whatever you say. But I don't even care to sleep with you anyway." As soon as he said this, Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Though she acted upset, her heart was brimming with sweetness. Looking at these drawings, a wave of warmth surged in Xiao's heart, and her eyes grew slightly misty. "Ichen, you're so thoughtful. I'm really touched," she said. Ichen gently pulled Xiao into his arms, his embrace tightening slightly. As he softly whispered in her ear, "Because you're the most important person in my life. I want to cherish every beautiful moment we share and record them well, so that when we're old, we can slowly relive these sweet memories together." Speaking, Ichen slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Xiao's lips. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everything around them became silent and still. The entire world seemed to consist only of the two of them and the dazzling fireworks in the sky, as if blessing their love. The small boat swayed gently on the lake, and everything around them felt so serene and beautiful, as if nature had meticulously crafted a romantic dreamscape for the lovers. After a long while, the two slowly parted. Xiao's face was flushed with shyness and happiness, and she leaned against Ichen's chest like a delicate bird. Ichen gently stroked her hair, his heart filled with sweetness and contentment. The happiness of this moment seemed to overflow and fill his entire being. Just as Ichen moved his lips away, Xiao took the initiative to kiss him again. Ichen was momentarily flustered, unsure where to place his hands. After a brief hesitation, he finally wrapped his arm lightly around Xiao's back, feeling the strong rhythm of their hearts. "Actually, I already knew you were going to confess to me today," Xiao said playfully, blinking mischievously as if showing off her intuition. "Ah, you knew?" Ichen raised his eyebrows in surprise, secretly marveling at how clever she was. Xiao chuckled softly and said, "Don't I know you well? How could you possibly accompany me to the mall for no reason? Besides, when you fell asleep on the sofa last night, your phone wasn't turned off. I saw all the things you had prepared. Ichen, didn't you take to heart the joke I made earlier? You even went out of your way to wear black stockings to surprise me, didn't you?" Xiao teased with a playful glint in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Ichen felt a surge of warmth in his heart and couldn't resist kissing Xiao's soft lips again. Xiao gently dodged and playfully scolded, "I won't let you kiss me." "That's not up to you," Ichen replied with a smile, assertively kissing her again, instantly heating up the atmosphere. Just as he extended his tongue, Xiao mischievously bit it and playfully said, "You're always bullying me, I'll bite you to death." Unwilling to back down, Ichen lightly bit Xiao's tongue in return. "Ah, you actually dared to bite me." Their playful banter escalated, and laughter rippled across the surface of the lake. As they playfully teased each other, the small boat drifted gently to a cluster of lotus flowers in the middle of the lake. As night fell, under the hazy moonlight, the lotus leaves and the buds waiting to bloom appeared especially enchanting. Xiao gently freed herself from Ichen's embrace and pointed at the lotus cluster in delight. "Ichen, look, how beautiful." Following her gaze, Ichen said tenderly, "No matter how beautiful the flowers are, they can't compare to even a fraction of your beauty." Hearing this, Xiao's cheeks flushed red. She gave him a playful glare, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Ichen set down the oar, took a whistle out of his pocket, and placed it to his lips, playing a soft tune. The melodious notes echoed across the lake, attracting a group of fireflies. They glimmered faintly as they slowly flew over, dancing gracefully around the small boat, like countless stars descending to the earth. Xiao was stunned by the scene before her. She reached out her hand, trying to catch a firefly, but hesitated, afraid of disturbing them. "Ichen, did you prepare this especially for me?" "It's incredible," Xiao said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ichen smiled faintly and nodded, "I want to give you a special night that you'll never forget." The two of them, surrounded by fireflies and accompanied by lotus flowers, quietly enjoyed this romantic moment that belonged solely to them. No one knew how much time had passed, but the fireflies gradually dispersed, and the small boat slowly approached the shore. Ichen stepped off the boat first, extending his hand to carefully help Chiao onto the shore. I really had a great time today, thank you, Ichen. Chiao leaned on his shoulder and said softly, her heart filled with warmth. As long as you're happy, anything I do is worth it, Ichen said firmly, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. In the future, I'll give you even more surprises. After speaking, the two exchanged smiles, hand in hand, walking toward the school, their hearts filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Ichen and Chiao walked hand in hand, happiness and sweetness filling their hearts as they returned to the Longdu Villa district. The moonlight, like water, spilled over them, casting two long shadows that leaned against each other, resembling a romantic painting. As soon as they stepped into the villa, Chiao, like a cheerful little bird, lightly leapt onto the soft sofa, stretched lazily, and said in a delicate voice, "Today was so tiring, but I couldn't be happier." Ichen, with a gentle smile on his lips, slowly sat down, softly cradled her head onto his lap, and tenderly combed through her silky hair with his fingers, whispering, "If you're tired, just rest well." Chiao playfully blinked her bright eyes, tugged lightly at Ichen's sleeve with her small hand, and said coquettishly, "I'm a bit thirsty. Can you get me a glass of water?" Ichen affectionately tapped her nose, then got up and headed to the kitchen. Carefully adjusting the water temperature, he returned to the sofa with the glass and gently helped Chiao drink. After finishing the water, Chiao sat up straight, wrapped her arms around Ichen's neck, and planted a light kiss on his cheek. With a hint of anticipation, she said, "Ichen, let's play something. I don't want to go to bed so early." Ichen thought for a moment, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he suggested, "Let's play point and kiss. I'll go first." As he spoke, he lightly touched Chiao's nose with his finger and asked, "Should I kiss here?" Chiao smiled and nodded, "Yes." Ichen then moved his finger to her throat and softly asked, "Should I kiss here too?" Chiao gently murmured her agreement. Following her cue, Ichen kissed her throat and nose, his face flushing slightly. His fingertip inadvertently brushed against her lips, and he asked, "Should I kiss here?" Chiao quickly shook her head, "No, no." But he smiled mischievously and, without waiting for her response, kissed her soft lips. Chiao gently nudged him, laughing coquettishly, "I won't let you kiss me, humph." Ichen chuckled softly and, taking advantage of the moment, pushed Chiao onto the bed and kissed her deeply. Half an hour later, Chiao, slightly out of breath, complained, "Ichen, you made my lips swell from kissing. And you pressed on my hair." Ichen looked apologetic, "I didn't mean to, Chiao." Puffing her cheeks in anger, Chiao said, "Get lost. You're sleeping on the couch. If I let you back in bed today, I'll take your last name." Ichen's lips curled into a mischievous smile, "I don't know if you'll take my last name, but our kids definitely will." Chiao's face instantly turned bright red, and she snapped, "Get out, Ichen. I'm going to take a shower, and you're not allowed to peek. TCH, who cares? I wouldn't peek anyway." Despite his words, Ichen felt a bit conflicted inside. Chiao grabbed her clothes and walked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water echoed from inside. At that moment, Ichen was locked in an internal struggle, debating whether or not to sneak a peek. 5 minutes passed, and a pair of faintly glowing red eyes appeared in the room, staring intently in the direction of the bathroom. Suddenly, Ichen felt a warm sensation in his nose, and a stream of blood began to flow. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it away, thinking to himself, "This is just too hard to resist." When Chiao finished her shower and came out, she glanced at Ichen and asked, "Are you going to shower? If not, don't even think about getting into bed." Ichen quickly grabbed his shorts and rushed into the bathroom. While showering, his mind kept replaying the earlier scene. Meanwhile, Chiao noticed the bloodstained tissue in the trash can, clicked her tongue lightly, and muttered, "That silly Ichen, always sneaking a peek. It's not like I wouldn't let him look." Ichen came out of the bathroom, his hair still damp, with water droplets sliding down his neck. Chiao was lying on the bed, partially covered, her gaze flicking toward him before she deliberately turned her head away in feigned anger. Ichen, drying his hair with a towel, grinned and approached the bed. "Oh, my darling Chi-Chi, don't be mad. I really didn't peek." Chiao huffed, "Then how do you explain the nosebleed?" Ichen scratched his head awkwardly, sat down on the edge of the bed, and gently took her hand. "It's just that you're too irresistible. I couldn't help myself." Chiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, but she quickly restrained herself, put on a stern face, and said, "Humph, you sure know how to sweet talk. But remember, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight." Ichen looked at her pitifully. "Chi-Chi, the sofa is so uncomfortable. Please forgive me this time and let me sleep in the bed." Xiao hesitated for a moment but firmly shook her head. No way, you were so naughty earlier, you need to be punished. Seeing that coaxing and pleading were useless, Ichen's eyes darted around as he suddenly had an idea. He stood up and began rummaging through the room, his gaze flickering as if searching for some earth-shattering secret. Xiao sat up curiously, unable to hold back her question. What are you looking for? Ichen gave a mysterious smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous grin. You'll find out in a moment. Before long, Ichen approached, holding a delicate box in his hands. He knelt on one knee, his eyes sparkling as he presented the box. To Xiao, Chichi, this is a little gift I prepared with great care. I hope you'll forgive me and let me sleep in the bed tonight. Xiao took the box with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. When she opened it, she found a dreamlike bracelet inside. Each bead was crystal clear, with a tiny diamond embedded in the center, radiating a dazzling brilliance that seemed to convey endless love. Xiao was instantly captivated, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. When did you prepare this? Ichen smiled brightly, like sunshine. I prepared it a long time ago. I've been waiting for the perfect moment to give it to you. Xiao looked at Ichen, her heart warmed with emotion. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, all right, for the sake of the gift, you can sleep in the bed tonight. But next time, don't be so naughty. Ichen jumped up excitedly like a little deer, instantly pouncing onto the bed and hugging Xiao tightly. I knew my Yao Yao was the best. I promise to always listen to you from now on. Xiao, slightly out of breath from his embrace, gently pushed him. All right, don't hug me so tightly. I need to put on the bracelet. Ichen quickly let go of her, his eyes full of tenderness, and carefully picked up the bracelet to put it on her. After the bracelet was on, Xiao looked at her hand, a satisfied smile spreading across her lips, as if this small accessory carried all her happiness. She nestled into Ichen's arms and softly said, Ichen, thank you. I really love this gift. Ichen gently kissed her forehead, his face full of affection. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Your happiness is my happiness. The two of them snuggled together, the room filled with a warm atmosphere, as if time had stopped at this moment. The tide of happiness surged, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Ichen and Xiao lay on the bed, the room filled with a warm yet slightly tense atmosphere. The soft light spilled onto the bed, illuminating their slightly flushed faces, as the air seemed to brim with sweet anticipation. Xiao gently turned her body, her eyes glimmering faintly in the darkness as she secretly glanced at Ichen beside her. Ichen seemed to sense her gaze and slightly turned his head. Their eyes met in the air, and the fleeting shyness made the atmosphere even more delicate. Ichen, why do you think we just can't fall asleep tonight? Xiao asked softly, her voice carrying a lazy yet intimate charm. Ichen reached out and gently held Xiao's hand, speaking tenderly, maybe it's because we had so much fun today, we're still too excited. And lying here with you, my heart feels warm and a little nervous, so I can't sleep. Hearing this, Xiao's cheeks turned even redder. She snuggled closer into Ichen's embrace, feeling his strong heartbeat. Me too. I've never slept like this with you before, it feels so special. The two quietly leaned against each other without saying a word, but the love between them quietly spread in the tranquil atmosphere. After a while, Xiao suddenly sat up, her eyes sparkling as if she had an idea. Ichen, let's play something. Otherwise, just lying here like this, we won't be able to sleep. Ichen also sat up, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, then let's play a riddle game. I'll go first. What gets fat quickly but gets thin even faster? Xiao tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she thought for a moment. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and laughed. I know, it's a balloon. That's correct. Ichen smiled and patted Xiao's head. Your turn to ask. Xiao thought for a moment and then said playfully, what is something that clearly belongs to you, but others use far more than you do? Ichen furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time, but eventually shook his head. I don't know, what is it? Xiao giggled mischievously. It's your name. Others are always calling your name, but you rarely call your own name. Ichen suddenly understood and couldn't help but laugh. The two of them continued playing the riddle game, exchanging words back and forth, filling the room with laughter and joy. The cheerful atmosphere was utterly enchanting. After playing for a while, Xiao felt a bit tired. She gently lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, and softly said, Ichen, I really wish we could always be this happy, with many, many more beautiful moments like today in the future. Ichen held Xiao's hand tightly and said earnestly, Xiao, I promise you, I will always love you and protect you. We will walk through countless days together, experiencing more beauty and challenges. No matter what happens, I will never leave you. Hearing this, Xiao was deeply moved. She turned around and hugged Ichen tightly, feeling the warmth of his presence. Ichen also held her in his arms, as if trying to embrace all of her gentleness within him. At this moment, both of their hearts were filled with deep love for each other. Ichen lowered his head and gently kissed Xiao's forehead. Xiao slightly tilted her head up, and their lips slowly drew closer until they finally kissed. The kiss was tender and passionate, carrying their longing and desire for each other. Ichen's hand gently stroked Xiao's hair, while Xiao held Ichen tightly, as if afraid he would disappear the moment she let go. As the kiss deepened, their breathing grew rapid. Ichen gently pressed Xiao beneath him, his eyes shimmering with love and tenderness. Xiao closed her eyes slightly, her face showing a hint of shyness and anticipation. Ichen's hand slowly slid across Xiao's cheek and neck, feeling her slightly trembling body. He softly whispered in her ear, "Xiao, I love you. If you're unwilling, we can stop." Xiao opened her eyes, looked at Ichen's sincere gaze, and gently nodded, "Ichen, I love you too, I am willing." Receiving Xiao's response, Ichen could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. He gently unbuttoned Xiao's clothes, and Xiao reached out to help Ichen remove his garments. Under the soft lighting, their bodies embraced tightly, their skin pressed together, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat. The entire room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. Ichen's kisses moved from Xiao's lips, slowly trailing down to her neck and collarbone, each kiss full of love and tenderness. Xiao moaned softly, her hands gripping the bedsheet tightly, her body involuntarily moving. Ichen sensed Xiao's nervousness and shyness, becoming even more gentle, softly comforting her. As the emotions between the two continued to deepen, Xiao furrowed her brows slightly and softly called out. Ichen immediately stopped and looked at her with concern. "Does it hurt?" Xiao shook her head and said softly, "It's okay, I'm fine. You can continue." Ichen nodded, and the room was filled with an overwhelming sense of romance. At this moment, their bodies and souls intertwined, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, with only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in each other's ears. During this long night, Ichen and Xiao fully indulged in their love for each other, like two stars converging in the night sky, shining with dazzling brilliance. Their breaths intertwined. Their bodies closely connected, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only their existence. Time seemed to freeze in this moment, and the air was suffused with the scent of happiness. As the passion gradually faded, Ichen gently held Xiao in his arms, feeling her warm body temperature. Xiao nestled against his chest, listening to his strong and steady heartbeat, as if this was the home of her soul. The two quietly enjoyed this moment of tranquility and beauty, as if even time had frozen for their love. "Ichen, I love you," Xiao said softly, her voice filled with endless contentment and happiness, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, warm and bright. Ichen gently kissed her forehead and tenderly replied, "I love you too, Xiao, forever." This promise was like a vow, firm and powerful. The two fell asleep in each other's embrace, gradually drifting into dreams, where they remained closely connected, their souls intertwined. Ichen's body radiated warmth, giving Xiao an unparalleled sense of security. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the two in its glow, as if draping their love in a golden radiance. Xiao slowly woke up, gazing at Ichen beside her, a blissful smile unconsciously appearing on her face, as if this moment were eternal. Ichen also opened his eyes at that moment, looking at Xiao with tenderness and affection, as though the entire world had narrowed down to just her. The bed was in disarray, the snow-white blanket twisted into a spiral, and amidst the tranquility, there was a touch of warmth. Ichen's gaze fell on the bright red stain on the bedsheet, his heart tightening as he silently decided to deal with it after Xiao got up. "Good morning, sweetheart," Ichen said gently, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. "Good morning," Xiao replied with a smile, then burrowed into Ichen's embrace, as if wanting to remain forever immersed in this warmth. "Ichen, I'm so hungry right now. Could you please do me a favor and buy me something to eat?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she continued, "I'm especially craving some steaming hot spicy soup, paired with a few crispy fried dough sticks. Oh, and don't forget the sweet tofu pudding and sweet soy milk. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You're the best, hurry up and go. Love you, hee hee." Hearing Xiao's request, Ichen's face lit up with a doting smile, and his heart was filled with warmth. He quickly got dressed and decided to head to the school cafeteria to get her the food she was longing for. It was currently the National Day holiday, and the campus was unusually quiet. The roads, usually bustling with people, were now almost deserted, with only the occasional breeze rustling the leaves by the roadside. As Ichen walked, he pondered to himself. This rare long holiday had arrived, yet he hadn't figured out where to take Xiao for a trip. He felt a tinge of regret in his heart, hoping to come up with the perfect destination soon to surprise her and make their love shine even brighter. Chen quickened his pace, hurrying toward the cafeteria. Along the way, Xiao's expectant gaze kept flashing in his mind, as if urging him to move faster. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he was surprised to find that most of the food stalls were closed due to the National Day holiday, with only a few still operating. Fortunately, the stall selling spicy soup, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, and sweet soy milk was still open. This brought a wave of relief and joy to Chen, and a bright smile spread across his face. He quickly ordered the dishes Qiao had been craving, skillfully packed them up, and even bought a few extra steaming, fragrant meat buns. As he carried the heavy breakfast back, the warm sunlight gently bathed him, filling the moment with a sense of comfort. While walking, he silently planned their National Day holiday trip in his mind, his heart brimming with anticipation. Back in the room, the sight that greeted him was Qiao quietly sitting on the bed, draped in Chen's jacket, her eyes full of eager expectation. When she saw Chen return, her eyes lit up instantly. She immediately jumped off the bed like a lively little deer, ran over joyfully, and took the breakfast from him. "Wow, you're amazing. You got breakfast back so quickly," Xiao said excitedly, her face glowing with happiness. The two sat side by side on the edge of the bed, enjoying the delicious breakfast. Xiao ate with great relish, occasionally feeding Chen a bite, her affectionate gestures filled with love. Watching Xiao's satisfied expression, Chen felt a warm current surge through his heart, as if all his fatigue had melted away in that moment. After breakfast, Xiao gently leaned against Chen's chest and softly asked, "Chen, where are we going for the National Day holiday?" Chen scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed look on his face, and earnestly replied, "Baby, I'm still thinking about it. I just want to find a special and fun place to give you a big surprise." Xiao tilted her head, thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up as she excitedly said, "How about we go to Luoyang? I've always wanted to wear hanfu. I want to put on a beautiful hanfu and be the most stunning beauty of the Tang dynasty." Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes also lit up, and he said excitedly, "Great idea. Let's go to Luoyang. We can wear gorgeous hanfu in the ancient city of Lui, take a leisurely stroll, and enjoy spectacular performances in the evening. Just thinking about it feels so romantic. Let's have a spontaneous trip." With that, Chen picked up his phone and called Uncle Chen. "Uncle Chen, please prepare a plane. We're heading to Luoyang." On the other end of the line, Uncle Chen respectfully asked, "Understood, young master. Should I inform the master and madam, as well as the family head?" As he spoke, Uncle Chen handed the phone to Chen's mother. Chen's mother's voice came through the phone, "Ah, you're going to Luoyang for fun? Remember to take lots of beautiful photos for me to see. And also, don't bully Qiao, got it?" At this moment, Xian Yuan Lui's grabbed the phone and sternly said, "You can go out and have fun, but don't forget your cultivation. Don't just focus on dating and end up being surpassed by others in level." Chen smiled helplessly and playfully said, all right, Mom and Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Qiao, hee hee." Chen's mother laughed and said, "Then have a great time. If you run out of money, just let me know. Your dating fund is well stocked. I just got some of your dad's private stash yesterday." Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but ask, "By the way, where's my dad?" Chen's mother turned the phone's camera to the front, and Chen sought his father diligently mopping the floor. Qiao, watching this scene on the phone, couldn't help but laugh and said to Chen, "You'll have to be like your dad in the future. Who's going to do the cleaning, and who's going to cook?" Chen smiled, put his arm around Qiao's shoulder, and said gently, "Of course, I'll do it. How could I bear to let you do housework?" All right, Uncle Chen, go prepare the plane." Uncle Chen responded on the other end, "Understood, young master and madam." Soon, the plane arranged by Uncle Chen was ready. Chen and Qiao packed some luggage briefly and headed to the tarmac with great joy. Along the way, Qiao was as excited as a cheerful little bird, chattering endlessly about her boundless expectations for the trip to Luoyang, vividly imagining the wonderful scene of strolling through the ancient streets and alleys in traditional hanfu. Upon boarding the plane, the comfortable and luxurious cabin environment filled Qiao with curiosity. She touched here and looked there, her eyes brimming with wonder and delight. Watching her adorable and playful demeanor, Chen couldn't help but smile, indulgently, gently and thoughtfully fastening her seatbelt. As the plane slowly ascended, drawing closer to Luoyang, their anticipation grew like the rising tide, becoming increasingly intense, as if they were about to embark on an unparalleled adventure. A few hours later, the plane landed steadily at Luoyang's airport. As soon as they stepped off the plane, a unique and ancient aura greeted them, a charm exclusive to this millennia-old capital. Ichen had made preparations in advance, contacting a local driver, and they quickly boarded a car heading to a hotel near the Luoyi ancient city. At the hotel, as soon as they put down their luggage, Xiao eagerly grabbed Ichen's hand and excitedly headed out, determined to pick out her favorite hanfu. They entered a hanfu shop filled with ancient charm, where exquisite hanfu of various styles and vibrant colors adorned the walls. Xiao wandered among these magnificent garments, her eyes wide open, gazing intently. She picked out one outfit after another, constantly going in and out of the fitting room, as if each piece was whispering to her. Ichen sat quietly to the side, his face always adorned with a patient smile, waiting silently. Every time Xiao changed into a new outfit and walked out, his eyes would light up instantly, as if witnessing the arrival of a fairy. He would exclaim, "Darling, you look absolutely stunning in this outfit, like a goddess stepping out of an ancient painting, breathtakingly beautiful." His compliments, like a gentle spring breeze, filled Xiao's heart with sweet happiness. After a meticulous and careful selection, Xiao finally chose a light pink ruchuan with a high-waisted design, embroidered with lifelike and exquisite floral patterns. Paired with a flowing shawl and matching tones, she looked exceptionally charming and radiant, like a maiden from a painting. At that moment, Xiao discovered that the store even offered a service for men to transform into women's attire. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she giggled and said to Ichen, "Ichen, they can even do a makeover for guys to dress as girls here, hee hee." Ichen looked at her mischievous gaze and couldn't help but laugh, teasing, "What, you want to see me in women's clothing?" Xiao immediately nodded and playfully said, "Of course I do. You're such a handsome guy, you'd definitely look amazing dressed up as a girl." Under Xiao's endless coaxing and playful antics, Ichen reluctantly yet indulgently agreed to her amusing idea, secretly vowing to himself that he would do whatever it took to make her happy. Amid their cheerful atmosphere, the mood in the store instantly became lively, as if every corner was filled with anticipation. Xiao eagerly pulled Ichen toward the fitting room, preparing for a unique transformation show. At that moment, their hearts quietly connected, as if foreshadowing the thrilling adventures that lay ahead. Xiao's eyes curved with joy as she enthusiastically picked out hanfu for Ichen. She weaved through rows upon rows of hanfu, muttering to herself, "This one has such unique patterns, that one has such vibrant colors. Wow, and this one, its fabric feels so comfortable." As she spoke, she held up the garments against Ichen, carefully comparing them, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Huh, this one. You'll look so dashing in it, absolutely one of a kind." After a long hour, it was finally time for Xiao and Ichen to get their makeup done. Ichen stared at the dazzling array of cosmetics in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion, completely clueless about where to start. The makeup artist, with practiced skill, picked up bottles and jars that Ichen couldn't even name, meticulously applying and refining his look. When the bright lipstick was applied to Ichen's lips, Xiao, watching from the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter at his bewildered and slightly resigned expression. "Ah, Ichen, you look so good right now. I bet you'll charm a whole crowd of young lads." Ichen pretended to glare at her in mock anger. All right. Let's see if you can sleep soundly tonight. Consider this an early warning." Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue and made a funny face, retorting, "Bleh. Who knows, maybe you'll be so exhausted tonight you won't even make it to bed." The makeup artist then brought out a few strands of wigs and gently placed them on Ichen's head. Ichen frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled, and said, "This is so heavy." "Xiao, do you usually wear such heavy hairpieces?" Xiao rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "You silly thing, of course not. I wouldn't wear something this heavy, it's a wig, you dummy." Once the wig was secured, the makeup artist added some intricate and elegant hair accessories to Ichen's head, making the already heavy load on his head feel even more burdensome. Another hour passed, and their makeup was finally complete. They looked each other over, bursting into laughter at each other's appearances, their hearts brimming with joy. Hand in hand, they eagerly prepared to head to Luoyi Ancient City for a fun outing. Ichen gently held Xiao's hand as they walked side by side. Suddenly, someone nearby asked in a puzzled tone, "Why is this girl so tall?" Hearing this, Xiao and Ichen couldn't help but exchange amused glances. Xiao laughed and teased, "Ha, Ichen, the stunning beauty. How are you so tall?" Ichen chuckled and replied, "Well, isn't it so I can better protect our adorable Chi-Chi?" Afterward, Ichen strolled leisurely through the ancient city, holding Xiao's hand. Xiao's gaze was drawn to the various delicious street snacks, her eyes instantly lighting up like brilliant stars. Without hesitation, Ichen bought every snack that Xiao showed a liking for. Before long, Ichen's hands were full of all kinds of snacks, with more and more bags piling up. Seeing the joyful smile on Qiyao's face, his heart was filled with a sweet sense of happiness. Ichen, could you stop lifting your clothes all the time? It doesn't look very nice, Qiyao said. Ichen helplessly explained, I don't want to either, but the decorations on the back of this outfit are too heavy. Alright then, Qiyao replied. After wandering for a while, Qiyao suggested, we should take some photos to remember this. So, Ichen and Qiyao found a photographer, who introduced, we offer 30 photos, including 5 retouched ones, and we'll also give you a few group shots. Hearing this, Ichen cheerfully took out his phone and paid. Then, Ichen and Qiyao followed the photographer to various photo spots around the ancient city. Great, hold that pose, don't move. Perfect, the photographer directed. After taking some photos, Ichen brought Qiyao to the Peony post office, where he carefully stamped 2 travel permits. With a smile in her eyes, Qiyao said, Ichen, you're so thoughtful. Even planning all this in advance. Ichen looked at her tenderly and said, of course, I just want to make sure my Qiyao has the best time, without any regrets. Qiyao nodded happily, now that's more like it, hee. After spending a long time exploring the Luoyi ancient city, the two were slightly tired but still in high spirits. As the sky began to darken, Ichen took Qiyao's hand and said, darling, let's go to Yingtian Gate. I heard the night view there is stunning, and there's an amazing light show too. Qiyao's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, I've been wanting to see it. The two took a taxi and soon arrived at Yingtian Gate. From a distance, Yingtian Gate looked majestic and grand under the illumination of the lights. Qiyao eagerly pulled Ichen's hand and hurried into the Yingtian Gate scenic area. They slowly ascended the steps, surrounded by ancient architecture and exquisite decorations that seemed to whisper tales of 1,000 years of history. Climbing up to the Yingtian Gate Tower and overlooking the night view of Luoyang City, the dazzling lights were breathtakingly beautiful. Qiyao excitedly took out her phone, snapping photos non-stop, eager to capture the stunning scenery, her heart filled with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, the light show began. Brilliant lights transformed into various patterns and colors on the city walls, as if narrating the glorious history of Luoyang. Qiyao watched intently, occasionally exclaiming, in amazement, her love for the city growing even stronger. Ichen stood beside her, holding her shoulder tightly, feeling her excitement and joy, and together they immersed themselves in this stunning visual feast. After the light show ended, Qiyao said with lingering enthusiasm, Ichen, this light show was incredible. I never imagined Luoyang's history could be so ancient and magnificent. Ichen smiled faintly, his eyes glowing. Warmly, indeed, this city has many surprises waiting for us to discover. Tomorrow, let's visit the Luoyang Museum. It houses numerous treasures that will allow us to delve deeper into the history and culture of Luoyang. Qiyao nodded, her face radiating happiness. Sure, I love visiting museums the most. The next day, the two got up early and, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, eagerly headed to the Luoyang Museum. Standing in front of the museum's magnificent building, Qiyao's face was full of anticipation, as if she were about to step into a world full of wonders. As soon as they entered the museum, they were awestruck by the grandeur of the historical artifacts exhibition hall. The hall displayed a wide variety of artifacts, ranging from pottery from the Stone Age to bronzeware, from Tang tricolored glazed pottery to calligraphy and paintings. The dazzling array left them overwhelmed, as if each piece was telling its own story. Ichen and Qiyao toured the exhibits while attentively listening to the guide's explanations. Qiyao was particularly fascinated by the exquisite Tang tricolored figurines. She carefully observed the expressions and attire of each figurine, marveling at the superb craftsmanship of ancient artisans and secretly admiring their skills. Ichen, look at this Tang tricolored female attendant figurine. Her expression is so vivid, it feels like she might come to life in the next moment. Qiyao said excitedly, pointing at one of the figurines. Ichen leaned in for a closer look and nodded in agreement. Indeed, these Tang tricolored pieces are not only beautifully crafted but also brightly colored. Even after 1,000 years, they still shine brilliantly. It's truly remarkable. They continued deeper into the exhibition hall, arriving at the calligraphy and painting section. Here, numerous works by ancient masters were on display. Ichen and Qiyao quietly admired them, feeling the profound emotions and soul conveyed by these artistic creations, their hearts stirring with reverence for history. After visiting the museum, Qiyao was deeply moved. Ichen, this trip to Luoyang has been so meaningful. I've learned so much, seen many beautiful sights, and appreciated precious cultural relics. Ichen smiled faintly, his eyes full of affection. Yes, as long as you're happy. In the future, we'll visit more places, explore more wonders, and create even more beautiful memories. Hand in hand, the two walked out of the museum, filled with anticipation for their future journeys. When Ichen returned to the guest house, the phone suddenly rang. Ichen, I'm stuck at the dormitory door. On the other end of the line, Moronkai's voice carried a hint of urgency and helplessness. Ichen and Chiyo exchanged a glance, their faces instantly filled with confusion, and said in unison, "What the heck? You got blocked at the door? You say you're from the Morong family, who would dare stop you? Is it a guy or a girl?" "A girl." Moronkai's answer made Ichen burst into laughter. "Not bad, huh? A girl actually came to block you." "Exactly, and that girl is no ordinary person. She's the daughter of the Mo family, whose family owns half of the industries in the country. Plus, I accidentally stepped on her dress while walking at school and ruined it." Moronkai's voice carried a tone of helplessness and regret. "Isn't this the perfect opportunity?" Ichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You can ask for her WeChat to compensate her. Isn't this how the spark of love gets ignited?" "Ha? Is that even possible?" Moronkai looked a bit confused. When I saw how angry she was, I quickly ran back to the dorm. "Fatty, point the camera at that girl outside," Chiao said from the side, her eyes flickering as she couldn't help but praise. "Not bad, she's quite pretty." "Chiaojia, please stop teasing me. What should I do now?" Moronkai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Fatty, are you stupid or what?" Chiao couldn't help but scold. "Of course you need to go apologize now. How can you be even dumber than Ichen? You two are really a pair that makes people exasperated. Do I need to prepare anything?" Moronkai asked cautiously. Ichen's lips curved into a smile as he teased, "No need to prepare anything, just make sure she doesn't beat you to death. That girl looks pretty angry to me." Moronkai stood inside the dormitory door, his inner turmoil surging like a raging tide. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, as if trying to expel all his unease with that breath. Slowly raising his hand, his fingers trembled slightly as he mustered the courage to grip the doorknob and gradually pushed the dormitory door open. The scene before him made his heart tighten. The Morong family's heiress, Mo Wanga, stood upright at the doorway, arms crossed, her delicate brows furrowed tightly like towering peaks. A low-pressure aura surrounded her, as if a chill was spreading from the depths of a valley, sending shivers down one's spine. I am sorry." Moronkai's voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke, stammering awkwardly. Hearing this, Mo Wanga slowly raised her eyes, the fury burning within them like molten lava, seemingly capable of scorching someone in an instant. "Do you think a simple apology will suffice? Do you even know what kind of dress this is? This is a global limited edition, there's only one of its kind." Her voice was sharp and icy, piercing straight into Moronkai's heart. Moronkai's heart sank, as if a heavy stone had suddenly dropped into it. He hurriedly responded, "I'll pay, definitely pay. How about, you add me on WeChat so I can transfer the compensation to you?" Mo Wanga's lips curled into a mocking sneer as she said disdainfully, "I'm just afraid you can't afford it." Upon hearing this, Moronkai's face flushed with a stubborn defiance, and he declared loudly, "It's just a dress. I, Moronkai, can afford to pay for it." A hint of surprise flickered in Mo Wanga's eyes, like ripples spreading across a calm lake. She sized him up and down, saying, "Oh, I didn't realize you're from the Morong family. Fine, now it seems you can afford it. But you should know Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao, right?" Moronkai puffed out his chest, his face full of pride, like a peacock showing off. "Of course I know them. They're my big brother and sister-in-law." A sly glint flashed in Mo Wanga's eyes. "I can let the dress go without compensation, but I want you all to team up with me." "Ha?" Moronkai was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in place. He instinctively turned his head and shouted into his headset, Brother Ichen. Sister Chiao, why is the plot not following the usual script?" Then he turned back to Mo Wanga, scratching his head and asking, "You said team up, what kind of team are we talking about?" Mo Wanga rolled her eyes at him, her face full of disdain, her gaze like she was looking at an ignorant child. "You've been enrolled for so long, and you still don't know about the school's team competition? If you win first place in the school team competition, you qualify for the National League. My goal is to win the national championship." On the other end of the headset, Ichen and Chiao heard everything clearly. Ichen couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn, how could I forget something so important?" Moronkai slapped his forehead, his face full of regret, as if blaming himself for being so careless. Then, with a puzzled expression, Moronkai asked, "Why did you choose the three of us, though?" Mo Wanga curled her lips in disdain and said, "You're overthinking it. My teammates are only Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Xia, don't even think about cutting in. But with just the three of us, it's more than enough to take you into the National League. Also, stop talking into your headset. Do you think I'm blind?" Morong Kai sighed helplessly and continued shouting into his headset, "Brother Ichen, what do you say? Hey, are you listening to me?" Before the words had even finished, there was a loud bang. Mo Wang is suddenly kicked out with a force like a cannonball, landing squarely on Morong Kai's backside. Completely unprepared, Morong Kai flew forward like a kite with its string cut, letting out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Laughter from Ichen and Xiao came through the headphones. "This girl has such a fiery personality." Morong Kai scrambled to his feet in a disheveled state, his face full of anger, his eyes glaring like copper bells as he shouted, "How dare you kick me?" Mo Wang stood with her hands on her hips, righteous and defiant, like a warrior defending her territory. "So what if I kicked you? Who told you to ruin my limited edition dress?" Morong Kai instantly deflated upon hearing this, knowing he was in the wrong. He muttered a few words under his breath and then fell silent. Mo Wang bent down, picked up the headphones that had been knocked off Morong Kai, and held them up in front of her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "So, have you guys decided? Are you going to join me in the school tournament or not?" Morong Kai rubbed his sore backside, silently lamenting how ruthless this auntie was. Mo Wang fiddled with the headphones, her gaze carrying a hint of undeniable authority, and asked again, "So, are you in or not? Stop dragging your feet." Ichen thought for a moment on the other end of the headphones and replied steadily, "We can participate, but we need to first understand the competition rules and the opponent's situation. We can't just join blindly." Hearing this, Mo Wang's lips curved slightly upward into a satisfied smile. "At least you have some sense. I've already studied the competition rules thoroughly. As for the opponents, the strongest team right now is the Li family's team. They've consistently dominated in previous school tournaments." Ichen and Xiao heard these words through their headphones and couldn't help but exchange smiles. Xiao teased, "Who doesn't know that among the freshmen, you're absolutely the king, Ichen. By the way, Ichen, when are we going back to school?" Ichen thought for a moment and said firmly, "Let's head back tomorrow morning. But for now, we need to do something." As he spoke, he gently took Xiao's hand and pulled her into the room. Xiao, slightly shy, playfully scolded, "What are you doing?" "I don't want to." Ichen smiled tenderly and said, "You don't have a choice in this." A few hours later, Xiao pouted and complained, "Ichen, you stepped on my hair again. And be gentler, it hurts so much." She looked at the strands of hair that had fallen on the bed, her face full of grievance. "I already don't have much hair, and now there's even less. It's so frustrating." Just as she was about to hit Ichen's chest, he swiftly dodged. All right, Ichen said with a laugh, but his quick dodge only made Xiao angrier. The atmosphere instantly turned cold, and Xiao's hair turned blue. "Ichen, how dare you dodge?" Seeing the situation, Ichen turned and gently pinned Xiao down, then kissed her. Xiao only felt his lips were cool and soothing, but she still muttered, "I hate you. I hate you." Yet, during this intimate moment, something magical happened. Xiao's blue hair, as if enchanted, instantly returned to its original jet-black, shiny state, cascading smoothly over the pillow. After the mood lightened, Xiao tilted her head and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I want taro ball dessert and milk tea, and also spicy shredded chicken noodles." "Oh, and make sure the noodles are handmade, got it, Ichen?" Ichen smiled indulgently and said, "All right, your knight will go get your food right away." Xiao beamed and said, "All right, my dear knight, off you go." Ichen arrived at a bustling nearby food street and searched for a long time before finally finding a stall selling taro ball dessert. He ordered a portion and said firmly, "I'll go buy other things and come back to pick this up later, thank you." Then, he went around and bought all of Xiao's favorite foods, his hands full of bags, and excitedly returned to the guest house. He pressed the doorbell and, imitating a delivery person's tone, called out, "Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come out to sign for it." Inside, Xiao responded with a laugh. "Her Majesty the Queen is here. My knight has returned, and I'm starving." Ichen chuckled, "Then why don't you open the door?" Only then did Xiao realize and quickly opened the door. The two happily enjoyed their food, unaware that their phone had been buzzing continuously. At school, Mo Wang anxiously watched Morong Kai make a call. Why aren't they answering? Morong Kai smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry. They might be busy. They should be back tomorrow. Why don't you head home first? I'll call you when they return." Mo Wang reluctantly agreed, here's my WeChat, add me. After Moroncai scanned and added her, he returned to his dormitory. At that moment, Moroncai's phone rang, and his father's voice came from the other end. Son, we've already found the essence blood of the S-Class Earth Rift Tiger. It's time for you to undergo body strengthening. Moroncai replied, got it, Dad. His father then asked, what about Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao? Aren't you with them? Moroncai answered, they've gone traveling. His father chuckled, then you should find an opportunity to travel too. You might meet a girl you fancy. Moroncai smiled wryly, Dad, with my physique, do you think I can find someone? His father sighed, forget it. If you fancy any girl, I'll go propose for you. In the homestay, Xiao was about to take a shower but accidentally slipped and fell. Damn Yichen, my leg's gone numb, she said angrily. Yichen quickly came over to help her up. Asking with concern, are you hurt? Xiao complained, it's all your fault, Yichen. After Yichen massaged her leg for a while, she finally got up and went to take a shower. Xiao, dressed in comfortable pajamas, came out of the bathroom while drying her damp hair. Yichen gently helped her to the sofa and sat her down, then picked up the hairdryer nearby and carefully began drying her hair. A warm feeling surged in Xiao's heart, but she couldn't help but ask, which girl taught you this? Yichen looked at her tenderly, what do you mean, which girl taught me? Those with heart need no teaching, and those without heart can't be taught. Yichen gently ran his fingers through Xiao's hair, starting from the roots and slowly blowing it dry to the tips. Xiao playfully complained. Yichen, are you even capable? You've been blowing for so long, and it's still not dry. Yichen chuckled, this is my first time drying the hair of someone I love. Of course, I'm not that skilled yet. Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile, you really have a sweet tongue. Yichen teased, want to taste it? Xiao crossed her arms and pretended to be angry, no way, you're always bullying me. The morning sunlight gently streamed into the room of the guest house. Xiao and Yichen slowly woke up, stretching lazily in unison to loosen their muscles. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yichen. Yichen, I really want to take the high-speed train back to school. That way, I can enjoy the scenery along the way. Yichen smiled and nodded in agreement, his eyes full of affection. Not long after, the two sat side by side on the speeding high-speed train. Outside the window, the vast and boundless plains unfolded like a majestic and magnificent painting. Expansive wheat fields rippled with golden waves in the breeze, stretching to the horizon and blending seamlessly with the blue sky, a truly breathtaking sight. Hunan, undeniably a major agricultural province, bears a significant responsibility. With 1/16 of the nation's arable land, it produces 1/10 of the country's grain, steadfastly safeguarding the nation's farmland boundaries. It is rightly said, the rice bowl of the people, Hunan's grain. Behind this achievement lies the hard work and selfless dedication of countless people from Hunan. Looking up, the robustly growing wheat seedlings stood tall and upright, yet no matter how high they grew, they could not surpass the jaw-dropping college entrance exam score thresholds of Hunan students. In Hunan, scoring 500 points on the exam still makes it difficult to gain admission to even an ordinary second-tier university, making the pursuit of education a challenging journey. However, Hunan has never bowed its head in the face of online bullying storms. At critical moments concerning national development, they have always stood firmly at the forefront, never retreating. Looking back to the wartime period, despite Hunan's abundant land resources, the people lived in hardship, with as many as 4,000 people losing their lives to hunger every day. Even in dire circumstances, the people of Hunan resolutely sent troops to resist the Japanese invasion, continuously and selflessly contributing food to the war effort, making an indelible contribution to national liberation. A teacher once said that the people of Hunan made tremendous sacrifices in economic development to ensure food production, and their dedication and spirit deserve our highest respect and deepest gratitude. Bai Yensong also once remarked that any act of slandering or belittling Hunan can be powerfully countered with the phrase forgetting one's roots. The false rumors about Hunan people stealing manhole covers that once circulated online are starkly contradicted when you truly set foot on this land. You will find that the reality is vastly different from the rumors. The people of Hunan are simple, kind, hardworking, and resilient. In their own way, they quietly cultivate and selflessly contribute to the nation's prosperity and stability. Yichen and Xiao finally arrived at Longdu Station. Just as they stepped out of the subway, Xiao couldn't help but urge, Yichen, hurry up. You're so slow even with just a suitcase, it's really frustrating. The two quickly rushed to the ticket gate when suddenly, a young man approached them with a bright smile. Hey there, handsome and beautiful. Could you do me a favor? I'm a freshman at Longdu University, studying trade and commerce. We have a class assignment, could you buy a few boxes of pens? Ichen and Chiyao exchanged a glance, secretly groaning in their hearts. Isn't this the same old sales pitch? They immediately declined politely, sorry, we probably can't help. Best of luck with your business, but maybe try asking someone else. Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly unleashed peak bronze level strength and forcefully said, you guys should buy 3 boxes. Oh, so you're trying to pressure us here at the train station? You've got some nerve. But since you claim to be a freshman, how come you don't know who we are? Ichen sneered coldly, abruptly activating his Sharingan and glaring fiercely at the young man. The boy was instantly intimidated by the overwhelming aura, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. If you just behaved like this earlier, it would have been much easier. Xiao, let's go. Ichen grabbed the suitcase and strode away with Xiao. After exiting the subway station, the butler was already waiting outside and drove them to Longdu University. While Ichen was looking down at his phone, a complaint post on the campus wall caught his attention. The post mentioned that a girl had stopped a boy at Longdu Station and sweetly asked, brother, could you do me a favor? The boy, feeling a little excited, thought a romantic story was about to unfold. But then the girl continued, I mean no harm. I'm a freshman studying trade and commerce, and I have a social practice project right now. Brother, could you buy a few boxes of pens from me? Without much thought, the boy agreed. However, as soon as he said yes, the girl swiftly stuffed 20 boxes of pens from her bag into his hands and said, that'll be 1,000 yuan. Scan this QR code on WeChat. Damn it, stay away from this girl. She scammed me out of $1,000 for an overpriced pen. The post ended with the guy angrily ranting. Ichen and Xiao saw this post on the campus wall and couldn't help but exchange glances. Isn't this the same kind of scammer we ran into this morning? I can't believe someone actually fell for it. This is just too ridiculous. What's so strange about that? There's always someone who can't guard against it. By the way, call Fatty and that girl over. We need to discuss the competition. Ichen put away his phone and said to Xiao. Xiao understood immediately, quickly pulling out her phone to call Fatty Morong Kai and Mo Wanga. Before long, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Morong Kai's round figure stood out in the crowd, like a small hill. He ran over, face flushed and panting heavily, saying, phew. Finally, you're back. These past few days without you guys, the school has been so dull, not a bit of fun at all. Not long after, Mo Wanga hurried over as well, her expression anxious. As she walked briskly, she tidied her disheveled hair, her face unable to hide her anticipation. Did you call us here because there's new progress regarding the competition? Her eyes sparkled with eagerness. Looking at them, Yi Chen's expression turned serious. He cleared his throat and spoke solemnly, the importance of this competition goes without saying, it directly concerns the honor of our academy. I've learned that the teams from other academies are all racing against time to prepare. Each team is formidable, and we absolutely cannot take this lightly. Upon hearing this, Morong Kai instantly perked up, patting his chubby chest confidently and saying, what's there to fear? With Yi Chen leading the way, and the rest of us working together as one, are we still worried about not winning this competition? There's definitely no problem. Xiao furrowed her delicate brows slightly and earnestly shared her thoughts, that may be true, but we really can't afford to be complacent. Especially when it comes to team coordination, there's still a lot of room for improvement. We need to practice more. Her words were filled with attention to team details and a cautious attitude toward the competition. Mo Wanga nodded slightly and softly agreed, Xiao makes a good point. Over the past few days, I've gathered quite a bit of detailed information on other teams. After studying it, I found that each of them has unique tactics and exceptional strengths. We must carefully devise counter-strategies to truly know both ourselves and our opponents. Her voice was gentle yet firm, exuding a calm and calculated confidence, as if a wise strategist was guiding the group. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What's there to fear? I alone with a blade am more than enough. He patted his chest nonchalantly, and continued, but speaking of which, the school league is in May next year. What should we name our team? His gaze swept across the group, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips, as if he were about to reveal a secret. Then, as if struck by a brilliant idea, he exclaimed excitedly, I've got a team name, Pika Pika Pikachu Squad. Oh, and I've also thought of a slogan. My slogan is, since you've asked so sincerely. As he spoke, he mischievously glanced at Morong Kai, signaling him to follow up. Morong Kai immediately caught on and shouted at the top of his lungs, then I shall graciously tell you. to prevent the world from being destroyed. His exaggerated expressions and gestures made him look like a comedic actor on stage, causing the group to burst into laughter. Yi Chen then turned to Qi Yao. Unable to hold back a smile, Qi Yao played along and said, to protect the peace of the world, to uphold love and true evil, the cute and charming villains. Her tone was light and playful, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a climax. After speaking, Yi Chen didn't forget to look at Mo Wanga and asked, by the way, what's your name? We haven't had a proper introduction yet. Only then did Mo Wanga come to her senses. She quickly adjusted her attire and elegantly began to introduce herself. My name is Mo Wanga, the eldest daughter of the Mo family in the Magic City. My mother is the chairwoman of the Kowloon Chamber of Commerce in the Magic City. My father is the district mayor of the Magic City. My grandfather is a professor at Longdu Academy, and my grandmother is an associate professor at the Academy of Elements. My superpower is an S-level fire ability, the Nanming Lihua. After speaking, she slightly raised her head, a hint of pride on her face, as if to say, go ahead, praise me. Yi Chen and Qi Yao exchanged glances upon hearing this, their eyes flashing with astonishment, clearly taken aback by Mo Wanga's impressive background and abilities. Mo Wanga's striking debut undoubtedly injected a strong sense of confidence into the entire team. Yi Chen quickly regained his composure, a smile curling at the corner of his lips as he said, alright, Mo Wanga, got it. Your slogan is We Are Team Rocket. Soaring through the galaxy. Let me add, White Hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. His tone carried an air of fearless passion, as if the world lay at his feet. Qi Yao added, that's it, meow. Her playfulness made the atmosphere even more relaxed. After speaking, Yi Chen asked eagerly, so, what do you think of my team name and slogan? Qi Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter, ha ha ha, what kind of team name is this? But seeing Yi Chen's expectant gaze, she nodded in agreement to avoid hurting his confidence. Mo Wanga's eyes lit up upon hearing it, and she raised both hands and feet in approval, exclaiming excitedly, this is so interesting, I love it. Morong Kai saw that the other three had agreed and followed suit, saying, then I agree too. Alright, it's settled then. This will be the name of our team. Let's prepare thoroughly and get ready for the school league. Yi Chen waved his arms energetically, full of ambition, as if he could already see the team's glory on the battlefield, with the sound of victory horns echoing in his ears. At this moment, their hearts burned with fierce determination, as if the whole world was cheering for them. Couples gaming together, laughing through the night, midnight tremors disturb peaceful dreams. Since the team name and slogan are finalized, let's all head back to our respective homes and families. Yi Chen smiled faintly, holding Qi Yao's hand as he prepared to return to the dormitory, feeling an indescribable sense of anticipation in his heart. Brother Yi Chen, why are you in such a hurry? The chubby Morong Kai looked puzzled, his voice loud, as if he was full of curiosity about everything. Yi Chen turned around and gave the chubby guy a mock serious glare, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, grown-up matters, kids shouldn't interfere. His attitude seemed to suggest that he had been through a lot, while Morong Kai was just an innocent child. Not long after, only Morong Kai and Mo Wanga were left at the door. Morong Kai scratched his head, looking utterly confused, so, what are we supposed to do? Mo Wanga shrugged helplessly and said softly, what else? Go home. Find your mom. We still have class tomorrow. With that, she turned and left, leaving Morong Kai standing there, completely bewildered. On the other side, Yi Chen held Qi Yao's hand and leisurely returned to the room, feeling secretly pleased. Ah, again? A trace of shyness and anticipation flashed across Qi Yao's face, her heart fluttering. Yi Chen gently tapped Qi Yao's head and couldn't help but laugh and scold. What are you thinking? I'm just bored. How about we play some games? This sentence seemed to open the door to a new world. As he spoke, Yi Chen skillfully launched Honor of Kings. Seeing Qi Yao's game ID, Invincibility is so lonely, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Qi Yao, your name is way too strange. Humph, and you talk about me. Qi Yao snatched the phone in defiance and playfully said, let me see what your King of Glory name is. The younger me? Isn't your name weird too? Oh, let's establish an intimate relationship, and then change to couple avatars and couple names. Sure. Yi Chen looked at Qi Yao indulgently and agreed without hesitation. Qi Yao excitedly browsed online, carefully selecting couple avatars and names. Before long, her eyes lit up, and she said happily, I've got it. My name will be Is My Hair Messy, and your name will be It's My Heart in Chaos. Isn't this name great? Very creative. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. But let's change the intimate relationship to best friends. Qi Yao gave a sly smile and teased, I know what you're up to. Good that you know. Yi-Chen laughed along with her. The two shared a tacit understanding, and the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Next, Yi-Chen and Xiao started a ranked match. Xiao chose the mage Xiao Chao, while Yi-Chen played the support Di Qiao. As soon as the game began, their team's marksman Marco Polo sent a message asking, Di Qiao, are you a beauty? Yi-Chen and Xiao exchanged a glance and couldn't help but want to laugh. Before they could reply, Marco Polo sent another message, Xiao Qiao, are you a beauty? Xiao held back her laughter and replied, Dachio is a mature woman. She wanted to watch Sichuan opera but felt too shy to say it out loud. Marco Polo was silent for a moment, then sent a message saying, Dachio, turn on your mic, it'll help us coordinate better. Yi-Chen, feeling playful, decided to tease him and replied, no way, we haven't won yet. Marco Polo, seeming a bit overconfident, sent a message saying, honestly, this kind of match is, to put it bluntly, a bit too easy. After a dozen minutes, the situation reached a stalemate, and the enemy was forced to retreat to defend their crystal. Marco Polo urged again, quick, turn on the mic. Xiao laughed so hard beside him that she bent over, clutching her stomach and said, ha, Yi-Chen, let's see how you handle this, ha. At that moment, Yi-Chen noticed the enemy was attacking the Dragon King. He decisively activated his ultimate, and teammate Lao Bu arrived just in time to successfully steal the Dragon King. Xiao poked Yi-Chen and said coquettishly, shouldn't you praise Lao Bu for that? Yi-Chen had no choice but to indulge his girlfriend and sent a message, old Bu, you're amazing. Marco Polo, however, scoffed, isn't this just a matter of having hands? In the final team fight, the enemy team was wiped out, and victory was in sight. Marco Polo started shouting again, everyone, turn on your mics. Dachio, turn on your mic. Ha ha ha, Yi-Chen, how are you going to handle this? I don't mind, but I'm afraid this Marco Polo won't be able to handle the pressure. Xiao laughed so hard that tears were almost streaming down her face. Yi-Chen calmly typed and asked, what should I say? Marco Polo replied, hurry up and praise me. Yi-Chen mischievously turned on the team mic in the game and deliberately shouted, wow. Marco Polo got MVP. Marco Polo was instantly stunned, clearly not expecting this kind of praise. Immediately after, a surrender prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Ha ha ha. Yi-Chen and Xiao laughed uncontrollably, as if the laughter of this night would never end. Yi-Chen, you're so bad, but I like it, Xiao said, gently planting a kiss on Yi-Chen's cheek. In that instant, a sweet atmosphere spread around them. Amid the lingering joy of their playful banter, the game results screen suddenly popped up, with the striking word victory seemingly announcing their glory. Yi-Chen and Xiao's hearts were filled with boundless happiness. Time quietly slipped away between the clicks of their fingers and the flickering of the screen, and before they knew it, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Xiao's rosy face was full of weariness as she tugged lightly at Yi-Chen's sleeve, her voice soft and tinged with drowsiness. Baby, I'm really so sleepy now, I just want to go to bed. Yi-Chen heard the voice, his eyes full of tenderness, and his heart secretly delighted. He gently pulled the blanket over Xiao, then placed a kiss on her smooth forehead, whispering softly, good night, my little Chi-Chi. Good night, Yi-Chen. Xiao responded drowsily, her voice as fresh as morning dew. Yi-Chen's lips curved into a slight smile as he mischievously leaned closer and said, I didn't quite hear that just now. Xiao smiled helplessly, mustering her energy, sat up, cupped Yi-Chen's face with both hands, and called out clearly and affectionately, good night, my darling Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen was still unsatisfied. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Is that all? Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she let out a soft, playful scold. Then, leaning forward, she placed a kiss on Yi-Chen's lips, a fleeting touch. Like a dragonfly skimming the water yet filled with endless affection and tenderness. In a gentle voice, she asked, satisfied now, Yi-Chen? Yi-Chen smiled contentedly, pulling Xiao tightly into his embrace, feeling her warmth and heartbeat as if the entire world had come to a standstill. In that moment, Xiao nestled into his arms, finding a comfortable spot, and closed her eyes. The room was suffused with an air of happiness. Yi-Chen quietly gazed at Xiao's sleeping profile. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow on her face and outlining her gentle features. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair on her forehead, savoring the rhythm of her steady breathing, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. On this tranquil night, the two of them slept in each other's arms, enveloped in sweetness and peace, slowly drifting into dreams. The room was filled with warmth and serenity. At 3 in the morning, the moonlight was like water, quietly spilling into the room. In his sleep, Yi-Chen suddenly felt a slight tremor. Instinctively, he held Xiao tighter, silently vowing in his heart, no matter what happens, I will protect you. At this moment, The air in the room seemed to grow tense and mysterious, as Ichen's heartbeat and Xiao's breathing intertwined into a moving melody, heralding the adventures and challenges to come. Xiao, startled awake by Ichen's actions, immediately complained, "Why are you holding me so tight?" Ichen's lips curved into a slight smile as he gently replied, "Of course, if I like you, I have to hold you tighter." As he spoke, he placed a soft kiss on Xiao's forehead, instantly heightening the sweet atmosphere between them. The two nestled together and drifted back into a deep sleep, as if the world had shrunk to just the two of them. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Xiao slowly woke up to find that Ichen was no longer by her side. Her heart tightened for a moment, but then she heard the sounds coming from the kitchen. Smiling faintly, she immediately guessed that Ichen was preparing breakfast for her. "This guy is getting more and more thoughtful," she murmured softly. Looking down, she noticed her clothes had been left a bit disheveled by Ichen and couldn't help but grumble quietly, "This guy, still so restless at night." While tidying her clothes, she walked toward the bathroom to freshen up and comb her hair, her heart brimming with sweetness. After a while, Xiao came to the dining table, and the sumptuous breakfast before her left her amazed. "Wow, what a lavish breakfast." She gave Ichen a kiss on his little face and sweetly said, "Thank you, Ichen baby." Steaming hot milk, fragrant scallion pancakes, enticingly colored sausages, and perfectly fried eggs, everything was there. Ichen looked proud and raised an eyebrow as he asked, "So, how's my cooking?" Shenyuan Ichen's culinary skills aren't bad, right? Xiao smiled and nodded, but it's still not enough. You need to keep improving. Ichen's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Xiao's hand, saying, "Then my Xiao, write me a recipe, okay? Write down all the dishes you love to eat." Xiao playfully smiled and then asked, "What class do we have this morning?" "I have 4 classes at the Elemental Academy." "Ugh, so annoying. Ichen, I don't want to go to class." As she spoke, she snuggled into Ichen's arms like a spoiled child. Ichen gently patted her back and indulgently said, "Then we just won't go to class." Xiao hesitated for a moment. "That doesn't seem right." Ichen thought for a bit, his eyes flickering. "It's fine. I still have practical combat classes at the Combat Academy. If you don't want to attend theory classes, why don't you come watch me in action?" Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. "Sure." This suggestion instantly ignited her excitement. In room 316 of the Jiefu building at the Elemental Academy, Shangwanmi was taking attendance. When she called out Shangwan Xiao and found she wasn't in the classroom, her brows furrowed, and her face darkened. She muttered to herself, "Seriously? Skipping class on the first day? She's really been spoiled by my big brother and sister-in-law." She suppressed her dissatisfaction, finished calling out the other names, then turned to the students and said, "You all start previewing the material, I'll go make a phone call first." The classroom immediately buzzed with chatter. "Who is it, skipping class on the first day?" "Shangwan Xiao, of course. I heard she's from the same family as the teacher." The person next to him laughed and said, "They're all surnamed Shangwan. If they're not from the same family, whose family are they from?" Shangwanmi dialed Xiao's number and asked sternly, "Where are you right now?" Xiao replied cheerfully, "I'm with Ichen, aunt." "What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, Shangwanmi rolled her eyes in frustration. "What's the matter? You're skipping class, aren't you?" Xiao said coyly, "Then aunt, just help me ask for leave, won't you?" After saying that, she hung up the phone. Shangwanmi shook her head helplessly, "This child, she's really spoiled. Let's see how this Ichen manages her." Then she returned to the classroom to prepare for her lesson. Ichen curiously asked Xiao, "Who called you just now?" Xiao answered honestly, "My aunt called, asking why I didn't go to class. But it's all sorted out now." The two exchanged a smile, their hearts perfectly in sync. The two headed to the Battle Academy, but unfamiliarity with the route caused them to be late. However, the teacher, upon seeing Ichen, didn't say much and directly started the class. "Today, let's see how strong your punches are." The teacher led the students to 5 pillars, which were densely covered with names followed by a string of numbers. The top 3 names on each pillar were written in the largest font and glowed with golden light, making them particularly eye-catching. "This is our Punch Power Challenge ranking, consisting of 5 leaderboards corresponding to the levels of ability users, from bronze to diamond," the teacher explained with a smile. "You can all give it a try. If you make it into the top 3,000, you'll earn a reward of 50 academic credits." Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, "You can get a reward just by making it into the top 3,000? That's so easy." After all, Dragon City Ability University only had a little over 4,000 students in total. You just need to swipe your student ID on the pillar to start the challenge. However, for the punch power challenge, using abilities or combat techniques is strictly prohibited, as that would be considered cheating, the teacher added. Alright, Chen, wait for me here. I'll give it a try. Lin Yu nodded and strode into the center of the hall, a fearless spirit of challenge igniting within him. He then swiped his student ID at the sensor on the first pillar, awaiting his moment of glory. Welcome! Lin Yu, student ID 203701256, has initiated the Power Punch Challenge. Everyone, give him a cheer! As the host's enthusiastic voice rang out, the entire hall erupted in excitement, and the spotlight instantly focused on Lin Yu. Lin Yu was startled. This level of ceremony is way too intense. The gazes in the hall surged like a tide, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. Whoa, someone's starting the Power Punch Challenge. Ha, judging by the aura, only at the peak of bronze level, it seems to be a freshman. Heh, this is going to be interesting. Many upperclassmen and upperclasswomen cast curious glances, eagerly anticipating the upcoming performance. Lin Yu felt a bit flustered. He hadn't expected the challenge to cause such a commotion. But there was no turning back now. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and mustered the courage to punch the target in front of him. Bang! The target let out a muffled sound and shook violently, as if it had been overwhelmed by Lin Yu's power. Whoosh! Lin Yu slowly exhaled a breath of impure air, feeling secretly satisfied with the performance of this punch. He thought to himself, entering the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? Punch force, 476 kilograms. A very good performance. The host announced loudly once again, then added with a slightly regretful tone, however, unfortunately, your punch force ranks beyond 100,000. Beyond 100,000? Lin Yu was completely stunned, thinking to himself, doesn't Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities only have a little over 4,000 students? But he quickly realized that the punch force rankings included not only current students but also alumni. Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities had been established for a century, enrolling thousands of students each year, and the cumulative number of students had long surpassed 100,000. This is such a scam. So everyone was just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Lin Yu finally realized, his cheeks burning with embarrassment as he hurriedly slinked off the challenge platform. Ranked over 100,000, this is killing me with laughter. Back when I was a freshman, it wasn't this low. Look at this little guy. His face is as red as a monkey's butt. He must be a freshman, no doubt about it. The entire training hall erupted into a lively buzz of discussion because of Lin Yu's performance, with mocking laughter echoing one after another. A surge of unyielding determination ignited in Lin Yu's heart. Ichen, why don't you give it a try? With your skills, you'd definitely outperform them. Shangguan Qiao said eagerly, her face full of anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xian Yuan Ichen muttered to himself, is she trying to embarrass me? But Shangguan Qiao seemed to see through his thoughts and playfully said, how could I make you look bad? He. Alright, I'll give it a try. Xian Yuan Ichen smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, well, I might as well take this opportunity to see the limits of my body. Punching power is not only a demonstration of strength but also a chance to enhance his abilities. Moreover, he was curious to see if he could stand out in a place filled with all the geniuses of Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities. Welcome student ID 2301-052-0019, Xian Yuanichen, to the Punching Power Challenge. Everyone, give him a cheer. As Xian Yuanichen swiped his student ID, that familiar and high-pitched voice rang out again, instantly drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Someone else is starting the challenge again. Seems like it's another classmate from that class. What? Already a silver 3-star. I know who he is. He's the god of slaughter who wiped out an entire city by himself during the trial. The two people nearby whispered to each other, but their attention was quickly drawn to the girl beside Xian Yuanichen. But the girl next to him is quite pretty. Just as they were speaking, one of them suddenly felt a chill down their spine. Turning around, they saw a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes staring at them coldly. The overwhelming sense of oppression instantly silenced them, and they quickly shifted their gaze elsewhere. Shangguan Qiao noticed this and playfully said, what, are you jealous because others are looking at me? I am not. You do have it. Alright, go up and give it a try. Xian Yuanichen walked to the center of the field, took a deep breath, and mobilized all the energy in his body. He stood straight, suddenly exerted force from his waist, and drove his arms into a rapid twist. Immediately, his fist shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, turning into a black shadow that fiercely smashed into the target in front of him. Boom! A deafening sound, like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, exploded in the hall, followed by an overwhelming cheer. Punch force 6,080 kilograms. Peak punch force. Congratulations, you've broken the record. The entire hall instantly erupted, and the thrilling voices echoed for a long time. Shen Yuanichen's name shone with golden light on the central pillar, as if a supreme being had descended, prominently dominating the top of the rankings. As his name appeared, the names of others on the leaderboard rippled like waves, with their rankings shifting backward in sequence. First place, Xian Yuanichen, punch strength, 6,080 kilograms. Second place, Zhun Qiang, punch strength, 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Mai, punch strength, 4,122 kilograms. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The peak punch power record was just broken? A voice came from somewhere, echoing through the hall, and only then did everyone snap out of their daze. Immediately after, the whole place erupted, with discussions rising one after another. Holy crap, the punch power record was actually broken? Are you kidding me? This is way too outrageous. 6,080 kilograms of punching power, can a human even achieve that? One punch and I'd be turned into minced meat, and you're telling me this is a freshman? Is this the legendary god of death? It's absolutely terrifying. These 5 pillars have existed since the establishment of Dragon City University of Supernatural Abilities, witnessing the historical changes of this university. Anyone who ranks within the top 1,000 on any list is a trailblazer of their era. And now, the peak record for silver tier punching power has finally been broken again. Xian Yuanichen clenched his fist and muttered to himself, only 60-80 kilograms? It seems my physique is still too weak, I need to train harder. Someone nearby overheard and exclaimed in surprise, Big brother, this physique is weak? That guy just now only managed over 400 kilograms, and you've already reached 10 times that. Shangguan Qiao heard Xian Yuanichen say his physique was too weak and thought of what happened in the evening. Her legs trembled slightly, and she said fearfully, Yichen, I think your physique is already good enough. Xian Yuanichen asked in confusion, what, you don't like it? Shangguan Qiao said tearfully, I do like him, but being so powerful is a bit scary. Many people quickly took out their phones to capture the figure of Xian Yuanichen in the center of the hall, recording this historic moment. The electrifying atmosphere seemed to freeze time, and everyone understood that this moment would be etched into the school's history. Some couldn't wait to share the news, even posting it directly on the student forum of Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities, sparking instant heated discussions. Inside the hall, some began to suspect whether Xian Yuanichen had cheated by using supernatural abilities or combat techniques, as 60-80 kilograms of pure physical strength was beyond ordinary comprehension. However, this claim was quickly refuted by others. The punch strength testing machine is controlled by the school's artificial intelligence, meeting the standards of level 1 AI, making cheating absolutely impossible. If there were any foul play, the results would have been invalidated long ago and would never have been publicly announced. At that moment, Chen Shihan's phone suddenly rang. It was a video sent by a teacher, showing Xian Yuanichen testing his punch strength in the training hall. Glancing at it, Chen Shihan nonchalantly said, what's the big deal? He went through the Sulong body refining technique and used the essence blood of the Candle Dragon and the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. It would be strange if his punch strength wasn't impressive. After saying this, he lazily reclined back in his chair and dozed off. Shen Yuanichen turned his head and asked Shangguan Qiao, do you want to give it a try too? Shangguan Qiao quickly waved her hand, me? I'd better not. With such an amazing boyfriend like you protecting me, that's already more than enough. The people present were instantly hit hard upon hearing this. It's already impressive enough that his punching power ranks first, but his girlfriend is also so beautiful. I feel like my heart has taken 10,000 points of damage. Breaking the record comes with academic credit rewards, right? A student asked in confusion, looking a bit dazed. Of course. Breaking the record earns a reward of 400 credits, and it should have already been credited by now. Xian Yuanichen took out his phone to check, and sure enough, there was a notification about the credits being credited. Shangguan Qiao playfully said, Yichen, shouldn't you give me your credits? Without hesitation, Xian Yuanichen transferred half of his credits to Shangguan Qiao. She looked surprised, her eyes wide open. I was just joking, and you actually gave them to me. Xian Yuanichen laughed and said, what else? I took it seriously. He put away his phone and asked eagerly, if I break the record again next time, can I earn more credits? Breaking the record only earns you credits once. The teacher responded decisively, and the room was instantly filled with sighs. Everyone thought to themselves, I really want to see what kind of miracle Xian Yuanichen will create next time. This left Xian Yuanichen slightly disappointed. However, the teacher immediately added, but there are 4 other pillars, corresponding to levels 1 to 5 of ability users. If you manage to break the records on those pillars in the future, you can also earn the corresponding credits. Xian Yuanichen was momentarily stunned, but then the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. A clever plan to quickly earn credits had already formed in his mind. At this moment, the originally excited senior brothers and sisters in the hall gradually calmed down, their faces adorned with smiles as they gathered around. Ichen Jr., is this your first time at the school's training ground? Come, let me teach you how to use these pieces of equipment, a girl said warmly, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Xian Yuanichen was about to politely decline when he suddenly felt the piercing, murderous gaze of Shangguan Qiao directed straight at him like a thorn in his back. The girl immediately realized her slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, Junior sister, don't get the wrong idea, I really didn't mean anything else. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out her phone, I just remembered I have something urgent to deal with, so I'll take my leave now. Brother Ichen, nice to meet you. I'm Wang Jia, a junior. You can just call me Brother Jia. Junior, our club is really short on people. How about considering joining us? There are plenty of pretty girls in our club. Xian Yuanichen rolled his eyes at Wang Jia helplessly and said irritably, that girl just said something similar earlier, and now you're repeating it. Are you trying to get me into trouble? Wang Jia laughed awkwardly, my brain isn't very sharp. Although the punch power rankings only reflect physical strength and cannot showcase the intensity of abilities or the power of combat techniques, with such high punch power, how could other aspects be lacking? Moreover, those who make it into the top 10 of the punch power rankings are prodigies who emerge only once every few years. What's more, Xian Yuanichen directly broke the record and claimed the top spot. Anyone who gets into Longdu University of supernatural abilities isn't foolish. Faced with such a promising junior, if they don't seize the opportunity to connect now, when will they? At this moment, the teacher's voice rang out, is there anyone else who wants to take the test? If not, we'll move on to the next lesson, practical combat training. Ichen, Xiao, you two will face off against the rest of the class. A group of students broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the teacher's words. Teacher, are you serious? Even if our whole class teamed up, we wouldn't be enough for Ichen. We wouldn't even be enough for his warm-up. Having 2 such formidable sparring partners, and you're still not satisfied? Alright, the whole class, head to the trial arena. The center of the trial arena was a flat field, surrounded by spectator stands. Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities had a total of 4 trial arenas, and the one Xian Yuanichen was in today was the largest. After all, what was about to take place was a 2 versus 44 battle. I'll explain the rules. You can use abilities and weapons, but the weapons are all F-grade. A student asked in confusion, why use F-grade weapons? We clearly have better ones. Is it because you're afraid we'll hurt them? The teacher and other students all looked puzzled. Protect them? It's more like protecting us, the teacher said with a bitter smile. If we can make him exert even 1/10 of his strength, we'd be thanking the heavens. Hurt him? Dream on. In the audience, many students from other classes had also come to watch. I'll count to 1, and then you can start. 3, 2, 1. The classmates looked at each other, but no one took the lead to act. Teacher, I think Xiao can also join their team. Upon hearing this, Xiao kicked Xian Yuanichen. What, think I'm weak? I wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare? That's exactly what you mean. However, Xiao also understood in her heart that staying by Xian Yuanichen's side indeed made it difficult to improve. Ichen, don't go easy on me. Xian Yuanichen casually tossed the F-grade agile knife aside and picked up a wooden sword. I gave you all the chance to strike first, but you failed to cherish it. So don't blame me. With that, he swung his sharp blade aura, slashing toward the crowd. Some classmates, seeing this, hurriedly fled to the side. Xiao also unleashed a sword aura, but as soon as the blade aura collided with the sword aura was instantly shattered. Xiao turned around and shouted to her classmates behind her, why are you running? Use your abilities. Some classmates seemed to wake up from a dream, and countless ice spikes, earth thorns, and wind blades shot toward Xian Yuanichen's blade aura. Finally decided to use your abilities? I thought you'd all forgotten you were ability users. Xian Yuanichen snapped his fingers, time domain, stasis. The attacks were instantly frozen in mid-air. Then, illusory moonlight, thousand blood blade strikes. Crimson blade light spun out, fiercely colliding with the ice spikes and earth thorns, shattering them into pieces. The shattered ice spikes and earth thorns turned into a mist of ice shards and dust, spreading across the trial field and instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xian Yuanichen moved like a phantom through the crowd. The wooden sword in his hand seemed harmless, yet under his precise control, every swing brought a whistling wind. Wherever the blade passed, layers of rippling air currents were stirred, as if invisible arcs were being drawn in the air. The wind blades that had been immobilized scattered like untamed wild horses as the time domain dissipated. Yet, before they could approach Xian Yuanichen even slightly, they were shattered by the invisible aura surrounding him. At that moment, a classmate skilled in manipulating water quickly gathered the surrounding moisture, forming a massive water dragon in midair. With claws bared and teeth flashing, it charged toward Xian Yuanichen with unstoppable momentum. Xian Yuanichen narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a sharp upward flick of the wooden sword in his hand, a golden blade light burst forth from its tip, colliding fiercely with the water dragon. In an instant, water vapor exploded outward, and the immense impact sent the surrounding classmates staggering in all directions. Although the water dragon was successfully blocked, the overwhelming moisture turned the entire trial field slippery and treacherous, as if a storm was about to descend. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qiao was not idle. She twirled her long sword, creating blossoms of sword flowers, each imbued with powerful sword energy. Her movements were light and graceful, like a dancer, weaving effortlessly around each end. Wherever she passed, sword energy surged, forcing each end to retreat repeatedly. The flashing sword light resembled falling stars, dazzling and relentless. At that moment, a burly classmate let out a loud shout, his body enveloped in a thick layer of rocky armor, wielding a massive stone axe in his hands. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to crack instantly, as if the earth itself trembled in his presence. Then, he swung the stone axe and charged toward Xian Yuanichen with an imposing aura that inspired fear in all who witnessed it. Xian Yuanichen's lips curved into a faint smile, showing no fear as he charged toward the burly classmate. Just as the stone axe was about to strike him, he suddenly twisted his body, dodging the attack at an incredible angle. Following through with the motion, he aimed his wooden sword at the gaps in his opponent's armor. With a crisp crack, the wooden sword precisely deflected the stone axe, sending it flying, while the heavy stone armor began to crack. The air was thick with tension, and the suspense of victory or defeat reached its peak at that moment. As the battle progressed, more and more classmates keenly realized that fighting individually was futile against these two formidable opponents. They quickly adjusted their strategy, coordinating closely. Some focused on long-range attacks to restrict their opponents' movements, while others seized opportunities for close-range assaults. In an instant, various supernatural abilities clashed and intertwined fiercely, enveloping the entire trial arena in dazzling, radiant light, as if it were a fantastical feast of light and shadow. It seemed Xian Yuanichen had anticipated this. Standing firmly in the center of the arena, long blade in hand, he single-handedly deflected wave after wave of attacks with his extraordinary physical prowess and masterful combat skills. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qiao attempted to force Ichen into retreat with her sharp sword energy. However, Ichen skillfully maneuvered around her, and when she least expected it, he struck her waist precisely with the hilt of his blade. Ichen! What are you doing? Qiao shouted angrily. Ichen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he teased, honestly, your sword energy feels like child's play. Arg! Damn you, Ichen! Extreme Frost Domain. Qiao erupted in fury, and the surrounding moisture rapidly condensed into sharp ice blades, which rained down on Ichen like a storm. Oh, so you're the only one with a domain, huh? Time domain, stasis. Ichen was unfazed, and in an instant, time seemed to freeze. He then roared, lunar blood. Prison, reincarnation void slash. His arm became enveloped in an eerie blood-red aura, and the trial arena transformed into a mysterious realm of icy desolation in a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. The spectators were so stunned by the scene that their jaws nearly hit the ground, exclaiming, "No way, guys, this is just too much." Dark ice, soul-shattering storm. The icy wind rises suddenly, the dark dusk shrouds the sky, mercilessly shattering souls, annihilating all things. Shi Yao launched another powerful attack. Ah! Shi Yao, you're serious. Yi Chen, you better give it. You're all too, the crowd exclaimed. Lunar blood prison, void severance. I weep for the departed, and the curtain of rain shall finally fall, Yi Chen muttered in a low voice, a single tear of blood slowly trailing down from the corner of his eye. The students in the audience were stunned into silence by the scene, their hearts filled with awe. Is this the power of SSS-level ability users? However, to their great disappointment, the two were merely acting and did not actually fight. A wave of helpless complaints erupted from the audience. Are you kidding me? After all that build-up, they're not even going to fight? It's like getting all hyped up, only to let out a fart. In this extraordinary and intense battle, Xianyuan Yichen and Shangguan Qiyao not only showcased their unparalleled strength to the fullest but also deeply impressed upon their classmates the critical importance of teamwork and tactical execution. As the murmurs of complaint gradually subsided, the tension in the trial arena remained taut like a fully drawn bowstring. Xianyuan Yichen and Shangguan Qiyao exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with unspoken currents. Suddenly, Shangguan Qiyao's lips curled into a sly smile as she softly said, Yichen, continuing to mess around like this is getting boring. How about we spice things up? Yichen raised an eyebrow, responding with interest. Oh? How do you plan to spice it up? Before anyone could react, Shangguan Qiyao swiftly formed seals with her hands, and the ice elements around her instantly turned violent. The extreme cold domain expanded once again, but this time, the ice blades were no longer simple attacks, they transformed into ferocious ice dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they charged toward Xianyuan Yichen. Xianyuan Yichen's expression turned serious, fully aware that Shangguan Qiyao was playing for real this time. He took a deep breath, activating the time domain once more in an attempt to slow the ice dragons down. At the same time, the power of the moonlight blood prison surged around him, with crimson light clashing fiercely against the icy aura, producing deafening explosions. The other students in the trial arena retreated one after another, staring at the scene in terror. Those who had been complaining earlier now fell silent, their hearts filled with awe at this genuine showdown. In the clash between the Ice Dragon and the Scarlet Radiance, Xianyuan Yichen suddenly let out a loud shout, swinging his long blade fiercely. A massive scarlet crescent tore through the sky, directly slicing the leading Ice Dragon into two. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Qiyao's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness. She thrust her hands forward, merging the remaining ice dragons into an indestructible ice wall. The scarlet crescent struck the ice wall, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice wall, but it was never completely breached. Both Xianyuan Yichen and Shangguan Qiyao ceased their attacks, their chests heaving violently, clearly exhausted from the intense confrontation. At that moment, a melodious bell suddenly rang out across the trial arena, as if signaling the end of the battle. It turned out that the time for this combat exercise had come to an end. The two exchanged glances and tacitly withdrew their powers, exhaling deeply, though their hearts were ignited with an uncontrollable excitement from the fight. As the bell rang, the entire trial arena instantly erupted into a frenzy. A tide of classmates surged forward, bombarding them with questions about the details of the battle, their eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Xianyuan Yichen and Shangguan Qiyao exchanged a smile, a sense of accomplishment welling up in their hearts. They patiently answered everyone's questions, as if the thrilling moments of the battle were replaying vividly in their minds. Whoa, Yichen! What was that move just now? That was so cool. That blood moon was absolutely stunning. A male classmate's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he gestured in the air to recreate the spectacular scene of the blood moon, as if reliving the moment. Meanwhile, a group of girls surrounded Shangguan Qiyao, chattering incessantly. Qiyao, what was that domain of yours? And, that ice dragon was just too powerful. Come on, tell us all about it. Their eyes were filled with envy and admiration, as if they were utterly captivated by this formidable figure. Xianyuan Yichen and Shangguan Qiyao were overwhelmed by their classmates' enthusiasm and were busy patiently explaining when Yichen's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone, and as soon as he answered, a chubby voice on the other end shouted into the receiver, "Brother Yichen, you have no idea. The whole school is buzzing about it. They're saying there was a blood moon and an ice dragon clashing fiercely in the trial grounds. It was such a breathtaking scene. Too bad I wasn't there to witness it myself." Yichen and Qiyao exchanged a glance and couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Yichen deliberately teased, "Is it possible that it was created by the two of us?" "Yeah, right. You too?" The chubby guy clearly didn't believe it, his tone full of doubt. Yichen rolled his eyes helplessly and replied irritably, "Then who else? We're still at the trial grounds right now, attending the practical combat class. By the way, I heard that Mo Wanga seems to be taking the combat class too." The chubby guy suddenly blurted out, as if trying to draw attention. Yichen curiously asked, "Chubby, why are you suddenly interested in what class she's taking? Don't tell me you like her?" I don't. The chubby guy hurriedly denied, his voice involuntarily rising a few pitches. Hearing this, Shangwan Qiao couldn't help but burst into laughter and teased, "You totally do. My sixth sense is never wrong, absolutely spot on." As soon as she said this, the surrounding classmates erupted into laughter. The chubby guy's face instantly turned bright red, and he stammered, trying to refute, but couldn't find the words. The scene immediately became lively and boisterous. Amid the waves of teasing laughter, the chubby guy's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. His eyes darted around, and after stammering for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out, "I'm not talking to you guys anymore, I have something to do." As soon as he finished speaking, he hastily hung up the phone, his actions resembling someone trying to escape a tricky situation. Meanwhile, the classmates' enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. They surrounded Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao in tight circles, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration as they bombarded them with questions about superpowers and combat techniques. One particularly curious classmate couldn't help but ask, "Ichen, every time you activate your superpower, what's with that dazzling, blood-red light? It's incredible, it feels so powerful." Shen Yuanichen's lips curved slightly, revealing a gentle smile as he patiently explained, "This is actually a manifestation of the killing intent of the Moonlight Blood Prison. As my proficiency with this killing intent gradually improves, the power it exhibits will become increasingly formidable. Coupled with the time domain, it can often produce unimaginable effects at critical moments, unexpectedly turning the tide of battle." At this moment, another classmate turned to Shangguan Qiao with an expectant look, their eyes sparkling. "Qiao, the ice dragon you summoned was absolutely amazing. It was so majestic and awe-inspiring, dominating the entire scene. How did you manage to cultivate it?" Shangguan Qiao covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering with a lively glow as she explained, "The key lies in my continuous deep understanding and control of the ice elements within the extreme cold domain. Throughout this process, I went through countless attempts and practices before finally being able to condense the ice elements into such a majestic ice dragon form. However, to unleash the ice dragon's full power, it requires more participation in actual combat to accumulate experience. Practical combat is the best way to test and enhance one's strength." Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, the practical combat class teacher walked over with steady steps. Clearing his throat, the teacher spoke in a loud and powerful voice, "Students, this practical exercise can be considered a resounding success. Each of you demonstrated impressive strength, and your teamwork was commendable. Especially Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao, your outstanding performances allowed everyone to truly witness the might of SSS-level ability users. But remember, the stronger your abilities, the greater the responsibilities you bear. In the future, no matter what dangers or challenges you face, you must use your powers wisely to protect those around you and safeguard our shared home." The students all nodded solemnly, their eyes reflecting determination and understanding. The teacher continued earnestly, "Next, when you go back, make sure to thoroughly summarize the lessons learned from this drill. Next week, we will have another simulated exercise, and students from other classes will also participate. I hope everyone can keep up the good work, continue to push your limits, and achieve even better results." At that moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out, "Ichen and Qiao, are you interested in joining the club?" Everyone turned toward the voice, only to see a tall, attractive girl who had somehow appeared in front of Xian Yuanichen. She was dressed in a black short skirt that accentuated her long, shapely legs, which were so fair they almost seemed to reflect light. Unlike ordinary university students, her makeup was sophisticated and mature, and her every gesture exuded the aura of a professional elite woman. Her demeanor was both poised and confident. "Who are you?" Shen Yuanichen frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion, certain that he had never met this girl before. The girl's lips curved into a graceful and appropriate smile as she responded confidently, "I'm Su Man, the vice president of the Linghu Club." As she spoke, she elegantly handed over a business card, which clearly displayed her name, position, and the club's information. "Your performance in the practical drill just now was absolutely outstanding. Our Linghu society is currently in urgent need of exceptional talents like you to join us." Suman got straight to the point, her gaze firm. "Our Linghu society is one of the top elite societies among the many on campus. The president is a powerful Platinum 2-star ability user. Not only does the society regularly organize training experience exchange meetings to allow everyone to learn from each other and progress together, but it also occasionally leads members to the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, honing everyone's skills through real combat. Additionally, the society distributes generous training resources to its members every month. In short, joining our society offers numerous, valuable opportunities and resources. I wonder if the two of you would be interested? Suman finished introducing the society's advantages and benefits in one breath, then looked at the two with an expectant expression, her eyes full of eagerness and sincerity. This scene happened to be noticed by some nearby students, sparking a wave of hushed discussions. Linghu Society? I remember they're a famous elite society. That's right, it's them. I even saw their recruitment announcement on the school forum before. TSK, Linghu Society, joining them would be so enviable. As a renowned higher education institution, Longdu University of Abilities naturally boasts a vibrant and diverse society culture. However, unlike the interest-based societies such as the Electronics Club or the Go Club found in ordinary cultural schools, the societies at Longdu University of Abilities have unique entry thresholds. As long as you are an ability user, you have the chance to join, providing a broad platform for ability users to communicate, grow, and showcase themselves. Of course, the societies at Longdu University of Abilities are not entirely uniform, and many set specific thresholds during recruitment. For instance, some societies require applicants to be at least bronze 5-star ability users to qualify for membership. Those societies with recruitment thresholds at the silver level or above are even respectfully referred to as elite societies. This type of elite club, where every member is a powerhouse in the world of supernatural abilities, offers exceptional experiences through its activities. Whether members exchange cultivation insights and spark intellectual brilliance, or join forces to venture into perilous wildernesses to hunt ferocious beasts, they can significantly enhance their skills and gain valuable experience in the process. The Spirit Fox Club, as a standout among elite clubs, is renowned throughout the school and has long been the dream goal of many freshmen. Unfortunately, due to the inability of many freshmen to meet the club's supernatural ability level requirements, they cannot even qualify for an interview and can only look on with envy. Su Manman looked at Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Chia with great anticipation, her eyes shimmering with hope. However, Xian Yuanichen spoke without hesitation. His tone calm yet resolute. Oh, the Spirit Fox Club? Not interested. As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had expected Xian Yuanichen to reject so decisively. A trace of surprise and disappointment flashed across Su Manman's face, but she quickly regained her composure, maintaining a graceful smile as she asked with a hint of curiosity, "May I ask the reason?" "Our club's conditions are among the best in the school." Xian Yuanichen smiled faintly, his gaze firm and clear. "I prefer freedom. A life without constraints is the goal I pursue. While the club's prestige is certainly tempting, I would rather forge my own legend on my own path." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding classmates were stunned, and their impression of Xian Yuanichen instantly rose to a higher level. A person so confident and decisive was definitely extraordinary. A trace of admiration flashed in Su Manman's eyes, and she secretly gave him a high score in her heart. She knew that being able to reject the temptation of the Linghu Society and choose one's own path was the mark of a true strong individual. Shangguan Qiao raised her eyes to look at Xian Yuanichen, her gaze flickering with inquiry and contemplation. Then she gently shook her head, her voice soft yet firm. "We understand the various advantages of the Linghu Society, and those conditions are indeed very tempting. However, at this stage, we are more eager to fully dedicate ourselves to our own cultivation, following our own rhythm to steadily enhance our strength. We are concerned that joining the society might impose various rules and activity arrangements that would restrict our ability to freely allocate our time and energy. We hope Vice President Su can understand." Su Manman nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. "I see, I completely understand your considerations. Everyone's cultivation path is unique, and choosing a method that suits oneself is the most important thing. If you change your mind in the future, you are always welcome to come find me." After speaking, Su Manman politely nodded to the two of them and gracefully turned to leave. Watching Su Manman's figure gradually fade into the distance, the surrounding classmates surged forward like a tide, enthusiastically expressing their opinions. "Yichen, Qiao, are you really not going to reconsider? The Linghu Society is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Exactly, joining the society might even help you improve your strength faster." Xian Yuanichen and Shangguan Qiao exchanged a knowing smile without offering further explanation. They understood deep down that their cultivation path was destined to be built step by step with solid effort, and they could not afford to lose their direction due to external temptations. At that moment, the sharp and urgent voice of the school broadcast suddenly echoed through every corner of the campus. Attention all students, attention all students. Recently, the activity of ferocious beasts in the wilderness area outside the school has been unusually frequent, and the danger level has sharply increased. Please do not venture into the wilderness area without a teacher's guidance. Any violations will be dealt with severely. Repeating, the wilderness area outside the school. Recently. The broadcast's voice reverberated across the campus, instantly transforming the previously lively and cheerful atmosphere into one of tension and oppression. Xiao slightly turned her body, leaned closer to Xian Yuan Yichen, and softly suggested, Yichen, we don't have classes this afternoon. How about checking if there are any tasks we can take on at school? Xian Yuan Yichen's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed, sure. The two returned to the villa and eagerly opened the school's task system. In an instant, a dazzling holographic projection slowly emerged in mid-air. Task 1, collect 30 second-tier blade tiger tendons. Reward, 60 credits. C-level task. Task 2, collect 30 stalks of qingling grass over 20 years old. Reward, 43 credits. D-level task. Assist the Dragon Guard in resolving the secret realm riot in the wilderness area of Longdu University. Level restriction, silver level. A-level task. This is the school's task system. Every student can freely post tasks or take on tasks to earn credits. The tasks are diverse and varied, covering the collection of ferocious beast materials, gathering rare and exotic flowers and herbs, and even large-scale battle missions and fugitive capture tasks. Of course, compared to the former types of routine tasks, the latter two types are far more dangerous. On the entire task system interface, notifications of tasks being accepted and information about new tasks being posted flash alternately, creating a lively atmosphere. This is the unique training model of Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities. Shen Yuanichen looked at the task system, his face full of emotion. At this university, different students have completely different learning experiences. Some attend classes and train on schedule every day, living a peaceful and comfortable life, while others rush between various tasks, gaining a wealth of credits while undergoing life and death trials. The former enjoy a leisurely lifestyle but experience slower progress in their abilities, the latter face numerous dangers but can exchange credits for abundant resources, achieving rapid advancements in strength. No wonder people say that the best students of Longdu University of Supernatural Abilities are not on campus, but off campus. Shangwan Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Just as well, we can take leave to complete these tasks, call Fatty and Mo Wang along, and take the opportunity to improve team coordination. We can also earn some extra credits, though it seems like we already have quite a lot of credits. Xian Yuanichen pondered aloud. Shangwan Xiao raised an eyebrow and retorted, you call that a lot? It's nowhere near enough. Just as they were talking, Fatty's call came through, Brother Yichen, when can I undergo the cleansing process? Xian Yuanichen replied over the phone, during this secret realm expedition. In the end, Xian Yuanichen carefully selected tasks from the mission system, finalizing 3 B-level missions and 1 A-level mission. One of the tasks involved collecting tiger whip. When Shangwan Xiao glanced at the mission details, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she playfully scolded, Yichen, isn't this enough for you? Xian Yuanichen chuckled, secretly thinking, this is just the exciting beginning. Without responding, he instead sent a message to Mo Wanga, meet at the school gate this afternoon. Not long after, Mo Wanga replied, got it, I'll be there on time this afternoon. At the same time, Fatty was enthusiastically shouting over the phone, I'll make sure to prepare everything and won't hold anyone back. Shen Yuanichen reminded him to bring the necessary equipment and potions, patiently explaining some potential dangers and how to handle them, silently looking forward to the upcoming adventure. After hanging up, Xian Yuanichen and Shangwan Xiao began preparing the items needed for the mission. They carefully inspected their weapons, ensuring each one was razor-sharp, as if ready for a life-and-death battle. Various healing potions and energy supplements were meticulously categorized and packed into specially designed backpacks. Shangwan Xiao even brought out equipment she had prepared specifically for extreme cold environments. Although the mission location was not in a frigid area, she knew that one could never predict what special circumstances might arise. Being well prepared was the key to staying undefeated. In the afternoon, at the school gate, Mo Wanga was already waiting there early. She was dressed in lightweight combat attire, carrying a simple backpack, her eyes filled with anticipation and determination, resembling a warrior about to set out on a mission. Before long, the chubby boy came running over, panting heavily, with a huge bulging bag on his back. seemingly packed with plenty of secret weapons. Brother Ichen, Sister Chiao, MO classmate, I'm here. The chubby boy shouted as he ran, his face beaming with excitement, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. You're finally here. Did you bring everything? Xian Yuanichen looked at the chubby boy and asked with a smile, silently appreciating his enthusiasm. Don't worry, Brother Ichen, I brought everything we need. I even prepared a tent. If we can't make it back tonight, we can camp outside. The chubby boy patted the bag on his back confidently, as if he were the core of this adventure. A group of people exchanged a few words briefly before heading toward the wilderness area. Along the way, they discussed the upcoming mission, and Xian Yuanichen meticulously introduced the key points and precautions for each task. The air was filled with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, as if the entire wilderness was awaiting their challenge. Several decades ago, Qingchuan City was merely an unremarkable prefecture-level city. However, the gears of fate quietly turned. With the unexpected emergence of a secret realm on the outskirts of the city, ferocious beasts escaped from the realm, turning the surrounding areas into a wilderness zone. Yet, this event brought Qingchuan City an unprecedented opportunity for development, allowing it to rise rapidly like a new star. Today, Qingchuan City has begun to showcase the prosperity of a developed metropolis. The reason behind its rise is actually quite straightforward. The sudden appearance of the secret realm in Qingchuan City acted like a magnet, attracting a large number of ability users to flock there. Each came with different goals. Some sought to hunt ferocious beasts to prove their strength, while others hoped to find rare plants to enhance their abilities. Every need of these ability users required substantial financial support. Weapons, battle suits, boots, potions all needed careful preparation. Imagine if an ability user fought fiercely in the secret realm, leaving their battlesuit in tatters. Would they have to travel thousands of miles to the more developed Londu to have it repaired? Clearly, this would be neither practical nor in line with the time-sensitive style of ability users. Thus, in response to market demand, a large number of shops and equipment stores catering to ability users sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. Not only that, those ability users who successfully hunted fierce beasts in the secret realm and returned fully loaded often carried bulging money bags, eager to indulge themselves in the city. Their enthusiasm for spending was like sparks igniting the economic engine of Qingchuan City, driving the city forward in continuous development. Although Qingchuan City's prosperity benefits from the existence of the secret realm, the city has never taken this potential time bomb lightly. On the contrary, it has always maintained a high level of vigilance. A large-scale army, numbering over 10,000, is stationed on the outskirts of the wilderness area. They act as loyal guardians, constantly safeguarding the city's security. Meanwhile, to provide convenient supply services for the ability users entering and exiting the secret realm, a massive and well-equipped supply base has risen on the outskirts of the wilderness area. This base has become a solid support for the ability users, offering strong backing for their adventurous journeys. As the sun set, its rays bathed the land in a golden glow. At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, a high-speed train sped in from the distance and came to a steady halt on the tracks in front of Qingchuan Supply Base. As the train doors slowly opened, more than a dozen ability users dressed in battle gear filed out. Some carried swords and knives that gleamed coldly, while others bore shields, exuding an imposing presence. These ability users, in groups of 2 or 3, chatted and laughed as they headed toward the supply base. Among them, the majority had chosen swords and knives as their weapons. Clear Spring Supply Base, we've finally arrived, murmured an ability user. From Longdu to Clear Spring City, the high-speed train ride took just over 2 hours, but transferring from the Clear Spring high-speed rail station to the train heading directly to the supply base took another 2 hours. The long journey did not dampen their enthusiasm. Instead, when they saw the grand and imposing building before them, the 4 of them stepped into the first-floor lobby without hesitation. The Clear Spring Secret Realm Zone is vast and boundless, with thousands of ability users entering this mysterious area daily in search of unknown treasures. As an important stronghold for ability users, the Clear Spring Supply Base was naturally built to be extremely luxurious. Inside the lobby, the marble floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the soft lighting and resembling a giant piece of exquisite jade. The central crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the entire hall. In the lobby, male and female attendants in uniform bustled about. Some carried trays of exquisite tea, while others held plates of delicious pastries, their youthful smiles radiating warmth as they provided meticulous service to the ability users resting on the sofas. Every movement, every smile, exuded professionalism and enthusiasm. There are two secret realms in the Clear Spring Wilderness Zone, one is Silver Tier, and the other is Gold Tier. This time, we're heading to the Gold Tier secret realm, one of them said softly, a hint of anticipation and nervousness in their eyes. At this moment, a young waitress with delicate features noticed the four people standing in place. She walked over with light steps, smiled, and softly asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" While HN and the others were verifying their information, their team, Pika Pika Pikachu Squad, also caught the attention of those around them. These are your satellite communication watches. Every ability user entering the Wilderness Zone for the first time must register as an adventurer. Only after receiving the satellite communication watch can you enter, the waitress patiently explained. This way, even if you encounter an accident in the Wilderness Zone, there will be corresponding records. When the waitress saw the group's levels and the information that they were from Longdu Ability University, she couldn't help but show a look of envy. She sighed softly, "How wonderful, Longdu Ability University. By the time you graduate from there, you'll surely all be powerful ability users at the Platinum or Diamond level." Xingchuan City is adjacent to Longdu, and this top-ranked university in the country is naturally well known far and wide. In fact, many students from Longdu Ability University choose to come here for training to enhance their combat skills. However, most students only come after reaching the gold level, as this greatly improves their safety. Judging from the group's age and levels, the waitress speculated that they were likely new students who had just enrolled, probably descendants of the Longdu families, here to gain experience. Ichen politely smiled at the waitress, took the satellite communication watch, and put it on his wrist. The watch face was not large, but it emitted a unique metallic sheen, with indicator lights flashing as if showcasing its powerful functions. "Thank you, I look forward to your continued support," Ichen said softly, a confident gleam flashing in his eyes. After the four of them received their watches, they headed into the base to complete the procedures for entering the silver-level secret realm. Along the way, they saw many ability users conversing, some sharing their adventures in the secret realm, while others complained about the difficulties of hunting fierce beasts. "I heard a new type of fierce beast has appeared in this silver-level secret realm. It's incredibly fast, and many people have suffered losses because of it," a burly ability user said loudly, his voice tinged with both tension and anticipation. Ichen and his three companions exchanged glances, a trace of excitement flashing in their eyes. For newcomers like them, challenges meant growth. The fighting spirit ignited in their hearts seemed ready to turn every challenge into motivation, into opportunities for breakthroughs. After completing the procedures, they arrived at the supply area to purchase essential items for entering the secret realm. The supplies here were abundant, ranging from powerful potions to sharp weapons, everything one could need. "We must choose the best equipment, we can't afford any regrets." Ichen's voice was firm and resonant, as if laying a solid foundation for the adventures ahead. His teammates all nodded, their eyes reflecting an unyielding determination. Their adventure was about to begin, and what awaited them ahead were endless challenges and opportunities. Stepping out of the supply zone, they headed straight to the teleportation array at the base. At this moment, numerous ability users had already gathered around the array, all harboring a mix of anticipation and nervousness as they quietly awaited the moment to step into the secret realm. As the team leader, Ichen wore a solemn expression and once again reminded his teammates, once inside the secret realm, teamwork is crucial. If you encounter danger, do not act rashly. Always prioritize safety above all else. Xiao and the other two teammates nodded earnestly, their eyes reflecting determination and trust. As a dazzling and brilliant light flashed, the four of them resolutely stepped onto the teleportation array. In an instant, the world spun wildly, as if the entire universe was twisting and transforming at high speed. When everything finally settled, they found themselves at the entrance of the Silver Tier secret realm. A damp and mysterious aura greeted them, and the interior of the secret realm was dim and deep, as if concealing countless unknown secrets. The occasional roars of wild beasts added an extra layer of eeriness and danger to the already mysterious atmosphere. Ichen raised his hand and lightly tapped the screen of his communication watch. As expected, a detailed map of the wilderness area was instantly projected. The map not only meticulously marked the activity zones of ferocious beasts in each area but also clearly indicated the levels of danger. However, this seemingly comprehensive map had its limitations. The information it covered was restricted to the outer regions, while the deeper inner areas were entirely shrouded in mist, filled with uncertainty and unpredictability. Of course, even for these marked outer regions, the information was not absolutely reliable. After all, the behavior of ferocious beasts was unpredictable, and they could leave their original territories to hunt at any time, causing changes in the distribution of danger. Different places followed entirely different rules. In school, rules revolve around learning and training, with everything taking place in a relatively safe and orderly environment. The wilderness, however, is a completely different story. Here, the brutal law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. It is like a primeval forest where the strong dominate, and the weak can only struggle to survive in the cracks. Even the supply bases outside the wilderness have not escaped this law of the jungle. The immense profits brought by the blood and flesh of fierce beasts, as well as rare flowers, herbs, and exotic fruits, have attracted various forces to converge here, making the supply bases a chaotic mix of good and bad. The intricate entanglement of these forces creates a complex environment where even the Security Bureau, responsible for maintaining order and cracking down on crime, finds it difficult to extend its management reach. As a result, these areas have become veritable gray zones. Here, as long as you are strong enough and do not act too ostentatiously or recklessly, you can move freely on this land with almost no interference. On the other hand, if you lack self-awareness and accidentally provoke someone powerful and well-connected, you will have to face the consequences on your own. No one will be able to offer you protection, remember that. A deep, low growl echoed from a great distance. Although the sound had become somewhat faint after traveling through the air, the overwhelming power it carried still sent a shiver through one's heart. At least a gold-tier beast, Ichen speculated silently, understanding that the level of a beast was directly proportional to its intelligence. A gold-tier beast's intellect was already comparable to that of a child over 10 years old, and it possessed a strong sense of territoriality. The roars it occasionally emitted were declarations to the outside world, warning that this was its domain. Any beast of the same tier daring to intrude would face a fierce and bloody battle. Moreover, for human espers like them, brimming with powerful energy, they were undoubtedly even more enticing prey in the eyes of these beasts. The Clear Spring Secret Realm is roughly divided into two areas, the ruined town and the mountain forest, Ichen explained as he skillfully opened the map on his smartwatch, his eyes quickly scanning the screen to carefully examine the detailed information of each area. Their current level was only Silver Beginner, but thanks to their unique abilities and seamless teamwork, their actual combat strength had reached the level of Gold Beginner. As for Fatty and Chi Yao, their strength was approximately at Silver 5-star. For Ichen, the top priority was to find a place with a dense population of ferocious beasts while minimizing encounters with high-level ones, allowing them to hunt beasts freely, acquire precious ability points, and rapidly enhance their strength. After a thorough analysis and comparison, he discovered that the beasts active in the ruined town within the forest area were relatively weaker, whereas those in the mountain forest were stronger. After weighing the options, Ichen set his sights on the ruined town. This abandoned town concealed countless opportunities and challenges, and only here could they fully unleash their abilities and write their own legend. While Ichen was fully engrossed in mapping out the action plan for the secret realm in his mind, he caught a glimpse of Chi Yao and the other three gathered around. Xiao Bai, the atmosphere suddenly becoming lively. Chi Yao's face was full of curiosity, just about to speak when the impatient Fatty Moron Kai interjected, "This was subdued by my big brother and sister-in-law in the nether secret realm." Hearing this, Mo Wangu immediately rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "I didn't ask you, so why are you butting in?" Startled by the sudden commotion, Xiaobai buried its little head and quickly hid in Mo Wanji's arms, sneaking a glance at Moron Kai. Moron Kai gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted loudly, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Chi Yao, unwilling to back down, shot a sidelong glance at Ichen and provocatively said, "What, got a problem? If you do, just keep it to yourself." At this moment, Ichen was already immersed in studying the map, muttering to himself. From time to time, Area A has a large number of beasts, but most are at the bronze peak level, and hunting them yields limited ability points. Area C, on the other hand, has mostly silver-level beasts, but golden-level beasts have been spotted nearby, making it too dangerous for our current strength. Let's check out other towns. After careful consideration and repeated filtering, Xian Yuan Ichen finally set his sights on a ruined town called Ping'an County. This location was predominantly populated by silver-level beasts, with only a handful of bronze-level ones. More importantly, no golden or platinum-level beasts had ever been spotted there. Additionally, the area was vast, with an estimated 500 to 600 beasts inhabiting it. For them, eager to enhance their strength, this was undoubtedly the most ideal hunting ground at present. Chiyo and Mo Wanga, after teasing Xiao Bai for a while, finally walked over to each end side. Looking at the Ping'an County town marked on the map, a trace of excitement flashed in Qiyao's eyes. This is it? Sounds thrilling, eh? Great chance to show our skills. Mo Wang nodded slightly, her hand instinctively reaching for the weapon at her waist, a delicate soft whip shimmering with fiery light, as if it couldn't wait to unleash its power in battle. Mo Wang gently stroked the soft whip, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Ichen raised his gaze, sweeping his eyes over the group, and said in a deep voice, "Since it's decided, let's set off. Once we enter Ping'an County, stay alert and act according to the plan." With that, he took the lead, striding toward the direction of the ruined town. The team followed closely behind, with Xiaobai nimbly trotting at Mo Wang's feet. Ping'an County was about 20 kilometers from the entrance to the wilderness area, and at full speed, they could reach it within 40 minutes. As they approached Ping'an County, a strong, pungent smell of decay mixed with a faint scent of blood assaulted their senses, making them nauseous. Through the thick, ink-like fog, the faint outlines of broken walls and ruins could be seen standing silently in the dim light, like weathered sentinels quietly recounting untold stories of the past. Every brick, every crack seemed to narrate the tale of former prosperity and present desolation. Entering the town, the once towering skyscrapers had now become utterly dilapidated. The walls were riddled with holes, and shards of glass covered the ground. Everywhere were abandoned vehicles left behind by people fleeing for their lives, now reduced to rusted frames after years of merciless erosion. The once smooth concrete roads were now overgrown with weeds, flourishing wildly. Among the grass, one could even spot some pale skeletons, both of ferocious beasts and humans, lying silently on the ground, wordlessly telling the story of the brutal and bloody history this land had endured.